wish. I'm gonna take a wish and it will be bothering me soon. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Oh, cool. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Come on, dog. My balls is hot. Dog. Look at this athleticism. What is this bullshit? Well, if it smells like poop and it tastes like poop, then it might be Rabbi
Litzana says the ability
Coin
to take anything that
purse.
is serious and make it not serious. Now that is a very serious thing, or that's a very significant transgression, and it's a significant flaw. Why? Because of course, look, let's say, is there a room in life for joking around? Of course. And is there room even for levity or for a little lightheadedness? Of course. But there also have to be things in life that are serious. And if a person, so a let's is someone who can take anything that is serious and meaningful and important and totally just like make it into foolishness. So that's a problem. That's a problem because a person like that then doesn't have a respect for certain things. The Gemara says you can't do any like Zara except for Avodah Zarah. You want to make fun of Avodah Zarah, you can do whatever you want. The Chsiv, Gemara quotes this pasuk: Kara bal, keres nebo. Karsu karu yachdom lo yochel mileit nasir. Chsiv, tibru la'agalos beis haben. Yaguru shachin shomron. Ki aval alav imo ukmarav alav yagilu alav ki gala mimeni. Al tikri kodo elo kevedo. Gemara just brings this guy over here that you find many psukim by Avodah Zarah that seem to make like loose vowel references by Avodah Zarah. So why is that? Because you can have litzanas by Avodah Zarah. All right, Rabbi Yitzchak might have said the Ata Yosifu Lachto the Yasu Lahem Masecha Mikasbam Kisvunasam Atzavim. So I'll say Ma Kisvunasam Atzavim. What does that mean? That little the again I will say. So little the again Kisvunasam means in their form. Atzavim are idols. Melamed, I've also listened to this. Melamed shakol echad ve'echad asad l'musdira so umanichu b'kisal. So I'll say, just to appreciate how much people love the Avodah Zarah. And what would they do? Every person who worshipped idolatry, he would make a little idol. You know, to make like a little pestle. Right? To make a little pestle, make a little idol. Because again, you don't want to have just like, the one on your front lawn, like that's like a big zach. You want to have something that you could take with you. And they made a little idol, and they would keep it inside of their pocket. And what happened? Then every once in a while they take it out. They would hug it, and they would kiss it. On the other side, like the Mishnah of it says, right? Who was wise? One who was able to learn from every individual. I say there's something to be learned even from Ovdei Avodah Zarah. Even from Ovdei Avodah Zarah, that you see how much an Ovdei Avodah Zarah loves his Avodah Zarah. We have to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu at least as much, if not more. So to take out, right? They take out their idol, and they hug it and they kiss it. That's the most this up. Very quickly. I actually we'll do it. Said, what time are you leaving? Now. Okay. Actually. All right, good. We're almost there. So Gemara says again, that's how much they would love. All right. Yachei Kala is Lamala Minas. First, is today President's Day? So there's no traffic. No traffic. We're fine. We're gonna do what? No traffic. No traffic. This is your first time. So Gemara says fast. So we'll say it says like this. Mikey says something good. So Gemara says back. Good. So Gemara says my Adam Agalon. What does it mean when it says literally again? Those Zof Adam Agalon. Those literally again. Now it's interesting. We'll read this pasuk. But Zof Adam, men who serve or men who offer up the Galim, right? The calves, kiss them. What does this mean? It's very interesting. I'm going to be Yitzchak, the Beit Army, Shem Shasi Al-Zara. Let's listen to this. The people, the Avodah Zarah clergy were very smart. It was like everybody has to fundraise. Right? It doesn't matter what denomination of clergy you are. Everybody has to fundraise. So the Avodah Zarah clergy, they had this great idea. Look what they did. No name about a moment. So they would go ahead and they'd identify who are the Gvirim. Who's the Gvir? Who are the rich guys in the community? Listen to this. They would calves. They wouldn't feed the calves. So what would happen? Then they would make a picture of the Gvirim and they would put it by the trough that the cat, right? So they would give the calves a little bit to eat. And when the calves had a little bit to eat, they would come to the trough. And in the trough, what would the calves see? A picture of the Gvir. So they associated a picture of the Gvir with food. Okay? Then what would happen? The clergy, right, the Avodah Zarah, would then let the calves loose. So what happened? That when the calves were set free, who would they run to? They'd run to the Gvirim, to the rich guys. And then what happened? Like the priests of the Avodah Zarah would say to the Gvirim, by the way, the calves of the Avodah Zarah. So what would the priest say? They would say, "Oh, you see, Avodah Zarah loves you. The Avodah Zarah loves you. Look, he's coming up to you. He's nestling, snuggling. Okay, nestling, good, right? Nestling, nuzzling, right? either nestling and nuzzling, right next to you. So you see, mamish, the Avodah Zarah loves you. Avodah Zarah loves you, right? Yavo v'yizbach atzmolo. And when the Avodah Zarah loves you so much, there's only one thing you should do, which is offer yourself up to the Avodah Zarah. Now, of course, what happens after they engage in self-sacrifice? Who owns their property? The Avodah Zarah. So the clergy of the Avodah Zarah are very sneaky in this way. This was the way that they appropriated the assets of rich people. Okay, incredible. But then it shouldn't say the people who serve will kiss the calves. Rather, it should say the calves will kiss the people who will offer themselves up. Rather, in the world of Avodah Zarah, the highest level of worship, offer up one's child. If you would be willing to offer up your child to Avodah Zarah, that Kodesh Kadosh. Right, that will show that you are really committed to Avodah Zarah. So if you're willing to offer up your child, so the priests of the Avodah Zarah will to you, come, you could now and kiss the idol. It's such a warped set of things. I'm ready to know Rav. We're going to end off with this piece, but the Gemara ends up by talking about the different types of Avodah Zarah. The Anshe Baba also Sukkos Benos. Their Avodah Zarah was called Sukkos Benos or Sachos Benos. Who mind you, what was it? Tarnagola, it's a chicken. What was a chicken? That was the Avodah Zarah. The Anshe Kus Aslas Nargal was Nargal. Mind you, Tarnagol, a rooster. Okay? The Anshe Chamas Aslas Ashima. So Anshe Chamas, they worshipped Ashima. What was Ashima? Mind you, Barucha Karcha, a goat. A goat. Va'ovim Aslas Nafkan Vestartek. What did they worship? Manu Kelev v'Chamar, a dog and a donkey. Right? V'Hasafrovim, Sarfin Espeneim Espenosem Ba'ish, La'adar Melech v'An Melech. And the Safrovim, they would burn their children. They would offer up their children as sacrifices to Adar Melech and An Melech. Who's Adar Melech and An Melech? What is that? So Elohei Safrovim Umayniyu HaPeret v'Hasos. So this refers to the donkey or the mule. And the horse. Adar Melech, so we'll say, by the way, so ultimately again, why is the donkey called Adar Melech? The Adar Leilamare Betina, because it ingratiates itself to its master, because it carries stuff. The An Melech, what's An Melech? The Ani Leilamare Bekirba. Ultimately again, that it's helpful to its master, ultimately again, Bekirba, because ultimately it goes ahead and carries it. It's incredible. Yeah, if you take a Rashi says that. It's interesting enough. A donkey ingratiates itself again to its master, Adar Melech, right? Why? Because it carries. And An Melech, it answers the call of its master, ultimately again because it carries the master. Melech Yehuda Bikesh Aviv Lasos Lokain. So let's remember again, we learned about Chizkiyahu Melech not so long ago. Chizkiyahu Melech was one of the righteous kings of Klal Yisrael, but his father Achaz was a tremendous Russian Oved Avodah Zarah. Achaz was such a Russian. I will say, just so you understand, Achaz was ready to worship, to offer up his son Chizkiyahu as a karban. I will say, you have to understand. You could be an Oved Avodah Zarah, all you want, but Lamaisa, the ability to be so can Avodah Zarah, literally again, you're willing to go ahead and put up your son as a karban is like a different level. Commitment. It is commitment, right? So Achaz was ready to offer his son Chizkiyahu ultimately again as a karban to Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, what happens? How is it said? Elo shesakto imo salamandra. His mother smeared him with salamander blood. So salamander apparently is this type of creature that the blade is the word fire retardant, right, or fireproof. Right, so if you smear it on you, the fire won't have any level of impact ultimately again on you. So his mother smeared him with the salamander, and ultimately again it went ahead and saved him from the fire. So we'll say. So we'll stop over here today. This is how it is. I just want to point out, we're stopping with Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda, and Meretz Hashem again. We're ending off with Malchus Yisrael, and now with this we're going to end off with Eretz. That was it. We just ended off with Eretz Yisrael, and so we'll say next stop. Share from outside. All right, from outside. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey 5785, the Tilsim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year. And this chus b'soros levels for all of Am Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, in Eretz Hashem, all the hostages should come home and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol ma'asei yedehim. Well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Beis 62, and we are going to pick up on Samech Beis Amud Aleph 62a. We're going to pick up 2, 4, 5 lines down from the top. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Tani Rabbi Zakkai Kamed Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, remember again, a very interesting sugya, well, a couple of interesting sugyas that we have in front of us today. So the Gemara says this. But okay, good enough. Fine. So the Gemara says as follows. Tani Rabbi Zakkai Kamed Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Zakkai taught the following halacha before Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. Okay, so the interesting of all the Zarakis. So someone goes ahead and worships, and the way he worships, Ziveach means again, offered up a carbon, slaughtered a carbon, Kiter, Ketores, offered incense, Nisech, wine libations, Hishtachava, and he bowed. Now he did all of these things Be'elam Echad. So in other words, he did all of these things in one lapse of awareness. Now we're going to talk about exactly. Now that is one doozy of a lapse, right? But again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. A lapse of awareness. Lapse of awareness. Of
Where are you?
We'll get into that. But the point over here is that halacha l'maisa. That he's doing all of these in this one moment. So multiple acts. Transparent persons. Because I remember speaking to one community manager like that onboarded somebody to their team, and as also a community manager as well. And she said that the person onboarded bots to the community. One favor they told the person to do, he was doing the opposite, and he was paid. I asked her how much was the person paid. She said $2,000. So the directors paid this person $2,000, and perhaps this person knew what to do, but just choose not to, because there is nobody like supervising it. There's nobody, watching. Just like giving somebody a job, for instance. Many of us that were in secondary school now, that time when they cut grass, for some of us that were in public schools. I don't mean people that were in private school. You were in public school, just do emoji, make I know people where we relate to it, I won't talk like this. You in good public school, public school, do emoji. Like everybody, they go private school. Kaka, private secondary school, you go. Kaka, with this. Yes, our private secondary way. You can give you a deal. You can go private secondary school. Why should I go to private primary school? Secondary school? Like a public. The rules are with Michael, maybe not talk with me. Okay. Like I said, I was trying to make an analogy, alright? I was trying to say something. You notice that look at in school now, maybe you want to do compound work. Now they will carry us, cut grass, give us, maybe we won't cut field. They will cut grass, give us, and somebody will be supervising that work. Do you understand? Maybe the labor prefect or the compound master. And you know what happens? Whenever the job is being supervised, we will do the best. Do you understand? Let's say we have a field, like a full football field, and like we have like 50 students, and they'll compete equally for them. Do you notice that if Taka should train his own when you say, okay, show working, nothing. So imagine that we also preach that gap of mediocrity. We will know that if we are putting two community managers, they know that they are trained already. We are putting managers on those ambassadors, we know that these people are trained, you understand? And by so doing, we will deliver efficiently and effectively. And apart from that, we will also be monitoring each and everybody that are working. Because projects that hire most times they do not even have time to monitor if those people are doing a good job. Maybe they hire ambassadors, if you don't have time to monitor if the ambassadors are making posts, if they are doing what they need to do. So we bridge that gap of, helping them with their hiring and also helping them coordinate the job. I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying. So that is what we as a ecosystem is building in this space. And as a matter of fact, we already have the pillars. The pillars are the people that set the structure already. Already have pillars. And then these guys are already like that good at what they do. And then we are working on so many
No,
things.
not this guy.
Basically, we are also building the community. So the spaces you see us hosting, the engagement spaces is just to build the community, like I met Angie today, and see what made them today. We are basically building the community. Yeah. So when you come on a space, know that it's not just a community thinking. It's an agency. Rabbi, I've seen your hand. Sorry, but the GM, you're welcome to the space. You have the mic.
Hey, thank you so much for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
Please do, Rabbi. Share your project with everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, feel free to look at my profile. There's a link there. Additionally, in my pinned post, there's a link to my YouTube streams. You will also find a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You will also find a link to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. The link is my profile, and in that pinned post, we have over 2,500 people in the Discord and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a web reader, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I am here to make you more successful. More than that, though, you should know that I am here to support you all, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Wow,
I don't know if everyone can hear me. Okay, okay, okay. So I wanted to reach out and ask if you guys, I just checked your profile right now. You guys don't have any website. So a massive project like this, you guys should be, having a website to, picture your gospel and share lots of things. So if you're really interested in doing this, I think a professional website will come in handy here. So yeah, I'm always available with Dave, and if you want to, let's do this together.
Oh, thank you so much for your uh, volunteering. That I have had websites in the past. I find it best to send people right to my Discord. Then there's no middleman. But I certainly understand. Also, there's my link tree, and you can find archives of my websites there. Really, a website didn't. Not saying it's not important to have, but in my case, I don't want people looking at a website and saying, "Okay, cool website." I want people coming to my Discord so I can talk with them. I'm live 24 hours a day. I want to connect with them. But if we create a website, I will certainly keep you in mind. King, do you mind if I shuffle with the room?
Yeah, definitely. I also wanted to ask you a question because from you talking, I'm thinking you are more like an educator and also, somebody that impacts on others. Do you have any project you are building that will that can monetize your community? Since you have people on Discord, are you just helping them with educative content, or is this something you guys are really building that will, that we can monetize in the near future?
Oh, most certainly. I'm part of $100 million cryptocurrency. I've been sponsoring them since they launched in May of 2023. The name of the cryptocurrency, it's very long. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. It's a wonderful community. We have over 12,000 people in Telegram. I'm live streaming in the Telegram right now. I'm live streaming there for more than 2 years. And it's an excellence to be able to connect with a really group of people. We have personally, this project has built wells in rural Nigeria and water towers in rural Nigeria. We've spent hundreds of thousands of doing so. So, there are a lot of cryptocurrency there who say that they're going to give back. We have help drinking clean water, and they do dances for us, and they show their appreciation in so many different ways. And we really value the people there. We all a lot of people from Nigeria in that community. I've got to say, of any country that loves Nigeria, it is cryptocurrency. We love Nigeria. We get a great amount of love from the people of Nigeria, and when my stream goes big, I'm going to make sure to help everybody in Nigeria, especially, and that starts with the people in our community. So that is a big project. That's $100 million. I couldn't do that on my own. So if you are interested in a cryptocurrency that I sponsor, I've been wearing their merch for over 2 years, night and day. I'm wearing their pajamas. I'm wearing their shirt. I'm wearing their NFTs on my pillows, or I should say, I have NFT pillows. I have the the sponsorship on all of my betting, and so I live, eat, and breathe this cryptocurrency. So if we make money, that's how we're gonna. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And thank God I connected with you today. So the link, this particular Discord here, is the Discord for the community, right? The
That,
community you're talking about.
no, actually, that's just my Discord. So if you want to connect with me, I'm live in there 24 hours a day. I'm also live in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram. If you want that, that's t.me/HPOS10I. And if you're like, oh, I'm never going to get that, I understand. You could type in HPOS10I into Google and the Telegram, and that will show up as well. If that's still too much for you, send me a DM and I'll send it back to you if you need it written.
What if you do like this? Then you just type it in the conversation. I'll click it up on the Jumbotron, and people could, join your Discord and also join the community as well.
Absolutely. That's a fabulous idea. So I'm doing so right now. It's a T forward slash HPOS10I. And I also put my Discord link in. So you have that as well. And I just posted it. And since I am a speaker, I should have the opportunity to post it in the Jumbotron. So we should see it in the Jumbotron right now. So that's where you can find all of that information. Um, I would love to share some alpha that I've learned over the years, if you don't mind.
You have the mic, Robbie. Robbie, you have shared the alphas you've led over the years.
Abs- Absolutely, absolutely. This is very important, um, and I've helped a lot of people already with this information. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is just protecting yourself. If you are in Web3 and you have a wallet, a crypto wallet, you want to make sure that you write your seed phrase down. You keep it in a fireproof box or a lock box or someplace where no one else can get it. That's very important. You never share that. Too often I hear about people who keep their seed phrase on their phone and they drop their phone or they break their phone or somebody steals their phone. And not only do they lose their phone, which is really important, but they lose their crypto wallet, which can be even more important. Additionally, what I want you all to do is make sure you back up your phones. You don't want somebody to steal your phone at the park or at the market or on the bus and you don't have access to your phone. When you back up your phone, you want to save the backup in the cloud. And additionally, with that seed phrase, you never want to give it out to anybody. Okay, with that, with those protections, this is how we make use of money. Most of you are Web3 marketers. If you're not, you're a graphic designer, you're a moderator, you're a Web3 guru, and all of that is great. I want you to be able to market yourself better. And everything I tell you is free. I'm never going to charge you for anything. And this strategy is free. And this is a winning strategy. If you don't have a link tree, linkttree.com, it's also an app. If you don't have a link tree, you need one. Your link tree is your modern business card. In the past, business people give out business cards. They still do it. I still do it on occasion, where it has your name on it, your telephone number, your address, and you should with a company. That's great. But in the 21st century, in 2025, you need to have a link tree. Whenever anybody comes into my Discord and they say, hey, I've got this project for you, or hey, I'm a graphic designer, or whatever it is, I say to them, do you have a link tree? And if they don't, I know that they're already behind. You create a link tree. Then what you're going to want to do, I have a list of the top 30 social media that you want. And you may say, that's a lot of social media. And I'm going to say to you, yeah, it is. But this is what social media marketers need to have. You need to have these weapons. You need to have these tools. It takes you maybe 2 or 3 hours to create all of them for a lifetime of benefits. So, what are they? Well, currently you are using X, which is great. You need to have a Gmail account if you don't already. Google's the number one website in the world. You need to have a YouTube account. That's the number two website in the world. You need to have a Facebook account. That's number three. You need to have these. Now, you may say, I have a YouTube account. Okay, great. Is it your personal YouTube account? Yeah. Okay, you need a business YouTube account, which is just a YouTube account that you only use for business. You need a Facebook account you only use for business, an Instagram account you only use for business. You don't want your clients looking at your vacation pictures or pictures of your family or what you had for dinner. You don't want to be able to confuse your customer. You want strictly business accounts. So if that means you have to go out and create all new accounts, that's fine. That's what you're going to want to do. It's worth your effort. So what kind of accounts am I saying? Well, the list that I give people is, I'll just read it to you. And I can also send this to you if you send me a DM. So the first page is a LinkedIn, then Gmail. You all have X, which is formerly Twitter. Then you want a YouTube account, a Telegram account. Many of you have Telegram accounts. That's great. That's where a lot of crypto discussions are made. That's the post, the thing that I just put in the jumbo. That's where my crypto community is. Facebook. You want to have a business account for Facebook. And Facebook is owned by Meta. Meta has 4 different apps that are important to have. There's Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and also uh, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and WhatsApp. Those are all important ways to communicate. You need to have TikTok. That's the fastest growing app, especially amongst the Generation Y, Generation Z. You want to have Snapchat, another really important website platform to have. You want to have Pinterest. It's excellent for posting pictures. You want to have LinkedIn. Believe it or not, the app that I've made the most amount of money on, even though I'm an app developer and I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, it's Pinterest. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars just through. Sorry, I said Pinterest. My apologies. LinkedIn. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars just through LinkedIn, and you can too. Reddit is high net worth individuals use Reddit. Many do, especially in the Web3 space. And you're going to be able to create content, but in order to do so, you need to have an account. Quora, which is excellent for asking questions and answering questions. Discord, if you don't already have a Discord account, you need one. Twitch, you may say, Rabbi, I'm not a streamer. That's okay. You don't want somebody stealing your name. You don't want somebody impersonating you. And you may want to be able to upload some of this data to Twitch, and they're now in the future. The same is true with Kick. The same is true with Rumble. X has some competition. A lot of people, when Elon Musk bought X when it was still Twitter, there was a mass exodus to some of these other platforms that you want to have your username on, and those would be Mastodon. The big one where everybody went is Blue Sky. It has over 40 million users, and Truth Social. You want to have your social media locked in on there. You want Flickr, which is an excellent photo sharing app. You want Clubhouse. Believe it or not, Twitter X stole this idea of these audio spaces from Clubhouse. So if you ever don't have anybody to talk to on X, go to Clubhouse. The same kind of conversations are happening there. So those are some big ones that you want. Additionally, you want ChatGPT. You're going to want Sora. If you don't know what Sora is, it is a sister app of ChatGPT, both owned by OpenAI. Sora is AI video generation. It's in the United States, and it's take over your country soon enough. It's just not available there yet, but nevertheless, you can still sign up for it. And Grok has its own app that's separate from Twitter. We're going to need it, and I'll explain why. So once you create all those, and you link them all to your link tree, you're going to come to me and say, Rabbi, I've got them all done. I'm going to look them over. I'm going to say, this looks really great. All right, the next step is we're going to put quality content on your social media. So we're going to go to Grok and we're going to go to Sora, but right now for Grok, it's free. We're going to create 10 short titles, proper descriptions, proper hashtags, and that is going to be of all of your social media accounts. So when your clients go to your social media, it does not look like a skeleton account. There's quality content there, and that quality content is going to be someone, AI model, who's going to be saying, you should check XYZ. They're a wonderful Web3 promoter. You can check them out at .com/X. Just a short video that's realistic and is quality. Then what we're going to do, we're going to optimize your profile. We're going to optimize your profile picture. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you know how to join communities, Twitter communities. We're going to make sure you know how to join Discord communities, and that you do. We're going to make sure you know how to join Telegram communities, Facebook communities. We are expanding your network, and as the phrase that you hear very often, your network is your net worth. I analogize this like we are digging for gold, and right now you all are digging for gold with like one or two shovels. You're using Twitter as a shovel. You're using perhaps Discord or Telegram as a shovel, but you're not using the 30 different shovels that I named that are going to empower you. They are going to be able to get you more business. The reason why I recommend this is threefold. The first is this gives you 30 more channels for people to be able to send you a DM and say, hey, I really saw your content. I really liked it. I have a project. I want to hire you to do the same thing that you did for this other project for me. It's 30 more channels. Secondly, it's 30 more places where you can put your content and you can put your customers' content. And thirdly, it's a way so that people won't impersonate you. If you already have an established presence on these social media platforms, no one's going to be able to impersonate you very easily. And that's what you want. You don't want someone ruining your good name that you worked hard to get and then stealing it away. Another thing I'm going to teach you how to get is a Rumble, a Fiverr account, Fiverr.com. Believe it or not, I have to my knowledge, hired only one Nigerian in my entire life, and it was through Fiverr, and they did an excellent job. They were in Lagos, and I paid them United States dollars using this app. I want you all, once you get all your social media done, you're going to do the same thing that this young person did, this young lady, and you're going to create a, you're going to say, I do social media marketing. And you're going to do exactly what she did, and she got paid, I think, three figures, so it's $100 for just maybe an hour of work. And I want you to be able to get the same kind of jobs. Another thing we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to make memes. And you may say, Rabbi, I know how to make memes. That's great. But do you know how to market yourself with memes? We're going to put your link tree in the corner whenever you make a meme for a project so that people know who the intelligent individual, the creative force was behind this meme. And then you're going to be able to get in the network of the people who are involved in that project who think that your meme was really intelligent. I'm going to teach you how to clip spaces. If you don't already know, we're going to teach you how to at the host or tag the host, tag the co-host, tag the speakers, wherever alpha is shared, so that you can share it to your network and also get on the radar of these hosts and co-hosts who are usually pretty big influencers. Then what we're going to do, we're going to teach you how to shill. We're going to teach you how to get an elevator pitch. We're going to get you a 30-second elevator pitch, a 60-second elevator pitch, and a 3-minute elevator pitch. This is going to change the game. Most of the time when I hear people shilling, they say GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. My name is XYZ. I need a job. I don't really know what to say. If I'm a reply guy, I'm a shiller. I need a job. Please send me a job. And that's fine. At least somebody's trying. So I'm not going to hate on the attempt. But you want to go in with the confidence to be able to say, GM, everyone, I'm XYZ, and I'm the best Web3 marketer on the internet. Here's why. I'm going to promote your content across my 30 different social media platforms. I'm going to make sure your project shows up #1 in Google. Nobody else is going to be able to do that for you like I'm going to. You're going to show up in the 10 pack of Google so that when somebody searches your project, every single result is your project, is your NFT, is your cryptocurrency, whatever it is, and none of your competition. Additionally, you're going to show up #1 in YouTube, #1 in TikTok, #1 in Instagram, #1 on Reddit, #1 on Imager, and all of the other sites that I name. And on top of that, that means you're going to get 30 times more DMs for your project, 30 times more people buying your cryptocurrency, 30 times more people who are buying your NFT, and you will have 30 times more impressions with your project. And guess what? I'm going to do all of that for you for the same price as my competition. You're going to get a 30 times better experience with me. You're never going to want to let me go. I am going to be your secret diamond in the rough social media all-star. We are going to have a lifetime of business together. You will be a repeat customer of mine. You will tell your friends about me, and they will become my customers as well. And I will make sure, starting as soon as you DM me, that we have the best relationship that you could ever wanted with a social media marketer. That's what you want to be able to say. And if you're not a social media marketer, you're a graphic designer, you can say the same thing. You're a moderator, you can say the same thing. You're a dev, you can same thing. It's all about marketing yourself. You can do so effectively. You will be very successful people. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share that information.
My God. Having your DMs. Having your DMs. I was actually writing, but then you were too fast. I got some angles you talked about. So please, this information, do all to drop them in my DMs. I'm gonna join the Discord. Basically, you're welcome to the space. Rabbi, the real ecosystem. I'm the founder and the CEO of this ecosystem and the agency, all right? And Ruth here is the co-founder, all right? Kakao, the manager, Primo, also the manager. Brazil here is a director as well, Amy, also a manager. So we are looking at, building something very, very unique in this space. We don't just want to float. We don't just want to be random persons in the space. And I really, really love what you said. Down, I listened to you, and I think what you said is so valuable because most of us are only building on X. Most of us are only live on X, let's say Telegram, Discord, but imagine of value he has to put out there for each and every one of us. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for tuning into the space. All right, I hope you heard me and I was not wrong, Rabbi.
Oh, I definitely heard you. I sent you a message with all of those different social media platforms. Anybody else who's interested, send me a DM. I will send you the first steps of the guide. And notice every single thing that I said, there's no money involved. I don't want money. All of this is free. I want to empower you to be more successful. I will also post in the chat the list of the 3 different social medias just so people can take it in there. But DM anybody who's interested, more information that I can't find message in the chat, and that's how you're going to be able to connect me, and we're going to be friends for the rest of our lives, God willing.
Basically, we are friends, Rabbi. Okay, you said you are his friends. Yeah, you are my friend, Rabbi. Yeah, I mean, what will he probably
And you are my friend as well. I love your attitude. I love your energy. We're going to both become very successful, and one day you and I, we're going to laugh about this. We're going to list conversation. It's recorded on my stream, and we're going to say that was the first day that we met each other and the first day of a wonderful relationship. And that's for everybody here. I'm here to help you all.
I think let me screenshot this too. I love that. Let me take a screenshot today. I know I like. Oh God, Primo. But thank you so much, Rabbi. Primo. Primo, I see your hands. You can go ahead. Primo, are you there? Oh, I think Primo is rubbing. So, sorry about that. Okay, Rose. We've heard from Rabbi, one new friend and business partner. Okay, Rose, are you there? Are you guys rocking that hard? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay, so now it's my mind is right to that Nabi, thank you so much for that. I was thinking about this TikTok thing and other apps as well. That LinkedIn, I tried so hard, but I don't know why it's not working on my phone. Maybe I'll try my second device. Thank you so much for that. So royalty ecosystem as well. We also try to build and reach out to other platforms and build up there as well. Thank you so much. So what's his name? All right, so thank you so much, Madam. Now I've shared my post about the appeal, so please, you guys should max it. If you can give me a follow as well, I'll follow you back. Let's get to 500 followers and keep building. Okay, please comment, not just fast like, please comment as well. All right, thank you. Anyone has something to say, you raise your hands and then I'll give you the mic. Rob, I think I have a question for you. Are you there?
Yes, I am. I put in the Jumbotron that link to all of the social media that I mentioned, and everyone who is sending me a message, I'm sending them that initial message that I send to everyone. So I love the energy that you all have. And if you haven't gotten my message yet, you will in the next few seconds. Please go ahead, King.
Yeah, I think I have a question for you. Question for you. But then before I ask that question, I will love to hear from Ines. Ines, are you there? Yeah. Do you have any contributions? Do you have something to say on space? It's just that this is a very, very nice amount of stuff that he's trying to show. Like, I mean, yeah, very, very cool. We are super cool. Like, to share this kind of information and everything. Like, it's just wow. Thank you so much for this enlightenment. Like, I actually have TikTok and other social media. I'm not very reactive on them. So, trying to understand something that you have shared and my mind's a lot of things here. So, thank you so much for this.
You're most certainly welcome. To anyone out there, make sure you get a business account that you just focus these social media for your business. One other thing I'd like to include for those of you who are like, I don't have enough space on my phone for 30 new apps. Well, join the club. I don't either. So what you can do is you can create these within the browser. And to, I believe it was Queen who said she wasn't able to get Linktree to work. Download the app if you have the opportunity. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. That should work for you. Queen, if you still are having issues, come to my Discord. I'll walk you through it. I'm an app developer. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I consider myself one of the, if not the best quality assurance professionals in the app world. So I'll be willing to help you in any way possible to make sure that you can get that. And but for those of you who are like, I don't have enough space on my phone, I understand. You can make all of these accounts in your browser. And then what you do is instead of having them send notifications through the app, you have them email you to your Gmail, which you're going to create. And then all you have to do is check your Gmail whenever you're going to get any new information. This is known as push information. So there are two types of information. There's push information, where the information is pushed to you, and there's pull information, where you have to go out and get it. I don't want you to have to go out and get it. I don't want you to have to go to 30 different apps. You're busy people. I don't want that. I want you to be able to sit there and see all of the information coming into your Gmail. And then when somebody DMs you or somebody likes or comments or whatever, then you can go and look and see what someone said. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. Amazing. There is more Rabbi Gucci. Actually, that's the question I wanted to ask because hearing of the different social, I was thinking, how was I be able to multitask? To be here, to be here, to be here, because basically, you could miss, DMs from project, you could miss vital information. Maybe somebody wanted to hire you or something, maybe you went on
Happy
the
dancing.
business. And I was just thinking, how will I be able to manage all these accounts in a way that it's, easy for me. And I think you just answered that without me even asking.
Excellent. 100%. Yeah, you're busy people. And so really you already have probably email addresses. So it's just similar to having an email address, except you're going to get more messages, and you can toggle on what kind of messages you want. If I were you, I would probably only want information when somebody interacts with one of my posts, probably when they send me a DM, and if they follow me, because I want to be able to follow them back. Something that somebody said earlier today when I provided this information. And let me just say, people overwhelmingly think this is the strategy, and it is. I can tell you that they say that, how am I going to get followers? Now, this is an excellent question, because if you just create the account, you don't do anything with it, you will organically get followers, maybe 5 to 10 a week or so. But if you just go in and follow 20 people on these different platforms once a week, within about 2 weeks, you're going to have over 100 followers on all of these accounts. You guys know the best way to get someone to follow you is for you to follow them. It's about a 30 to 50% rate, depending on the social media platform, that someone will follow you back. And then your accounts won't look empty. When you have a customer who's looking at your account or your client and they say, oh, XYZ has over 100 followers on Reddit and over 100 followers on TikTok and over 100 followers on Instagram, that's going to legitimize your account. And give it a year, then you're going to have over 1,000 followers, and give it 5 years. As you all know, many of these social media platforms don't go away. Facebook has been around since February of 2004. It's over 21 years old. These other social media apps are going to be around for a long time, and you're going to be very happy with yourself that you created the social media account when you did, because it will organically grow.
My gosh. If you are on this morning space, you are very, very blessed. You're very, very blessed. I'm telling you, these informations are valuable contribution, and that is it's coming from the best of the best. I'm so, so happy that I'm on this space, and I actually changed it to the Q and Q space. Talk about your project, because if it was just easy, I'm reaching out to people, most of these follow and engagement more basically. I do those things for the culture. Alright, I just wait for the culture to get people easily attracted or something. say thank you so much, Rabbi, for at least bringing this again to this community. And I've already sent you a message already, so and you replied, so I will do exactly what you told me to do. So thank you.
Oh, you're most certainly welcome. You're most certainly welcome. And to anyone out there, please don't pay for this information. Don't pay for any of the services that I stated. All of the social media that I provided, it's all free. So if you run into something that says, hey, try our premium, don't do it. Everything that I say is free. I know what your budgets are, okay? I know you don't have extra money to just be spending on a social media platform every month. So please, if you run into any issue that says, hey, you have to pay for this, no, you don't. Look around the page, you'll see the free option. And also, just in Web3 in general, the good people out there will give you the information for free. King was saying, you're an educator, you're a teacher. You're absolutely right. I'm a teacher. The term rabbi in Hebrew is teacher. Teaching is what I do. I have the heart of a teacher. I have the soul of an instructor and an educator, and I want to make people better. I don't want anything back from it. It makes me happy to see people become successful. When people go and do what I said with the advice that I've given, and they come to me and they say, wow, this is how you changed my life, that means the world to me. In fact, I had a friend of mine who sent me a message today. He just got a job with a very, very the United States' biggest insurance company. He's making six figures, and he said he couldn't have done it without me. I help people in any way I absolutely can, and I will help all of you.
Rabbi, while you're speaking, that's the Holy Ghost minister to me. That we are going to be hosting you maybe weekly as a community. What you just did here is not something you can just share today and then we all understand. All right. So as a community, I don't know when you will always be free. Maybe it could be weekly. It's better that you can come talk and educate, and some people get to really, 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 really understand. And then, yeah. So I don't know the day you'll be free in the week, the time. I just put it into writing, create a flyer about it, make some noise about it, and then we could also be having you to come talk to us.
I'd be happy to. And you should know the reason why I'm here is not because I love all of you and I think you're all amazing, even though I do. It's because the word shill is in the title, and I go through and I type in shill for any of the spaces, and then I go in and tell people about what I do. And so you should know that's why I found you, and that is why I'm here. So be very happy you can the title.
These are people that push unity, and we are always putting these messages without you. So basically, that means anytime we host any space, we have to push you so that, I'm learning. Thank you, Rabbi. So you put the word in your opportunity. All right, no problem. So, Rabbi, maybe we can
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
officially. That's very clear. It's like a rock. It's maybe you can just repeat what you just said. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, I said, are you free now on space to tell us a day that you all let me say, just check out your schedules. I'll be your DMs. All right, in the week, the day and the time, you'll be free to come talk to us officially. We want it to be that.
Absolutely. I think I heard you. I think you rugged. I may not be alone in that, but yeah, I'll keep my schedule open for you, 100%. And there's some other words that you can put in your space that I recommend that will get more people in. So you have chill and chill, and that's wonderful. Um, what you want to do sometimes is put like something that catches somebody's eye as the very first character. So I like to put a heart or the red square because that will catch your eye. And so chill, we're going to use the ampersand, that symbol, so that we maximize the letters. So it'll say chill and chill. And then what we're going to say is share your share your project, NFT, crypto, talent, etc., etc. And I'll write this to you, King, so you have it for the future. But the reason why I advise that's what you do is people search for these terms: NFT, crypto, talent. They will look for project, and then you're just going to get random individuals who see the opportunity to be able to promote themselves, and they will come in here and do that. And I'll write that out for you. But that's just a little advice that I have, and I know it works. In fact, I can tell you how well it works. I was with a friend of mine who has started. Some of you may know him. I'll say his name because I want his space to become more popular. He's Chi Boy. You may know who Chi Boy is. Yesterday we did spaces together. We did spaces for like 2 hours. There were three of us in the space. Today, when he hosted the space, he had 13 people in the space. So, and all he changed was the name of the space. So I know that can change some things. So hopefully we'll be able to not just help you all personally, but help the spaces grow as well.
All right. So with this viewpoint of mine and what Rabbi has said, our engagement money, we are coming to do engagement. What you come to say there is chill and chill spaces. And we put from over keywords how we are doing the engagement because we profit us if we just go on space and all we do is like, retweet, comment, and other things that we are done. So for what we have in those spaces while we are engaging, people are also sharing their projects so that we can also stay positioned on quality information as we've heard from Rabbi. Yes, and if you are not following Rabbi and you are not, kind of what he just said, I'm very sorry because someone like me, after this call, I'm sitting down, sitting my hands down, joining the Discord, getting to really get connected with Rabbi and then understanding what he's saying, also asking questions to see how I can leverage on that knowledge because I think what I noticed is that so many theoretically it's not enough to learn, but another thing you have to implement and you have to act. Do you understand? So for some of you that are here, they're not much. Let me know here that you did not implement. Let me know here that you just fed the information. Alright, so make sure you implement it. So I can praise your majesty. You want to say something? Because I'm seeing your mic on in my head. Oh, is it because I broke? Alright, I'll get this darling very soon. Maybe when I implement Rabbi's information. Rabbi information and it starts working and I start having money. I'll get this darling, Rabbi, as somebody that is, trying to build like the internet space as a marketer, you need a very good internet connection. And in Nigeria precisely, we have a very bad internet connection here. So I'm also grinding to see how I can get a Starlink. How much are they selling Starlink over there, Rabbi?
Starlink, I think to buy the system, it's $600, and then you can get the smaller system starting at like $130 though, and then I believe it's something like $100 a month. Goes up to like $250 a month. Uh, but you should know, yes, one of the first things when I go viral, we are going to do a complete overload of Nigerian communication systems, and I really mean that. You all are very talented individuals, and you don't have the proper tools to be able to show the entire globe your talents. And I want to. That sounds good. And King, if you check your DMs, not only did I send you that long message that I send to everyone on upon initial, but sent you, I think is probably a good way. Not that this isn't a great market to space. It got me in here, and I'm sure got other people in. But we're going to use some of those keywords that are going to catch people's attention. All right, one more piece of alpha for today, and then I'm going to go spread the love to other places. There's a website that you all need. In fact, I'm going to type it and take a look at it. It's known as spacesdashboard.com. ACESDASHBOARD.com. This is absolutely one of the most key websites to any person who is a Twitter Spaces user. I bet you don't know this, but there are over 400 English speaking spaces going on right now, and you can't find them on your phone because Twitter does not show you the information that people need. I want you to be able to find every English speaking space. I want you to be able to have better search options. And if you go to Twitter Spaces, pardon me, spacesdashboard.com, it will show you every Twitter space that's going on right now. It will show you them in order of largest to smallest, all 400 of them. It will also show you chronologically which ones just started. Their search works better than Twitter searches. In fact, if you have an Android device on, you don't get the search bar when you try to search for Twitter spaces, at least with I have like 10 different Android devices and none of them show a search bar. So this is going to allow you to find every single space that's going on Twitter, and it's very easy to. They're all categorized, so you can see which ones are cryptocurrency, which ones are investment, which one are world news, which ones are just Nigeria, whatever it may be. You'll be able to search that. I put that in the purple pill, but I also put it in the jumbotron. When you all have time, look at spacesdashboard.com. That is a game changer. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to spread the love to some other places. I'm going to speak with some people in my Discord. Again, once the space is over, feel free to join my Discord. It's pretty late where I am, so I'll be asleep. You will be able to see sleeping in my Discord. I'm always online, literally 24/7, and have been for 4 years. Send me a DM, though, as soon as I awake and get established for the day. I will address your issue, and I look forward to being friends, very good friends with all of you. Thank you for the opportunity, everyone.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. To all the Jews that have been doing their DMs, I'm begging them for alphas and the Jews to give me alphas. Power to them and to others. Yes, thank you, Rabbi. I will definitely be on this road as a active engager.
You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. I'm excited to hear them. I'm excited for them. Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning.
Yo, goodness, Dev, how are you, big dog? Can you hear me? Goodness, can you hear me? Hello? Goodness. Goodness, can you hear me? Goodness. Goodness. Yo, what up? Metamami, how you doing, girl? I know you. We're gonna make Metamami. Hello, GM. How are you?
Same to you, Rafi.
Excellent. How can I help you, madam?
Actually, I'm still trying to create the social media account.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm still having trouble creating the social media account.
Okay. So talk to me. Okay, so you used a VPN, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what country did you use?
What VPN would you recommend that I use? Because I downloaded Thunder VPN and then subscribe.
Okay, you downloaded Proton VPN?
And then subscribe.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send you the link. Do you have a Google, or do you have an Android device or an Apple device? Do you have Android or Apple? Metamami, do you have a Android device or Apple device?
I have both.
Ooh, fancy. Okay, so then I'll send it to you on both. All right, just one moment. I'm going to send it to you. Do you want it in X? Okay, I'm going to send it to you on X. Now, Metamami, don't pay for anything. So if it says, hey, you can get 50% off for Black Friday, no, you just say, no, thank you. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So don't pay for anything. And anything I tell you, don't pay for anything. So if you run into something that tells you to pay for something, um, don't.
Don't put it on.
Absolutely. I know what your budget is. Don't worry. Okay. So meant you links to both. Okay, so make sure. Here's the key thing. Here's the key thing with the VPN. Just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. With the VPN, to make sure you're connected, you look at the top where, like, it's got your clock and everything. And on Android, usually that tells you you're connected to your VPN. And on iOS, it'll say PM. That's how you know you're connected. You have to be connected. So a lot of times you think you open up the app, and sometimes people don't know. You have to hit connect. Does that make sense?
Right.
Excellent. Of any person, we're going to get them to be able to use an Instagram and a Facebook and everything else. It's you, because I've been in that position before. Never worry. Don't worry. We're going to make sure you.
All right.
Okay.
LinkedIn. You know LinkedIn.
Yeah, I know LinkedIn. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars with LinkedIn.
The problem on your LinkedIn is I can't get myself when I in Nigeria.
Okay, that one might be a little more difficult. Let me look up what we do in that case. If we can't get that one, that's okay. So let me just search it really quickly. Can I get LinkedIn in Nigeria?
No, the problem is I think they're not testing you verification from Nigeria. No.
Okay, so it says, yes, you can use LinkedIn in Nigeria. The platform is fully accessible, and you can create a free account using a valid email address. So what's it saying? Why won't it let you do it? Metamami. So what's LinkedIn saying to you?
Let me check out the link you sent. Let me check out all the back.
Absolutely. Yeah, use a VPN, and there are two ways you go about this, Metamami. You connect with the VPN. You can download the Instagram app and try to make an account through Instagram. If it doesn't let you, then what you want to do is then go to the Instagram.com and try to create an account that way. Same with Facebook. You download the Facebook app, and if you already have the Facebook app, delete it and then re-download it so it gets rid of all of the data. And you try to create your account with Facebook app. And if that doesn't work, then go to Facebook.com and try to get in that way. Then additionally, with LinkedIn, same deal. Delete the LinkedIn app on both of your devices, log in or download LinkedIn, and then try to make the account. If it doesn't let you, delete the app and then go to LinkedIn.com. We'll get it for you, though, okay? The key part is making sure that you're connected to the VPN. So, do you have any questions? What you can do, if you want, just to make sure that you are connected to make sure that you're connected to the VPN, I'm going to send you a website that is going to tell you where you are in the world when you're connected. So it's called whatismyipaddress.com. I'm sending it to you. And what that is going to do is it will show you where your VPN is from once you're connected, okay? If it's still showing Nigeria, then you're not connected. Make sense?
All right.
You're welcome, Madam
Thank you,
Mommy.
Daddy.
You're my pleasure. We're gonna make you an all-star.
Alright, thank you, Dad. I'll be back later.
Okay. You should know it's very late on the on Pacific time, so I may be asleep. But if I am, just send me a message, and when I awake and I get established, I will answer it, and then you come back in here when you know I'm awake, and we can review any questions that you may have. Okay?
Alright. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Take care, Meta Mommy. Yo, welcome. Can you hear me? Hello. Yo, Mr. Kwame. How you living, big dog? What's new?
Yes, my name is Kwame.
I know your name's Kwame. How are you?
I'm doing great, and you?
Excellent. I love your name. All right.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. How'd you find out about me, Mr. Kwame? Oh, I know how you found out about me. I just sent you a message in Twitter. Okay, did you hear me talk in that space?
Sure. Yes, please.
Okay, did you hear me talk in that space this morning or today?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Did you see the message I sent you? It says, so you did right, you joined here, and then you're going to create a link tree, and you're going to create all this different social media, and you're going to connect it to that. If you have questions, you can come back to me, I'll help you. And then once it's all connected, we'll move on from there, we'll populate it, we will teach you how to make memes, we'll teach you how to clip spaces, we'll teach you how to join communities, and then I'll teach you how to pitch. And then you're going to get more jobs. Does that sound good?
Very good. About the link tree, I don't know how to create it. That's the number one question I want to ask.
Absolutely. So you could either go to linktree.com, which is the website, or download the app. It's the Linktree app. It's on the App Store and Google Play. Okay. What kind of phone do you have?
I'm using iPhone 13.
Oh, perfect. Ooh, you got a fancy phone. Okay, I'll send you the link to it. Just for a moment.
Okay.
Now, remember what I said if you heard me in that space? You don't have to download all these apps. Linktree is really basically the only one that you need to download. Maybe Gmail. I mean, it depends what you want to do. But you can create all of the other accounts in a browser. And if you have questions, just reach out to me. I'm always here. I might be asleep, but send me a message, and when I awake, I'll help you, and then we can discuss anything that you need in here. I just sent you the link in Twitter. Take a look at it. Let me know if you have any issues, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. I'm here to help you. So if you have questions, reach out, okay? And don't pay for anything. So if one of these websites says get the premium, you don't need the premium. Just the basic is fine, the free one, okay?
Okay.
Excellent, my friend. Best wishes. Create that stuff. It'll take you 1 or 2 days. When you're done, or if you have questions, come back in here. I'll look at your link tree and we'll move on to the next step, okay?
The next question I want to ask is that
Go ahead.
do I need all the socials that you provided?
Yes, you do. Here's why. It gives you more opportunity to be able to get business. It also allows you to post in more places. Finally, it makes it more difficult to impersonate you.
Okay.
Make sense?
And right now, I don't have any tech abilities. Like I don't, I'm not.
That's fine.
I just computer school do, but I was in
That's
the
fine.
health sector. But I want to
You don't
get
you
more
don't
in
you
the
don't need any
tech
you
side. So
don't listen. You don't need any technical background. You need thumbs, you need eyes, you need your brain. You have all three of those, you're going to be able to do this really well. You don't need any technical background. All of the videos that we're going to create for you, we're going to have AI do it. You just have to use common sense. You don't need any programming knowledge. You don't need any developer knowledge. You don't even need any Web3 knowledge. You just need to be able to create the accounts that anyone can do.
oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Reach out to me if you have any questions.
Sure.
Excellent, my friend. We're changing the world, baby. One person at a time. Why does this microphone suck? I'm not even tired. I love how that guy, Kay, he was like, can you hear me? Yo, man, it's slow. It's delayed. I wonder why it's so delayed. I wonder why no one chats with me. Oh, Restream. Yo, the thinker. Wow, that's like the first time I've ever seen somebody to chat on there. Yo, yo, yo. You, I might have to restart this bad boy. These guys are all excited. I hate to say this is common sense, but I know common sense isn't so common, but it's like, to me, it's common sense. Like, but I don't know. I've been in the industry, so I get it. I mean, it's not that common, but it's like, why wouldn't you create it on all these? Gonna have fucking Nigerians posted on Truth Social. Do you like Nigerians? Fuck yeah. What are your favorite African countries? All of them? Is there any African country you don't like? Yeah, South Africa kind of pisses me off, but only the white people. Isn't that racist? I mean, of anybody who's been a little bit racist in Africa, it's been the South African people, and good reason to so be upset with many of them. But yeah, I love African people. Who's the first African person you met? Bob Benta, probably. Really? Yeah, he's cool as fuck. Any other African people you ever met? Who's the second one? Not known African people, but um, I don't know. I've made some weird. They're not weird, but like I've had some strange ways of meeting people from Africa. They probably say the same shit. Who's your favorite African? Um, is there any African person you don't like? Yeah, the mean ones, just like anybody. Yo, dog. Yo, I'm testing this. Does this work? Yo, yo, does this work? I mean, maybe. I don't know why there's a delay. If that shit continues to suck, I'm gonna be pissed. All right, I wonder how many people have joined the Discord. I don't even pay attention to this shit anymore. But yeah, I do. I check it every day, dude. Um, wow, we're over 2,500, 2,550. That's really good. And good, sir. They're also nice. African people are so nice. Dude, I'm not tired. Yo, yo, dude, that is so delayed. Yo, dude, that is so delayed. It's annoyingly delayed. We'll see. Damn, I need 7 more people to get over 100 people in 24 hours. That's that's moving. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much, OGB. You got it down. Boy, if anything ever happens to me, I'm going to make sure to bring you around so that you can explain what I do. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. As everybody's getting settled here, make sure to repost, like the room, tag your friends. We'll get everybody back, and no need to apologize for the network. We know that you can't control that, and we've all been through it, so no worries there. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. Pardon me? Hey, just sit down, get your popcorn, and listen up. I am king of the internet, and here's why. I stream my life 24/7, and in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. With that influence, I'm becoming viral, and when I go viral, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I'm going to make sure that you have the opportunity at starting charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I am unlike any influencer you've ever. My man. I don't go to your job and shout you out. No, you can't. I'm doing my shill. It's called a shill for a reason. And it says my turn to talk. Hey, my friends. OGB. Tell this person this is not how a shill goes. You don't interrupt whenever you want to talk.
Yeah, John, can you just allow Rabbi to finish? You can ask me questions where he don't just allow him to finish what he says so that you guys understand the points he's making. So if he says he's going to make everyone generational wealth, you just listen to him and hear how he's going to do that because those are questions we're supposed to ask him. But you need to allow him to finish to introduce himself, to introduce what he's doing and how he's going to do that. Then you can ask him those questions, not to interrupt when he's speaking. So, Rabbi, please, you can go ahead and tell us what you're doing. We know you as one of the biggest streamers that we've ever seen. And you're not just doing that, you're doing that because you have a purpose, you have a reason, you have what you want to achieve. You can go ahead and let us know. Maybe if one of us or any of us here have questions to ask you. Once you're done, we can go ahead and ask you those questions. Please don't allow it to interruption. So, we all should have time to speak, and now is your rabbi for him to speak. Please, you can go ahead, Rabbi.
Thank you so much, OGB. You're so kind. Joan, no worries. I'll answer your questions, but let me finish. So, I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. That's making me a very influential person. And with that influence, I want to help you all. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on 20 YouTube streams simultaneously. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even camera. You can view streams in my file. Additionally, in my pin post, you can also find my link tree. Go to my link tree. Look at my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You should also can join my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. I have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and it's growing every single day. We'd love to have you all as members. In addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, free mentor, coach, and friend, feel free to send me a follow. I will follow you back. Feel free to send, I will respond. Join my Discord. You can speak with me there 24 hours a day. You should know I am here to support all, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Most of all, I want to give people hope. Thank you for the opportunity to share that. Now, in answer to Jerome's question, which is an excellent question. All right, so you're going to make us all rich. How are you going to do that? Well, the strategy is fourfold. It has four prongs. The first is through the data. So right now, I'm just moderately known. I'm not a celebrity yet. I'm not viral yet, but I'm going to be. Ask anybody in here. They found out about me over the course of the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, I had zero followers. Now I have over 1,000, coming up on 1,100, and I've gained 100 in less than 24 hours. I'm becoming more and more popular. When I go viral, I'm going to be able to monetize this amount of data. This isn't just one or two streams. This is 4 years of 20 different streams. This is more content than anyone has ever archived on the internet ever. We're going to monetize that. We're going to take all that money that comes from that and we're going to put it into a 503c trust, essentially a not for profit. I'm going to be able to have more money than I know what to do with, and I want to give back to people. And I'm not alone in this. If you know Warren Buffett, he's given back 99% of his net worth. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they've given back a significant amount of their worth. The Zuckerberg Chan Trust, they've given back a significant amount of theirs. I want to do the same, but I want to do it even better. Additionally, you should know that I have more social media than any person ever, which is more content than any person ever. We're going to be able to monetize all of my social media. Then it comes to endorsements. I do endorsements already for cryptocurrencies, multiple cryptocurrencies worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm going to be able to do that for Fortune 100 companies, the largest companies in the world, JP Morgan Chase, Deutsche Bank, General Motors, Ford Motor, Hyundai, Honda, you name it, I'm going to be able to do endorsements for them. And we're going to be able to make money through cryptocurrency. Any cryptocurrency that I endorse when I go viral is going to turn to gold. I am going to have the Midas touch at any point. All I have to do is talk about a cryptocurrency, just like Elon Musk does, and it's going to trend. We're going to be able to make not millions, not billions, but trillions of dollars. We're going to take all of the profits, we're going to put it into a trust, and what we're going to do is any person who has helped me along these streams over the last 4 years, you all are documented. You're documented in here. My cameras see your profile pictures. If you're my friend, you're documented there. If you're in my Discord, you're documented there. And we're going to give you the money that you need to be able to not only help yourselves, but help your friends and help your family. I want the kids who you went to grade school with to be appreciative that you were their friend because we paid off their house and we made it so that they had generational wealth and that their grandparents had generational wealth. I want to help communities. I want to help people all over the world. So the basic way that we're going to make you money is, again, fourfold. It's monetization of the video data. It's monetization of the social media data. It's endorsements and it's cryptocurrency. Now, with that, I see my man Drone has their hand raised. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much, Rabbi. And I think the route you are taking is the best because crypto, data, and social media are the new oil wells that we have in this generation because these are the where we are heading to. And I would like to allow you to ask me his questions. Yeah, thank you for that, and I apologize
Absolutely. This is a great question. Well, it's not just that. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in at Disneyland, and really every major location of Southern California. So I have a lot, and I mean a lot of IRL footage. That's important. That's entertaining. But when it comes to training AI, the most important footage that I have is in my home. And the reason why is it is consistency when is looking for examples on how to model a human and human behavior. They need consistent day after day results to be able to find small nuances in human behavior, in human eating habits, drinking habits, behavior patterns, sleeping habits, circadian rhythms. You have to understand this isn't just going to be studied by humans in the future, it's going to be used as a basis for AI models. I was live streaming before large language models were a part of our daily life. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022, and I've not only seen ChatGPT take over many aspects of society, but also Grok and Copilot and Leo and Gemini and all of the others. So that's going to be significantly important to not just historians, but people who need more data on humans and AI that's going to be modeling this. Now, in addition to that, I have going 24 hours a day a radio in the background that is archiving world news events. So you can go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last 4 years, and know what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. Maybe a generation or two ago, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary. But I'm essentially doing that in the modern era. It's going to be really important to historians to know exactly what was going on in a given day in at least a certain person's life. And it's going to be extremely valuable to society in general. So, for those reasons, I would say that not only is my IRL content important, but also the consistency of my desktop streams is important.
Thank you, brother. As well. Oh, sorry, Drew. I just want to ask, Rabbi, you've been streaming for several years now. I can see the YouTube screen there. Do you plan on improving the quality of the video at any point?
Oh, this is an excellent question. So I don't really need to. The reason why is there are enhancers that are already available. Default can take even just a 120p video and increase its quality to 8K, better than the human discern. And I've learned about these that social media platforms, including YouTube, are looking to the next generation of HD, where they enhance all of their videos to being better quality. So I do have some 4K cameras, some better than others. I'd rather have quantity videos than quality. I'd rather have 20 pretty good quality videos than one extremely good video that is inconsistent, that gets disconnected, that has an app crash. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been confused, I guess. Yeah, but I understand the data that AI can use. So, yeah, your answer makes sense. Yeah, no, thank you for what you're doing. Take care.
Excellent. Great question. Drone, I see your hands raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just going to disagree with you on pretty much everything that you said. Firstly, I think quality is better than quantity. And I am a software engineer by trade, so your approach to training a model doesn't really make sense at all. I mean, you are right, you need a large amount of data, but generally you want a large, diverse, generalized data set to train a model. I mean, your approach is just that would lead to overfitting where we have, if we did get anything useful out of it, it would just be a, model of a signature, general human, which would be valuable.
Okay, then we'll have a really excellent data set on a super Jew. That's fine. I mean, that's better than what we currently have. Currently, we have no models that are even 1 year, let alone 4 years, let alone from 20 different streams. And look, you could be right. I just tend to think that you're wrong, and we need to be able to agree to disagree on this point. That's certainly not going to stop me from continuing to stream my life. And perhaps this will be an important conversation for future generations that study the history of this stream and study what's going on. That we did have detractors and how I was able to handle them, and time will tell. So I respect your opinion and appreciate the questions that you had. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rabbi. Thank you through those questions. Thank you all the way, right? Thank you for the question you asked, Rabbi. Rabbi, I know most of them might not be disruptors or maybe trying to maybe counter what you're doing. Maybe they might be trying to point out areas where you have to improve based on what is actually out there already, based on what others are doing already. I would say what you're doing is kind of similar to what Mr. Beast is doing because most of
I'll
the
be with you in a second.
revenues, the money that Mr. Beast makes from all his live streams, all his videos, is actually going back to the charity, to the less privileged, like the areas where he goes to cities, villages where there are no houses, he builds
Welcome,
houses for
Josh.
them. Those who don't have cars, he plants cars for them, he makes life easy for them. There was a village in Africa where he went and built over 100 wells because they don't have water.
GM Josh, I'll be with you in just a second.
Similar
I'm in a chat. Just be patient.
Okay.
You're good.
And I think I have a question for you, Rabbi. You said you've been doing this for the past 4 years. And if you've been consistent for the past 4 years, which I know you've been, I want to know how has the results been? I know you started since 2020 during the pandemic. How has the results been? Has there been these things you saying you want to do, you want to help the charity, you want to use the revenue to assist the less privileged, to support both ways like hunger and others. Has there been results? Has been has there been the most you've been doing? And also, do you have a team that assists you in doing all of this? Or you think actually these are that you're going to maybe use to achieve all of this?
Excellent questions. You're right. It is similar to what Mr. Beast is doing. I think I'm going to have the opportunity to do it in a much bigger fashion. I have over 100 times more data archived on YouTube than Mr. Beast alone. Additionally, his videos, while entertaining, are highly edited. Uh, I believe in the future, raw data will be of more importance. People will want raw data. Um, Even today, we like raw data of people of the past because it gives us a more accurate depiction of what was going on in day to day life. In terms of your other questions about, um, please, I recognize the part about Mr. Beast. Can you remind me, OGB, the second part of your question?
I mean, you said you've been doing this for the
Ah,
past
yes. Now I recall. Yeah. Do I have a team and such? Yeah. So the cryptocurrency that sponsors me, it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It has about 12,000 members within the Telegram. I've been live streaming my life in there for more than 2 years. And if I ever have anything that I need, with which I need assistance, I can go to that group of people and they can help me. Really, and from my point of, and I also have 2,500 people in my Discord who I can ask for assistance if I need it. But really, what I need to do is just make sure my streams are going. So that's really the major issue. And I restart my streams every 12 hours so that they are archived on YouTube. That's not one long consistent stream. So sometimes people erroneously say you're the person who has the longest stream in global history, and that's not true. I've never tried to do that. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. That's what's important to me. But really, I'm in my own way a one person show with people on whom I can rely and delegate if I ever need assistance. So, for instance, we had somebody who I was in a Twitter space with yesterday, and they wanted to do an interview on the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. I'm not an expert on the dev as much as the dev is on the cryptocurrency. So I could contact the dev of that cryptocurrency, the ticker's Bitcoin, and they're going to do the the interview on my behalf, on behalf of the coin, and that takes a load off of me. It's one less thing that I have to do, and they're going to be able to provide more accurate answers. In terms of the people who I help on a day to day basis, that's what I fill my time with, assisting people become more successful in their social media strategies. So I do have a lot of time that I am able to fill with helping people. And then in turn, those people come back and help me if I ever need them. But generally, so long as I keep the streams going, that's the primary goal. Every morning when I awake, I restart the streams. And then before I go to bed, I restart them again. And so long as I keep doing that, the data is archived, and that's the important thing about my project. OGB, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think you partially answered it, but not so well. Like, I mean, you've been on this for the past 4 years. That's you started during the pandemic. That was around 2020, and this is 2025. So that's over 4 years. I'm asking, has there been tangible results, like significant results, based on what you are trying to achieve? I believe in the first year, you set up your plan that this is what I want to do, this is what I want to achieve. Okay, let's assume in the first year, you're setting up, you were making plans, you were coming up with strategies, you were organizing, getting gadgets, and everything you needed to do. Yeah, that is the first year. Let's say in the second year, let's say you're trying to become maybe known in the space, getting to push out your content. Okay, that's that. Then in the third year, there should be maybe a little result that you're already getting. Then in the fourth year, maybe you started achieving those things you wanted to achieve through this your project, even though that shouldn't be maybe I don't know, maybe I'm saying you don't need to you don't want to push that, but in the fourth year they should at least be maybe a significant result that based on the as in you want to help people, you want to help people that are facing hunger and some other things you mentioned. Have you been able to achieve any of these things? Has there been any results? That's what I want to know.
Excellent question. Yes. Okay, so we have in the project that sponsors me, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building wells and water towers in Nigeria, in rural Nigeria. So, yeah, there's been accomplishment, at least in the helping the world aspect. We were able to complete that in 2024, so last year. And then, additionally, in terms of the growth of my streams, I started with 0 followers on everything. On TikTok, I have over 10,000 followers. On Instagram, I have over 10,000 followers. On Twitch, I have over 50,000 followers. I started the Discord when I first started, but in about a year and a quarter, we have 2,500 people in the Discord. And you're absolutely right, OGB. I'm in agreement with you. When are we going to start to see this really blow up? We just started our fourth year last month, and you know about me, and I within the last 2 weeks have gotten over 1,000 people on this Twitter account. Previously, I've had tens of thousands of people who have followed me on other accounts, but for whatever reason, those accounts get suspended, whether it's following too many people or perhaps whatever reasons Twitter support wants to give me. But if I were to say that we're not too far away just from the reaction that I'm getting in Twitter spaces, it just takes one person who is a KOL, a leader within the Twitterverse, to notice what I'm doing, repost what I'm doing, it goes viral, and the rest is history. I see Ben Gree, you've got your hand raised. Go ahead. Absolutely. Yes, it is Bongo. Apologies. Yeah, if you go to the Telegram for our um, project, it's t.me/HPOS10I. All you have to do is ask in the chat, will somebody please send me a video of the wells that were built in Nigeria? And those images will come to you. There are videos of people celebrating this. I'm not the person who personally built them, so don't think you're going to see pictures of me in Nigeria perhaps someday. Yeah, so uh, just t.me/HPOS10I. And in the Telegram chat there, just ask, can someone please send me the pictures of the wells and water towers that were built? And you'll get pictures of those. I mean, I've seen them myself, but then you'll also, perhaps if you ask for it, you can ask for some of the content that people provided to us in thanks and their appreciation, celebrating the fact that they had clean water.
All right, Rabbi, thank you very much. And this is how great things to start. Most people who are great today, they were once doubted when they were coming up. Maybe some places counter them, some places were like, you can't do it. And they kept doing it until they achieved what they wanted. So big ups, Rabbi. Everyone can go ahead and connect with Rabbi and explore more about what Rabbi is doing. And thank you very much for tuning in to the show. And love to see you more often. This show is posted every day, 8 a.m. UTC. So, Joe, my guy, what's up? What Alpha do you have for us today? John is not yet. One minute, I don't know. Do you have an Alpha for us? All right. Okay, bye. I'm not here to show anything in particular. Just, you can continue, I suppose. I think you had something to say. Alright, well, I don't know if you have one or two alphas or anything in the next you ask that we get to connect with you. That's what we do here. Okay, think is not available at the moment. If I could, the mic is yours. If you have one or two alphas to show to us. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be here once again on the show as it goes down every other day, right? But if I want to say sorry that I was late, I had some hooked up on some stuff I couldn't just get out of it until now. What I wanted to point out is some of these stuff that Rabbi dropped. And this other guy, Bombay, was asking for details on how to get to Telegram. And he just literally called it out in numbers. I was thinking it would be better if anybody can drop those information on the Jumbotron so that it will be easy for anybody to pick it up and check out some of these details and just be able to grab what they want because I'm not sure if Bombay will be able to capture the username that he called, right? So I don't know. I was just thinking it would be better if he can drop it on the comment section, right? Or somebody can bring it up to the Jumbotron so that it's easy for anybody to pick it up there and get to verify and see some of these videos that he's talking about.
Absolutely, I've done so. And then additionally, just asking Leo Braves AI to give you just some specifics. The term, I asked it about the water towers that we built. So the project this is what AI says. The project has successfully installed a water system in Onipanu Village, Nigeria, funded by donations from the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10i community. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10i is a meme token launched on the Ethereum blockchain, combining pop culture icons like Harry Potter, Barack Obama, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Shiba Inu in its name. It has a circulating supply approximately 1 billion tokens and a market capitalization of around 54 million as of early 2025. The token's price has fluctuated significantly since its launch, et cetera, et cetera. So, if you all, I'm not exactly sure where Onupanu Village is in Nigeria, but that's where it was. So, I also put in the Jumbotron the Telegram, and that's more information on it.
There's a little gap here. I can jump in and speak again. I am working on some stuff. If you guys have ever thought about bringing the sex industry to blockchain, religious, so doing some balance of religion. That's cool. That would be a sex work service blockchain. Features tokenomics, mining, NFT moments as well. Okay, I was making sure I didn't want to make it written. So could you inform those information to the job so that we can check it out? Maybe how long working with this project is it anywhere intended to make so that we can check on that know exactly, or maybe able to give us more info about it. If you have a content you need about it, then you just bring it to the comment section or the Jumbotron is check on that. For sure. At the moment, it's mostly information on private GitHub. So we're just working the early stages and mainly talking to the sort of human capital that works within the industry, so the actual workers on the streets, just getting a sort of feel for what they need, because at the end of the day, it's to improve safety for them and make them a bit more, money. Because I think it is one of the hardest jobs there is around. So at the moment, what we've got is we've got like a public Google Doc just running over the sort of tokenomics of the whole operation. And then private GitHub, which we will be releasing to the public probably within the next 3 months. Alright, so you could always tune into this show to maybe let us know how far you've gone, and if there's any way we could support or come in to work with you. We are here, we're ready to push any project that is legit, as long as you're building a real team, you're building legit stuff that won't affect our communities. When we present it to them, we are always available to support your project. Thank you very much. No worries. I did want to mention as well, we're looking at implementing a deflationary mechanism like burning, like Shiba burns and whatnot. And we want the burns to actually go to Nigeria because a lot of the members of the board are Nigerian. So we just want to help out with smaller communities. And we're just looking at making positive impact in this sort of space. Alright, I'll jump to pass the mic to maybe DMS. DMS, I would like you to ask one or two questions to one of them before you give us those efforts regarding the project they are currently working on. DMS, are you there? DMS. Alright, DMS is not close to his phone. If I don't you have any question for Craig, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I didn't really hear it, but I heard something like sex work or something. Was that what you said? Yeah, yeah. So, okay, how does this apply to something that can be put out to a community of people and also people to on the blockchain? I like to understand that much.
So the idea is, I don't know if you've heard before, but people say that the sex industry is the oldest industry in the world. Like it's been done since the dawn of time, all across the world. What my team's looking at doing is bringing the oldest industry in the world onto the blockchain to modernise it.
Okay, so modernize it. Right. Okay, I don't know how to put this question, but I'm going to come around with it. You are talking about bringing, should I say porn now, to blockchain?
Did you ask a question, sir?
Yeah, I'm asking, are you talking about bringing porn to blockchain?
No, so not porn, right? That's sort of a separate thing. That would be considered the NFT sort of things. This is real world sex work. So talking people on the street to the blockchain, able to use please and thank you token, and the consent of the transaction is recorded on the blockchain.
Okay. Well, that's something else entirely. I've never come across. Maybe there could be other team out there trying to do something like this, but in terms of coming in contact with somebody who is thinking to that direction, that's very very new, right? But of course, blockchain is an open source. Anybody can build just anything they want on the blockchain as long as it's something that brings peace to humanity and whoever finds him or herself interested at the end of the day. It's not something that you could say is restricted to a particular type of product or project. It's an open stop. Anybody can do anything. So I think that's just the question I have. So I wanted to really understand if this is like straight up bringing fun to blockchain. How do you plan to, is there going to be any incentive for people who are interacting with this, right? Or just ensuring that the consensual process is recorded?
Yeah, no, great question. Thank you for that. Thank you for treating my project with such respect for your questions. So the overall aim, like you just mentioned then, is the consent mechanism for the blockchain ledger. This is not bringing onto blockchain. I think there's going to be so many thousands of people across the world already doing that. This is to provide safety for real world sex workers so that they can be a bit safer in the current modern age. And yeah, it is sort of a play on the oldest industry in the world. We just want to bring a bit more transparency to it. We believe no one should be ashamed. We know it's a hard traumatic job. But yeah, we're just trying to modernise it and have a positive impact on the world.
I think my next question would be why? Let's, for example, because we need to really explore these new ideas to see some of the areas that you are bringing together to ensure that this becomes something want to use platforms to push what you're doing, right? Or let's, for example, the person getting hooked up to someone in a different location, right? How do they ensure that this transaction is recorded on the blockchain? And also know, okay, this is the person I'm going to meet, and because the guy just booked and the call is going, right? How do you ensure that from the time of the agreement, right, is now at each point to your project, or does the blockchain need to record, what is now going on, so that the public will be able to see this and attest that, okay, this was what happened, this was when the agreement came onto the blockchain, and yeah, at the end of the day, what happened.
I think I get what you were saying. So essentially, to break it down, think of Uber or sex work. So there's a profile you link to, you create your own profile, you see let's say, instead of driver, the worker, you see their profile, you see their ratings. The actual project you work on is a payment system and a consent protocol. So it's incorporating that within sort of an Uber-like interface for the user.
Absolutely. Just you had a question. Hey, do you have any pictures or video of those wells that you say that you guys have built? If you look in the jumbotron, you can find both pictures and video of the water towers built there. And if you need further proof, just let me know. And you certainly, if you ask in the Telegram, you'd be able to get it. But the tweet states, have it. We're 90% the demon-free water project for Onipanu Village. The marble plaque has already been mounted. The marble has been mounted already. POS 10i, that's another coin, and Sproto Guardian of Onipanu Village has been painted already, and all that remains is the finishing touches. So there it is. There's video. There's a photo of it. Now, in terms of your project, it's certainly interesting. I too have questions. So, what about for people who don't want their sexual experiences archived forever on the blockchain? Uh, Usually, people who are interested in this type of service want it to be anonymous. What is your answer to that?
So to answer that, essentially, the user proves whether they want sort of NFT moments of their encounters or not.
No, I understand that. No, not NFT moments. No, I'm saying that I go and I search out the prostitute. If I send her Bitcoin, that transaction is archived for eternity on the blockchain. That's a major disadvantage to the current system where generally cash can be exchanged anonymously. Why would I want to have the fact that I paid for a prostitute archived on the blockchain?
Okay, so to answer that, it is very early in the project. Think of the current popularity from Zcash, Monero. So we're looking at running that sort of network. So encrypted, essentially.
Okay, so a system like Monero could work for that. Okay, I think it's key that you state that in the pitch, but just advice because if not, that's the last thing that people, or one of the last things that they may want archived. So the anonymity of that is pretty good. I think that works. It currently can be done. I'm sure that that's done to some extent. Women just providing services for um, some type of cryptocurrency. Now, if you're in a place where it may be more legal than others, some place like Australia, as I take it, perhaps Netherlands in some areas, this may be to perhaps be able to pay for services. Still, at least in the United States, it's it's illegal just about everywhere. There are some exceptions to that. So, if I understand correctly, would you just start this in places where it is legal and you do everything above board? Would that be the ideal goal for the project?
Yep, 100%. We're going to just be doing this 100% legally within the bounds of the law. Yeah, we're so fresh to this. Like, this is such an early project. These sort of discussions and spaces would really flesh out the project and lead for more discussion and changes. So, like you just said, you're going to be keeping this in the bounds of the law. And it's an option. It's not all sex workers have to use this. It's just another option, which I think is important. It shouldn't just be transacting with fiat. I think there should be other methods of transacting.
I agree with you. Um, I have a high degree of respect for sex workers. I don't think that they're really doing anything that should be looked down upon. We all do it in one way or another, whether it's a spouse for housing in exchange for their acts, or a boyfriend and girlfriend. These are done in very commonly, and we don't look down upon those types of relationships. In the case that you're describing, it's essentially a tit for tat, no pun intended. It's a this for that. It is an exchange of services, and I don't think should be seen as taboo. And I'm glad that there are countries that are recognizing this, and the Uber aspect of it. I've launched Uber like apps. It is complicated, but it's certainly doable. These do exist to some extent, to my knowledge, or at least have. I've heard of busts on them, basically web pages that you can go to find certain ladies of the night, so to speak. So I think the same type of technology that is utilized for on demand services certainly could be utilized for this type of service. Uh, what do you do in a situation where you have someone who's not satisfied with the encounter, either one way or another? The woman's not satisfied, perhaps with the amount of money or something, or maybe, I mean, aren't you going to have issues with perhaps like a situation like a rape or something like that? That this will, the company or this project will have any kind of perhaps liability in that case? What are your thoughts?
Right. I think one lawyer is not available to ask those questions. I think we've discussed a lot about his project. To be sincere or to be frank, his project is not a
absolutely. Unfortunately, they left, but I just posted another picture of the jumbotron of a video actually of that well working, so you can see I'm helping a project that we do what we say, and the people celebrating it there. So if anybody has any further doubts or questions or wants more evidence that we are going to try to help the world and that we are currently doing it, let me know. I'll provide you as much evidence as possible. But you can see in the video that I provided that well being completed or the water tower, and it's a beautiful thing. And I'd like to do that everywhere in Nigeria and the world. Thank you. Did I rug or is it just silent?
I want to connect BBC. It connect BBC easily to blockchain filter of this stack, and it's hosted by Conduit. And the MQB universal electronic cash system specifically optimized for stablecoins. So the rest 15.8 million in the seed round participated by the likes of
1100. That's good.
Where it's a
Act
strategy.
This is
of
the most
avodah
boring
zarah. Total action of avodah within one hell. So the Gemara says, "You know about the halach is he's only chayiv once." So the chayiv once. So again, it's important to get the names down over here. So this is Rabbi Zakkai saying over to Rabbi Yochanan. So the halacha is he did all of these things only chayiv once. So Amalei took Tani Lebra. This is interesting. So Rabbi Zakkai says to Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan essentially says to him, get that out of the base medrash. Right? In other words, don't even tell me that. Get that statement out of the base medrash. I'm Rabbi Abba. Hadron of Zak. I'm not sure the Gemara says so. Okay, so obviously, so remember, so Rabbi Yochanan did not claim to this particular statement. So the Gemara is Rabbi Abba. Hadron of Zakai. Machlok Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Nasa. This statement of Rabbi Zakkai is in fact a machlokas between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Nasa. What's the machlokas? The Sanya Havara Lalali. This is actually very interesting. Oh, okay. Shalom Aleichem, Chaver Eretz Yisrael. I see no shame. I should David over here. I'm here to ask this. Okay, Richard, Baruch Hashem, a nice Chaver Eretz Yisrael. Studying Chevra, learning Chevra. Okay, beautiful. Shalom Aleichem, everyone. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Beautiful. Okay,
Josh.
Gemara says as follows.
Josh, are you still there, my
Have a
friend?
great time. Enjoy. Beautiful.
Josh, can you hear me? Josh, I'm here for you, big dog. Apologies. That went way longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, man, I can hear you.
Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Okay, I'm here. Just one moment. Josh. Just
Okay, sir. Okay.
just one moment. You're such a sweetheart. Thank you for your patience. Okay. I'm here to help you. All right. Josh, how can I help you, my friend?
So I've already downloaded all the apps you recommended for me to download.
Okay, you didn't necessarily need to download them. You just need to create accounts with them. Did you create accounts with them all?
I've created an account with some, but I'm still creating it.
Okay. So, and it's fine that you downloaded them. That's cool too. So just finish your link tree. When it's done, send it to me. Come in here. We'll look it over. And then after that, we'll create 10 videos for you to be able to populate your social media. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. Good job, Josh. You're on the right track, my man. You're almost done. And then you never have to create these accounts anymore. And they're going to organically grow for you. They're going to allow you to post in more places. They're going to get you more customers. And it's going to make it more difficult to impersonate you. Sound like a plan?
Yeah, man.
Excellent, big dog. All right. So come back when you're done, and I'll be happy to move on to the next step with you, okay?
Okay, sir. Thanks,
Excellent.
Rabbi.
You're welcome, my friend Josh. Anytime, my friend. Take care.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
mics, and I ended up in a driveway. What does that mean? Like a man's driveway. You've tried a lot of these open mics, and you've ended up in a driveway. Yes, because that's where they go. At that point, is it your fault or is it his fault? I mean, as society, we're gonna sit around and be like, this freak was luring dumb girls into his driveway. And you would think, yeah, that's dumb. But then you meet the dumb girls that were lured into the driveway. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, this guy was, fishing with dynamite. 2 weeks here, what have you learned about the city? Well, I tried a lot of these open mics and I ended up in a driveway. 2 weeks here, what have you learned about the city? Well, I tried a lot of these open mics and I ended up in a driveway. What does that mean? Like a man's driveway. You've tried a lot of these open mics and you've ended up in a driveway. Yes, because that's where they go. At that point, is it your fault or is it his fault? I mean, as society, we're gonna sit around and be like, this freak was luring dumb girls into his driveway. And you would think, yeah, that's dumb. But then you meet the dumb girls that were lured into the driveway. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, this guy was, fishing with dynamite. Kudos to him for not quitting, looking for a way out, getting submitted. But kudos to him for sticking through it and just kind of getting dominated when you thought you had this game plan that was going to give fits to Islam, and that was not the case. And I think he realized that first round. Oh, I'm fucked. We basically gave him my playbook. And I'm fucked. I don't have a chance. But the fight very similar. I was on DDP. Very similar. Yeah. But also people forget the same thing happened with Hamzat. And I get the backlash where people are like, oh God, Hamzat, Islam, Rob, these guys are finishers. We get 25 minutes of this. I get all that. But Hamzat and Islam are generally finishers. And there has to be some blame put on JDM and DDP. Like, that's kind of why it's boring. It's on them to make it exciting, unfortunately. It's on them. We know what Islam and Hamza are going to do and Marab's going to do. It's on their opponents to kind of make this exciting fight. Because if you can't stop it, which is your job, which is why you're there in the first place, if you can't stop it, you don't come up with some wrinkle to get back to your feet and engage in striking, it's kind of, you got to stop it, man. So there should be some criticism headed their way, JDM just did not look like he had any answers. Here's the reality, folks. If you go through the welterweight division, I want to know who you guys think could actually defend the takedown from Islam. And before you answer that, can we just give Alex Volkanovski his flowers? How fucking good is Volkanovski? Granted, he didn't fight him at 70, and it's a different animal. I'm just saying, how fucking impressive is Volkanovski for some of us that he won that first fight? That's how fucking Volkanovski was in his prime. He went toe to fucking toe, stopped the takedowns, that needs to be studied. Volkanovski is a motherfucker. Because since then, he's given up any fucking robbers whatsoever. So shout out to Volkanovski. That should be fucking documented and studied. And my God, is he fucking good. He's going through 70 right now. And if you're the UFC, right? Islam made it look so easy at 70. He's like, this is my home. I feel so good. You're like, yo, this is a problem for the rest of the division. And he's been wrestling goats and bears and Khabibs since he was 2, right? And carrying lots of shit. And that's his pedigree, that's his base, and it's just in his DNA and its muscle memory, and there's no way to stop him. If you go through 1 through, we'll say 10, if you go through 1 through 10, my question is this: who the fuck is going to challenge him? We'll get to Ilya after this. I'm just talking about sitting here now. Who the fuck is going to challenge him? Now, a lot of you are looking at the top 10 and going, Shavkat, Rakhmonov, he could do it. Maybe he's inactive, he's had injuries. You sure as fuck not can come back after a year and jump right in a title shot. That doesn't make sense. And he did show some issues and some chinks in his armor against our boy Machado Gary. So I would still have Islam minus 300 favorite over Shavkat. Yeah, Edwards out. Kamaru Usman. Now, some of y'all are saying Kamaru Usman deserves a title shot after his 1 win over Joaquin Buckley. You think Kamaru's going to stop his wrestling? Maybe prime Kamaru. Maybe you have an argument there, but long in the tooth Kamaru, that's tough. Machado Gary's an interesting one. He could stay on the outside. He did very well against Shavkat. Where he got Shavkat's back. And Machado, again, still a minus 300 right in the fight, but I like his chances better than most of those guys, especially 1 through 6. Michael Morales. A lot of people asking for him to get a title shot right now. I think he's one more impressive one away from that. I think he's one away from that. I think it's just too much of a jump right now. Because he beat Gilbert Burns, right? Older cat, older line, and then you beat Leon Edwards. Great win. Never been knocked out. He's coming off a tooth fight, losing straight, under the tooth. So you need one more against one of those younger lines, and then you get a title shot. His judo background is interesting. We haven't seen him really tested. I don't want to find out if he's up to par this soon, though. I think there's one more. But he's an interesting one. He's so explosive, big, size advantage. Prata is not yet taking Machado Gary, so he's still 2 away. And after that, it's a disaster. As far as beating Islam, there's not a lot. Islam's about to go on a fucking run, dude. He would be favored in every single fight they give him. Unless he did some crazy shit and jumped up 85 and fought Hamza. That's the only fight he would be favored in. I think Hamza at 85 against Islam, Hamza would be favored. Now, Hamza at 70, I would favor Islam. But if it's at 85, that's a different animal. Islam, looking at his competition, and there's a lot of opponents for him, there's a lot of adversaries. I would be willing to bet in the next 3 years he's probably your greatest of all time. Despite, he's not being winner by striking, just looking at the resume he's going to have and the quality he's going to have, it'd be up for debate between him and John, but it's going to be the narrative. There's not, and they're big names, and the division's deep, and he has a lot of contenders, and he's going to mob through them. Especially with his style. He's so good at 70. It's an argument with Chris all the time between John and Islam. And he's out of the Khabib shadow, right? Khabib doesn't have a quality win like this. So good for Islam. Now, the UFC's going to UFC, and you have a White House card coming up, and you have a big Paramount deal coming up. So, Shavkat, Kamaru, Machado Gary, Michael Morales, Carlos Prates, none of those are blockbuster. They're for the hardcore, right? We're like, fuck, take my money. But just think of it like your dad. And that's how the UFC's thinking for Paramount, for the White House. If you have to bet on it, you're probably going to get a blockbuster fight with Ilya Topuria going up to 70 and fighting Islam. Who likes that fight for Ilya? Now, at 55, I favor Ilya. I like 55. 55 matchup. Islam, Ilya, that's a fucking fight. Ilya jump up to 170. I don't know how he deals with that wrestling. I just don't know. But if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Ilya. He has the wrestling pedigree. He has the explosiveness. He has the quickness. He could do it. I would imagine he's still a slight dog in that fight, though. But I'll be rooting for Ilya. And I would assume that's what the UFC does. You can get Ilya versus Patty Pittman in January, I bet, or like early first quarter next year. And then Islam will defend his title if Ilya were to win that 170. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, 170 is packed. It's interesting. Moving on, our boy Bo Nickel. Got it done. Flipped off the fan base. I get it, dude. I fucking get it. I was proud of him. Looked better. Definitely incorporate wrestling more. Dominate even against a world-class jiu-jitsu guy. Just, he came out with purpose. Obviously won with striking, which I wasn't thrilled about, but he did get it done. His striking did look better, but it's still, his striking is still not his path to championship role. And you gotta hope, because he won by knockout. His takeaways, the reason this stuff worked is because I used my world-class wrestling to set it up and wear his ass out and then finish him off with striking. Hopefully this doesn't mean, man, let's just double down on striking moving forward. I also wouldn't say, all right, now he's ready for the top 10. Slow down. There's a ton of competition. Let's just slow it down. All right, let's not jump him into the deep waters yet. He still has work to do, and that's evident. He looked amazing. Probably his best fight yet. But let's build this slowly. Let's keep going. But shout out to Bob. I'm so happy for him. One of my faves. He was well documented. One of my faves. My girl lost. Yeah, Tracy got choked out. That sucked. She won the first round too. I was expecting more of RoboCop and Kopolov. Such a cool prize. Matt Malcolm? Yeah, I know that sucks. Let's take a little break here. Picture this. It's midnight and you're laying in bed scrolling through this new website you found. Have the add to cart button on that item you've been looking for. We've all done it. After about 15 minutes, you decide you've done enough damage to your wallet. You decide to check out. You remember that your wallet card is in the living room and you don't want to get out of bed. You're all cozy just to get it. And just as you're getting ready to abandon your cart, that's when you see it. That purple shop button. That shop button that has all of your payments and shipping information saved. It makes it so easy. Saving you time while you stay warm in your cozy bed. That's Shopify. And there's a reason so many businesses sell with it. Because Shopify makes everything easier from checkout to creating your own storefront. Shopify is the commerce platform behind 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. From household names like Mattel, Gymshark, and brands like DriveFast, All Gas. Shopify gives you that leg up from day one with hundreds of beautiful ready-to-go templates to express your brand style. Forget about the code.
All right, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara wants to suggest that the statement of Rabbi Yochanan is in fact, the statement of Rabbi Zakkai is in fact machlokes. What's the machlokes? The sanya. We'll say this is one of the most esoteric machlokes we have in Hilchos Shabbos. We've seen it multiple times, and it's good to just see it once more. The sanya. Havar lavitzas. So here's what you know. Hilchos Shabbos. Where do we learn Hilchos Shabbos? Where's Hilchos Shabbos learned from? Where do we learn from? Juxtaposition to the Mishkan. Now remember, interestingly enough, however, the Torah does go out of its way to say, Lo sivaru eish b'chol moshvosechem b'yom HaShabbos. The Torah does say, do not kindle a fire in your home on Matzah Shabbos. Sorry, on Matzah Shabbos. You can kindle a home in your fire on Matzah Shabbos. Go, please. Go for that. Go for that. In other words, kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. So the shaila is like this. The general shaila is, why does the Torah feel the need to single out Havara for Shabbos? In other words, remember, had the Torah remained silent, I would have said that just like fire was part of the process of the Mishkan, so to Allah, you can kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. Why does the Torah feel the need to single out Havara? So this is a fundamental machlokes. So the Gemara says, "Desanya Havara l'lav yotzas Rabbi Yossi." Rabbi Yossi says Havara was singled out, interestingly enough, to teach you that whereas every other Shabbos transgression is punishable by death, if you go ahead and you kindle a fire, that is quote unquote only punishable by a lav. In other words, that the reason it's singled out is to create diminished liability. That's the understanding of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Nassim says no. Rabbi Nassim says like this. Rabbi says L'chalik Yossi means this also to teach you that there is individual liability for every Shabbos transgression. What does this mean? I'm gonna thought like this. Hilchos Shabbos is like one lump of violation, right? One island of violation. And therefore, no matter what you do in Hilchos Shabbos, no matter how many transgressions you go ahead and you engage in halacha l'maisa, there's only one liability. The Torah singles out Havara to teach us that halacha l'maisa, you are chayiv for each and every malacha that one performs. That's the chalik also. So now, what does that do with what we're talking about up here? So the Gemara says, according to the opinion that says the Havara was singled out. Whereas every other Shabbos transgression carries the death penalty, Havara only carries it in a lab. So he'll say what? Nami Lilat Yatzak. I will say that interestingly enough, there's a fascinating parallel here between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. Because on one hand, the Torah tells us to worship Avodah Zarah, yet the Torah also singles out prostration, bowing down to Avodah Zarah. So once again, why single out prostration? Why single it out? So the Gemara says, so according to the opinion that says that Havara was singled out in order to make one chayiv for Allah. This prostration, right? Prostration, bowing down to an idol, was also singled out to say that what? That whereas normally worship of Avodah Zarah carries the death penalty, but prostration, bowing down, is only allowed. Okay. According to the opinion that says no, Havara was singled out in order to create individual liability for each and every malacha. Don't say that what? So prostration was also singled out in order to go ahead and create individuated liability. And listen, I remember, why is this important for us? Because how did this whole Gemara start? The whole Gemara started with Rabbi Zakkai giving over a ruling before Rabbi Yochanan. What was the ruling? That if a person went ahead and offered up a rice slaughtered and sprinkled and libationized, right, and did all of these different things and bowed down to an idol, the hell of that in one lapse, he's chayiv achos. He's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now. Adi and Rabbi Yochanan did not take kindly to that teaching. We're trying to figure out over here what exactly is it that is unfolding. So let's give Rabbi Yosef. So Gemara is suggesting maybe halacha l'maisa, that statement itself of Rabbi Zakkai is subject to machlokes. In other words, just like Shabbos, you have one malacha that was singled out. Why was the malacha singled out? Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach you that it's only a lav, whereas everything else is punishable by death. Rabbi Nassim was singled out to teach you that you're chayiv for each and every malacha individually. So too, let's say the same machlokes applies by Avodah Zarah. Why was prostration singled out? Why was it singled out? according to one opinion, in order to teach them maybe whereas everything else in Avodah Zarah is punishable by death, prostration is punishable by a lav. Second opinion, no, to teach you that there's individual liability for each every act of Avodah Zarah worship. So one second, let's go to Rabbi Yossi. So first of all, Rabbi Yossi comes in and says, maybe not. Maybe you can't actually align these things. Why not? Dilma, at Kamo Rabbi Yossi Hasam, Havar Nelad Yatzasa, Dinaf Galei Chilik Malachos, Me'achos Mehina. So Gemara says, first of all, maybe Rabbi Yossi only holds. Havara is different. Like that, by Hilchos Shas, when the Torah singles out Havara, kindling, then Halacha says coming to single it out for a lot. Because remember again, by Shabbos you have another pasuk. The pasuk in the photo here says, Daber al b'nei Yisrael ne'mar, Tefta b'shka mikol mitzvos Hashem Hashem sasena, va'asa kos mehina. So the Torah is really talking about, again, carbonic liability, carbon katos, right? The halacha says if a person performs me'achos mehina. Now we're going to see that phrase is an interesting one because the way it translates me'achos from one, mehina from these, because chilik malachos, right? It could be that Rabbi Yossi Havara is sealed out for purposes because that chilik malachos learns out the idea that every malachos is really from that phrase me'achos mehina. The sanya, but here we go. Second one, by the sanya, Rabbi Yossi says va'asa me'achos mehina. When the pasuk says, and he will perform. So this is about the violator. The person who's violating halacha, he performs the asa me'achos mehina. He does one of these things. This is actually very interesting. Tamim shechayiv achos apsilon. We'll say sometimes you're only chayiv once for multiple acts of liability. The pamim shechayiv achos va'achos. And sometimes you're chayiv multiple times for each and every act of liability. Okay, so again, this is a bit of a strange statement. So sometimes you could perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once, and sometimes you could perform multiple acts and be liable for each individual one. Okay, we'll define what that is. Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says, my time with Rabbi Yossi. Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? Tiksiv the asa me'achos mehina. Because the Torah is speaking about liability, says the person will perform one me'achos from one, mehina from these. There was an interesting enough the juxtaposition of those two words. Achos is singular, hina is plural. So now watch this. Achos, says achos me'achos, hina mehina. So sometimes again, there's individual liability, achos me'achos. Sometimes there is collective liability, or I should say multiple levels of liability, hina mehina. And then achos shehi hina, vehina she achos. And sometimes on both sides, there's achos shu hina. One act that could create multiple layers of liability, and vehina she achos, and sometimes multiple acts that only result in one level of liability. So the Gemara says, for example, let's put the meat on the bones with this. So the Gemara says, achos. So what would it be an example ultimately again of? Will be an example ultimately again of regular liability. So the Gemara says, achos, shimin. So for example, I want to say halacha l'maisa again. One example would be shimin, right? Shimin. Now what does it mean, shimin? Sorry. Okay, what is it? For example, Shabbos, a person goes ahead and writes shimin. So that's not right. Remember again, one of the 39 malachos is writing. So you go ahead and you write the name shimin. Okay. Me'achos. What does it mean me'achos? What will be an example of like a derivative malacha from that? Shem yishimin. Let's say you instead of writing the name shimin, you write shin mem. Rabbi said, that for Hilchos Shabbos purposes, right, one of the 39 malachos ultimately is writing. How do you violate the malach of ksiva? 2 letters. So that's an example. Just again, so the malacha would be what would be an example of So for example, so again, just see what's happening over here. Gemara is actually in the pasuk. So let's say again for Shabbos violation, me'achos. How do you violate Shabbos? You're not supposed to violate Shabbos. But again, how does a person violate Shabbos? Me'achos. You write the name Shimon. Right? Achos would be Shimon. Me'achos. What would be a derivative of that? So shame me Shimon. You just write Shemen. Hina refers to avos. Mehina refers to toldos. Most of them get in local Shabbos. You have the avos, which are what we call the primary categories of malacha. Those are the ones actually done in the Mishkan. Then you have the toldos, which are the derivative malachos. Achos shiti hina. Suppose there was an example of achos, that is, it was an example of one act, which could result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zodon Shabbos, B'shigagas Malachos. So let's say this is interesting. So Zodon Shabbos, what does this mean? I know that it's Shabbos. But I don't know that all of these acts that I'm engaging in are malachos, right? So I know that today is Shabbos, but what did I do? I think, look, come Shabbos, I shecht the cow. I didn't know that shlita was malacha. Then I go ahead and I cook up a piece of meat. I didn't know that kindling the fire was a malacha. So I know that it's Shabbos, so I'll say, what's the halacha next? There's individual liability for each and everything that I do. So here, interestingly enough, there's, so to speak, so I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know all of the malachos. There's individual liability. Zadon Shabbos shigdas malachos. Hema shiachos will be an example of multiple acts with individual liability. Shigagas Shabbos v'zadon malachos. So we'll say, however, so interestingly enough, if I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know that malachos are aser, I have liabilities for every malacha that I perform. On the other hand, if halacha ma'aseh shigdas Shabbos, like again, that I don't know that it's Shabbos, this Zodon malachos, and ultimately again, I am intentional about malachos. So that's hina shi'achos. That would be again singular liability. So we'll say, so remember again, that's because you hear the difference over here. When I know that it's Shabbos, then again, it's okay. Every malacha that I perform is its own shogeg, and therefore generates its own liability. When I don't even know that it's Shabbos, right, and then I perform all of these malachas, my issue is not with malacha. What's my issue? Shabbos. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, as much as I've done multiple acts, there is singular liability for failure to know that it's Shabbos. Okay, interesting. About Hakos, so let's say, now remember again, we're not learning Hilchos Shabbos. What are we learning? We're learning about the Zara. Right, because remember again, how did this whole thing start? Remember, just to keep in mind our initial conversation. Rabbi Zakkai came before Rabbi Yochanan. What Rabbi Zakkai said? The person performs all of these acts of worship of Avodah Zarah. The Ha'elam Ha'achad is one lapse. He's only chayiv once. So remember, they were trying to figure out why that is and what exactly is the case. Avahalcha, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, even Avahalcha, Delo Nath Galei Chilik Malachos, Miduch Ta'achlis. So remember again, I will say, by Avodah Zarah, we don't have a source to teach us that Halacha L'Maisa, there is liability for each act of worship. The Kulei Alma Hishtachava L'Chalik Yatsa. When the Torah says Hishtachava, prostration is only singled out. Why? In order to create individuated liability. The halacha l'maaseh again, there is liability for each and every act of prostration. If that's the case, the Gemara says, "Chilik melachos da'avodas kochavim nami teikos le'me'achas me'ira." So the Gemara says, "1 second. Why not? Why can't you use the same pasuk that we just quoted before for Avodah Zarah? Chilik melachos da'avodas kochavim nami." Like, go ahead and learn out chilik melachos. And let's see what that means. Is learn out that each act of Avodah Zarah worship, one is going to be liable for that. From Avodah Zarah, learn it out. Sefer play me'achas mehila. So, for example, we'll say same pasuk achas mehila, achas zvicha me'achas zimenachad. So, for example, what will be achas? What will be a singular act of Avodah Zarah worship? Shechting an animal for Avodah Zarah. What's me'achas? What will be a derivative after that? Shechting one simon. Now, what the Gemara is making a suggestion over here. Remember again, halacha l'maisa. Shchita normally requires the cutting of both simanim, the windpipe and the esophagus. So let's say achas is the actual shchita. Me'achas would be cutting one of the simanim. Siman echad heina is avos. Therefore, it's a primary category, Ziba, Kitur, Nisu, Chava. So again, primary ways to worship Avodah Zarah. For example, slaughtering incense, burning incense, like wine libation, prostration, mehena, which is derivative. What does that refer to? Mehena told us, Shavar Makel Lefanel. For example, if you broke the stick in front of the Avodah Zarah, I was like, now breaking a stick, what does that mean? Let's say you have a particular type of Avodah Zarah where the way that you worship it is to break a stick. Okay, if that's the way you worship it, then that's the way you worship it. So nice again, even though normally one would not be liable for that form of worship, but if halacha l'maisa, that is how the particular idol is worshipped, then there is liability for that. Alphas shi'ehena. Also, that's an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability. For example, zalo avodos kochavim shigadas avodos. So let's say that would be an example of, let's say again, I know avodah zarah is asur, but I don't know that all of these different things are problematic forms of worship. So, for example, I know that I'm not allowed to worship avodah zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down to it, offer up a carbon to it, give incense. I didn't know all of these things. I committed all of these acts. So I said, what's halacha? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now, remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew avodah zarah was asur. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical logistical information. Okay, so you're chayiv, right? It's shogeg, guys. All this is shogeg. I'm chayiv for each and every act. So that would be the case of achos. In other words, there's achos shihena. So one act, or one situation which results in multiple layers of liability. Next, Enoshi Achos. So there won't be an example of multiple acts only resulting in one level of liability. Shigagas Avodos Kochavim is Zadon Avodos. That begins the side of where I didn't know that this thing wasn't Avodah Zarah, right? But I did all of these acts with intentionality. So again, in that case, there's multiple acts, but only one level of liability. Because halacha I didn't know that it was an avodah zarah. Okay, so Gemara says, by the way, this is a great question. And this harkens back to yesterday's daf. Gemara says, tell me what it means to mistakenly worship avodah zarah. Just explain that one to me. Right? What exactly over here? So listen to this. And most of this yesterday's stuff we have this. If you thought that the structure you were bowing down to was a shul, right? And what happened? And it turned out, and you bowed down to it, and it turned out that it was an avodah zarah. So I will say that's not avodah zarah at all. Hari libo vashamayim. We'll say again, there a person's intention is totally pure. So there's no avodah. That's not even a shogeg avodah zarah, right? In other words, I would say, which by the way, it happens to be the statement is so profound. Just so you understand, number one, the Gemara. Whoever heard of bowing down to a shul? Well, what like the Gemara seems to say about, you see something amazing, just the cover that we are obligated to have towards the Beis HaKnesses, like the cover that we're obligated to have towards the shul. Like the shul, the Mikdash Ma'at is the home of the Ribono Shel Olam, and how we are obligated to treat it with respect, and with reverence, and with derech and with love. It's fascinating. I've never heard of bowing down to a shul. What is that? And obviously, we don't bow down to a shul, but it's interesting that the Gemara understands this as well. If you thought it was a shul, and therefore you bow down, as if that's a normal thing to do. So again, we see this all the time in the Gemara. There's actually just such profound yesodot, such profound yesodot. Just again, in the give and take of the Gemara. So the other piece over here also is the Gemara. If you thought it was a shul, you bow down to it. Hari libo l'shamayim. Your heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So let's say that phrase. If at the end of the day, when your children or friends or whoever's going to deliver your eulogy, if they could say that phrase about us, that this was a person whose libo was l'shamayim, his heart belonged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If after 120 they could say that about you, that is a life well lived. That you learn Torah, anybody can learn Torah. That you gave tzedakah, if you have it, you're going to give it. You did chesed, It's beautiful and fulfilling, and it's shtickle self-serving to give chesed. It feels so good to do it. What's the true metric of spiritual success? A person who lives a life where his heart belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. Rachmana liba boy. But a Kadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is not our body. He just wants our mechanistic activities. He wants our heart. He wants our heart. So you can say, imagine if Kadosh Baruch Hu could say that about me. If my family could say that about me after 120. My heart belongs to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, you obviously have to bring the rest of your body over to your heart as well. If it doesn't make you, you're not allowed to say the alarm went off in the morning. My heart belongs to Kadosh Baruch Hu, right? My body is going to belong to the bed, right? But my heart belongs to Kadosh Baruch Hu. I'm trying to follow the heart. Sometimes, we get so lost in all of the mechanistic details that we forget. As important as the details are not the ends. The details are the means to bring my heart to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Ella, so what's the case? Ella the Chaza Andarta to Sagile. What's the case? The case where I saw a statue of the king. So do I bow down to it? Bow down to it. So the Gemara says, "Ikable alei." If Ikable alei, well, 1 second. If you bow down to a statue because you thought that it was a god, that's avodah zarah. So what are we talking about? Ilokable alei. If you did not accept it as a deity, lo klumu, then ultimately, again, there's nothing to talk about. Ella me'abro mihira. Once again, remember again, this was yesterday's daf. Rather, why did I bow down to the statue? Out of fear or love for a person. Nothing to do with the statue. Look at the statue. What's the one example? Yesterday's daf. Come on. This is why, by the way, that let's say, you ever wondered, the Megillah says, Mordechai lo koreh mishtachada. Mordechai didn't bow down, which tells you everyone else was bowing down, including the Rabbanim, including the Talmidei Chachamim. How were they able to do it? It wasn't avodah zarah. It wasn't avodah zarah. That was the whole time. They were doing it ultimately again because they were scared of Haman. They were doing it out of respect or reverence to Haman or fear of Haman. It wasn't avodah zarah. That's why, again, remember, because Megillah records that there was such an animosity between Mordechai and the other Rabbanim. The other Rabbanim thought that Mordechai was a rabble rouser. They thought he was a troublemaker. What are you doing? Just bow down. Everyone else is bowing down. Why do you got to be the guy that doesn't bow down? Right? It's not about the Zorah. We're bowing down out of coveting you. This is not theological at all. This is just about playing the game of politics. So the Gemara says follows. Now, one second. So according to Abaye, that says that if you bow down to a statue out of Avram, you're chayiv. The Rava says that it's potter. So what is there to say? So the Gemara says, Ella ba'omer mutter. Interestingly enough, rather we'll say, what's the case? The case is where a person says it's mutter to worship avodah zarah. Omer mutter, Rashi says over here, it's 5 lines up from the bottom. Ella ba'omer mutter, kasavra ein avodas kochavim b'torah. Let's say a person says there's no prohibition of avodah zarah in the Torah. That's what happens with the next year. In other words, literally again, it's like Omer mutter. Let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, lest you think that this is so crazy, all of us tend to do this in some area of Yiddishkeit, right? Omer mutter. I said it's mutter, but it's not. But I said it is. It's powerful, right? It's powerful, right? We are powerful people. Omer mutter. I said that it's mutter. If you say, and by the way, if you say it enough times, and you say convincingly enough, something amazing happens, which is you actually begin to believe it. Right? We're able to live. So one of the interesting things as part of this program is the ability to live with cognitive dissonance. I can create alternative realities, and when you live them and enforce them for long enough, they actually become MS. So the Gemara says, "Oh, guy says, avodah zarah is mutter. I didn't know." So the Gemara says, "Tifshot devaymei Rav Merachman, Helam zev yadomau." So it's like, interestingly enough, now if you're going to tell me Omer mutter is potter, so interestingly enough, this helps me resolve another case. What's the other case? Helam zev zev. Let's say a guy didn't know about avodah zarah and he didn't know about any of the accompanying modes of worship. What's the halacha? Shiv shows the eno chayiv ela achas. So it appeared that ultimately, again, he would only be chayiv once. So the Gemara says, Holokah. So the Gemara says, Holokasha. That shouldn't be a question. I resolve it. Now, one second. Let's go back for a second. We're dashing achas mehina to apply to avodah zarah. But can you really go ahead and dash these psukim to apply to avodah zarah? Dilu hacha ksiv b'mashiach par the Mashiach par ubenas usira. As thus again, all different levels of liability. You have the par coin Mashiach, which is the offering, the guilt offering is the nasi ruled erroneously. Right, that's a seer, and for an individual, it's a kifso seira. Either by hodos kacham yet by down the street. Now, in the shut, should the seira ultimately again by hodos. I will say the Gemara taught that halacha l'maisa they offers up a seira like the individual. Okay, so the Gemara says. Rashi points out over here, ba'avodos kacham nitanya le'el v'shavan Rabbi v'chachamim shechem Mashiach v'sirkiyachim. The Gemara says, and the Gemara concludes this discussion. There is nothing more to discuss regarding this particular topic. Now look at the last Rashi of that. So bottom line, the Gemara says over here is that interestingly enough, there is a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What's the similarity? But Shabbos said, by the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah actually, Gemara says quite explicitly that whoever is Mechalel Shabbos, it's as if he is worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. That without that, there is no belief in HaKadosh. The primary essence of the Ribono Shel Olam is as a historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the day that solidifies that, right? We abstain from creative activity in order to yield that creative baton to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. The Gemara now takes that comparison a step further, just to teach us, although it's from two different sources, that just like Shabbos, the Torah goes out and singles out kindling in order to show you that there is individual liability for every act of soul Shabbos. So too the Torah singles out prostration by Avodah Zarah to teach us that there's ability for every act of worship of Avodah Zarah. Okay, so Gemara says, "Aski Azar of Shlomo Yehuda Amar Shlomo Amud Beis." Halfi Tanakh Kameh Homer b'Shabbos midam mitzvahs. Homer b'shar mitzvahs mi b'Shabbos. Most listen to this. There's a chumrah Shabbos has over other mitzvahs, and there is a chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chomer b'Shabbos. What's the Chomer Shabbos? 3 lines down on 62b, 7 days, 11 days. Chomer b'Shabbos. Shabbos also shtayim be'elam echad. Chay b'akolachas ba'achas. Okay, so now we'll read it, and then we're going to define our terms in a little bit. Shabbos, if you committed 2 malachas be'elam echad. Now, what does that mean? 2 malachas in one lapse. Now, again, we'll have to discuss exactly what kind of lapse we are talking about over here. What's the lapse? Now, the tashtos, but it sounds like, well, we'll discuss. So, also trying to have a method. If you went ahead and you did 2 malachas in one lapse of awareness, you are chayiv each individual malacha. So, again, there's a lapse that good. Gemara says, Masha'in came to shar mitzvahs. Now, that is not true by other mitzvahs. Apparently, by other mitzvahs, if a person commits 2 transgressions, let's say in one lapse of awareness, you're only going to be chayiv once. Okay, now let's analyze. On the other hand, Chomer b'shar mitzvahs. On the other hand, other mitzvahs have liability over Shabbos. How so? So b'shar mitzvahs, when it comes to other mitzvahs, shagag below mabein chayiv. This is very interesting. If you accidentally perform a malacha or an avera without kavanah, you are going to be chayiv. Masha'in came b'Shabbos. This is not true by Shabbos. I will say now, this is very interesting. So I will say, I just want to introduce what we were just talking about to make this team before. What this refers to is this asik. We're going to see, I will say, when it comes to accidental violation of the law, there are 2 different ways that can occur. There's typical shogeg. Now, what's typical shogeg? Typical shogeg is, for example, let's say Hilchos Shabbos. I know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that turning on a light was also. For example, right? So I know that it's Shabbos. I'm shogeg. There's another thing called misasik. Misasik means I am involved in a totally different act, actually potentially a committed act. And as a result of that act, something prohibited occurs. Meaning, whereas if you take a look at the light case, right, I had kavanah to turn on the light. Right? What was my mistake? I didn't know how to do that on Shabbos. That was my mistake. So again, there was kavanah for the act, but just lack of awareness for what it is that was doing. This asik is the moment means I never wanted to do anything wrong. It just happened to be as a result of what I was doing, something else occurred which was prohibited. So now we'll come back to just a moment. We'll go back. So there's a chumrah. There's a chumrah of other mitzvot over Shabbos in that one. Shevishar mitzvahs shadog the law miskavei chayiv. Ultimately, again, if you go and do a shogeg without kavanah chayiv, in the Shabbos. By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the act, you're not chayiv, right? So if you do an act without any level of intention, Shabbos requires intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, if you perform an aveira even without intentionality, you're going to be chayiv. By Shabbos, you're only chayiv with intentionality. Let's analyze it. Let's analyze this. So, for example, let's dissect this. Chomer b'Shabbos, what's the Chomer of Shabbos? Shabbos also shtayim. So remember again, what did we just say? On Shabbos, if you performed two malachos, behel lemechad in one laugh, then what's the halacha? You chayiv for each and every malacha. Okay, so the words are like this. Take example. What's the case? This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you went ahead and you violated Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested and you ground the wheat. Right, so those are two different malach, harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people will do anything not to go to shul on time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest, and you grind up the wheat. So two different malachs. So what will be a comparison, let's say, out of For example, the Achal Caleb Vidam. So let's say again, the parallel case would be you ate forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so just like by Shabbos, Ketzira and Techina, two malachas, you're doing those things in one laugh. So too, you're eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says, Hacha tarti nechayiv, Hacha tarti nechayiv. I don't know. In both of those cases, it makes sense that there be dual liability. I was supposed to remember again. The Gemara said before that Shabbos has a chumrah over other averos. How so? Or other mitzvahs. That by Shabbos, if you perform two acts in one lapse, you're chayiv twice. Whereas for other averos, only be chayiv once. But the Gemara says that's not true. By Shabbos, let's say I go and I do zira and techina in one lapse. Okay, so the parallel case would be I eat blood and chaylev in one lapse. So by Shabbos, it should be chayiv twice. But if you eat blood and fat, I will say, what's the halacha? You should also be chayiv twice. What's going on here? Which the Gemara says, Ella was curious. You got the shar mitzvahs that in a chayiv Allah afas mitzvahs. What would be a parallel case by other mitzvahs that you would only be chayiv once? What would be the case? The Gemara says, the achal chaylev the chaylev. Oh, interesting. I will say where I eat two kizayim of chaylev in one lapse of awareness. Can't get enough of that. Right, so what happens? Eat two pieces of chaylev, lapse of awareness. So apparently in that case, you'd only be chayiv once. So by Shabbos, if you were to perform two acts of harvesting, right? Harvesting one and then go back and harvesting two, that there would be dual liability for that. Umar says, I don't understand. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. By Shabbos also, if you were to do two acts of harvesting, right, quick repetition of each other, the hell enough, you'd also only be chayiv once. Now, by the way, this is why you see that Yochanan told Rav Zakkai to get out of it, right? That in other words, he didn't like the Shem. He did not feel that it really made any sense. I don't understand. What's the problem here? Listen to this. We all love what called the The case in Hilchos Shabbos, where if you perform 2 acts, dual liability. What's the case? Like we said before, it's Shabbos morning, I harvest the wheat and I grind it, right? 2 malachas, 2 malachas. Now again, all of this is in one lapse. The pashtus, what's the lapse? What's the lapse? I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I did not know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I'm harvesting, I'm grinding, so there's going to be dual liability. Okay, so now, what would be the corresponding case? Let's say by another Avera, where in one lapse, act only results in single liability. What would be that case? I shall have all this problem. Listen to this. Says Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami said, okay, here it is. Rabbi Ami says, if you slaughter, right, offer incense, libations, you do all of these things, these are all in one lapse of awareness. What's halacha? You only chayv once. Shlomo said, what do you think of it? Interesting contrast. So by Hilchos Shabbos, if you perform multiple malachas in one lapse of awareness, you chayv for each and every performance. On the other hand, by Avodah Zarah, if halacha you perform multiple acts of worship in one lapse, you're only chayv once. To which the Gemara says, no, you can't set this up with Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because look at the end of the brayso. Chomer b'Shabbos, right? So we'll say, so that's the chumrah of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's what Gemara is suggesting. But what was the end of the brayso? The other brayso was that there's a chumrah of Shabbos, or chumrah of Shabbos for this household. Shabbos shagag below miskavein chayiv. Let's listen to this. Remember again, by other mitzvahs, if you perform an accidental act even without kavanah, there's liability. However, again, shagag below miskavein. However, by Shabbos, remember again, by Shabbos, what was the halacha? If you do shogeg without kavanah, you're patur. Right? Shabbos requires kavanah. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Shogeg below miskavein b'avodas b'chavim hechi done. What is shogeg below kavanah? What is that case? What's a case of accidental avodah without kavanah? There could be liability for that. Here we go once again. If I bow down to a building and I thought the building was a shul, right? But it turned out that it was really avodah zarah. That's not avodah zarah at all. Why? Because as we said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are absolutely pure. Rather, what's the case? The case is where I bow down to a statue. If I'm bowing down to the statue as a god, basically, then again, that's amazing. But if I do not accept it as a god, then lo klum. Then I will say it's nothing. Then the mice is absolutely nothing. Ella me'ava v'yira. Rather, what must be the case? The case we must be talking about over here is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, hani chala bayit damachayit. So that makes sense. When Abaye says that there's liability for such an act. But according to Rabbi who says that's your pater, what is there to say? Rather, we'll say, what's the case? The case ultimately, again, is where the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. That's the case. So we'll say, interestingly enough, so apparently Omer Mutter will create some level of liability by Avodah Zarah, but ultimately, again, by Shabbos would be Pater Legami. Now, again, we'll see if that's true. That's true. That's Rabbi for myself. I can. So by me, Rabbi Nachman, Helen Zev. So remember, up until this point, Rabbi. So I can go by me, Rabbi Nachman, Helen Zev. Up until this point, Rabbi was going to ask Rabbi Nachman about Helen Zev. There was a lapse of awareness on both areas. As I will say, just to be clear, the question of liability was always a very simple question. Are you going to be chayiv once, or are you going to be chayiv multiple? That was the question. Or I should say, he asks really his question. Is there anyone who says that there is complete liability, complete exemption? Is there anyone who said that you're totally putter for anything? To which the Gemara says, why not? My question. the Seifa B'Sham mitzvahs. Maybe we're saying the following. The Reish is talking about Avodah Zarah. The Seifa is talking about other mitzvahs. How so? The Shagag B'lo Mishkabel. And what are we talking about over here? Talking about a case of an accidental commission of an Aveirah without Kavanah. Now watch this. The Kasavar, what would be an example of that? Said by, for example, what would be an example by a general Aveirah of Shogeg without Kavanah? See, here it is. Roku Ubalo. So listen, here's what it is. There happens to be a piece of chilud in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilud in my mouth. I just think it's saliva. So what do? I swallow it. So a typical Shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's also. This case is a little bit different. In this case over here, I don't even have kavanah for the act of being killed. Right? In other words, some people have kavanah to be killed, but that's to be so important. I think that becomes considered mother. In this case over here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was killed. I just thought it was excess saliva, so I swallow it. So there I will say, there's not even kavanah. There's not even kavanah. The kasavar, that's shagan below his kavin. The kasavar, roku bolo. I will say, nehalocha l'maisa. The chayiv in that case. Chayiv in that case. So remember, we're going to contrast between Shabbos and Shar Averos. So by other Averos on both sides, even if you have absolutely no kavanah for the commission of the Averah, but you do it, there's liability. I forgot that there's skin in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. I have absolutely no kavanah for any kind of consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Masha Inkin b'Shabbos. Pater. So we'll say Shabbos is going to be Pater. If you don't have kavanah for the act of Shabbos, your Gemara says, Shinis, for example, Shinis Kadi lahagdias atalish, v'chatas asam of chuber. Pater. Well, it's not saying case. Let's say on Shabbos, I go out, there's a cucumber on the ground, so I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that cucumber is detached. And because it's detached, therefore I get a smoker for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the malachos. So I will say, interestingly enough, on Shabbos, you are pater. You are pater for that. Now, why? So I will say, because we're going to see the Gemara says, Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. This is Rav Nachman Amar, HaMisasik Bechalovim, Uba'arayos Chayiv, Shekis Ned. So listen to this. Misasek. Remember again, what's misasek? Misasek means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the Caleb case is what we just saw. This piece of Caleb in my mouth, I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. That's the case of misasek. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by immorality, right? So this is an interesting one, right? Where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it's not that something prohibited happens. So for example, let's say Ruvain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but it turns out through some confluence of events that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. He slipped, right? But again, it's in other words, some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality. It was interestingly lack of intentionality. Like people say that all the time by So nice again, but in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some confluence of events, he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. I mean, I don't know how exactly he's going to explain that to his wife, right? But myself, that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other averos, lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, meleches machsheves asrato. We'll say when it comes to Shabbos cries meleches machsheves. Meleches machsheves means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. Absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber was detached, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just plucked it out of the ground, there's no liability for that because you need Meleches Machshav. So we'll say, so interesting, so we'll have to stop over here today. What it turns out is Halacha Maisa, these fascinating distinctions. So first of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that there is inviolability, just like for Shabbos, you also have that by Avodah Zarah. What's the difference between, and again, same thing by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you could be chayiv for multiple hours individual liability. An interesting distinction, however, is by all other averos, I will say, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is there liability. I was going to start for today. Let's say we are our Yarkin college in Eretz Yisrael, Mirz Hashem this afternoon for flight to Eretz Yisrael, but Shir will go on, so we'll be broadcasting the Shir back here. And I thank Abi Fogel, who is going to take over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the Shir is going to be broadcast here every day, Mirz Hashem, not Shabbos, but we'll still keep going strong in Mirz Hashem. Two chavras, one here, one Eretz Halavai. We'll all be Zoch and Mirz Hashem to join together for Shir Eretz Yisrael B'Karov.
He's the best, and that's what I ever worked with. His grappling was nasty. Unfortunately, he didn't have that competitive mindset. Like when he first came to the gym, like he could have went pro right away.
Anything you have to say about any sponsorship, any of those great things I need to?
And so he's always looking for. I think when we were both getting ready for my Edinburgh fight, he was also fighting on that card against Chico or something like that. And I hit him with a ram right now.
Not very fine print.
Like some concussions.
That's it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Tilson family for sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah. It's for the Salvos for Am Yisrael. You got that? Okay. So what we had.
How am I eating back of the head? So there's these things that, and then there's these things that are getting
what we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements we make in the morning, you know, Nido Shator Nidirachas Rabbi Shmuel Galva, Gavar Shahaya B'Klal. Yotza B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al Atzma Yotza, Elo L'Lamed Al Kol HaKlal Kula Yotza. In other words, for example, the Torah is one that comes to Avodah Zarah. And the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zarah is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zarah. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zarah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere in the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to shecht an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, it's still a violation. So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship that force, clearly we understand that that's a violation. But what happens if it's zricha, the slaughter of such an Avodah Zarah? So the Torah tells us, listen, well, since even if it's not the way that force is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go ahead and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis HaMikdash. So, Zricha, Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Halacha, Zrika, any one of the four services that are done inside of the Beis HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions one. So how do we include four in Haya B'Klal? Right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the world of all four services done in Beis HaMikdash. Fine. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf what Rava bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo sishtachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is lelamed to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force, to an avodah zarah, even if it is not the way that specific avodah zarah is worshipped, and even if it's not done in English, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the yishtachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay, it's an interesting question, Rav Baruch Hanan, but it's so why mention, what does the Torah mention, Zicharo? So what we had in the top, the bottom of Samach on the base, and now in the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is mechashin me'avoda le'avoda. In other words, we find by Kachin that there's a thing called machshavas figures. So in a couple of years, we get this off, and one of the subjects we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with an understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and chef an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or some secret, or sprinkling the blood, with doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of the Mizrah. So the subjects we're going to be discussing each year are known as the subjects of Machshavas Pigur. Okay, I thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Beis. Hashochet behema. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. Lizro damo la'avodas kacham. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of machashim la'avodah, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here, in other words, my shechita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shecht, that the sprinkling or the haktor or the offering of the limbs should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, Hashem behema lizon gam la'avodas kachadu. La'achtir chelva, to offer its the fats for avodas kachadu. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and Rish Lakish of Samach Aleph Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discuss is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rav Baruch Hanan is telling us, that perhaps Yishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word? What is the teaching of Lo Tzisbach teach us? Maybe Lo Tzisbach is to teach us that what? That mechashmin ma'avodah la'avodah, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a result with the shechita, but when I shecht, I have in mind to perform either the zrika or the haktorah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, honey, if I ever do the zrika, well, according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by kachim, we know that mechashmin is ma'avodah la'avodah. So you don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us, because if by kachim, it's in the Beis Hamikdash, the concept of mechashmin me'avodah le'avodah is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in avodah zarah. But according to the Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with the intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word is by avodah zarah to teach you that mechashmin la'avodah and by crow, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara is now, when Maskis, when our Papa says, the Papa tells us, The truth is, you got it wrong with Papa claims. Because what Papa's going to tell us, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from Kachin, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by Shechita could be effective, right, even if it relates to a future service. What Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited, or the animal. He's not talking to person love. He's going to get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that Rabbi Yochanan, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachin. That's not true because in Kachin it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? We're also crossing doing the verse to state that the person who goes ahead and performs Avodah Zarah with a machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. I mean, certainly the question can be the other way around. And according to the Shlokish Mibaikra, you told me that, well, from Shlokish we might read the verse. But that's actually not so. Because even though by touching, Shlokish holds that a machshava from avodah to avodah is not effective. Shlokish only talked about the behema, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that a Gabra bar Kaplan. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that we Shlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shechita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing that a person doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the act itself is not prohibited? We find that? Well, we do actually. If a person bows to a mountain, what do we learn? The low that we are told that Yisrael, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Gemara tells that although, right, if the Avodah Zarah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but the law, that if you go ahead and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah, gets the kapla gets the penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what we see that it is possible that you can have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty, even the item is litter. So when the Shlokish says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during Shechita for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he said litter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, we need to have a mishtacha of the gets the side, obviously, it's the side. So that's what we are told. Here we go. You remember Rava bar Rav Hanan. So Rava bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us lo tishtachaveh, it is to teach us that any honorable act performed through an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rava bar Hanan believed or claimed. So it says Ravacha Medisi Ravina. Wait a second. Remind you, Omar, based on what this Rava bar Hanan tells us, remind you, come on, Rava bar Hanan to Abaye. And what did he say? Of course, remind us. Ema Yashachava, maybe Yashachava is Melamed Alaklal. The maybe Yashachava is to teach us regarding our service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get there, Yisrael, don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are these pagan nations worshiping their gods? Come on, and I should do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah is telling us? The way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that's where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship Lalenu, a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They would worship the Mercury. So, the way it was done is what? By throwing stones. So, obviously, the Torah is telling us that the way we violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by that cult, right? By those over the Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rav Abar comments, that any act is included, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to the law, anything we perform, anything is Avodah Zarah, because Hava Yotza L'Kol Lamed, Allah K'Lo Yotza. So why does the Torah have to say specifically that we sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Chitayim, and if you're going to claim, to exclude but imagine having a more mainstream Avodah Zarah. They slaughter animals to worship that for us. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity. So therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included, because it has to be like Shtachavo, which is honorable. But Shtachavo nafka, my Shtachavo derech kibud, Hakol derech kibud. In other words, if you look at the Shtachavo itself, Shtachavo teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Shtachavo is Yotam Aklal Lamed, it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Shtachavo on its own teaches you that. It was without thinking like Rav Abar Kama. The Torah tells us, you know what it could be? Ela Lemeite Hapoer Atzmo Lemarchus. In other words, imagine having a Avodah Zarah that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Marculus was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that's cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, in other words, if Marculus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Ella. Now comes the following question. How do Omar Abel When the Lord tells us, how do we know? So they ask the Hemo the Marcus. So yeah, Marcus, if you in Spanish, Wednesday, right? Is American. Right, Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has roots in these pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself, Wednesday, seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marcus. So Marcus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. A person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So you're told, this is what the law says. How do you know that he's chayav? How do you know he's chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of Avodah Zarah that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats and other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, keep yourself away from many practices and drinking blood, because doing so you might one day be offering zivchayim l'sekiris. But listen carefully to the language. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a shchita, a slaughtering. And what Rabbi Lezer tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a person to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah that is, the norm is to shecht animals to it. I don't need a person to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know I don't need a verse that is the norm, but the Torah wants is not because it's because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it, perform it, obviously it's about it. So what is the law used for the Torah is warning you that even if not the norm, even if that's not the way they were told, now, but the Rebbe laws are telling me that the word of the law used was to teach us that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah. According to Rabbi Baruch Hanan, Yeshua Kedarko Mishtachavon Nafka. Again, Rabbi Baruch Hanan claims that the word Mishtachavon teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do I understand the Sinid of Rabbi Lazar if Rabbi Baruch Hanan is correct? So your answer is an interesting answer here, that wholesome, that the warning there of lo yizbechu, that we are told you should not do to any of Avodah Zarah, even if it's not the norm, disofeach lahakis. So it seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan force, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes Revelation and tells us don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto that as a child after the war, he was in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're fuming it, you want to break it because you don't want to, mess up things in the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. So there was some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to this, it's a partial, significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes a story. So now we can start something that's a little bit. We're going to deal with that. So here's the story. Okay, so we're going to be doing a question that has something like six answers. It's interesting where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and the Mishnah later on in a couple of dots. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand you're Avodah Zarah, terrible things, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation? Or not, just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some of Zayin, some of Chash, seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? It's a contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Amnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rava, all the great Amorai addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Amnuna, Gershon Santori, Zanebach, his often went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rav Amnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So as he's making his rounds, who does he meet? He meets Rabba. So Rabba asks him a question. Rabba asks Rav Amnuna, let's analyze these two strikes, and there seems to be a contradiction. Maybe the Gemara is telling us that when you read something, your mind is occupied. It seems to me that these great people, even when your mind was occupied looking for their shoes before they had the little apple bag, right, they were still able to be involved in the Torah. It's not. Here we go. Ready for the contradiction? Our Mishnah says, Ha'oved avodas kochavim. Okay? What's the violation? Oved, you actually worship Avodah Zarah. Omer, this is applying to, not alone. So our Mishnah seems to say in Amira, just the statement, not an issue. But look at the Mishnah later on. No, it's not even a later Mishnah. Ha'omer, if a person says, Evod, I'm planning to worship an Avodah Zarah, Elef, I'm planning to go and do Neila Kinabra if I go with the group. And all that is included in the violation. Just the statement. Statement, just a problem, not a problem. It says, Omar ladies, the way I understand our Mishnah, that there's no violation with just a statement. The Omer, in other words, when is the statement is not an issue, or the statement is not the violation, obviously, of the Zerai, obviously it's prohibited, but when is it that a statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty? When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rabbi Nuna understands it. Rabbi Yosef, Omar, come on. Rabbi Yosef claims, Tanoi, Shoklas, Ma'almo. In other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah and prove to the third school. Okay? Tanoi, where's the Machlokes Tanoi? Ha'omer, Bo V'Avdulu. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, throughout history, people have been worshipped. Humans have been worshipped. So a person gets up and says, come worship me. From there, okay, that's it. You basically declared in Avodah Zarah. You made a statement. Chayav. Seems to be what Meredith's opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Rav Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now, if people actually worship this individual, there's no dispute. And the way we learn, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol. Right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture. We, Baruch Hashem, are taught to respect great rabbinic leaders, but we have to always be careful not cross that line to worship a human being, because the Torah tells us, Lord to make a human into a vessel. So again, Rabbi Yehuda don't disagree. When it comes to actually worshiping a human being, we have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said, Bo'u Ba'avduni, Rameir holds Amira, Lechayev, Rabbi Yehuda says Potter. So therefore, Rabbi Yosef is claiming that the contradiction is the two Mishnayos. One seems to indicate that Amira is not yet in Avodah Zarah, and the second one which seems to indicate that Amira is Avodah Zarah to Machlokes Tanoi. Okay. Now, Kiplivitz, or is there dispute? Dibur Ba'alma, just with speech. Rabbi Meir Sovar Dibur Amil Soi. Rabbi Meir holds speech is an issue. And Rabbi Yehuda Sovar Dibur Amil Soi. So Rabbi Yosef tells us this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rav Amun approach, we have Rabbi Yosef approach, but who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef's opinion? Rabbi Yosef himself. And he's going to say, no. Hadar, Rabbi Yosef, what I said is just simply not a fact. Why? That feeling of Rabbi Yehuda, I have no doubt that even Rabbi Yehuda agrees that in general, these are not meaningful from the Chayyim, that Rabbi Yehuda is of the feeling that even which always a person is Chayyim, you tell me Rabbi Yehuda, because when it comes to a basis, when it comes to someone that is encouraging others and inspiring others to worship some kind of a pagan force of Ozora, Achio, Mar Evo, Elef Vevo, Nelef Venavo, in other words, Rabbi Yehuda is in agreement that this could be a complete violation. Okay? So therefore, my answer is no good. Now, and if you ask me the way to say it, so what is their dispute? Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda do disagree about a person getting up and saying, worship me. And Rabbi Yehuda seems to say that it is yet a violation. Well, here it's unique because it's a person. The might come to be the Macy's La'asma, when someone is inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant beauty force or Avodah Zarah, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to himself. Now, people say, the Omrulay, right? Person gets up, right? I'm a higher entity, please worship me. And everyone says, yeah, how do you understand the Eve? The Omrulay Eve. And there, if you come into the Mar Sova, opinion number one is Macy's La'asma. Shmili, it's going to be in the Omrulay Kushka. In other words, yes. And that's the problem, that as soon as they say yes, it's a commitment and it's an Avodah Zarah, because everyone agrees that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not Umar Sovar. On the other hand, Rabbi Yehuda holds Macy's La'asma, that people don't tune in. When a person gets up and says, worship me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. Okay, fine, go play a kite. Who are you? Because Meimar Amri, what people say, human nature, my shnati, what is he different than me? Now, he's a human, I'm a human, right? Why should I worship him? My shnati, on the base, so why do they say yes? The answer is, Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're gonna work this year, right? That's what they'll basically say. So therefore, Rabbi holds, in other words, Rabbi in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is included. There, regarding a person, it's different because they're thinking themselves, he's a nut, you worship a human, I'm a human as well. Even this Amri, they're laughing at it. So how do we deal with our Mishnah? Bottom line is, Rabbi Yosef just got rid of his own answer. We still have the content. We had Rabbi Nuna's approach. What about Rabbi Yosef? In my first here's the difference. So here we go. Kan biyachid hanisef, kan v'ranisaf. So the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individuals being approached and multitudes. What's the difference? So we say the following. Yachid, if one individual is approached and says, he develops a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and worship some pork, once he says, I'm going to do it, even nature is Lamula. He's not going to back off. He's trying by slave. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But Rabbi, when it's a rule, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it, and therefore Rabbi, even with the statement of a commitment, it's not yet enough of his Zorah, because they're going to start asking one another, wait a second, what does this guy want? Does anyone know? If you about so therefore, odds are, immediately they're going to rethink it, the local Batsray, and therefore, that's where Rabbi Yosef comes. We have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the two Mishnayos. Now, this is a proof. I'm going to answer, we don't like the proof. The thing, look at the language of the Torah. It's only singular. Let's have a law. However, Shama Chayet, in other words, it's in the singular. That is listening, yeah, but it's in the singular. It's a group. The whole system is different. So if a person says someone who's going to question him, obviously it's Abaye, it's very Abaye. Shani is really a difference. He says the Rabbi, when he says the Rabbi is really between a group that gets inspired by someone else or the individual. Look at the כי יסיסך דמימך אחד יחיד הניסס ואחד רבי מניסס. The Bible says there's no difference. So the Bible tells us there's no difference between the individual and the mass. There are differences between a Yachid who's over Avodah Zarah and a group which we call the there are differences, and that's been spelled out now. But when it comes to a community who does not agree with this outlook, that the difference that the speech is an issue only towards an individual, but towards the masses. There's no such source for it argues about it. Now, the difference between Yachid and Rabbi is, there are rules that relate specifically to the individual. Rabbi Mechlal Yochanan are laws that relate specifically to the masses and not to the individual. And what are they? Yochid Mechlal Rabbi Lahachmir al Bifra, he gets a more severe punishment, right? He gets the skila. And Vilahachmir al Mamona, because we're individuals, and Rabbi Zorah, yes, we kill him, but nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed. But on the other hand, here on Dachas, it gets a less severe punishment of sight. But what happens to all the property in the Irani Dachas? The city is destroyed. Rabbi Mechlal Yochid Lahachmir al Bifra, the other punishment is not as severe, but Lahachmir al Mamona. So it comes out, says Abaye, look at this right, sir. It is only regarding that which is spelled out, Shani, that there's a difference. When it comes to everything else, they are the same. So, Rabbi Yosef, your answer to dealing with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Ella Omar Abaye. Abaye is going to tell us how to deal with the contradiction. Kan benises meti atmo, kan benises meti atom. So Abaye is going to offer that the difference is between someone that is inspired by himself or by others. He explains. People have off back and forth. Therefore, the himself is inspired. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and I saw online that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and be inspired. Yes, when we love to change his mind, people have back and forth. If you are saying human nature is such that the others are the ones that say, no, make your way there. The speech itself Loxian, Gloria Basrayu. So here's a my suggestion. The difference is not like Rav, not like Rav Yosef, but rather it depends on what was the impetus, what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, teachers not going to change your mind. When from others, unfortunately, it locks it in. No, so other no. There is Sushma law. Okay? The Shama to another person, the language is quite similar in the Torah. Torah wants us to tune to that person and words. Words already are a violation. What are the words of violation? It comes from someone else. That's a violation. Next, who else is going to deal with the contradiction between two shines? Next authority is obviously Rav. Rav Almanak. I give Nisas, Nikli, Acher, both cases. Actually has to worship. Later on, it seems to say that each itself is already a violation. Avot, Jew, and others, right? So what's the difference? Why is it in one case speech already? So it seems to be that one or when someone is being encouraged by someone else, some just get a general thing, and young people worship, that force. And let me tell you about that. I'm using Avodah Zarah, right? It takes a couple weeks to get there, but because there's a very unique way, the way it's served. That things you were seeing, when you get details, you know what happens if I get into detail? You're locked in. Right, so here we go. Here's what Robert says. Hold on, Malay, Kaffee Fellas, Kach Show, Kach Mitzvah, Kach Maria. We look all the details of what that incredible Avodah Zarah does. Forget speech itself, once again, and therefore, the Mishnah later on tells us that just with the command it's already a violation. Our Mishnah of Marley, where the words and the details were not presented, Catholic will show so. So there's a lot of explanation of the detail, word itself already loves it. Rav has to bring this too. Amarav Amino let's see. Elohim ha'amin asher tzivosechem ha'krovim alecha rechok. And now, when the Torah warns us not over and over again in the Torah, right? It seems to be about the Torah with this unbearable driving force. And the Torah and warns us to be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, Akrovim or Rechokim. Now, obviously, questions, well, what does the Torah spell out? Krovim, Rechokim, you say don't worship Avodah Zarah. So, it's a well-known statement that Mitzvah shall Krovim atalomed al Rechokim. In other words, usually if someone wants to inspire to be Oived Avodah Zarah, the normal would be they would talk about some pagan force, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away. It takes weeks to get there, and there's these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what their neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. So you see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years, and nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with the rechokim, things that are very, very far, okay? And the fellas tell us, you know what? You can figure out it's all below me. Look at the krovim, and then you'll figure out about the rechokim, right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing? The same will be regarding those legends from afar. Akrovim alecha, Mali Krovim Mali Rechokim. Why did you have to spell out the Krovim, the ones that are near you, Rechokim, the ones that are far? Rechokim Mali is what the Torah is telling us. Netivifim shel Krovim, from the quote unquote, from the goodness of those of your neighbor. You can figure out those that are far away. In other words, just as you know, the one right next to your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day. Right? You know how much he relies, and if you will every detail regarding what your neighbor does, and you know that it's worth, completely nothing. So to the Rechokim. So what do you see from it? That the violation of Avodah Zarah that's being spoken here about is with details of what your neighbor does. Okay. My love, obviously, you know about your neighbor, you know what he's buying. for Avodah Zarah, Kach Shaisa, Kach Nativ, so it does good, Kach Nelia. Shema Minot, for Rava, that is proof that the Avodah Zarah is being discussed. When we are saying that speech itself is an issue, what are we talking about? What do you know the details? Okay. Next, Rashi Amar. Rashi says the following, that if the person is doing so much Avodah Zarah, and is start working Avodah Zarah, speech is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so when he says I'm going to do so, he's back in at it. So therefore, Mashiach is safe from the Yisrael Mumar. He's done it. Once he's done it, and he says I'm planning to do it, Hadar is going to do it, and even the speech is a violation. The last answer, Ravina, Ravina says, listen, it's the structure sometimes that you start off with giving us general information if you do it. And then Mishnah 2 says, not just if you perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit by speech, that is a violation. So Ravina gives us the most basic of that. So therefore, bottom line is we have Ravina, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Rava, Ravashi, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, next discussion, which we're going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, into Purim. Okay, a person, has to go ahead, worship an Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a loved one and he goes ahead and acts as if he's worshiping, right? Or he does it in the year he fears, and this is probably more common about history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go and worship someone for a Jordan Avodah Zarah in the year. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. How about it? Omar Chaim says that's love it all. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. Rav Omar Pocha. Omar Chaim. The bottom line is what you ask, what you worship, you bow to it, you dedicated to the Pharaoh, you do the stone to Hercules, you slaughter the animal to whatever it is. He accepted it as a beauty, then he right. Okay? So that's Machlokes Abaye Chayev. Rava says, okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye Minah, Abaye says, I could put this to you. It's Ha'over Avodas Kochavim. Remember our Mishnah? We start saying now, the language of the Mishnah start off with Ha'over Avodah, and then it gives details. And you're ready to go with the question, what is Ha'oved? What is Ha'oved? Details are given later. He wants to suggest that perhaps my love, you know what it's teaching us? Chada over the first means of someone that worships before it's Nahava, due to some external love or Meira. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of Amishas Kapavim. And then it says, why do according to Allah, to teach you that it's Me'ahava Meira, that is included in the complete violation. What would Rava say? Rava already answered that what Ha'oved is telling us is that you should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, if it's Daikabekas, in other words, if they have some odd practice, that's how you worship it. So if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not Shchita, even if it's not Kabbalah's Dam, even if it's not Halach, even if it's not Shchita, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi Yirmiyah saw the word Adat from Go regarding all of it. And after Rabbi says your proof Abaye is not really solid proof that Ahava and Yira is included, because that word Ha'oved is specifically relating to teach you the idea that if that cult worships in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing it. Now Abaye is not over yet. Okay, so it warns us to register today, not to go ahead and bow to Avodah. So we are told, for him, let's not bother about Zorah. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right? You bow to people. I mean, we shake a hand. Recently, more we give the fist, whatever it is. Every culture has their way of interacting with the if you live somewhere where bowing to people was born to show honor, it's not obviously a violation of Avodah Zarah. However, do some research before you bow to a person. Because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies even to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the Losa of them. So, as when it comes when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai would not bow to Haman was that he had a cross, which creates some difficulty that he had a cross of a Jewish boy that was going to be born a few hundred years later. But the Medrash does say that Haman did have an Avodah Zarah on him. That's the Medrash. The Gemara seems to indicate, on the other hand, that it wasn't that he had a necklace with this big ring, with this big Avodah Zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here, you're not mishtachaveh, you're not supposed to mishtachaveh, it's a person that's never to Haman. And on the most basic reason, you know what we're being told here? That you should know that the Jews violate Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, is bowing to Haman something that they really believed in? No, he was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it, the Torah is using it as an example of a violation, even though it was Meira. So it seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah, Meira, it's a complete violation. Okay, and nevertheless it is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rabbi going to defend himself? Well, Rabbi says, no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the Bryce is telling us that, listen, if it's a person that's worshipped, don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that basically worshipped in a society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. The Rabbah Haman, yeah, the example Haman as a person, but it's not a complete example. Haman, the buffet, he's the example of a person that's never is where the Torah is warning us that yes, you can bow to a person if it's the worst going on it, but don't do it if it's a never. And a person, example of a person who becomes like an Avodah Zarah was Haman. But like a Haman, but the example is not regarding all details. The Ilu Haman when Klal Yisrael never Haman was Meira, but here when that vice tells us that it's a violation, Lav Meira. So Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something on Meira, it's a complete violation. So here is his next piece. Abaye, I can prove it from the Tanya. So, to understand the next piece, a brief introduction, we know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally. Okay, that we're familiar with. Now there are it's an endurance, if it is a kain, so if it's a mele, it's a there are a lot of details that relate, but what you have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the shigo to the bull, or if it's Avodah Zarah and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only with a he'elem davar, okay, he'elem davar, and one of them is a shivigas ma'isa. So two you have to be mindful of to appreciate the message here. Shivigas ma'isa he'elem davar, okay. Shivigas ma'isa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home on this table, there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular shuman, and he eats it, and it's chelem shigigas ma'aseh. Okay, shigigas ma'aseh. Now, then there's something called elem davar. When was the matter itself, or was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. That you, in other words, that you had a question, a lot of questions, you're a scholar, you go through all the post-skin, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So in such a situation where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmid Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act, there you have a He'elam Davar with a Shigigat mindset. Okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are brought, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first the He'elam Davar and Shigigat mindset. Now, what about a Kohen, a Kohen Mashiach? We call it Kohen Mashiach because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the First Temple period when he became a Kohen, when he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. Kohen Mashiach, the korbanos are more severe, right? Rebbe says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring that unique korban, the bull of the power Helam of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is Shigurot Maisa action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also Helam Dover. Okay, that's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, the Shavim should disagree at the Yachid. They do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not of a Zara, he brings a Sikira, the goat, of the she-goat. The Shavim and so to the agree, Shem of the Hashem Torah, that Hashem Torah is not for us. Okay, now what's relevant for us is, we mentioned she gives us what are we mentioned here? Action in action that was done by mistake regarding a cover. How do you make a mistake with that word cover? Now, when it comes to a product, I made a mistake. I thought it's something else. What exactly is a mistake with a what's the scenario? He cuts over so if he sees a shul, and in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, he goes ahead by this magnificent structure, and wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows is that the whole of his Zara. You cannot say that that's a shigat meister because what's in his heart? Who is he bowing to? We don't worship shul, by the way. Right? Even the most beautiful in the world, we're worshiping the Rebbeinu Shalom. So obviously that cannot be a case of Shigigas mindset. It must be. The Chosa, he saw some kind of statue of the king. Right? And he bowed to it. But that also is problematic. If he really accepted it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a show gag. Amazing. If he did not accept this entity, it's going to slip me. So therefore, Abaye argues it's the only scenario that could be possible. Here we go. It must be Avo and Yira. And Avo and Yira. In other words, he made a mistake, right? He was only about him from Allah or the fear of man. And he thought, what would be the mistake? He thought that it's permissible. And therefore, that would be a scenario that it is a shogeg. So if we would be amazing, that would be the real Abaye has proof. Okay? It's talking about a person who says, Tzad is permissible. Wait a second, that's a Helam Dova. So the answer is that the Gemara is going to answer that something that is tomorrow is that the Rav is going to tell us that there's a difference between Oimer Mutar Legamre and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will leave for that son of days. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day. And we should go for it.
Freestyle and Greco is more so just like on your feet, get the takedown. But with that said,
all right, so we'll say good morning. Today's down to 7 hours. You want me actually up with Simon from the day 60B from Hummer Matters. We have a little bit. So we have 2, 4, 6 lines up from the bottom. Our shear this month dedicated by Satan Bacon and the month of Elul, Yamin Norain, and you know it has to be yard taking. I'm going to be up with the Shama of Satan. Hope that there's Hashem. So, Lord beautiful avia, a beautiful din. Let's begin. But remember, remember again, continuing a little bit. Remember again, we wish to introduce us to the concept of Osei that essentially there are three different categories of avoda for avodah zarah. Right, three different ways, three different categories of worship for avodah zarah. Number one, what we'll call normative worship, which means the both sides do normal which you go ahead and worship a particular idol, even though that manner of worship may be objectively inappropriate, like we saw by Baal or by Margulis. If that's the worship, the idolatry, then ultimately, again, that's where you are chayiv. Categories, objective, actual worship that are considered to be avodah zarah, even if not a form of worship for a particular avodah zarah. For example, ishkat hava, bowing down, offering karbanos, pouring with wine, incense. Now, again, as we saw yesterday, essentially anything that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash as part of Avodas Hashem will be prohibited as part of Avodah Zarah. Third category represents activities which are quote unquote respectful, but not unique to religious service. Megafe, nationally, kissing the idol, hugging the idol, anointing the idol with oil, putting shoes on the idol. Those of us say again, the Gemara seems to indicate right now will be an Isser D'Oraisa, but will not be a Chiyuv. Someone Ha'isi Umar B'Zovech Kachim L'Chot T'Chas Medaber. I might have put ultimately again as the pasuk of Zovech L'Elohim Yach L'Elohim Yacharam is talking about offering kavanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, to which the Gemara says Zovech Kachim L'Chot Karetzu, or that an offering of kavanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash is with this recurrence. Yet the pasuk tells me Yacharam, which means we saw by a which we must sacrifice Kamina to us with the Kala, and then of course when there was Hasra for offering up to Kachim Bakut, then ultimately again there's a sentence Kilo Asray Karis, and then but again if there's no Hasra out of the part of these Karis, Mashmallah, we'll say Kamasha is not talking about offering up Kavanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, rather the pasuk is talking about offering up Kavanos to Avodah Zarah. I'm going to go about Rav Hanana Abaye. Emo Yotze Shtachava of the Lami Valakval Kulo. So I read about that Shtachava. I will say when the pasuk says, Vayilech Vayavot Alimachri Vayishtachava. The pasuk explicitly talks about Shtachava, prostration, bowing down. I might thought that ultimately again that is Shtachava. Teach about different forms of avodah for avodah zarah. Look at Rashi in a moment. Ema yotelo ishkachava l'lamid alaklav. It's not talking about it. Rabbi Yigapi Kunash Oshi Derechkav. I am going to think from ishkachava. I learn out that any form of cover given to the idol ultimately again should be usher. Kissing the idol, hugging the idol, which was the Ike was the Be'achalami, and then why don't I deposit to teach me that so that offering a covenant is going to be usher. The Gufe ultimately again, I might have known that teaching me this halacha. That's what. In the Chashivim the Avodah LaAvodah, it ultimately again teaches me on one side that even if I had in mind that a particular future service should be Avodah Zarah, then ultimately again I am for Avodah Zarah, and tie it to that even though the present Avodah is not a for Avodah Zarah. What does that mean? It's not Hashem is able to go double Avodah Zarah. Listen to this case. Hashem cannot. Now, my intention is the following. I don't have in mind that the Shrita should be for Avodah Zarah, but I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for Avodah Zarah. That's my intention. So the Avodah of the Shrita itself is not for Avodah Zarah, but my future intention to sprinkle the blood is for Avodah Zarah. Am I chayav for such action? Yochanan, Amar Yochanan says, Asura, he holds ultimately again the behemoth, the animal itself, is Asura. We didn't have some Asura Habi Bana. Papati Shashita Lavla Abdus. And what the novelty is what? Even though the Shita itself was not for Avodah Zarah, nevertheless, again, since my intention was to sprinkle blood for Avodah Zarah, therefore the behemoth itself ultimately again becomes Asa for Avodah Zarah. Rishlakish says ultimately no, the animal itself remains mutter ba'ana, and it's only when you sprinkle the blood later on that ultimately have you committed an act of Avodah Zarah. What's an incredible Gemara. Incredible Machlokas. Honey is going to be on the instruction of the Yochanan, and the Rishlakish Boyka. But according to Rishlakish, I will say he will require the pasuk Maske for Rakambot, or Rabbi Yochanan of Vaikra, is that true that Rabbi Yochanan does not require a process? Which is marked as can look usher Rabbi Yochanan, Ella Behema. Obviously, up until now, Rabbi Yochanan only asks the Behema. He says that the Behema is usher Barno, about Gavra, Lav, Bar Katalahu. But ultimately, again, the individual side is not subject to a death penalty. But also, the Pubic Gavla Katala, and the Tusk comes out speaking that what the say, not only is the animal also not going to be open on, but ultimately the individual subject to a death penalty for Abel Bizarra as well. Maske for Rabak, 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 Urish, what you should be Boisra, Urish, what you should be require the passing. At Hello Kasharish, like this Ella Behema. Even if Rish Lakish says mutter, Rish Lakish is saying that the animal is not usher by that. Remember, very specific piece over here. We slaughtered the animal with no intentions for Abel Bizarra, but my intention is to take the blood and ultimately sprinkle it for Abel Bizarra. So does that future intention for Abel Bizarra answer the Ima now? Yochanan says yes, Rish Lakish says no. To which the Gemara says, Ash Kamil Kasher Rish Lakish Ela Behema. Where Rish Lakish says that that's talking about the Behema, that's talking about the animal, about Gavra, Bar Katalu. Rabbi said ultimately again, does the animal itself, is the animal subject to, about Gavra, but is the individual ultimately subject to a death penalty? But ultimately again, but the individual is not subject to needy dahava and mishtacha lahar. The Rabbi said ultimately again, it will be no different. Ultimately, it bows down to a mountain. So what does that mean? The hard would we'll say again, we learned that before, that if a mountain has a Vodazah, ultimately again, the mountain doesn't become a Vodazah. We'll say, obviously, there's a practical reason for that, because if somebody can make the mountain a Vodazah, that means they can transform things into idolatry. So we got to the Pasuk, Elokehem, or Elokehem, Al HaHarim, Velo HaHarim Elokehem. They also ultimately they worship the gods on the mountains, but they can't transform the mountains into a god. So the Gemara says over here that according to Rish Lakish, who says mutter, Rish Lakish says that the behema, the animal itself, is mutter, but what? But the individual is subject to Musa. And he learns that out from Mishtach Lahar, that if somebody worships the mountain is mutter, but although the science, but the one who worships the mountain ultimately is what? Is going to be subject to the death penalty of sign. Harmony of Achami Difti the Radina. So that comes to the Radina Lamai, Amrali Rava Barakanala Abaye. That which Rava Barakanan said to Abaye, Emo Yotsan Shakava, Lalami Al Hakral Kulo. We'll say, remember again, but that which we said before, that Ishtachava ultimately again should come to teach me about what? That Ishtachava should come to teach me about general levels. So we'll say, remember again, we had the opinion on the bottom of on the base that said that Ishtachava, when the person comes and singles out the prostration, Vayelech Vayavod Elohim Akerim Vayishtachi Rocha. The person is coming to go ahead and discuss Ishtachava. So the Gemara says, why is the person singling that out? To which the Gemara answers, maybe it's coming to teach about all forms of avoda, teaching that all respectful forms of avoda, like hugging the idol, kissing the idol, are going to be ushered as well. So if that's the case, then the phrase what is that coming ultimately again to go ahead and exclude? The Pasuk says, this is to refer to more generic forms of the word. What does that refer to? Let me look at it. Maybe you'll say what that means is someone who gets on an item. Remember again, that is the form of or so if somebody does that to a different idol, then what? Then they're not going to be chayiv. We already know that. And that's what we learned that our is paradigm travel. The Torah is ishtachava, prostration. And what do we learn from there? We'll say just like prostration is a form of covet. At called derech kibud. ultimately you're only chayiv for worshiping an idol if you do so in respect for the only time one would be chayiv for defecating the idol is if that's the form of worship. But to do that to a different idol, which is not the form of worship, ultimately, again, everyone would agree, is not a avodah zarah. Maybe again, what the person can teach me is what if somebody defecates on marbles? Remember again, what's marbles? That's the 3-stone idol. 3 stones on the bottom, 1 stone on top. How do you worship marbles? You throw stones at it. So watch this, it looks like. So the Gemara says, "Saga that kamiya, holo bavodos bizayono, all bizayon." So listen, I'm going to talk about the way you worship marbles is already derech bizayon, meaning it's already a form of degrading worship. So to throw stones at an idol and essentially again not putting them 2 stones and 1 stone on top. That's marbles. To throw stones at that and deconstruct the idol is a quote unquote disrespectful form of worship. So I let it go. Like once I'm already disrespecting the idol, then what? Then what? Then even other forms of disrespectful worship, i.e., like defecating on the idol, should be okay as well. Kamash Malon, no. Was it Kamash Malon that even in these forms of disrespectful worship, only the worship-specific form of disrespect, right? The disrespectful specific form of worship is considered avodah zarah for that idol, but to take one objectively disrespectful form of worship and apply it to another idol which has its own disrespectful form of worship is not considered to be avodah zarah. So, for example, if you were to take stone and throw it at Baal Peor, you wouldn't be chayiv for idol worship. If you were to defecate on markalis, you have chayiv for idol worship, even though each of them have their own objectively disrespectful forms of worship. If you mix and match, you will not be chayiv midaraisa. Elo Adam Rabbi Eliezer, Milan is that able to mark shu chayiv. Yeah, but say that. But you never know that if you are carbon, you slaughter animals, that you're chayiv. How do we know that? Now we said yesterday, Shinei Amar, but Yizbuchu Odes Yivchei Masiyim, because the pasuk says they shall not offer up, they shall not worship, or they shall not offer up their offerings. This was a similar verse to Avodah Zarah. In Eno Iyer Darka is ultimately again you don't need it to teach you the prohibition of normative worship. Because what the pasuk says, Echel says, the Torah is foreshadowing the Klal Yisrael is going to say, we want to worship Avodah Zarah like the Umos Olam do. Then what? Tonehu Eyon Shlishalom. And I was saying this pasuk to teach you that one is chayiv for worshipping an idol, even if this is not the way that the idol is normally worshipped. If what? If this is quote unquote a normative for worship, which the Gemara says, but we already learned out Shloki Zara saying, we already learned out about the prohibition of normative forms of worship, even though they're non-normative in this particular Avodah Zarah. We learned that from the fact that the Torah singles out the idea and says, don't bow down to the idols. It was just like bowing down is an objective form of honor. So to we learn out that any objective forms of honor, the way for a Jew, the way we come to our category of objective forms of worship is somewhere, is from the Beis Hamikdash. And therefore we learn out that whenever it's done in the Beis Hamikdash, will be also by Avodah Zarah, to which the Gemara says, Shlo Gidach Mishtachava Nafka, Hassam B'Zavech L'Hachis. The Moshe there, the pasuk is talking about an interesting case of Zavech Lahakis. That the Moshe ultimately, again, let's say somebody worships, let's say somebody goes ahead and offers up an animal for Avodah Zarah. Listen to this. It's not that they really believe in Avodah Zarah, they're just angry at God. The person has shown angry at Baruch Hu. What do they want to do? They want to show God. How are they going to show God? How are they going to give it to us? Baruch Hu. They're going to worship an animal for Avodah Zarah. Now, I don't believe in Avodah Zarah. I don't believe in it, but I'm sorry. By the way, this sounds crazy. It sounds crazy just because it is every single day. Every single day. When we do things out of anger to show someone or something, right? Even though what? Objectively, again, what I am doing is objectively detrimental. Right? So it's an incredible use. So what happens? So the Gemara teaching us a bunch of people, this extra bunch that even if somebody will serve even someone offers something carbon to idol, the hachis, which I'm saying is, I don't believe in the Avodah Zarah, but I'm just trying to give it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That one is the chayiv for Avodah Zarah in those circumstances. Hamnuna Irkasuli. Was there Hamnuna once lost one of his oxen? Pogabe Rabba. So Rabba fucked him again. And Rabba could ask Rashaila. Rabba Hamnuna said, sure. Rabba Leva Fitzina Hadadi. He contrasted things. On one hand, it says, Tnan, Ha'ovid Avodas Kocham. Ha'ovid Avodas Kocham. Ovid in Omer Lo. So on one hand, the Mishnah teaches me that if one worships Avodah Zarah, one is Chai. So what do I see from there? It's Dafka if what? Dafka if I'm serving the Avodah Zarah. But yet, I will say Omer, the person just ultimately speaks about worshipping Avodah Zarah. Now we're going to see Omer ultimately, if a person says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, yes, you have another Mishnah that's Ha'omer E'evod, Eilech Ve'evod, Neilech Ve'navod. We'll say ultimately if somebody says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, or I'm going to go and worship Avodah Zarah, let's go and worship Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, again, that he's going to be high. So we'll say you see over here that the verbal statement of intent of worshiping Avodah Zarah makes one high for idol worship. So again, we have two contrasting Mishnahs. The first Mishnah seems to indicate that it's only if you manage to worship Avodah Zarah which can be high. Yet the second Mishnah seems to indicate that even if what of separation of intent worship idolatry will be high. I know what you're thinking to yourself. You're thinking to yourself, for 1 second, how can you ever be high for an Avera if you don't actually do it? Just because you have verbal intent. Remember, Avodah Zarah is unique. The same way that if a person has machshav, let's say I have intent to eat chazer. I have intent to eat chazer. We'll say, what's the status of that intent? Nothing. Verb yet, intent, machshava for Avodah Zarah is chai. We'll say, in my mind, I pledge my allegiance to Baal Pa'or, right? Chas v'shalom. In my mind, I pledge to Avodah Zarah. I invite for that machshava. So we see already that Avodah Zarah is in the category in its own, which makes sense by the way, hashkafically as well, because Avodah Zarah represents a fundamental relationship trespass against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The rules are different. Therefore, again, we have a Mishnah that says that if a person says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, let's go worship Avodah Zarah, I'm going to walk Avodah Zarah, that he's chai. So he's contrasting conflicting Mishnahs. One Mishnah says, I'm only chai if I worship. Second Mishnah says, I'm chai even if I say I'm going to worship. Which the answer, Omer, Eini Mekablo Alai Ela Ba'avodah. So Moshe Hamuna responded, this Mishnah is talking about a case where he says, the first Mishnah which says, I'm only chayiv if I worship the Avodah Zarah. It says, where a person says, I'm only mekabel upon this Avodah Zarah upon myself, ba'avodah. He makes an explicit statement that I'm only going to be worshiping this Avodah Zarah through the actual Avodah. Okay? Rabbi Yosef Amar, Tenai Shakal Amar. Rabbi Yosef says, I don't have to remove all of the Tanai from the world. After all, this is my focus. This is Ha'omer Ba'oba Abduni. Listen to this. Say a person says, I want people to have Avodah Zarah. I say to my chevra, I say, why don't you all come and why don't you all come along and worship me? Come along, right? Come. Let's not waste time with idols. Let's just worship me. Ba'oba Abduni. Rabbi Meir Mechai, so Meir says that ultimately again I'm going to be chayiv. Rabbi Huda Poda, and Rabbi Huda says ultimately again that I am chayiv. When Rabbi Meir says I'm chayiv, he's talking about me. I'm saying to my chaver, come worship me. Let's make me the Avodah Zarah. I'm going to be chayiv as a mace. So I told you that a mace as someone who entices or instigates someone else to worship Avodah Zarah. So the basis is chayiv ultimately again for instigating. So the Gemara says, I make myself an Avodah Zarah mitzvah, chayiv, Rabbi Huda Poter. So the Gemara says, Heichad the Palchu. So if people actually worship me, if I actually got people to worship me, Kuli Amalo Pligi, well, so everybody agrees that what? That I will be chayiv. Obviously, people who worship are also chayiv, but I just instigated on chayiv as well. Yechsir lo sa'a se'lecha pesach. Because also listening to this, that is actually an incredible drush. Pasuk says, do not make for yourself a soul. So you also dash in what? Lo sa'a se'lecha pesach. Do not make the lecha, do not make yourself into idolatry. Keep these. So also, where do they argue? Ultimately, again, I will say, what happened if I tried to entice people to worship me as an Avodah Zarah, but ultimately, again, they don't listen to me. So what's the status then? Am I chayiv, I will say, or not? So Rabbi Meir Sabar, the Gura Milsi, Rabbi Meir says, the act of Dibor, the act of me trying to entice them to worship me, is in and of itself an actual act. And therefore, I'm going to be chayiv. That Yehuda suffered Dibor Lachnosi. That Yehuda says no, speech is insignificant. The fact that I tried to worship him, obviously a bad guy, but it doesn't make chayiv for Avodah Zarah. Other Amrav Yosef, Lav Nosihi Da'ati. That Yosef came along and said, you know what, that which we said before Avosai is in fact not significant. How so? That Rabbi Yehuda, but we're not making you the chayiv. Even Rabbi Yehuda will say Avosai that just Dibur, trying to entice people to worship the Avodah Zarah, are also going to be chayiv. Why? This man Rabbi Yehuda Omer, the Olam Eno chayiv ad sheyomar e'evod elech ve'evod neilech ve'ne'evod. Because even Rabbi Yehuda says that a person will be chayiv for Avodah Zarah if he says, I'm going to go worship, I'm going to go and I'm going to worship, I'm going to go and worship, let's go and worship. So it might come to the will say. So what ultimately again are they arguing about? The basis the I will say ultimately what they're arguing about is the following. What happens in a case over here where I try to convince others to worship me as Avodah Zarah? I try to make myself into the idolatry, and I try to get other people to worship me. But I'm related. I will say, so imagine this. I'm talking to my Hebrew, I tell them, listen, guys, let's cut out the middleman. Right, just worship me, I'll be the Avodah Zarah. And they say, okay. They say, okay. So we'll say, so now, what is the status now of everyone involved in this picture? Right? So what's my responsibility now? And what is the halachic implication of their okay? So says the Gemara, Mar Sover, Masis, the Atzmo, Samilei, so I want to take you hold that ultimately when I entice other people to worship or instigate I'm kind as a mace, I'm kind as an instigator, and they're okay seriously, and we assume that means that they're going to worship me, and therefore they're chayiv for that expression of intent to worship Avodah Zarah. We'll say that no, that reminds again, these guys are not going to listen to me, they're not going to take me seriously, and therefore what? So the Gemara says, Meimar Amri, Lo Shmiyale, Meimar Amri, Maishna Iluminan, be done. Because it's an amazing thing. People worship an idol, but they're not going to worship another person. Why? Because they're going to say, why should we worship silver? Right? He's no better than us. And therefore, what do they say? Okay. They will say that yes is not really a yes. I know what is it? Sure. Right? They're making fun of me. Right? They're making fun of me. And therefore, again, ultimately, again, to how do you reconcile our Mishnahs? Remember, really started taking this discussion here. Because by contrasting the two Mishnahs, one seemingly indicating that I'm only chayiv ultimately for what? For actual worship of Avodah Zarah, whereas one indicates that I need to be chayiv even for a verbal declaration of intent to worship Avodah Zarah. And Masnisin can be Yochid, he says, so that is only sus. And I was like, one person is talking about where there's an individual who's trying to instigate others to worship Avodah Zarah, and one is talking about where there's a group who's trying to instigate another group. Yochid lo mimlach v'toyi basrei. So ultimately, I will say, when it's a yochid, so the people are being instigated ultimately again. Excuse me, I read that wrong. It's Yochid Hanises, which is one person is being instigated versus a group who is being instigated. So Yochid Lomimla, a person is not going to consult, one individual is not going to consult with others. We call you Basrei, and therefore ultimately people will make a mistake in following. Rapid Mimla, people don't know Basrei. I will say a group will consult either with one another. I will say in general there's a concept that that when you consult with a group, the hope is that there's collective wisdom. So when a person is just actually alone, sometimes one kind of become embedded in their mistake, it's hard to get them to change course. When a person is whatever, even if they've made a mistake initially, hopefully again, there'll be collective wisdom. We're not this one. Siv, lo sovelo, lo sishma elai. As the pasuk says, do not listen to him, or literally, do not be enticed by him, and do not listen to him. Ha'ava neshama chai, which also seems to indicate to us what? That if you allow yourself to be enticed, and if you listen, you will be chai, which also tells me what? Even before I've actually worshipped that Avodah If at the end of the day I allow to be drawn in, you see from here that what? That even a willingness to listen to idolatry, a willingness to be enticed by idolatry is in and of itself what? An issue. I want to be clear. You'll see the only time you're put to death, or that a person is put to death by idolatry is when you actually worship. But you might discussing of the Abba is that there's still this with the Oraisa, or even just contemplating worship of Abba, or even just having an intellectual cognitive commitment to worship Abba. This Rabbi raises a kasha. Misha Eno. Sorry, Misha Eno. I'm sorry. Misha by Mises Gabon and Mises Yachish. Is there a distinction between ultimately again someone who is enticed by the rabbin versus someone who is enticed by the yachid? God Tanya, yet the passage says, "He is sister achiva ben imecha, achad yachid and sister achad rabbin and sister." So say ultimately again you see it. There's no distinction whether or not there's an individual who's enticed, but there's a rabbin who's enticed. But only say akasim yachid nichla rabbin, the rabbin nichla yachid. And I will say the pasuk when dealing with ramifications of the enticement for Avodah Zarah, isolate the Yachid from the Rabbin, and the Rabbin household. Yachid Yichma Rabbin, Lahachir al Gufo, or Lahachir al Mamono. So we'll say ultimately again, the individual is reckoned differently from the collective. Then if he enticed to worship Avodah Zarah, and he indeed does worship Avodah Zarah, Remachir al Gufo. We'll say Machir al Gufo means he's put to death, and how is he put to death? With right, the skill is considered to be a more commonly form of death. We have the Haka al Mamono. So we'll say if a person worships Avodah Zarah, so he's enticed with Avodah Zarah, so he's put to death by skill. But what happens to his property? His property is left alone. You don't destroy his property. On the flip side, Rabbi Nechla Yochid, the Torah isolates the collective from the individual. Lahaka al Gufam. Tell you that when they are put to death, how are they put to death? Through sayif, through a sword. Which almost is considered to be the most kal form of execution. And yet what? Ulahachmir al mamona. Yet Rabbi said on the flip side to be machmir ultimately on your money. Remember again, what happens in the Bible was the most best example ultimately of a rabbi who worships Avodah Zarah who is the Erni Dachos. And what happens to the Erni Dachos? You destroy all the property. Whenever there's a collective who worships Avodah Zarah, or given a quote unquote more lenient from that I decided they're given a more machmir, they are given a machmir sentence and that their property is destroyed. To which the Gemara says, so we'll say it's only in this distinction in terms of the manner of execution and destruction of property that there is a distinction in Yachid and Rabbi. About whole meeting he had done. We'll say regarding all other matters of Avodah Zarah and halachas they are treated the same. About Amar Abaye, can the says in Kanganises with the what's the distinction between the two Mishnahs? One is talking about here of a person who quote unquote self entices. He entices himself, that's when he says with the Atzmo. Kanganises with the Atzmo versus someone who is convinced to worship Avodah Zarah through others. So you must mimlech with the Achirim. Mimlech with the Achirim. Gari Basai. We'll say, now it's the flip dynamic of a group dynamic. Right? The flip the of a group dynamic. Sometimes when a person is enticed to do something as part of a group, so the assumption is wrong, they're going to follow the group, they're not going to make anything to the group. On the flip side, I'm sorry, I skipped the line. The Piats from Mimla, what they sometimes if a person convinces himself to do something, he could just as easily watch, like rethink it and convince himself not to do it. The Piacherin Gori Basrad. Once a person is part of a group, so it's hard to break ranks with the group and chances are you just follow that dynamic. I'm not buying it. You're not going to buy it. Where do I know this dynamic, this dynamic? So he wants to say, "Lo sova lo sishma ila." Do not be enticed by him and do not listen to him. Ha'ava l'shama chai. Yaakov will say, what do we see? That if you listen, and you have the intent to worship Avodah Zarah, then ultimately again you will be chai. Rava Amar, Rava says both are referring to ultimately one who is enticed to worship Avodah Zarah from others. Had Amalei. Kach Ocheles, Kach Shoseh, Kach Mativa, Kach Maria. So, Hadlo Amalei, Kach Ocheles, Kach Shoseh. So, listen to this. So now, Gemara makes another interesting interesting distinction. This other distinction is when I will say what when he says to the individual, this is how the idol drinks, this is what's good, this is how it's bad, and I will say that's the case where ultimately once they're already describing the attributes of the idol, where it's clear that a person's intent is ultimately to carry through on the worship. Versus the other case where a person does not speak about the attributes of the idol, and that can also it's possible that even though that it's possible that the person will not carry through on his intentions ultimately to worship. So Rabbi says, well, first, I know this wide line, it's not a base. From where do I know this distinction? Siv, Me'elohim Asher Sivi Vosei, Kovim Elecha, Ma'mali Rechovi. I will say, why difference? Here the Torah is out, speaking to us ultimately again the vocation to worship idolatry. So why does it say ultimately again, from the gods of the nations who are around you, who are close to you? What does it matter if the Avodah Zarah is close to the Avodah Zarah is far, it's still going to be us? This is what it means to say. That what it means is the following: that if you want to learn about Avodah Zarah, pretty much Avodah Zarah is Avodah Zarah is Avodah Zarah. You can learn about the ones that are far away from the attributes of the ones that are close. My love, the Amalek, Kach Ocheles, Kach Shosef, Kach Mahiva, Kach Maria. So what does that mean? That means that ultimately, again, the process of beginning to extol the virtues or discuss the virtues of the Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, is in and of itself the beginning of the process of worship. Shema Mila, we see that this is. So we'll say, bottom line, what do we come out with over here? So first, I will say just a couple of very important things. Number one, what we ultimately see is that Dibur is Lavdosa. So first of all, again, an expression of intent ultimately to worship Avodah Zarah will not make you chayiv for worship. That's the one how the Rambam asking. That's important. Even though again, it's also any expression of allegiance ultimately to worship Avodah Zarah will be also. But a verbal expression of intent to worship will not make you chayiv for Avodah Zarah. That's number one. Then let's say number two. We asking ultimately again the Chashkinon la'avoda la'avoda, which is I will say if you have in mind you're shechting an animal, and you don't have in mind that the shechita should be for avodah zarah. You have in mind that you're going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah. The fact that you're going to use some part of that animal for avodah zarah makes the animal what? Us not now. At the time of the shechita. Even though what your intention is not to, I'm not shechting it for avodah zarah, but I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah. We pass the ultimately again like Rabbi Yochanan that makes the asur animal tahana right now. Now again, I want to say on a technical level, I'm not chayiv for avodah zarah. Why not? Because I didn't do it yet. But because my intention ultimately was to use the blood of this animal for avodah zarah, even though again I didn't use it yet, that makes the animal asur ba'anar now. And again, our three category distinction by different avodos of avodah zarah, like we spoke about at the beginning of this year, still remains in place. Fine, you might go how only avodos go come in the avodah miyura. What's an interesting case? Let's say somebody goes down and worships avodah zarah, me'ava umiyira. So what does it mean? Out of love or out of fear? Rashi says, or let's say it's four lines, find out enough before Rashi gets. Why do you have a miyira? Me'avas adim umiyiras under below kashra b'beliva alakos. I worship avodah zarah for love. People do a lot of things for love, or people do a lot of things for fear. So I'm worshiping Avodah Zarah not because I believe in it, but because I'm trying to demonstrate my love for someone, or I'm trying because I'm fearful of someone. So we'll say, what's the halacha in such a case like that? Abai Amar Chayiv. Abai says you're going to be chayiv ultimately for that act of Avodah Zarah. Rava Amar Pater. Rava says you are Pater. Abai Amar Chayiv. Abai says I'm chayiv. Why? To help because I worship. And Abai says, worship is worship. Meaning if at the end of the day you worship that Avodah Zarah, then again you're going to be chayiv for that. That your intentions were for love, your intentions were for fear. We don't look at that Avodah Zarah. Therefore, you're going to be chayiv. Rava Amar Pater. Ikamli Alei Velokaim Ilolo. Rava says no. We'll say Avodah Zarah is not the act of worship. Avodah Zarah is accepting upon yourself another deity. It's clear that you are worshiping, that you are not accepting this as your deity, but you're doing this out of love or out of fear. Then the Maisig and what Rabbi says you are Pater. Now, you understand this Gemara has major implications for us because unfortunately, Klal Yisrael, the other generations, has faced this particular recital about accepting Avodah Zarah not really out of Ava, but much more out of Yira. Does that constitute idolatry or not? So once you can see already that the Rambam constantly like Rava, that ultimately again one will be putter for such an act. Now, how this stems ultimately again with the Harik Vayam, the fact that Avodah Zarah ultimately again is one of the things for which we need to give your life sooner than worship. So again, so he's going to put that on our list for future topics. Again, I will say, but at least we understand why if someone, because once again, we have much halakhic literature of people who accepted idolatry upon themselves rather than because they accepted it out of Yirah. And again, much halakhic literature dealing with how you go ahead and deal with such an individual in the Jewish community. What you deal with. I will say, the fact is that I'm not asking like Rava, that if somebody worships out of fear, that they are, that's not considered Avodah Zarah, as Avodah Zarah means the accepting of the Yizdi. Again, I will say, gives us freedom to welcome people back into the community as well. Fine, let's go back. So I'll say, Abaye says the following, from where do I know this concept? So the Gemara says, this night, Ha'oved Avodah Shkochav Echad Ha'oved. So the Gemara says, my love Echad Ha'oved Me'avo. So the Gemara is going to discuss this. So Abaye says, from where do I know that even if you worship out of fear or out of love, you're going to be chayiv? So the Gemara says, this kind of Oved Avodah Shkochav Echad Ha'oved. So the Mishnah says that if one worships Avodah Zarah, my love, Echad Ha'oved Me'avo. Remember again, this is our Mishnah. Started the Mishnah read. The Mishnah said, Ha'oved Avodah Shkochav Echad Ha'oved. If you worship Avodah Zarah, if you serve the idol. Now, why does the Mishnah have to add in Echad Ha'oved? What is that teaching? So the Gemara says, my love, Echad Ha'oved Me'avo Umi Yira. Sabai says, doesn't that extra Oved come to teach you that even if I worship out of Ava or out of Yira, I'm going to be chayiv? Rava will say, no. Only again, keeping the tarets at the Yirmiyah. I will say, remember again, Rava will say, no. The meaning of Oved is as Rabbi Yirmiyah taught us 2 days ago. What did Rabbi Yirmiyah teach us 2 days ago? I will say, Oved means that if you worship Avodah Zarah with any normative form of worship, normative as defined as something that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash, even though that is not how this type of idol is worshipped, one will still be chayiv. From where do I know that even if you worship out of love, out of Ava, out of here, you're going to be chayiv? Because we learned, Lo tishtacha ve'elohem. The pasuk says that, but you can't bow down to the idols. So excuse me, I will say again, you can't bow down to the idols. About but Abaye says you don't have that can go ahead and bow down to someone else. So we'll say, so you can't bow down to the idol, but you can bow down to someone else. I will say that the consciousness of coming over here is a sign of respect. And you bow down to idols as a sign of respect, but you can bow down to another person as a sign of respect. Does that mean that you can bow down to another person if he treats himself as a Avodah? Haman treated himself as an Avodah. He thought he was a god. He treated himself as a god. So I'm going to feel that you can even bow down to someone like Haman who treats himself as a deity. Hamadomar below Sa'adim. The pasuk says that what? No, you may not serve them. So we'll say, what do you see from here? Haman Yira Haman Ne'aba. So we'll say, so right, so Abaye says, so what do we learn out from here? You can bow down to another person as a sign of respect, but you can't bow down to another person as a sign. If they deify themselves, then I will say, remember why were the Jews bowing down to Haman? They were bowing down out of what? Out of Yira, out of fear. And yet Abaye says, you still see that it's also. So you see from here that what? To worship Avodah Zarah out of Yira is still going to be usher. I will say, this was the major bone of contention between Mordecai and his fellow members of the Sanhedrin. Was it mutter to bow down to Haman or not? The Rava. So what would Rava say? Rava would say, Haman below Haman. And I will say, you could bow down to, like Haman, but not like Haman. What does that mean? Haman, the evil gufei avodah shkochav. Below Haman, the Haman mira, the haka lav. Ultimately, again, so Rava would say that ultimately, again, I will say that the best thing we say like Haman and not like Haman. Right? Ultimately, again, like Haman, that Haman considered himself like an Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, it would be usher to bow down to him because of Avodah Zarah, but not like Haman. And that by even though it was an Avodah Zarah component, the Jews were bowing down out of Judah. This is bowing down in Judah. And this case over here is not talking about. So far, so let's say we're gonna stop over here actually for today, but I'm leaving you a little bit of meaning we're leaving you in the middle of this bunch of history. Remember, this is an incredible resurgence of Machlokas, Abaye and Rava, about whether or not what is the halacha or what is the liability when somebody worships Avodah Zarah out of yira, out of fear. Abaye is saying ultimately again, it is considered to be Avodah Zarah your kayiv versus Rava, who ultimately says that you are not. Solution that's going to say, we'll see. Let me share with you a short idea.
Recording you can ask about the rules. Tiffany on the real quick. Thank you. Fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Pilsen family for sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah. It's exclusive for Besaras Tovos for Am Yisrael. You got that? Okay. So what we had. What we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements we make in the morning, Nido Shatorah Directive Plan, what we call Davar Shahaya B'Klal. Yatsa B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al Atzmo Yatsa, Elo L'Lamed Al Kol HaKlal Kula Yatsa. In other words, for example, the Torah is warning us that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zarah Zvicha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zarah. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zarah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere in the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to shecht an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, is it still a violation? So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship that force, clearly we understand that that's a violation. But what? It's zvicha, the slaughter of such an Avodah Zarah. The Torah tells us, listen, don't do it, even if it's not the way that force is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go ahead and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis HaMikdash. So, zvicha, kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha, zrika, any one of the four services that are done inside of the Beis HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions one. So how do we include four? It was Haya B'Klal, right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the will of all four services done in the Beis HaMikdash. Fine. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf, what Rava Bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo Sishtach you should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is to teach unmixed. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force, to an Avodah Zarah, even if it is not the way that specific Avodah Zarah is worshipped, And even if it's not done in Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the Yishtachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay, it's an interesting question, Rav Hanan. But if so, why mention? Why does the Torah mention Zvicharo? So what we had in the top part, the bottom of the Samach on the base, and now in the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is mechashlim me'avoda le'avoda. In other words, you find by Kachin that there's also a thing called Machshavas Pigul. So in a couple of years, we get this Rachel, and one of the sugyas we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and shecht an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or some sort of, or sprinkling the blood, with doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So there are the sugyas we're going to be discussing with each year are known as the sugyas of Maset, of Machshavas Pigul. Okay, I thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Beis. Hashochet behema, but let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to apply those concepts of machashvi la'avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here. In other words, my shechita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shecht, that the sprinkling or the haktorah or the offering of the limbs should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, Hashem behema lizon gam l'avodas kachadi. La'asher chelva, to offer it for the fans for avodas kachadi. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and Rish Lakish top of Samach Aleph Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discusses is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rav Baruch Hanan is telling us, that perhaps Yishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word, what is the teaching of Lo Tzisbach teach us? Maybe Lo Tzisbach is to teach us that what? That mechashvin ma'avoda la'avoda. That even if I do not have an intention to be able to have an azor with the shechita, but when I shecht, I have in mind to perform either the zrika or the haktorah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, everything we use that well according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by kachim, we know that mechashvin is ma'avoda la'avoda. So we don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us, because if by kachim, if in the Beis Hamikdash, the concept of mechashvin me'avoda le'avoda is affected, so obviously it will apply on the dark side in avodah zarah. But according to the Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word Zvicha by avodah zarah is to teach you that mechashvin la'avoda la'avoda and by kro, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara is going to call masculine or proper observance, the truth is you got it wrong with proper claims, because Rav is going to tell us Rabbi Yochanan lo by kro. You're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan I don't need the verse because I can learn it from touching from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Askan lo ka'os Rabbi Yochanan, because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by shechita could be effective, right? Even if it relates to a future service. But Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. But he's not talking about the person. He doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachin. That's not true because in Kachin it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person. Okay. But also, of course, we do need to work with the Gabra to state that the person who goes ahead and performs Avodah Zarah with a machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. And so too the question can be asked the other way around. And according to Shlokish Baikra, you told us from Shlokish might read the verse, but that's not so. Because Shlokish even by Kachin, the Shlokish told that a machshava from Avodah to Avodah is effective. The Shlokish only talked about the behemoth, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that a Gabra Bar Kaklo. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Rishlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shkita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing that a person doesn't have the Zara, the person deserves penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited? You find that? Well, we do actually. If a person bows to a mountain, what do we learn? Below and getting heaven, that we are told that Yisrael, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains and the margins, that although, right, if Avodah Zarah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item. Below Harina Loyam, that if you go ahead and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if he bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of other the cops death penalty, but the itself remains permissible. So what do you see? And it is possible that you can have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty, even the item is mutter. So when the Shlokish says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during Shkita for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when mutter, he's talking about the item. Har mutar v'avda gets the side, obviously means it's a guy, it's a side. So that's what we are called. Here we go. You remember Rava Bar Rav Hanan. So Rava Bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us lo sishtachaveh, it means to teach us that any honorable act performed to an avodah zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rava Bar Hanan believes or claims. So says Ravacha Mezrikin Ravina, wait a second. In my case, what this Rava Bar Hanan tells us, remind you, come on, the Rava Bar Hanan to Abaye. And what did he say there? The words don't mind us. Maybe Ishtachava is Melamed Alaklal Kulo. That maybe Ishtachava is to teach us which serving is. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get there, Yisrael, don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are these pagan nations worshiping their gods? And I should do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know, the Torah is telling us that the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship this is by defecating. So therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship, a person wants to worship Mercury, they would worship the Mercury. So the way it's done is what? By some stone. So obviously what it's telling us that the way to violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by that cults, right, by those over the Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi Baruch Hana, that any act is included, well, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is according to that Ishtachavo, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Ishtachavo, Yotza, in a klal ulamed, Allah klal kula Yotza. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that you should not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Chitain, and if you're going to claim, and then that it's here to exclude Hapoer, Atzmo, Lizovkin, but imagine you have a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that force. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity, so therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included because it has to be Hashtachavo, which is honorable. But Hashtachavo nafko, my Hashtachavo derech kibud, afko derech kibud. In other words, if you look at Hashtachavo on itself, Hashtachavo teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Hashtachavo is Yotam and Aklal Lamed, it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Hashtachavo on its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Baruch Hana. So Torah tells us, you know what it could be? Ela le'ute hapoer atzmo le'markulis. In other words, imagine you have an Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Markulis was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any without honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that something like, I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worshipped in a shameful way, I've called Israel. So perhaps any Israel. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, Kamash Moa, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Now comes the following question. Had Omer Abelos, what the Lord tells us, Minayin, how do we know? Zoveya Behemon the Marcus. So again, Marcus, if in Spanish, Wednesday, right, is Merculus. Right, Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself, or Wednesday, that seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marcus. So Marcus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, then you throw stones. A person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So we are told, it says about the law here. How do you know that he's chayav? How do you know he's chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of Avodah Zarah that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivchem with seirim. Okay, so but listen carefully to the language. Velo yizbechu. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a zivcha, a shchita, a slaughter. And what the Lord tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a pasuk to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah that is the norm that animals to it, I don't need a pasuk to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that if is the norm that the Torah wants us not to do it? Because because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the Lord going to teach you? The Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, meaning even if that's not the way they worship, still. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Loza, if you're telling me that Rosh Hashanah's book was to teach us that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah, but according to Rabbi Baruch Hanan, Yishalot Kigarto Mishtachavo Nafka. Again, Rabbi Baruch Hanan claims that the word Mishtachavo teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand this need of Rabbi Lazar if Rav Chanan is correct? So the Gemara answers an interesting answer here that also that the warning here below Yizbuchu that we are told you should not do to any of the Zara, even if it's not the norm. It seems to be that someone is upset at some pagan force, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that of Zara, comes over and tells us, don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto, a child after the war. He was in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever. And he mentioned that one time it was raining for a couple of weeks, and they got at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as punishment for not bringing rains. It seems to me that there is just having get angry with your Avodah Zarah and your opinion if you want to break it because you don't want to mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. Some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to Tzvita, it's a significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit linear. So here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a questionnaire that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and a Mishnah later on in a couple daf. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand your evidence about the Zara, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be over the Zara? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some of Zayin, some of Chad, seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So it's a contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Amnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rava, all the great Amoraim addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Amnuna, so Nebuchadnezzar also went wild and they were lost. So what does Rav Amnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So as he's making his rounds, he meets Rabba. So Rabba asks him a question. Rabba asks him, let's ask him nice, and there seems to be a connection. Maybe the more is telling, when you lose something, is occupied. It seems to be the great people, even when your mind is occupied, looking for their keys before they had the little apple tag, right? They were still able to be involved in the Torah. Now, here we go. Ready for the contradiction? Our Mishnah says, Ha'oved avodas kochavim. Okay? What's the violation? Oved. Oved is if you actually worship the Avodah Zarah. Omer, he says, I'm planning to, not no. So our Mishnah seems to say in Amira, just a statement, not an issue. But look at the Mishnah later on. It's not in the later Mishnah. Ha-Omer, if a person says, Evod, I'm planning to worship an Avodah Zarah. Elech, Ve'evod, I'm planning to go and do Neilach V'navod, or if I go with the group. And all that is included in the violation, just the statement. Statement is a problem, not a problem. So Ramuna says, Omar Layisim. The way I understand our Mishnah, that there's no violation, it's just a statement. The Omer, Eini, Nikablo, Olai, Elabavoda. In other words, when is it that a statement is not an issue, or the statement is not a violation? Obviously, that is right, obviously, it's prohibited. But when is it that a statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty? When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rav Amnuna understands it. Rav Yosef, Omar, come on. Rav Yosef claims, Tanoi, Shokla, Smile, no. In other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah and prove to the 13th school. Okay? Tanoi, the Tanoi, where's your Machlokes Tanoi? Haomer, Bo Vavdumi. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, throughout history, people have been worshipped. Humans have been worshipped. So the person gets up and says, "Come worship me." Rameir L'chaim. Okay, that's it. You basically declared in Avodah Zarah. You made a statement. Chayiv. Seems to be Rameir's opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Rav Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now, people actually worship this individual. Kula Alma, Lord, please, there's no dispute. And the way we learned, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol, right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture, where the Baruch Hashem are taught to respect great rabbinic beliefs, but we have to always be careful not to cross that line to go ahead and worship a human being, because the Torah tells us to make a human in a vessel. So again, Rameir and Rabbi don't disagree when it comes to actually worshiping a human being. We have a major problem, but it seems to be that if I just said Abduni, Rameir holds Amira, Rav Yehuda says Potter. So therefore, Rav Yosef is saying that the contradiction between the two sides, where one seems to indicate that Amira is not yet an Avodah Zarah, and the second one which seems to indicate that Amira is a Avodah Zarah, it's machlokes tanoim. Okay, now, previous words are dispute the Dibur Baal, just with speech. Rameir said Dibur Amil Sohi. Rameir holds, yeah, speech is an issue. And Rav Yehuda Sovar Sohi. So Rav Yosef, this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rav Amuna approach, we have Rav Yosef approach, but who's going to go ahead and challenge Rav Yosef's opinion? Rav Yosef himself, and he's going to say, no. Omar Rav Yosef, what I said is just simply not a fact. Why? Rav Yehuda, I have no doubt that even Rav Yehuda agrees that in general, that Rav Yehuda is of the opinion that even with speech only a person is chayiv. The Tani Rav Yehuda because when it comes to a maze, when it comes to someone that is encouraging others and inspiring others to worship some kind of pagan force of Avodah Zorah, Achio, Mar Elef Vevot, Nelef Venavot, Rav Yehuda is in agreement that speech could be a big violation. Okay, so therefore my answer is no good. Now, and if you ask me, wait a second, so who's their dispute? Rameir and Rav Yehuda do disagree about a person getting up and saying, worship me. And Rav Yehuda seems to say that it is not yet a violation. Well, there it's unique because it's a person. There might come before when someone is inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant deity or force or avodah zarah, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship himself. Now, what did people say? The Amrulite, right? The person gets up, Rabbi Sai, right? I'm a higher entity, please worship me. And everyone says, yeah. How do you understand the Eden? The Amrulite. And there, if you just become it, Mar Sovar, opinion number one, it's Macy's La'atzma, Shmili, that they do the in the Amrulite Kushto. In other words, it's a yes. And that's the problem, that as soon as they say yes, it's a commitment and it's an avodah zarah, because everyone agrees that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not Umar Sovar. On the other hand, Rav Yehuda holds Macy Flats Maloshmila. People don't tune in. When a person gets up and says, "Worship me," what do they say? Yeah, sure. Let's get 5 things. Right, who are you? Because Neymar Amri, what they human nature is. No, he's a human. I'm a right? Why should I work with him? Why should not you? So why do they say yes? The answer is yeah, sure. Yeah, we're gonna worship you. Right? That's what they're basically saying. So therefore, Rav Yehuda holds, in other words, Rav Yehuda in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is included. So there, regarding the person, it's different because they think to themselves, he's a nut. I worship a human, I'm a human as well. So how do we deal with that Mishnah? Bottom line is, Rav Yosef just got rid of his own answer. We still have a question. We had Rav Amruna's approach. What about Rav Yosef? In Masnisu, everything different. So here we go. Kan biyochid hanisas, kan berabim hanisasim. So the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individuals being approached and multitudes. What's the difference? So we say the following. Yachid, if one individual is approached and says, he develops a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and work with some forth. Once he says, yeah, I'm going to do it, human nature is one left. He's not going to back up. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But Rabbi, when it's a guru, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it. And therefore, Rabbi, even with this statement of a commitment, it's not yet enough of the Zorah, because they're going to start asking one another, well, wait a second, what does this guy want? Is he normal? Or does anyone know if he knows what he's talking about? So therefore, odds are, they're going to rethink it, the Loto Batsrei, and therefore, that's where that's how we have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the two Mishnayos. Now, Rav Yosef has proof for it. I can prove it. But see, look at the language of the Torah. It's only singular. Lo savaro v'lo sishma elo. Ha'ava v'shama chayav. In other words, it's in the singular. That by just listening, yeah, but it's in the singular. If it's a group, the whole system is different. So if Rav Yosef says someone who's going to question him, obviously it's Abaye, it's very Abaye. Yushani is really a difference. Benisas the Rabbi, Benisas the Rabbi is really a difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or the individual. But I look at this, look at the Brisa. Ki yesisecha achicha, benimecha. Echad Yochid and he says Echad Rabbi Manisos. The Brisa says there's no difference. So the Brisa tells us there's no difference between the individual and the masses. Now, there are differences between a Yochid who's over Avodah Zarah and a group which we call the Irani Dachat. There are differences, and that's going to be spelled out now. But when it comes to a commitment, he does not agree with Rav Yosef's outlook that the difference, that speech is an issue only towards an individual, but towards the masses. There's no such source for it, argues about it. Now, the difference between Yochid and Rabbi is, there are rules that relate specifically to the individual. There are laws that relate specifically to the masses and not to the individual. And what are they? We get a more severe punishment, like he gets the skila, and because when individuals, yes, you kill him, but nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed. But on the other hand, it gets a less severe punishment of scythe. But what happens to all the property in the Irani Dachas? The city is destroyed. The punishment is not as severe. So comes out, says Abaye, look at this Brisa. It is only regarding that which is spelled out the shum that there's a difference. About the whole meaning, when it comes to everything else, they are the same. So, Rav Yosef, your answer to dealing with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Ela Omar Abaye. Abaye is trying to tell us how to deal with the contradiction. Kan benises mepi atzmo, kan benises mepi achem. So Abaye is going to offer the differences between someone that is inspired by himself, by others. He explains. Mepi atzmo, the person, people have often within their head back and forth. Therefore, Mepi atzmo, if he himself is inspired, says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and worship. I did it at work. Like I saw online that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and be inspired. Mepi atzmo, he changes mind. People have back and forth. Mepi achem, human nature such that these others are the ones that say, no. The speech itself locks it in. Gloria Basra. Here's a biased suggestion. The difference is not like Rav Amnuna, not like Rav Yosef, but rather it depends on what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, this does not really change your mind. When from others, unfortunately, it locks it in. Lo se'over lo. Velo sishma lo. Okay? However, b'shama to another person, the language is quite simple in the Torah. Torah wants us don't tune into that person and don't hear his words. His words already are a violation. What are the words of violation? If it comes from someone else. That's a Abaye's approach. Next, who else is going to with the contradiction between these two Mishnayos. Next up is obviously Rava. Rava all my map. I do the Nisas Mepi Acherim. Both cases. Right? Our Mishnah seems to indicate that you actually have to worship. The Mishnah later on, which seems to say that speech itself is already a violation. Are both you and others, right? Put you on that track. The Acherim. So what's the difference? Why is it in one case speech ready? So that things like this. It seems to me that when someone is being encouraged by someone else to be able to have a Zara, sometimes you just get a general statement. Yeah, let's go worship. That for. And sometimes you get specifics. Let me tell you about that amazing Avodah Zarah. Right? It'll take us a couple weeks to get there, but it's a unique way the way it's served and the blessings you receive. In other words, when you get to details, you know what happens when you start getting the details? You're locked in. So here we go. Here's what we're Hodo Marley, Kach Cheles, Kach Shosa, Kach Metivo, Kach Maria. When you get all the details of what that incredible Avodah Zarah does, speech itself locks it in, and therefore, the Mishnah later on tells us that just with the commitment already a violation. Our Mishnah delay where those words and the details were not presented, so that's Rava's explanation. There's detail, word itself already locks it in. Rava has to bring now, when the Torah warns us not to, over and over again in the Torah, right? It seems to be Avodah Zarah was this unbearable driving force, and the Torah warns us to be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, Akrovim or Rachokim. Now, obviously, questions: what does the Torah spell out? Krovim, Rachokim. They say don't worship Avodah Zarah. So it's a well-known statement that Metivon Shovim Akalomed al Rachokim. In other words, usually when someone wants to inspire it to be Oived Avodah Zarah, they talk about some pagan force, some kind of a cult that thousands of miles away. It takes weeks to get there, and they tell these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what their neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. That you see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years, and nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with the rechokim, with those things that are very, very far. Okay? And tell us, you know what? You could figure out it's all baloney. Look at the Krovim, and then you'll figure out about the Rechokim, right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing? The same will be regarding those legends from afar. Why do you have to spell out the Krovim, the ones that are near you, Rechokim, the ones that are far? Here's what the Torah is telling us. From the quote-unquote, from the goodness of those, of your neighbor, you can figure out those that are far away. In other words, just as you know, the one right next to your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day, right? You know how much he relies on it. You know every detail regarding what your neighbor does, and you know that it's worth, completely nothing. So to the Rechokim. So what do you see from it? That's the violation of Avodah Zarah that's being spoken about. It's with details. You know all the details of what your neighbor does, okay? So obviously, you know about your neighbor, Zarah, so it does good. So for Rava, that is proof that the Avodah Zarah that's being discussed, when we are told that speech itself is an issue, what are we talking about? Where you know the details. Okay. Who's next? Ravashi Omar. Ravashi says the following: that if it's a person who's a newcomer to Avodah Zarah, he says, I'm going to start working Avodah Zarah, speech is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so when he says, I'm going to do so, he's never an addict. So therefore, Ravashi Omar, Seifa B'Yisrael Mumar, he's done it. Once he's done it, and he says, I'm planning to do it, odds are he's going to do it, and even the speech is a violation. violation. The last answer, Ravina Omar, this is, listen, it's the structure sometimes that Mishnayos start off with giving the general information if you do it. And then Mishnah 2 says, and by the way, not just if you actually perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit, that too is a violation. So Ravina gives us the most basic upshot. So therefore, bottom line is we have Rav Amuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Rava, Ravashi, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, next discussion, which we're going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, into Purim. Okay, a person, has to go ahead, worship Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a love towards someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he's worshiping, right? Or he does it in a Yira, he fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship some form for a driven Avodah Zarah. Meira. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. That's for Avodah Zarah. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. He worshipped it. Bottom line is, what's the act? He worshipped, he bowed to it, he dedicated to Peor, he threw the stone to Hercules, he slaughtered the animal, to whatever it is. Come on. He accepted it in his heart as really then seen. Okay? So that's Machlokes Abaye Chayev. Rava says, okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye Mino Minalo. Abaye said, I could prove this to you. It's not ha'oived as kochavim. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying echad ha'oived. Now the language of the Mishnah started off with as kochavim, oved, and then it gave details. And when you're already there, what is ha'oived? What is ha'oived if the details are given later? So Abaye wants to suggest that perhaps my love over the first we introduce a case of someone that worships the force me'ahava due to some external love or me'ira. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of our Mishnah. It says, why do those, in other words, the ha'oived that stands on its own, according to Abaye, is to teach you that even if it's me'ahava me'ira, that too is included in the complete violation. What would Rabbi say? Rav already answered that what Ha'oved is telling us is that you should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, if it's darkobika, in other words, if they have some odd practice that's how you worship it, so if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not shchita, even if it's not kabbalah dam, even if it's not halach, even if it's not tzvika, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Yirmiyah saw the word adapt and go regarding all of it. And that's why Rav says your proof Abaye is not really proof that Ahava and Yira is included, because that one Ha'oved is specifically relating to teach you the idea that if that cult worships in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing so. Now Abaye is not over yet. Amar Abaye mina lo detanya. Lo sishtachave lohem. Okay, so the Torah warns us yesterday not to go ahead and work about in Avodah Zarah. So we are told, lohem hi ata mishtachave. Let's not bother Avodah Zarah. Aval ata mishtachave lo adam kimoscha. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right? You bow to people. I mean, we show we shake a hand. Recently, when we give the fist, whatever it is, every culture has their way of interacting with the foreign. If you live somewhere where bowing to people was the norm to show honor, it's not obviously a violation of Avodah Zarah. However, do some research before you bow to a person. Because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies even to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the Losa of them. So, when it comes when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai would not bow to Haman was that he had a cross, which creates some difficulty that he had a cross of a Jewish boy that was born a few hundred years later. But the myth does say that Haman did have an avodah zarah on him. The Gemara seems to indicate, on the other hand, that we had necklace this big avodah zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But we are told here, you're not supposed to mishtachave the person that's never Haman. And on the most basic reading, you know what we told her? That you should know that the Jews, violated Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, was bowing to Haman something that they really believed in? No, he was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it, the Bright is using it as an example of a violation, even though it was Meira. So this seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an avodah zarah, meira, it's a complete violation. Okay, and nevertheless it is mentioned here as a complete avodah zarah. So how's Rabbi going to defend himself? Well, Rabbi says, no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the Bryce is telling us that, listen, if it's a person that's worshipped, don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. The Rabbah to Haman. Yeah, the example is Haman as a person. But it's not a complete example. Yeah, use the example of a person that's not where the Torah is warning us that yes, you can bow to a person if it's a way of showing honor, but don't do it if it's a nevad. And a perfect example of a person who becomes like an avodah zarah was Haman. The like a Haman, but the example is not true regarding all details. Did you Haman when Klal Yisrael never had to worship Haman with Meira? The Halacha, but here when that Brisa tells us that it's a violation, love Meira. So Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something now on Meira, it's a complete violation. So here is his next verse. Abaye, I can prove this in the time yet. So, to understand the next proof, a brief introduction, we know that if there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally to shaitan. Okay? That we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it is an individual, if it is a kohen gadol, if it's a melech, if it's a, there are a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the shigo to the bull, or if it's avodah zarah and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only with he'elem davar, okay, he'elem davar, and one of them is a shigigas ma'isa. So two we have to be mindful of to appreciate the message here. Shigigas ma'isa he'elem davar, okay. Shigigas ma'isa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home, on his table, there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular shuma, and he eats it, and it's chelev, shigigas ma'isa, okay? Shigigas ma'isa. Now, then there's something called he'elem davar, when the matter itself was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. That you, in other words, that you had a question, a halacha question, you're a scholar, you go through all, the post-skim, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So in such a situation, where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmud Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act, there you have a he'elem davar with a shigigas ma'isa, okay? Now, for the community korbanos that are brought, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first the Ha'elam Davar and Maisa. Now, what about a Kohen Gadol, a Kohen Mashiach? And we call Kohen Mashiach because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the first temple period when he became a Kohen Gadol, when he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. Detanya. Kohen Mashiach b'Avodas Chavim. Okay, so either Avodas Chavim, which the korbanos are more severe, right? Rebbe says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring the unique korban, the bull of the power Elam Dover of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is Shigurot Maisa action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also Helen Dover. Okay, that's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, the Shavim should be similar to Yachi. They do agree that if that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not about the Zorah, he brings the Seira, the goat, of the she-goat. The Shavim themselves would agree that Hashem Toli is not brought. Okay. Now, what's relevant for us is, we mentioned here Shigivas Ma'aseh. What are we mentioning here? An action that was done by mistake regarding Avodas Kachavim. How do you make a mistake with Avodas Kachavim? In other words, when it comes to a product, I made a mistake, I thought it's something else. What exactly is a mistake with Avodas Kachavim? What's the scenario? So if he sees a shul, and in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, kassofa. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he said, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows is that the whole house is Mamshav Adizora. You cannot say that that's a Shigos Maisa, because what's in his heart? Who is he bowing to? You know, worship shuls, by the way, right? Even the most beautiful shul in the world. We're worshiping the Rebbeinu Shalom. So obviously that cannot be the case of the Shigidas Maisa. Ella, it must be. The Chosa Alberta, he saw some kind of statue of the king, right? And he bowed to it. Now, that also is problematic. If you invested it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a show. Amazing. If you didn't accept this entity, it's punished like women. So Abaye argues that the only scenario could be possible. Here we go. It must be Avo and Yira. In other words, make a mistake, right? From Allah or the fear of man, and he thought, what would be the mistake? He thought that it's permissible. Therefore, that would be a scenario that it is a shogeg. It would be made Zebru. That would be the real Avodah Zarah. I has proof. Okay? The Oimer Mutar is talking about a person says, you know, it's not permissible. Wait a second, Oimer Mutar. That's a Helen Dogon. The Gemara can answer that something that we'll see tomorrow is that the Rabbi is going to tell us that there's a difference between Oimer Mutar Legamre and a person who thought that something's acceptable and something's prohibited. So that will leave for days. So finding us, everyone have a wonderful day.
How did Flipper save people? Because these dolphins are only in water. Also, we know Flipper, and this is, it's even more crazy.
All right, I will say good morning. We actually have beautiful, it's always beautiful tomorrow. But we're going to start after actually some very dramatic tomorrow. Remember again, we we're picking up, today's daf is Simon 60. We are picking up the testimonies 15 are here, we're picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up at the bottom of the so let's remember again, so the share this morning, Yomi this month, is sponsored by Sirius in honor of the month of Elul, Yom Noran, and Aliyah from Shor's father. She is also dedicated this morning by Ari, Melissa, and Scott Gordon. This special with associated with Dr. Yaakov Mark, Yaakov Gachieta, Yotam American Mark, Hamakoli, Krieger, and Holy Israel. We'll have that during this. So let's remember again, we saw yesterday, the Gemara said that Adam Arishon in Gan Eden did not eat meat. It didn't mean that meat was only permitted ultimately to Noah after the Malchus. The Barcelona is actually how you look at the Tema Omen. But you look at the Tema used to say like that's like the Mishnah Torah. So I heard that they used to say, "Omer Adam Harishon Mesa Began Eden." Listen to this, by the way. When Adam Harishon was living in Gan Eden, he was sitting in Gan Eden. V'hayu malachim hasharis psolim al basar u'misanin lo yayin. Adam Harishon was sitting in Gan Eden. What happened? He's sitting there. The malachim are roasting his meat. Misanin lo yayin literally means like sifting his wine, or they were straining his wine. So Adam Harishon was sitting there. Even the malachim are managed to him roasting his meat, going ahead and doing his wine. Right? So the Gemara says, the Nachash saw all of the honor was given to Adam Rishon and became jealous of him. So also, what do you see from here? You see from here that Adam Rishon is eating meat. It's happening to somebody who wasn't eating, it wasn't amazing. So the Gemara says, that was the case. Where did the meat come from? The meat came down from Shai. In other words, Adam Rishon never slaughtered an animal. So the meat that he ate was meat that came down from Shammai. So the Gemara says, is there such a thing as meat that comes down from the heaven? What does that mean? Meaning, why don't you go ahead and say that he slaughtered an animal and meat comes down from the heaven? So we'll listen to this. And Reb Shimon Chalakta was one time traveling on the road. He ran into a couple of lions. Who were roaring in his face. Amar, he said the pasuk, the lion cubs literally are crying out for prey. The Lord said 2 pieces fell from the heavens. One was consumed by the lions, and one they left behind. I say so Shimon Chalafta brought the piece of meat ultimately again to the base medrash. So just by the way, there's a lot to say on these Gemaras because these stories obviously have a lot more than meets the eye. Because it's just sometimes the greatest muster in these stories is the power of pure Emunah. Like that ultimately Shimon Chalafta realizes that he's in a situation where there are lions roaring in his face. There's absolutely there is no way to address this situation without the Rebbe Shalom of this introduction. Sometimes when a person reaches the level of where a person realizes, I have no one else to rely on but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say that opens the door for all kinds of types of salvation. So it brings the extra piece of meat to the base medrash. Boy Yalo, so we'll say they asked, Dover Tamei Uzeh or Dover Torah. So they asked, what is it? Only Jews would ask this question. Like, what's the kashrus? Like, what's the kashrus over here? What's the status? What's the status of this meat? Now, we'll say, understand. I don't think Baruch Hashem Adam Arishon asked that question. The reason I'm Shimon Chalafta is asking that question is because remember, this meat came down not for human consumption. This meat came down for animals. So they were asking now, the Shaila is this meat came down from the heavens. Can we eat the meat? Not eat the meat. What's the status of the kashrus of the meat? So Amalei. So he said to him, so he went, Ein davar tam yorin Hashemayim. So Shimon Chalafta says, a davar tummy does not come down from Shamayim. Whatever comes down from Shamayim, by definition, is tahor. Therefore, again, this meat is absolutely okay. So Rabbi Zera asked the Shadman, now that we're talking about meat coming down from Shamayim, you're the load to Muscham or Bak. What happens if, let's say, meat in the form of a donkey comes down from the heavens? So we'll say, so the idea of here is a donkey obviously is a behemoth tomato. So in other words, you just said that a davar tummy doesn't come down. But let's say again, it's a donkey. So what's the status of that meat? Amalei. So also listen to this. It's actually interesting. So you remember this is what Rabbi Abba responds, Yolo Nala, which literally means you crazy donkey. So Yara Nala was like a little bit like a disparage, like, why are you asking this question? Why are you asking about meat that comes down from Shammai? Yara Nala, you crazy donkey. Ha'amulei, any davar kama yorin Hashem. We've already established, we'll say that's what, that impure things do not come down from Shammai. So we'll say, so it's everything, anything that comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, by definition, is tahor. So on a very practical level, again, it means even the meat that comes down from Shammai, the actually is okay, the kashrus is okay. It's fit for human consumption, for animal consumption. But again, the take-home message of these Gemaras ultimately, the take-home message of the Gan Eden, you understand what Gan Eden is about is that the Moshe provided for our needs. That once upon a time, man did not have to be mistaken about his parnasa. Man did not have to be doubtful about his income. It was taken care of by the Ribono Shel Olam. That was the Gan Eden. Therefore, if your parnasa is taken care of by the Ribono, it doesn't mean that you sit back, and have someone pop grapes into your mouth. But what it means is the Shbarach takes care of your parnasa, so you're able to focus on other spiritual endeavors in this world without worrying about your income, which we know is it would be an incredible bracha for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the second message of Sunnah B'Chalafta, ultimately again, when a person has true belief that HaKadosh Baruch Hu can do and does anything, it opens the doors for all types of salvation. Shimon says that Ben Noach is punishable, is executed for actions of kisha, sorcery. Right after the Shimon, where does the Shimon get this from? The most top of something. The pasuk says you have to execute a sorceress. Which means is someone who engages in sorcery, so you can't allow a sorcerer to live. So most like that right after that, the pasuk says that anyone who has relations with an animal also is executed. So most like the juxtaposition of these psukim teaches us whoever is included in the prohibition of bestiality is also included in the prohibition of sorcery. So since Bnei Noah are included in the prohibition of bestiality, therefore then they're also included in the prohibition ultimately of sorcery. The Lord also says that also Ben Noah is even punished for killing for mixtures. Then how do we know this? So the pasuk says you shall listen to my hukim, my statutes. And then it says, Behemcha lo savia kilayim, sodcha lo savia sizra kilayim, vegim kilayim shakris lo ya'ala. Also, so Torah says, you shall keep my statutes. And then it says, no forbidden mixtures of in your field, no forbidden mixtures of your animals, no forbidden mixtures in your clothing. So the Gemara says, what's going to speak on site Tishmeru? Hukim shechakakti l'chav kivar. So the pasuk says, God, the hukim that I already gave you, is in reference to the idea, I already commanded you as Bnei Noah about these forbidden mixtures. So we'll say, so the pasuk says, you shall not go ahead and have forbidden mixtures between your animals, nor shall you have forbidden mixtures in your field. Just like again, a Ben Noach is mitzvah that he can't crossbreed his animals. So to again, you can't crossbreed plants either. Just like the rule say, the issue of kilay behema, crossbreeding animals, applies nersal in Chutz. So Sodcha being so to rule say the prohibition on I guess like for cross-pollinization or cross-breeding between plants applies in Eretz Yisrael and in the Chutz. Ela me'ata, so we'll say, so here, that is correct to Belazar, that Noah is mitzvah Kalai, is commanded regarding forbidden mixtures. Ela me'ata, but if that's the case, it was like all of this, remember, is based on the phrase, Ushmartem es Ukosai, so literally again, you will keep my statutes. So Ukosai means, Chukos shechakakti l'chav kivar. The statutes that I already gave you, I already gave you when you were a Ben Noach. So one second, if that's the case, on the Atah, Ushmartem es Ukosai, ve'es mishpatai. So if that's the case, when the pasuk says that you shall keep my statutes and my mishpatim, asher ya'aseh osam ha'adam b'chayvah. Why don't you say over here, hukim shekakakti l'chav kivar? Say that refers to the mitzvah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu already given us previously. And that pasuk is referring to what? Kol HaTorah kula. So maybe you're saying over here that Ben Noach is mitzvah and the entire Torah, to which the Gemara says, Asam Ushmartim es Ukosai Kahashta Hachas Ukosai Tishmeru Hukim B'nei Torah Tishmeru. So the Gemara is saying it's two different phraseologies. Ushmartim es Ukosai ultimately means the Hukim that I'm giving you now, as opposed to as Ukosai Tishmeru sounds like Hukim that I already commanded you before. Okay, I'm going to be a Shov and Karcha. I'm going to back up by Yaakov. Eino Chai. So we'll see. Now we're going back to the Mishnah. Remember again, our Mishnah spoke about the idea or the prohibition, ultimately again, of cursing Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So remember again, this was the Mishnah on the Vav on the Dalet, or actually the Mishnah days between the Vav on the Dalet, and the Mishnah discusses again the process that if someone, again, we're done with Bnei Noah, or we're not done with Bnei Noah, but we're transitioning for a moment. So we'll say, so I always do a Rambam still without mitzvahs getting Noah. So okay, if we have time today, we'll do it. If not, we have to ship tomorrow or Shabbos. So remember over here, the issue we're discussing over here is that someone goes getting respect of the Baruch. So the process that has to be put in place in order to convict such an individual of his crime. So the Gemara answers the following: Amar Rav Achar Yaakov, Einu Chayiv ad sheyivarech Shem ben arba osios. So Rav Achar Yaakov says that a person is going to be responsible for cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu if they use the four-letter name of God. Yud Hey and then Vav and Hey. Only if you curse that name is a person. But now, obviously, if you curse the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the 72-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, of course, you're chayiv. The assumption is most people do. Talking over here, the Gemara says the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This teaches me that what? That I only curse the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu 2 letters, that I'm not chayiv. So what's the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu 2 letters? That's either Yud Hey or Vav and Hey. Which the Gemara says Pshita. That's obvious. The Mishnah says Yaki Yossi as Yossi. The way the Mishnah alludes to the fact that somebody curses God is the use of Yossi. Why Yossi? Because Yossi is 4 letters. Yossi is 4 letters. So Yossi is supposed to represent Yud Hey and then Vav. So the Gemara says, okay, that's why the Mishnah Dafki uses Yossi, right? As to show me that I'm only chayiv, person only chayiv if they curse the name of God. That's 4 letters. Which the Gemara says, Ma'u came over. I thought Milsa Ta'amu B'Nakad. Maybe Yosei was just a generic choice for the Mishnah. The Mishnah doesn't want to say that somebody actually cursed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They just choose to insert a different name, which we know refers to the name of God. But I would have thought Yosei is just, generic. But don't get specific, to which the Mishnah says, Kamashmalan, no. The Mishnah purposely chose Yosei. Why? Because it's 4 letters. To be Marani stands to the fact that one is only chayiv for cursing the name of God if one curses the 4-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There are those ultimately who explain. Shame ben arba osios nami shame. So we'll say, so the different version of this exchange, Rav Achar Yaakov says, oh, you see over here that's what? That the name of God, the 4-letter name of God, Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, is a proper name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Pshita, that's obvious. Yake Yossi as Yossi tonight. The Mishnah Dafki uses Yossi, which is 4 letters. Now the Tema, I might have thought maybe from the Mishnah that you only chayiv for curse the name of God if what? If you use the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Umil Sabahamu Dinakad, and Mishnah is not specific in its choice of Yosei, Kamash Malon. So both said, so bottom line, halacha l'maisa, the only kind of person who's chayiv for cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu would be is if they curse the 4-letter name of Hashem. So if they curse some type of kinu, which means one of the other descriptive names of a God, or they curse Hashem. So let's remember again, Hashem, these are not names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only if a person curses Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, are they responsible ultimately again for Mevarek Shem Hashem for ultimately cursing Yud Nigmar Adin. So remember again, the Mishnah then said that after they adjudicate the case, if the judges find the individual guilty of going ahead and cursing the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so what do? Omdin al raglayim, the judges stand up on their feet, v'kolim, they rip their clothing, they tear their clothing, and they can't mend the tear. So it says the Gemara, Omdin minallah, was it's actually amazing. How do we know that the judges stand up? I don't know, you said what I mean, the Ehud Bailov, who Yoshev Ba'alias HaMekara, Asher Lo Levado. So once I said, the Gemara over there describes an episode in the beginning of Sefer Shoftim. What I was doing in Sefer Shoftim, one of the Shoftim by the name of Ehud comes to Eglon, the king of Moab. Now again, he's actually coming in to assassinate the king. This is the story where Eglon was hide the sword. He was left-handed, so he was able to hide his sword. Again, this is sword. He hides his sword with 2 blades underneath his cloak. He comes ultimately and he kills the king. So what happens? So he comes to the king, he comes to Eglon Melech Moab, and he comes to deliver a message from God. The Ehud Bailov, who Yoshev Alias HaMekara, Asher Lo Levado. Vayomer Ehud, Dvar Elokim Li Eilecha. So Ehud says to Eglon, I come bearing the word of God. I have the message from God to deliver to you. Vayokam Me'al HaKisei. Eglon stood up. So what's that? Can you imagine this? when a Gentile king, when Avnei Avodah heard that Abram, the love Yisrael, was coming with the message of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, out of deference to God, he stands up. I'll drum Kavachomer, Uma Eglon Melech Moav Shu Nochri, V'lo Yoda Ela V'Kinui. So Eglon the king of Moab was a Gentile, an idolater, and he didn't even know the Baruch Hu. He just knew the apparitions, right? Nicknames for God. Ahmad stood up out of deference for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. When a Jew hears the name of HaKadosh, in this case Shema Furush, which again means good hay and then bad hay, of course he has to stand up. So also you understand what's happening. The Gemara is learning out the obligation to go ahead and stand up and hear the name of HaKadosh from the actions of an idolatrous Gentile. That Eglon the king of Moab had enough cover that when he heard the Shem Hashem stood up out of covet, as the Gemara, Eglon stood up. Then when the Dayanim hear the name of God, and unfortunately in this disparaging fashion, the name of God, I think there's an incredible footnote to this story. So the Gemara says that in the Zuchus, the fact that Eglon stood up for Shem Hashem, he was privileged to have a very illustrious ancestor, a woman by the name of Rus. So the Gemara attributes the birth of Rus to this one act of Eglon Baruch. It looks like the message is something exceptionally dramatic. Sometimes even the small things we do have incredible impact, not just now, but in future generations in ways we can never, and in ways often that we never know. One act of Kiddush Hashem that happened Eglon Baruch. Now, family Eglon is still just a few later, right? But you know, Kiddush Hashem is ran, but the idea being that one act of standing up to the Ribono Shel Olam, blessing with the great schus of having recklessness in this. He's the Alter Zeta of the Messianic line. He's the Alter Zeta of the Melech HaMoshiach. Where do you get a schus like that? And it gets just like that ultimately because he stood up when he heard the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say sometimes things that we think are little, the things that we think are insignificant, small things, we never know the power of even just the smallest spiritual act. Incredible. So let's remember again, the judges, when they hear the Shem Hashem, when they hear the fact that somebody cursed God, they tear their clothing. So the Gemara says, Minal, where do we know this from? Siv, Ayava al Yakim, Ben Chilkio, the Shemna Silver, the Yoach ben Asaf Hamas, Iskio Krue Begadim, Vayakidu Laz Dire of Shak. The Gemara over here quotes in Ephraim Baruch and Beis. Hiskia, that the officers of Hiskia was the Melech. Come and tell him that Rav Shaka, we'll discuss Rav Shaka in just a moment, cursed God. Cursed God. Rav Shaka is standing outside the walls of Yerushalayim, and literally he is blaspheming. He's like, just blaspheming HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So they tell this Hiskia rents his clothes. So you see from here that what? When you hear that someone has cursed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the response is the tearing of your clothing. So the Gemara goes right. The Gemara says, not only that, but you're not permitted to repair that tear. So another, where do I know this from? I'm not about us. It says over here, ultimately again, that the officers of Hiskio came to him with torn clothing. The Elisha so what's remember, this is so bad by the nice Merkava. So what happens? Elio doesn't die, right? Elio is taken up to Shemaim in a fiery chariot. Who's with him when this occurs? Who's right by his side of this earth when this occurs? His Talmud Elisha. So Elisha sees his Rebbe whisked away by this fiery chariot. And he says, Elisha cries out, Avi, Avi, my father, chariot of Israel, below Ra'o. And Elisha never sees Elio again. By Chazik Begada by Yikra'im Mishnayim Kroy. Elisha took his clothing and he tore it into two pieces. To which the Gemara says, why does it have to say? Why does the pasuk have to say that Elisha tore his clothing? Why does it have to say that he tore his clothing into two tears, into two pieces? But see, obviously, if he tore his clothing, it means what? The garment is no longer whole. It's quote unquote two pieces. Why does it have to say two pieces? To which the Gemara says, "Matam lo kroy, melame shen kroy." I was like, teach me that what? That hair remains in a state of being torn forever, i.e., it be repaired. So we'll say what we're doing over here is we're making Tir Shabbat Kriya Kriya from the episode of Chizkiyo, because the act of tearing intimately to those who heard the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to the Kriya by Elisha. Just like when Elisha taught Kriya, it was a tear that could not be mended. So to when you tear your clothing for the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it cannot be mended as well. Also, you know that just in general, the Hilchos Savinos, there are different types of tears. Some tears, we learn this in one time. For example, when you tear the loss of a spouse, a loss of a child, a loss of a sibling, where you are permitted after the period of mourning to repair that tear. The loss of a parent, the loss of a Rebbe, or now in this case over here, person of the Sharafu, that cannot be repaired at all. That tear has to remain forever. So the Gemara goes like, whether you hear the actual of God or you hear it second. So if you hear the person Sharafu or someone else that clothing person Sharafu, tie the clothing, tie the tear clothing. But even in Hayam Nagoshik Bar Karu Bishash Shamas, Muslim witnesses are not obligated to tear their clothing again when they retell what happened. Why? Because they already told the first time when they actually heard the person cursing. So you're obligated to essentially tear the first time you hear it. It's either when you hear it heard or you hear it told over by someone else. So as you retell it, you're not tied to tear. If he caught up my hobby, I don't understand. Even if they throw when they heard it, when they're retelling it, they should be tied to tear again. Because the mice they're hearing it, which was Hashka looks like a from the Sid, Bayikishma Melech is dressed there, Shaka, Bayikras Pigadov, because what does the Pasuk say? When Chizkiyo heard the words of the Shaka, that the Shaka blasting God tore his clothing. Hamelech Chizkiyo Krasara, Vehem Mokaru. What do you see from here? Chizkiyo Hamelech tore his clothing, but the other officers did not. Why not, Tabosai? They didn't. Why? Because they already tore when they first heard the actual blasphemy of the Shaka. I'm not doing Shmuel. Hashem's coming to be a COVID for heaven. And it's actually very interesting. If someone hears COVID for heaven, first Hakadosh Baruch Hu, you are not chayiv to go ahead and tear your clothes. Right? The Intraman of Shaka. So what about the Shaka? Right? The Shaka Batachus was a Gentile, and yet again they took their clothing. Yisrael Boomer. No, Shaka was actually Jewish. And again, he was Yisrael Boomer. He was a Jew ultimately who left the fold and joined the Gentile sect. So I mean, we know Shmuel. And Korin Ella Hashem Yuchadil, but ultimately, again, we only do Kriya, was this was like we learned before. When we hear someone first Shem Hamiyuchad, ultimately, again, the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as opposed to a king, as opposed to one of the descriptive names of God, we'll only tear Kriya, ultimately, again, on the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is to exclude Kimu, like a nickname. We'll say, so names that we have like Hashem or like God. These are not names of God. You know, so there's a whole discussion amongst the posting. The whole discussion about going into the bathroom with your money, right? Because when you're down with us, you God you trust. So besides the fact that generally your money is in your pocket, let's say just in general again that those names, that name of God is not the Jewish name. That's a kingdom. Also, for example, something you have to be careful is you shouldn't say Shalom Aleichem to someone in the bathroom. Right? You shouldn't say Shalom Aleichem or Shabbat Shalom to someone in the bathroom. Like, first, you shouldn't talk in the bathroom with cloud. That's halacha. But again, you don't say Shalom Aleichem to someone. Why? Because Shalom is the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So say so. Again, it says now, but okay, I think the Gemara says over here. Ufligi, whatever. Ufligi, this one Torah. Rabbi Chia, Ufligi, Rabbi Chia, Rabbi Chia argues on both of these parts. We'll say first white line. Rabbi Chia, Hashemei Askar Bisman Hazeh, Eno Chayiv L'Kra. We'll say Rabbi Chia says, if you hear an Askara, if you hear someone go ahead and blaspheme HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone curse God, you are not chayiv to do kriya today. So the Gemara says, listen to this, we'll say, Shem Ata Omer came, because if I had to tear kriya every single time I heard someone curse God, Mismalik Kalabegit Tzur. We will all be walking around with torn clothing. So we'll say, the idea that Gemara is saying, and this actually is a very sad statement, what the Chi is saying is that the reverence that man has for God in today's age, and I will say, this is a good 1,000+ years ago, but the reverence that man has for God in today's age has suffered such a blow that if I had to tear kriya every single time somebody quote unquote cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we'd be walking around with torn clothing. The Gemara says, fine. So Gemara says, Miman. So who are we talking about here? Meaning, who's cursing God all the time? Who is Rabbi Chia concerned? Ilema Milisra. If you wanted to, we're talking about Jews. That Jews are cursing God all the time. So the Gemara says, Mi Pikiri Kolehai. You know, as Jews, we might have our problems. And sometimes we lose our way a little bit. And sometimes we block the dark a little bit. But a Jew is never going to lose his way in such a way where he's always cursing. That a Jew is not going to do. Although Cheetah, they always move other. Rather, must be he is talking about the Gentiles. They're cursing God. V'shem ha'miyuchad. And if we're talking about again, that it's the Shem ha'miyuchad, that you only try for cursing God if you use the specific name of God. Me gimiri to Gentiles, no Shem ha'miyuchad. Ella loves the kimu. Rather, again, it must be that the Gentiles are cursing God, but they're using the descriptive name of God. Ushmanina bizman hazel udalo hamne ikara chayiv shmanina. I will say, you see, according to Bechia, that it used to be that if you were to hear a Gentile curse God, even if it was just using the kinui, you would tear your clothing, but unfortunately, because this day is so prevalent, therefore no longer care for you. So going back to the Mishnah for just a second. So the witnesses are testifying about a certain individual who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what happens now? The first guy gives his testimony. The second witness says, I agree with him. Right? I second everything he said. So the Gemara says, so what do you say? See, under normal circumstances, we usually say, what happens in Eidos? In Eidos, both witnesses are obligated to give a full account, right? So Rava so Rish Lakish says, what do you see from here? You see from here that a second witness could say ditto. A second witness could say, right, I agree with everything. And we see that apparently this type of this works both by financial testimony and by capital cases. So however, again, under normal circumstances, that even though when a second witness says, I'm with him, yet under normal circumstances, Chazal came along and said, no, that's not enough. You have to go ahead and repeat your testimony. Mila v'mila for word. But yet over here happens. But I will say over here, at the end of the day, because we don't want the second witness, we don't want to keep a whole person about all over again. Therefore, we judge the case in accordance with biblical standards, which allows a second witness to say, Af ani. These are that apostle, because if you want to say such a testimony is not good, how can we execute a person based on that first acceptance? You see from here, they make the Oraisa, a second witness is not obligated to recount the entire testimony all over again. Rather, you're just simply able to say, I agree with this. Under normal circumstances, we make him recount the entire testimony because that's one of the ways in which we ensure that it's telling the truth. But apparently, in this case, where someone cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the doctors don't want him to repeat this testimony entirely again. And therefore, after he says Afani, we accept his testimony. The Gemara goes like this. I'm sorry. Bashlishi Omer Afani Kamal. So like the Mishnah said. And the third witness could also say, Afani Kamo, I agree with the first two. Stomach Rabbi Akiva, the Makish Kimlushan. So what's that? The Gemara says over here that our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva actually points this out in the second Samach, which discusses the idea that essentially, again, a testimonial unit is looked at as one entire unit, which means that if you have a group of three witnesses who come, and one of them is disqualified, then what? One part of the testimonial unit is Bagoli. The testimonial unit is Bagoli, even if you have two remaining. Like, over this. Now we're going to talk about ability for idolatry. A person worships idolatry. Under what circumstances are you tied? So if one worships the idol, now again, that's a generic term which we use. That kind of is or you offer up korbanos. The akram not you burn something for the legal mother. You offer up a celebration. Or you bow down to the idol. Or you head and you accept, make a declaration, you accept this idol as because. So if you do any of these things, you have officially worshipped idolatry and their kind. Assuming again, if somebody says to the idol, "You are my God," so a verbal acceptance of this idol as one God and deity, all of this is idolatry. However, Hamagafi, if you hug the idol, Hamanashe, if you use the idol, Hamachado, if you give cover to the idol, Hamarbe, to sprinkle water in front of the idol, Hamer, the idol, Sa, you anoint the idol with oil, Malbish, you dress the idol, idol, Hamanio, you put shoes on the idol. So we're saying all of these cases, over below Sas. We're saying all of these cases, you are in violation of a biblical prohibition, but it is not tantamount to. Now, what does that mean? You've worshipped idolatry in a biblically prohibited way, but not in a way that would get you to death penalty. Again, we're going to define all of this in Gemara. I know that Bishmo, assuming if one goes ahead and makes a neder in the name of the idolatry, Vamakayim Bishmo, or one swears in the name of the idol, over below Sase, one has violated a biblical prohibition. Hapoer Atzmo Lebal Par. We'll say if somebody defecates on Baal Par, Par Atzmo literally means to uncover yourself. You defecate on the idol. So we'll say that's the way you worship Baal Par. You defecate on the idol. We'll say, it sounds like a very, even about the Zari, I don't respect what's the shot. So just say something interesting. We'll explore this more. Not much more, but we're not so Soloveitchik actually has an interesting insight over here. He explains that if you think about it, so the truth is it's not so far. The way that when we start Bob began is people recognize that there's godliness even in the daily biological functions of the body. I will say, we recognize this also. I mean, it sounds crazy to us, but what do we do? Actually, we make a bracha every single time we go to the bathroom. Make a bracha every single time we go to the bathroom. So it's because there's a recognition that when the body works, it's a recognition of the emotional involvement in my life. Bob obviously took this to an inappropriate, abominable dream. But just in general, you always see sort of always because everything comes from Adam Rishon was a monotheist. All the offshoots of Adam Rishon that's in the world of spirituality somehow has its roots in our both Hashem. Just otherwise is happening is taken to an illogical extreme. Shabbos has an incredible mystery in spirituality. When spirituality is not rooted in a Mesolithic framework, it goes in all kinds of inappropriate directions. People could invent or come up with all kinds of phrases, all the from Shemayim, all for the sake of heaven, all with the most wonderful and heartfelt motivations. But if you are not rooted in the strict framework of Torah, you end up with Baal Ba'ar. So the Gemara says, if you defecate on Baal Ba'ar, you're why? Because so you have a because the most that at the end of the day, you worship the idol. Hazok Evan Marcellus. If you want to add, you throw a stone at Marcellus. It's also what's Marcellus? Marcellus wasn't Avodah Zarah where you would take 3 stones, 2 and 1. That's the idol. It's actually a very utilitarian Avodah Zarah. It's anywhere. It's everywhere. You can take it with you. So you 2 stones. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that it's just interesting how you see that some of these Avodah also evolve because of beings, which is just fascinating. So Marcellus is the way you construct the idol is 2 stones on the base, 1 stone on top, and the way you worship it is you throw stones at it. You throw bowling up, right? So you see, I was thinking more like a carnival. You throw this stuff down and knock it down. In any event, the point is, what the Mishnah is pointing out about say is the Mishnah is pointing out 3 different things. There are certain types of objective, what we'll call spiritual forms of worship, for which you are chayiv if you do for any avodah zarah. You offer up a carbon, you go out and you sprinkle wine, you bow down to something. Those are objective displays of worship for which you are chayiv. Then again, there are other types of forms of worship where you will not be chayiv in a capital, which you will be chayiv in daraisa. And then there's a third category of what we'll call worship-specific practices to avodah zarah. So, for example, we'll say if you were to defecate on Marcellus, right, you would not be chayiv for that. Why? Because that's not the form of it. Even though defecating on an idol is a form of idolatry, that's only the Baal Ba'ar. That's only the Baal Ba'ar. So if you were to do that to a different idol, ultimately, again, you would not be chayiv. Okay? Says the Gemara, my echara over. So what do you mean when the Mishnah begins by saying Ha'oved avodos kohavim. Echad ha'oved. If you serve the idol, you're chayiv. What does that mean? So it says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi Yehaki Kamar Zilmi, Echad ha'oved kidarka. So it says if you worship the idol in the normative fashion, Rashi says, "Kol avoda people the mishot aderech bizar v'darka chayim." So it's like anytime you worship an idol in a way that is the normal derech of that idol. So if you were to worship an avodah zarah in the normative way that idol is worshipped, you are chayiv. We'll say the Kiddush is what? Even though it might be an objectively disparaging act, if that's the way the idol is worshipped, you are chayiv for that. So the Gemara says, if you worship the idol in the normative way, you're chayiv. So as I similarly again, in a generic fashion, if you offer up a carbon to an idol, or if you offer up, you burn something on an altar for an idol, before an idol, or you bow down before an idol, even if I'm saying, so let's say for example, let's say there's avodah zarah A, and avodah zarah A, people don't bow down to it, they just sing to it. But you bow down to that idol, you hire for avodah zarah. Why? Because also the act of bowing is in and of its objective display of worship. So what the Mishnah is saying is, when it comes to a particular idolatry, you're looking for any specific type of worship associated with that idolatry, but there are certain objective forms of worship for which one will be chayav for avodah zarah, even if what, the idol is not normally worshipped in that fashion. So why don't you also sprinkling blood? Sprinkling the blood should also be chayav for doing that in front of an idol, because again, that's an objective form of worship as Abaye. Zorek Hainu Menaseh. You're right, that's the same thing as Menaseh. Also, I mean, sprinkling wine doesn't just mean, or pouring wine doesn't mean pouring liquid, whether it's wine, whether it's blood, whatever it is, it's said, so, the Gemara says, so from where do you know this? Rashi says over here, it's the fourth wide line. Now that we just established this, that there's an objective grouping of behaviors, which again are both like karbanos, sprinkling wine, bowing down, which are objective forms of worship, which if you do it to any form of idolatry, you will be chayav worshiping idolatry, even if what? The particular idol in question is not worshipped in that fashion. So where do we know that from? The Pasuk says, even the Pasuk would have said, that he who goes ahead and offers or sacrifices, let's say I'm communicating, but in this case, we're saying I used to open up this over. I would have thought the Pasuk was similar offers up karbanos outside the Beis Hamikdash. Hamud Lomar Lelokim. Therefore, what does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says, Zoveach le'elohim yachara. Someone who worships to a god will be killed. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? La'avodas kochavim akasvim nedata. Also, the Pasuk is teaching me that if somebody offers up a karban to an idol, he's chayiv misa in elav which is me able to offer karban to idolatry. Then I'm going to be chayiv mikater uminasech minayin. How do I know that if I go ahead and what? I burn something else on an altar, or I do a wine libation to another avodah zarah, that I'm going to be chayiv for that. Hamud Lomar v'otiv la'Hashem levado. The Pasuk says, "You shall only worship Hakadosh Baruch Hu." Rikein ha'avodos kulon v'shem ha'midos. The Pasuk is actually amazing. What do we see from here? We see when it's guilty. What we understand is like this: any avodah that you find done in the Beis Hamikdash can only be done for the Baruch Hu. If you go ahead and you do any of those avodos that are normally done in the Mikdash to an idol, by definition, that is in violation of idolatry. So we'll say, you see something amazing. Therefore, again, whatever is part of our avodah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu becomes usher to do for avodah zarah. And avodah is what? Even if that avodah is not the normal way which you worship idolatry, if it's done for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you can't do it for an idol. As we'll say, ultimately, again, the Torah goes ahead and singles out Zvicha, Zobeach Elokim, is to use what we'll say as a model. Just like Zvicha, offering a carbon is done in the Beis Hamikdash, so to any avodah done for God in the Beis Hamikdash, you cannot go ahead and do it for an avodah zarah. which we must be able to stack about. However, this comes to include conservation. I can't bow down to it. I don't. Talmud Lomar, Vayelech, Vayabor, Vayabor, Elokim, Elohim Achirim, Vayishtachu. The pasuk says. The pasuk says, in speaking about the transgressions of Klal Yisrael, you will go and worship other gods, and you will bow down to them. And what does it say about Seven to some play? Both say Esa Ishahu. Pasuk says you will take the man out and you will execute him. The Gemara says, only the juxtaposition teaches me that what? That someone who bows down to another god besides the Kodesh Baruch Hu is punishable by death. Only Shamana. So now I understand there's a punishment. As far as we've learned this many times. That in order to punish for a transgression of the Torah, you need two things. You need a source for the prohibitions and a source for the punishment. Two distinct sources. So I understand now the punishment. From where do I learn the prohibition? Because it says you shall not bow down to another God. So I might have thought this comes to include also what? That you can't kiss the idol, you can't hug the idol, you can't kiss the idol, or you can't go ahead and put shoes on the idol. Obviously, you can't do anything that serves the idol. But I might have thought that these other behaviors should also be punishable like that. Hugging the idol, kissing the idol, putting shoes on the idol. Talmud Lomar, Zoveach. Therefore, the pasuk says, no, Zoveach Elokim Yachara. If you sacrifice to another god, you will be executed. So the Gemara says, Zvicha Bichlal Haisa. That was like in general, Zvicha was included. When the pasuk says, Vayelech Vayabot Elohim Achirim, that includes any type of avodah, which would include also the prohibition to offer karbanos to an idol. So it was already included. Balama Yatsa, so why was offering up a carbon singled out? Lahakish Elah. To teach us about saying just like the Most says, offering up karma is something that is held within the confines of the Beis Hamikdash, and if you do it for avodas, are you going to be chayav misa? First line, Av kol she'avodas pnim v'chayavin aleha misa. Ultimately, Rabbi say teaches me that what anything that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash in the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if you do it for your chayav misa, yotze shtachava, be done ba'atzma. So what say that leads to shtachava because the person is supposed to be said you can't bow down to the idol to be judged on its own. So yotze zvicha lodon al haklal ulodza. So what says therefore again the pasuk comes to teach about zvicha teaches me that what. Anything done inside the Beis Hamikdash, so anything done as part of the avodah, ultimately will be chayav for avodah zarah. Yet the pasuk also explicitly says, "By shtachulam," they bear down. That like this shtachava is not part of the avodah, right? There's no meaning. There's no people would bow down in the Beis Hamikdash. Coming up, Yom Kippur, they hear the Shema Mafurash, the name of God, so they would bow down. But that bowing down is not part of specific avodah. In the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, again, I will say Zvicha when it says Zoveach Lelokim. That's what it teaches me that just like sacrificing an animal is part of the service of the inside the Beis Hamikdash, just like that Asher for Avodah Zarah, so to anything done inside the Beis Hamikdash is Asher for Avodah Zarah. Yishtach Ava, when it talks about bowing down, so that comes to add on something additional. Teaching that even though bowing down is not part of the Avodah inside the Beis Hamikdash, nevertheless, it will still be Asaf for Avodah. Right, so we'll stop over here. We'll pick up in the session. In the middle of this discussion, we'll pick up in the session tomorrow.
What's up? Well, sorry that I can't do it in person today, but there's a great spark for you to continue to learn all this is work for you guys with my students and working so hard to be able to allow me to be here, even though I'm not able to physically be here. All right, so today's doctor is going to thank all of our sponsors for sponsorship, thank yous, and dedications as we go through in the podcast description, as well as in the YouTube description as well. Today's doctor is going to test 59. We are starting from the Preston of days 58b, some incredible Gemara. It says the Gemara. We are about 10 minutes from the body. My view, Yoga Akadeo. If you raise your hand against someone, even if you don't actually strike them, you are called the Rosh Hashanah. The
Moshe Rabbeinu goes out to the field and he sees that the mitzvahs, sorry, so Dasan and Rabino, the one Jew is about to strike another Jew. He says, Russia, Allah must like cast out. Now remember, neither party hit each other, but rather again he saw someone with an outstretched hand. He said, Russia, why are you going to hit the fellow? So you see that even the mere act of being ready to strike someone in and of itself labels someone as a Russia. Gemara said, Lama It doesn't say why did you hit your fellow. Ela Lama Sake. Why are you going here? Even though again, Dustin and Abir didn't actually strike each other, but nevertheless, if they were to strike each other, Moshe Rabbeinu was called to them a Russia. Calls him had his outstretched hand, Russia. The Gemara says, it's called the sinner. Right? Rafuna says one who raises his hand to strike another yid should have his hand cut off. Rafuna cuts off. In fact, Rafuna once did this. The individual actually points out over here. The concept of the cast was an individual who was apparently habitually striking other people, and literally again, Rafuna ordered that his hand be cut off. This was obviously a cast, a penalty of days. So let's say a really profound about what it means to raise your hand against another Jew. Allah says, such a person is behavior is so sinful that he has no atonement but burial. So again, so what's fascinating to see in all of these cases is that here there's such profound culpability and liability, even though one did not actually commit an Avera, which is actually quite striking, but quite overwhelming, because in general, when it comes to Averas, so a person is not held responsible for Machshava Kines. A person is not held responsible for their thoughts, rather we're only held responsible for our deeds. And yet here we see that when you're ready to strike someone, even just the mere act of lifting your hand, by definition, results in incredible culpability. So what's the shot? The doctor that says something very deeply. Actually, Rashab is commenting on that episode of Pastor Nazir, quoted, Russia, Lama Segesh Echa. The Rebbe says that every part of the body has a divine right to and we have hold of the hands, the Rebbe says, to be able to give to the other. When a person takes the hand, that is supposed to be used to give, and it's used to strike, the misappropriation of divine resources. Taking something like the sparkle to reveal something like the best. You're taking it and you're repurposing it for the most terrible telltale. But we gave me a hand to give, and now using that hand to literally again be ready to say, even if you don't actually do it, just the act of raising your hand and being ready to use that divinely ordained resource that is supposed to be designated for good, and instead of going to use it for hidden, so the Bible says like that, whatever that is, because the idea, if you think about it, everything we have in life is giving us back to the purpose, the divine resource. And everything we have in this world, the purpose he wants us to use for some bigger or higher or better or greater purpose. And when we don't, right, when we fail to use either our material assets, our personalistic assets, our emotional, cognitive, spiritual assets, when we fail to use them in a way that benefits the other, gives to the other, uplifts Klal, it's a misappropriation of divine. It's an overwhelmingly so. That's one of those right there. So Allah literally says, Karka, real estate, is only good for people who are very small. And actually points out over here, what does this mean? That when you get into real estate, again, there's always conflicts of ownership, and there's people raising on your land, and people utilizing your resources. So real estate is not for the weak. Real estate is only for those who have the stomach for it and who are ready to fight. Interesting. The issues of ours, which might say, okay, I'm also useful. And what does this mean ultimately? Again, that literally, the person who works his land, he will be satiated, right? And also, the person who sees himself like a servant to the earth, he will be satiated with bread. Then love. But if he doesn't take himself like an servant to the earth, lo, and ultimately again, he will not be satiated.
Rashi says that the last sort of coming so again, quite literally most of agriculture. That farming, agriculture is one of those professions where you have to be fully committed. So if you make yourself an abbot, you make yourself a slave, you make yourself a servant to your yoke, to your concepts, to your estate, you'll be successful. You don't make yourself an abbot to it, you're not going to be successful. Listen, but what a profound and hospital, not just about agriculture, but in life. Because our vision says, if you want to be successful in something in life, you have to make yourself an abbot to that initiative. Meaning that all throughout your life, when you start something and either we just fall off or we don't succeed, it's very simple. It's because we lose interest. We move on to something else. We just lose our sense of commitment. And even if we don't totally fall off, we become like much more lackadaisical or laid back, or just apathetic, or just not committed to it. If you want to be successful for anything in life, you have to make yourself an abbot, a slave to that initiative, to that endeavor. If I'm a slave to it, remember, an abbot doesn't really have a choice. An abbot's got to work for the master. Never wakes up and wonders, oh, I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep in today. No, you're an abbot. You don't have that choice. An abbot doesn't feel like doing a piece of work because it thinks it's making son. You're an abbot. You have no choice. An abbot is someone who is all in. Because Allah telling us, if you want to be successful in your life endeavors, you've got to be an abbot to it. You have to be a slave to it. Because if you're just kind of like episodically interested, if you're just perusing whatever initiative or endeavor you have in life, you're not going to be successful. And also, we see this in our learning, right? We know this from the daf. It's always good. It's always easier to be able to this one. Again, person wants to share, person comes to share, doesn't come to share here tomorrow and here and again. It doesn't matter whether you're virtual or whatever your Venus is. People can go a little lackadaisical about it. Okay, so if I'm lackadaisical about it, don't be surprised if it doesn't feel fulfilling, and don't be surprised if it's not lifting the my to the highest level high. Because you're only going to reap the benefits of the field. You're only going to reap the benefits of the endeavor. If you make yourself an abbot, and an abbot is on time, and an abbot is punctual, and an abbot is committed, and it doesn't matter what else an abbot has got going on, he's there because he is enslaved to an initiation. I know it sounds strange, but when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, when you enslave yourself to your avoda in life, that's when and only when you reach the benefits of your avoda. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, Ramesh Lakish, Oveko Cham Shabbat, very mysterious. Noviko Chavim, Shabbat. Now, we really carry this Shabbos. What it means is, Rashi points out, we didn't work. Rashi says, again, Molachto, Yom Shabbat. Noviko Chavim is working for an entire day. Shchayim, why? Now, you're like explosive. Hadarish, like explosive. You're like, I'm done. Nani play. As an urgency, that he also has the best people that living with a sense of urgency only a Jewish thing. It's not true. Even an apple has to live with a sense of urgency, and therefore I think you can only go from Shabbos. So an only go from will just continue to get to vacation in life. Incredible. All of humanity is included to be an abbot to whatever initiative they want. Every person, Jew and non-Jew, is obligated to be enslaved to their goals and dreams and aspirations. That's the only way in life you actually make things happen. As Harshal, I believe it's awesome. And we would also again always become anything they're wondered out, that by definition becomes the liability for death penalty as well for non-compliance. Number of a few shame the Shabbos. Even Shigmer, less you that it's only Shabbos. And you might say a guy is not allowed to keep Shabbos, which is true by itself also. This is true even if they're not taking off Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of living relaxed, laid back, it's not what who wants from man. It's not what he wants from Jews, and it's not even what he wants from non-Jews. He wants everyone to be plugged in. He wants everyone to be enslaved. He wants everyone to be operating at all speed. Incredible. The Fashka got me excited. So why not do this? Hashem is the Nofri is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. So he wants to keep a Pashem, Shebi Al Pasa, Kumase Lo Pashem. The Shabbos may not only include Shebi Al Pasa, things you're not allowed to do. Doesn't include things that you have to. Top of those has 59. The hard demon Kumase, that's not true. The obligation to establish a judicial system, that's what Kumase, that's a positive obligation. What's the top of that's 59 second line. Say the Shebi Al Pasa is the obligation to go ahead and establish a judicial system. It's also, in other words, the halacha when I said what's the prohibition that don't allow injustice to go ahead and occur within your boundaries. Already open them. Every will show the correct times. Now learns Torah is 5 weeks. Torah Siva Moshe Morasha Torah Moshe is commanded us Torah, it is an inheritance. But it says, Manu Morasha belongs to inheritance for us, not for them. It doesn't belong to nations of the world. Therefore, if they learn it, they learn the kindness. Now, what is this? So, the Lakash Day, God, they Shema, so then why not this? And Shema is then you are Torah, to which the Gemara says, Man Damar Morasha makes up a dozen. It's interesting, we're not going to see that there are 2 ways to read this one. Torah, Siva, Lanu, Moshe, Morasha, Kivasya. So one of the things says Morasha, which means it's an inheritance to the Jewish people. See if you hold this inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. Theft is only included as one of the Shema Mitzvot. Mandam Morasha means not the Mandam Mi'urasa, the other thing he says, it's not Morasha, but rather Mi'urasa. We are wed for how these fellows wed to Torah. Therefore, again, a non-Jew goes there and learns Torah. Dino Pinara Murasa, this is the adultery. Adultery is Nara Murasa, which you can remember, they don't have Nara Murasa, and therefore again they're judged according to these false standards, and therefore they get so first of all, this is passionate lack, because in general there's a lot of discussion about what does this apply to? Is this Torah Shabbat? It's 5 books of prohibition. Is it Torah Shabbat? As according to most opinions, this prohibition is not the Torah Shabbat. It doesn't apply to prohibition. Rather, it's more prohibition on Torah Shabbat, more things like that. And it's happened to pose a very good question because when people study Persian, obviously they have to know ahead and learn Torah Shabbat as well. Okay, so we'll put this on the list for fascinating definite topics to talk about at a different time. But just to put it here, but I'll also mention it's really quite amazing. Those are the beautiful relationship that we probably saw. It's a multifaceted relationship. On one hand, it's an illusion. It's an inheritance. The thing part about an inheritance is there is nothing to say completed in inheritance. Right? The person which parent, I said the parent dies, I get the inheritance. So on one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because it belonged to previous generations, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't earn it, I just received it by means of those who came before me. But then there's also Torah Urasa. The Urasa in marriage is a state and beautiful, harmonious union that is created by people. So on the other hand, I have my own relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is the illusion of habits from my family before me, from generations before me, going back to Har Sinai. I didn't do anything, it's just getting passed down to me. But then my job is to take the illusion and make it a little rasa. My job is to take the inheritance and make it a rich soul. So create a beautiful, loving, passionate relationship with Torah. It reminds me of my beautiful dogs that have a mentioned as it says as yesterday. Just read last week. This is my God. And it's great. God of my father is the God of my father. Unless the person thinks that they can content themselves with a relationship with God that is passed down from previous generations, it also says Zekili. This is my God. It is the God of my father, and now my job is also to create my relationship. The Torah is a Yerusha, it's passed down, and my job is to take the Yerusha, the inheritance, and to make it my Yerusha. To make it my
So the mercy Haida here, and they used to say, Nyayo Shaki, the Oba, others also say, Torah, shoot the point bubbles. How do you know? That if a point right then, only learns Torah, learns Torah, he's great as a Shnemar, Asher Yasa, Osama Adam, the Chayba. So as it says, these are the words of the Torah that a person should live by them. It doesn't say Kohanim Medin Yisrael, right? It doesn't say Kohanim Medin Yisrael. Ella Adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. Polymath, what does that teach you? Shafilu all people come to us, the Torah Horrific Bottle. But even if it happens, there's a Gentile Torah, managed like a so we'll say so. This contradicts what we just said before. One, we just said that I'm not allowed to learn Torah, and if he does, he's liable to death, and he receives none for this thing. This was it. Whereas like, no, it's not a contradiction. Awesome, sure, mitzvos, ito. So again, it is great for it to happen when it comes to Shalom mitzvos. All right, and then you has to learn Torah that applies to him, has to learn about his 7 mitzvahs. And if he does, when he plumbs the depths and he understands it and develops an appreciation, then Mamish becomes like a coin bundle. But he doesn't need to be learning about the rest of the mitzvahs that applies to both. That's not his. That's not his Yerusha. That's not his Ma'orasa. That belongs to us. But if we have been a meal over remember again, you saw in the previous topic that different opinions added different resources on the Shem. Ben Gamliel said, and Ben Noah also came from blood from living. It says that you're not allowed to eat basar b'nafsho damaloso. We can't eat meat when the life force is in it. That's a limit from a living. Ben Gamliel Gamliel says, you're not allowed to eat even but you also can't eat dam. You also can't eat blood from a living. So the Marshal night comes in. Holiday basar b'nafsho so help b'nafsho. So the Chumi makes an interesting judgment. The Torah says, "Basar b'nafsho damoloso." The different things that people are vicious. There's basar nafsho. You can't eat from a living animal, and then there's damol b'nafsho, blood from a living animal. Quite amazing. Those of Rabbana will say, no, that's coming through the asaf. That pasuk, that phrase is actually coming, that double is actually coming to teach me that halot l'maisa, you're allowed to eat the limb from shvatim. Pull off a limb. You can pull off a limb from benot, pull off a limb from shvatim, and keep it fast. Okay, so to the davar smooth again, Ata Omer, Rak Chazak Lotia Cholada. That one pasuk says, be strong and do not eat blood. Because the blood is the life force of the animal. So the Gemara Darshan, so when it says, don't eat the blood of animal, so Gemara is just quoting another verse that supports this lyric, and not only is there prohibition to eat even a living animal, but you also can't eat dam minach. The Rabbanan will say, Ahu the dam hataz. They both prohibit that from the life. There are two types of blood. But the other that are the blood that's out in the animals initially killed, but the other blood you're allowed to use. So it's you notice the Gemara points out that the prohibition of eating a limb from a living animal is mentioned in Sefer Bris. And it's also mentioned again in Chumash Devarim. So why does it have to be repeated? So this is Rabbi Yossi ben Hanina said the following. This is how fascinating this is. Then we have a mitzvah that was stated in the book, and then was repeated in Hasina. If you repeat in Hasina, what it means is said before the Torah, and was repeated again in the Torah after Sinaitic revelation. You're going to look like how terrible is it? About to get Matan Torah. Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, Asheres Hadibros. So we see something that mentioned to Bnei Noah for Matan Torah, and then repeated again, and then repeated again after Matan Torah. The Zet will Zen applies both to Bnei Noah and to Jews. The Bnei Noah follow Mishnah Specific, something was what we said before Matan Torah to Bnei Noah, and wasn't by Hasina after Hasina. then the still a member of the Lord of Neighbor. It only applies to Jews, doesn't apply to the neighbor. But under ain't on the only example is Giranosha. Right, the prohibition of Giranosha was mentioned for Sinai, right? It was by the fight between Yaakov and Noah, where the Malach was Sarah Isa, right? Isa's an angel. Yaakov for Homer was unable to take that injured in his life, and therefore the Torah says, therefore, Klal Yisrael will not be Giranosha. That prohibition is never repeated again in the Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example that was mentioned before Matan Torah. Not repeated again. Not repeated again after Matan Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and to the name of and this is in accordance with like Hanash in accordance with Rabbi Yehuda. So Rashi has a whole arichos over here. Right, it's interesting. So there's an interesting focus about whether or not Hanash was stated after Matan Torah. So Rabbi Yehuda holds, and I love what I said, wasn't stated. It was only stated by Yaakov. Wasn't stated. The other thing actually holds interesting enough in this, and no, Git Hanosha is actually a prohibition given to Klal Yisrael as sin. Which says that when Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah with his Rav Kodesh Makadosh Baruch Hu, so he put the prohibition of Git Hanosha back by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given there. It was actually given later on, but then we put back retrospectively, placed in the story. So interesting machlokes. Okay, Amar. So listen to this. So let's go through these principles. So now, what Rabbi Yosef going to say? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah and was then repeated again after Matan Torah applies to both Jews and non-Jews alike. So Mar says, why? The Mishmish the Sinai the Yisrael member of the Lord, which is the opposite. And the fact that it was said before Har Sinai and then said again at Har Sinai, doesn't that mean that it's not for Jews and not for the Israel? Which the Gemara says, no, the Asni of all those Kohanim the Sinai, the Ashke from the Arish of the Kohanim the Sinai, so here's the difference. You find it by idolatry. Right? Idolatry is before us. Right? We saw that it was repeated actually as part of our service. Better than any other gods. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. So that gives rise to any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah. Repeated again at Matan applies to Jews and non-Jews. Okay, let's go like this. Still the principle. The Neymar lo mishkas sinai yishana revelol of Neymar. So again, if you have that was said to the Neymar before Matan Torah, was not repeated at Har Sinai. It applies to Jews and not non-Jews. Gemara says, I understand. Just the opposite. Revelol mishkas sinai. The Neymar revelol Yisrael. Right. So again, it's just the opposite. The fact that it was given for the name before Matan Torah wasn't given again at Har Sinai. Doesn't that indicate that it only applies to non-Jews and not to Jews? To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Leka, the Gemara says, Leka medam to be so sure that Oveko comes from truth. Is there such a thing as something being looked at for Jews and also for non-Jews? It doesn't make any sense. Anything that by definition is going to be also for non-Jews, of course, it's going to be Jews as well. So the laws, that's not true. How do you feel? Or that fast Torah. Remember, we saw before in Apple, right? Well, then no, I'm not committed in the fast Torah. It's called yes, it's called theft. Yes, Jew is permitted in the world, right? You fast Torah. Also, we show the love in a keyboard. That's different. Fast Torah is a function of a concrete army. The Torah's definition of a concrete army is a promise. It's not Ben Noah. It's incredible. I've already talked about Misha Reputa, theft less than a puta. Remembering him by Yisrael, by Ben Noah, again, plus Misha Reputa. That's because Jews are capable of forgiveness. They know therefore, again, you need to be more prophets. But also, we spoke about it 4 days ago. I'm Sham, incredible. What it means to be you need to be is the ability to forgive, and whether it's forgiveness ultimately to evil, whether it's evil is the ability to forgive. Otherwise, the ability to forgive without the ability to be more single or stinging, it becomes stinging, difficulty.
forge beautiful and meaningful relationships. It's incredible. Chomisa Shnewari no no Mishnah Spesina is not so that was said was repeated by Sinai applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Amadeus, Abahari Mila, what about this Mila? What about this Mila? What about this Mila? Shnema the Menach, this is the Akas busy Kishon. So remember again, so Hashem says to Abraham, this is before my Torah, keep the covenant of my grace. The Mishnah Spesina is repeated by Har Sinai. What does it say about Har Sinai? The Yom HaShemini Moses also Parshas Kazuma, so it's repeated. And the Gemara says, remember, below the Menach, and the Mishnah doesn't, so it doesn't go to the principle. The principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by Har Sinai. No, I'm sorry, living in Iraq, and ultimately when repeated Har Sinai applies to both. But Mila was said before Har Sinai, said again at Har Sinai, only applies to you, it doesn't apply to the Menach. To which the Gemara says, "I hold the Mishnah is Shabbos with us." And none of the repetition actually of the mitzvah of Mila is to add a very important detail. The Bayom after the Shabbos. So when the eighth day falls out the Shabbos, you do Mila on Shabbos. It's important because I might have thought Mila requires the throwing of blood. Throwing of blood is also on Shabbos on the Amalek of Shchita. So that you can't do Mila on Shabbos. Mashmalon, the additional mention of Mila Bayom Hashmini. The Shabbos, even on Shabbos. So actually, the repetition is not coming to include anyone, right? It applies to you. The repetition is coming to teach you a new halacha. I've already heard of it, you know. What about prayer with you? This to be fruitful most of my propagation. Shinem, I believe no Noah, right? On one hand, it's said, like remember again, Adam is given very, very. Noah is given very, very, very young. The Mishnah Spesina is said again by Har Sinai. What is it said by Har Sinai? Leif Tamarla Hashuvula Kamla Ohalei. So it's well, go tell the people to go back to their tents. So this is again, all this is all Shani tells prayers. The reason why it's separated from the after Kabbalah says Torah, most Shani says go back to your tents. And actually the thing go back to the tents is a euphemism for resumption of an intimate relationship with one spouse. So it's emotional is essentially mitzvah is commanded and again regarding privilege. So it's said before Torah, said again in Torah. The Gemara says we slow down a little bit more. So again, ultimately, again, there was set the price on after the Noah. The Gemara says Hahu called David Shibamini Sarkin after that. Right, that's actually coming to teach us a right, the repetition there is not to go ahead and make it binding on the name. The repetition, interestingly enough, is there in order to teach us another principle, namely that something, a halacha that is legislated by one group, can only be with a group of the same number, by a group of the same number, or a greater number. So the Haraya, Moshe Rabbeinu, right, the Prophet told them, and therefore again, the Prophet tells them, go tell the people, the same as the Prophet told us to separate, was the same Hashem told us to go back to our tents. Okay? I'm sorry, is say that about every time a halacha was repeated, there is some new element which is introduced. As hara b'hadar nisna ba'lam. Ultimately, again, why was there a need to repeat the repercussions or punishment for this particular and ultimately, again, all we have is a piece of good. And according to you, as we said before, we was understanding of Hanosha, that it was only repeated, it was only repeated once before Martin. Ultimately, again, but Mila and Peri Bolivia also weren't repeated, right? Gemara says, these ultimately again were repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduced some new halacha. This wasn't explicitly stated at all. Is another possibility is Mila may cause the apple to become a slave. In reality, perhaps you could say, or at least by this law, the obligation of Mila was not given to the Mila. It was given to Avram. Given to Avram to become a slave. The Ata is Visi Kishma. The Ata is Arafa Ata Ata is Arafaim.
in a Shachina alone, second white line, the mitzvah is given to Adam and his offspring, but just to Adam and his offspring, not to anyone else. Okay, well, if it's Adam and his offspring, I mean, I could be Yisrael, so why shouldn't the son be Ishmael? Right? Ishmael is also a son of Adam. Why shouldn't he be Chayiv in Israel? Which was his kid Yitzchak, he kind of Hazara. Because what we say, Yitzchak is the defined offspring of Adam. If that's the case, fine. So let it be for Yitzchak. But when it is Esav L'chayvu, let it be Esav then also. In other words, if you want to say fine, Mitzvah to Avram. From Avram, goes to Yitzchak because Yitzchak is the real. Yitzchak is the inheritor of Moshe. That's fine. So let it go to Yitzchak's kid, Yaakov and Esav. Why not Esav? Which the Gemara says, be Yitzchak, the Lord called Yitzchak. Avram, you will live on within Yitzchak, but not through all of this. Meaning, one of Yitzchak's sons will perpetuate your legacy, but not all of Yitzchak's sons. And Yaakov and not his son. Therefore, it's only again the thread to Avram and Yitzchak and Yaakov. Therefore, it has that new applies, but not to any of Avram and Yitzchak. That's what he's beneath Torah, right? At the end of Parshas Chayei Sarah, so I'm going to be there. And right, take the laws in done, that's done, that's been done. They have a whole bunch. So maybe the Bnei Keturah should be higher. As Brisi Hefer, the rabbis Bnei Keturah. So ultimately, again, Bnei Keturah are included. Okay, so interestingly enough, it might be only Yitzchak and one of Yitzchak's sons, but apparently there may have been other people, at least initially, part of the Abrahamic obligation of Brisi. I'm not even done with that. Wasn't beautiful tomorrow. Adon Rishon, well, what to look also Adon Rishon was not committed to eat. Adon Rishon was a vegetarian. He was not permitted to go ahead and sit or the whole facade. So the pasuk says, when you the vegetation, so Hashem says to Adam, giving you all the essentials for you and for all of the animals. So you and the animals eat vegetation. Although chayas are you can eat animals. Adam Rishon was to eat meat. He was a vegetarian. Which probably, if you think about it, so this book says pieces on this concept that in some utopian way, man is not consuming animals for his own consumption. That man uses whatever organically grows on the earth for his own consumption. It doesn't take place in order to go ahead and sustain himself. It's something there's a purity that was later on corrupted. Obviously, when Noah comes on after the flood, Youth becomes committed. He said, Nasati Rafan, Ace, Cole, Yahweh, so that once Noah is allowed to eat meat, there's no more prohibition of even in a high either. Amulomar, Achbasa, the national Gamma also. Okay, Yahweh after something. Thought that again, maybe even in a high five to Shvatzim. Okay, Shvatzim, sons of Amdallah. Shvatzim excluded from Elam and my Talmud, what's the word? Gamo. Misha Gamo called it Sarah. Even if I only applies to someone, which is something, and has a distinction between his flesh, Yatu Shvatzim should done with the Chalvin, which is different from the Sharets and the animal, right? The animal flesh, and then raw and other stuff behind it. It's not like it's one mush. I did one thing. Therefore, there's no spread in that time. This is what we do with the gas. The pasuk says so again. So now, as I'm spending this idea, the Adam Rishon is not allowed to eat meat. The Tashkos, if Adam Rishon is not allowed to eat meat, I don't believe that he wasn't allowed to eat fish or fowl, even to kill animals for his own consumption. The Gemara says, "Meanwhile, is the cash or do the casting up?" Hashem creates Adam and says, "The Adam is going to rule over the fish of the sea." And what does that mean to rule over the fish of the sea? My love, doesn't that mean for consumption? Lo, l'malacha. No. The fish to work for you. So what's it? Don't give it a malacha. What are you going to use fish to work for you? What does that mean? You use fish to work. In Kidirachba, like Rachba said, the boy Rachba, Hinnig the Iza B'Shibita. If you pull your plow with a goat and your shibuta fish, right? So you put the yellow red shibuta fish in the goat go red, and you have them both pulling the plow forward. Is that called killing? Is that called forbidden nature. So you prefer to work also. Okay? So Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for his service to him. So the Gemara says, Tashma Fashemai, you should rule over the birds of the sky. My Lord, Malacha. No, we can use the birds for work. So much almost the name of Allah. I don't think use birds for work. Think to the point about gosh, but also the kind of ways. But also we read that so it's interesting again. We're not getting into all technicalities over here. So again, halacha might say if you threshed with geese or with chickens, according to Yosef Yehuda, what is the halacha? So again, this has to do with what Rashi points out over here that Yosef Yehuda holds that there is a special permit for workers to eat while they're working the field. So shiny, but in order for that to happen, the worker has to be working both with his feet and his hands at the same time. So when an animal is using all fours, then he's also considered to be working with everything. He's allowed to perform his work. Shiny is if let's say you fresh with geese or with chicken, that means 2 feet. So is that called like the whole animal? Does that work? Therefore, the animal should be permitted to eat. Or no, the whole animal is not. It's like I said, the details are not as important for the discussion. What's more important for the discussion is it's illustrating how you can put geese and you can put chickens, fowl, birds to work. Okay, Tashma, right? And you rule over all the animals that wander the earth. So the Gemara says, Hahu la This comes to include that man originally was supposed to have dominion over the sea. This sign was an incredible both man, because as of the sin of the tree of the Eitzadas, tree of knowledge of good people, that Adam wasn't supposed to eat from. Therefore, Adam was punished, Chava was punished, and the Nachash, the snake, was punished. Man lost out on a tremendous attainment. The snake was supposed to be the right hand of man. Right? The snake was supposed to be someone who enabled man to accomplish what man lost out on it as a result of the sin. The Gemara says, "The mulling was Hello Nachash." Because had the Nachash not because remember again, because I'll tell us originally the Nachash had feet, had arms, was able to speak, stood upright. The Nachash was a highly developed who was supposed to be the Talmud. So had Adam not sinned, what would have happened? So every person, he saw him, every week that he would have 2 snakes, 2 big snakes. After the Shagah would shuffle back and the Shagah would go. One snake would send north, one snake would send south. The Havilo, San Levonium, Tobim, the Havanim Tobos, or Margonius. Snakes apparently did before they split up. But then you had a dig, you want to find stuff. So they would mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems. Again, you send them out to do their thing, and they come and they bring it back to you. Below, not only that, you could have attached something underneath the tail of the snake. You won't see the offer of the stuff. You take dirt out. You take dirt out. Ultimately, again, to your garden or to your roof. Look, the Gemara says, so at this point, I've ever seen amazing that, the way it's supposed to be in the world, is to create the world to serve us. And he created the world to serve the whole of the earth, the whole of the animal kingdom, the whole of vegetation, everything is to serve man. Man is the crown jewel of creation. But man only merits to be served by the rest of creation when he occupies his exalted place in the respective creation, the ladder of creation. But when man abdicates his personalistic greatness, so he abdicates that right to be served by creation, that's when the earth turns on him. That's why there's probably after Adam Arishon sinned, what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu tell Adam to do? He says, Avram, Adam, you're going to work the land, the coats, the dar. You're going to plow the field, you're going to sprout forth thorns and thistles. What does that mean? What does it mean? It means the world is not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I was I would meet what we're supposed to do. So then the universe serve man because man is serving me. Man is the purpose serving me. Therefore, the world uses your purpose by serving man. But when we advocate our sacred duty, not only are we shirking our own personal responsibilities, we're disrupting the natural order of things. So the animals going to do their own thing, and the earth is going to do its own thing. All the things that were created to serve me. Now again, focusing on the things we were sometimes even acting and working against. Overwhelming realism. So mistake, learning to catch up. Hayır diyorsun ama o kadar. Adamın hiç olmaysa bir tane izledim. Hayır. Hayır olarak yaşar sanırım babası müsaade var ya. This is such a beautiful incredible. Adamın hiç was sitting in Galilee. Sitting in Galilee. And what happened? And all yaşar angels were taking care of it. And they were roasting meat. And they were pouring in the sound of the meat. They were sifting. Straining wine for it. Beautiful wine. So can you imagine? Can you imagine this Adamarish was sitting in that Arab shop is gone now. Right? He's sitting there, they're making a barbecue from a meat board. It's an idea for a meat board now. So they're going ahead and they're making the marish a meat board, they're roasting for a meat, they're pouring in delicious wine from Eretz Yisrael, pouring in delicious wine. The Nachash sees it, hits it for Nachash, the Rag Bodo. So the cover that was being given to Adamarish in this carnival. You're not becoming jealous. You're not becoming jealous. I will say, with that jealousy, that led to this situation. We see in life, see, wonder why did the person serve her? Because you're not as loving happy as someone else. You want to get someone else. And I say, the devotion gives us each one to look at someone else.
These people, you see all this stuff happening all over. Somebody goes through something, whether accusations or whatever, and then everyone's like, well, I don't know. Yeah, you know your friend, you know what they did, you know what they did. Fuck you. Don't be a fucking bitch about it. You're like, well, I wasn't in those rooms. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what kind of person your friend is. You're lying. So there's nothing to the point to it. You realize I'm doing shit.
The point of the life adoration is eating meat. This is what happens with eating meat. Hassan the Basa Yargana Shaman. The Gemara says, oh, different, that meat came from the heavens. I guess it's like the first impossible, right? That wasn't meat that came from an animal. That was meat that came from Shaman. People are from the Guardian's board. So what is that? I don't know. It says, I don't know what it is. It's impossible order. So it was the first different. It wasn't animals that didn't slaughter anything to that meat. There's brought it down from Shaman. Whoa. Meat kabasa yargana Shaman. There's such a thing as meat that falls from the heavens. Does that actually happen? In the other Shimon Kalaf, yeah, that does happen. What happened? What happened? Shimon Kalaf. Azul Ba'arsa was traveling on the way. Pagul Ba'arsa Arisa. The Kava Kanami La'achar. Two lions, right? Two lions came in and they started roaring in his face. Amar. So when Shimon Kalaf says to them, fear and struggling with that. Lion comes, crying out for food. What happened? The Fisubay Karki Atmos. Two slabs of meat, two pieces of meat fell, two sides of meat fell right in front of him. Chada Afulo, one of them, the lion was 8. Shafaka Shafka, one of the they were focused on the first one. I see Basud in the Russia. Ultimately, Shimon will have to block that last piece of meat for this message. Brought it back to the message. He asked, Boy Allah, they asked him, I'm sorry, Davar Kamehuzah or Davar Kar? So what is this? Is the meat is it kosher or is it trade? I guess maybe they wanted to have a little bit. Is it kosher or is it trade? So look at the season. Or like Davar Kamehuzah there is a Davar Kamehuzah. We're talking about meat fell from the heavens, and you're asking what the hashgacha is. Meat fell from the heavens, you're asking it's kosher, you're asking if it's kosher or stomach. Nothing that is trade comes from Shem. Everything comes from Shem. Is kosher, is fine. I will say that is so powerful. Anything that comes from Shem, anything that comes from Shem, is never. It may hurt. It may be difficult. Any circumstance that comes from Hashem, which is every circumstance in life, may be overwhelming, challenging, difficult, painful, but some way, somehow, it's for Kedusha and it's for Kabbah. Because Ein Davar Tamei Yored Nesh. Never something that to be vulnerable and yes, never to bring us down. Never to generate too much, but if I care, just the opposite. We need to lift us up. And to engender within us a sense of Kedusha, a sense of time. Last 2 months. By me, I'm saying that Yabal. You're the most common man. What happens if a donkey came down? The Baruch went ahead and what kind of donkey from the That's a donkey. Donkey is a common animal, like a trace animal. But it came down from Shaman. So what's Amarle? Yard would know. So he asked this from Zera. Right? So Rabbi Zera asked this from Yavo. So Rabbi Yavo said to Rabbi Zera, Yard would know. Since he said, you're a donkey. In other words, that was a, I guess the way of saying, that is not a good question. Right? You're a crazy donkey. Actually, this only showed that also Shmotana is not a donkey, but rather again like a crazy bird. You're a crazy bird. In other words, what's the matter with you? What kind of question is that? Call me they aim your donkeys, he pays for the yossi, he pays the sign of lots, a brisket, it doesn't make a difference whatever it is. If it Shema Kodesh Baruch Hu, if Shema Kodesh Baruch Hu, it is going to be terrible. If it comes from Hashem, even if it looks trace, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks bad, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. Ein davar tamei yorei min Hashem. If it comes from a Kodesh Baruch Hu, it comes from a Kodesh Baruch Hu, it is not complete. It will be difficult, it will be painful, it will be challenging. Whatever comes from Hashem is only there. So you bring about Kedusha, parallel. We're saying, Shkoyach, or speak, which is going to be Shabbos.
No, and I said sometimes before, like, if I'm with friends, it's people. Here's the thing. What is Sean saying?
Let's say, well, that I can't do this in person today, but there's a great spark of the old to continue over all the diversity of various students and working so hard to be able to allow me to be here, even though I'm not able to physically be here. All right, so what's the today's topic is we thank all of our sponsors for the sponsorship, thank yous, and dedications will be posted here for the podcast description, as well as in YouTube description. Today's afternoon has 15. We are starting on the Testament days 58. Some incredible Gemara. It says the Gemara. I'm ready to launch. We are about 10 minutes from if you raise your hand against someone, even if you don't actually strike them, you are called the Rosh Hashanah. Yawala Rosh Hashanah. Second half of the sentence says, I will shout at you. But Moshe goes out to the field and sees what the Mitzvah is. Sorry, this is not saying that we don't. One perspective, he says, Russia, Lama Sakasha, and I remember, neither party hit each other, but rather again, you saw someone with an outstretched hand. He said, Russia, why are you going to hit your fellow? So you see that even in your act of being ready to strike someone, in and of itself, label someone like a Russia. Mara said, Lama Hisama, it doesn't say why did you hit your fellow. Hello, Lama Sake, why are you going to hit? Afa Pisha Oko, Nikra Russia. Even though again, it's Dustin Avira didn't actually strike each other, but nevertheless, since they were willing to strike each other, Moshe Rabbeinu was called to them a Rasha. Called the person who had his outstretched hand a Rasha. The Gemara says, Zir is called the sinner. Right? Rafuna says one who raises his hand to strike another yid should have his hand cut off. Ne'emar uzloa ulama tishana. Rafuna cuts off, and in fact, the story once did this. An individual actually points out over there. The Adam Efache Ragila Hakos Escavero. The concept was an individual who was apparently habitually striking other people, and literally again, Rafuna ordered that his hand be cut off. This was obviously a knas of David. So let's say a really profound about what it means to raise your hand against another year. Allah says, such a person his behavior is so sinful, he has no atonement but death. So again, so what you see in all of these cases is that here there's such a profound culpability in life. Even though one did actually commit an Aveda, which is striking, right? Quite overwhelming because in general, when it comes to Avedas, so a person is not held responsible for machshavas. A person is not held responsible for their thoughts to commit Aveda. Rather, we're only held responsible for our deeds. And yet here we see that when you're ready to strike someone, even just the mere act of lifting your hand against another yid, that should result in incredible culpability. So let's be shy.
Regarding to that, like, actually, General Trump is commenting on the episode of Dustin and Peter, which is also quoted, Russia, Lama Seges Refa. The Rebbe says that every part of the body is a divine working, and the avoid over the hands, the Rebbe says, to be able to give to the other. When a person takes the hand that is supposed to be used to give, and instead Chas Hashem uses it to strike, it's like a misappropriation of divine resources. You're taking something that is powerful to you, and things that you invest in. You're taking it and you're repurposing it to the most terrible type of thing. Giving you a hand to give, and now using that hand to literally again be ready to sin. Even if you don't actually do it, just the act of raising your hand and being ready to use that divinely ordained resource that is supposed to be designated for giving, and instead of going to use it for hitting, the Bible says for such an act like that is not forgiveness. And it's actually profoundly so, whatever that is profoundly so. Because the idea, if you think about it, everything we have in life is giving us back this Baruch with a divine resource. And everything we have in this world, this Baruch wants us to use for some bigger or higher or better or holier purpose. And when we don't, right, when we fail to use either our material assets, our personalistic assets, our emotional, cognitive, spiritual assets, when we fail to use them in the way, and benefits the other, gives to the other, uplifts ourselves, it's a missing. Overwhelmingly so. Those goes like this. So, literally says, real estate is only good for people who are very strong. It actually points out over what is this? Like when you get into real estate, again, there's always conflicts of ownership, and there's people grazing on your land, and people utilizing your resources. So real estate is not for real estate is for those who have the stomach for it and who are ready to fight. Interesting. Each brother or nourish, which might say, okay, I'd most useful. And what is again that literally person who works his land, who is satiated, right? And also Adam Atzmo Ke'evad La'adama, yes, the person who seems like a servant to the earth, he'll be satiated with bread. They love, but if he doesn't make himself like a heaven to the earth, low, and ultimately again, he will not be satiated. Rashi says that the last of so again, quite literally, most of agriculture. Yes, farming. Agriculture is one of those professions where you have to be fully committed. So if you make yourself an advocate, make yourself a slave, make yourself access to your real estate, you'll be successful. You don't make yourself an advocate to it. Listen, what another profound emotional aspect, not just about agriculture, but in life. What the Salvation says, if you want to be successful in something in life, you have to make yourself an advocate to that. All too often in life, we start something and either we fall off or we don't succeed. It's very simple. It's because we move on to something else. We just lose a sense of commitment. And even if I don't totally fall off, I just relax, evasive, or laid back, or just not pathetic, or just not committed to it. If you want to be successful for anything in life, you have to make yourself an addict, a slave to that initiative and to that. If I'm a slave to it, remember, an Eved doesn't really have a choice. Never's got to work as a master. Never wakes up in the morning, oh, I'm so tired and maybe sleep here today. No, you're an Eved. You don't have that choice. And Eved doesn't feel like doing this piece of work because I'm sorry. You're an Eved. You have no choice. An Eved is someone who is all in. And Chazal is telling us, if you want to be successful in your life endeavors, you got to be an Eved to it. You have to be a slave to it. Because if you're just kind of like episodically interested, if you're just perusing whatever initiative or whatever you have in life, you're not going to be successful. And also, you see this in our learning, right? We know this from your daf. It's always good. Always easier to get a little bit of this. Well, again, person wants to share, a person comes to share, doesn't come to share. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, and again, it doesn't matter whether you're virtual, you're online, whatever your previous is. You know, sometimes we're a little lackadaisical about it. Okay, so if I'm lackadaisical about it, don't be surprised if it doesn't feel fulfilling. And don't be surprised if it's not lifting your neshama up my lamela to the highest of the high. Because you're only going to reap the benefits of the field. You're only going to reap the benefits of the endeavor if you make yourself an advocate.
and an Eved is on time, and an Eved is punctual, and an Eved is committed, and it doesn't matter what else an Eved has got going on, he's there because he is enslaved to whatever the particular initiative is. I know it sounds strange, but when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, you enslave yourself to your avoda in life, when and only when the benefits of the avoda. Incredible. Gemara goes like this. Gemara says, good. Only go from Shishavas, Nobi Kochavim, Shishavas. Now, we only translate this as Shabbos. What it means is, Rashi points out, who didn't work. Rashi says, Oben Rolachto, Yom Shalom. Nobi Kochavim, who stops working for an entire day. It actually, Gemara says it's Chayim Nisa. Why about that? Now, what does this mean? Shnei Yom Yishbosut Kadarish Leilo Yishbosut Milolacha Dabne Okam Dan Ego Kilo Yishbosu Aha Shishi Yikra Elomar Lo Yibak Lo Yiskum Liyos. The idea of it here is that the Ovi Kochavim has an urgency that he also has to live with. Lest you think that living with a sense of urgency is only a Jewish thing. That's not true. Even an Apple has to live with a sense of urgency, and therefore I think the Ovi Kochavim Sheshavas. So the Ovi Kochavim will just continue to give publication in life. Incredible. All of humanity is included to be to whatever initiative they take. Every person, Jew and non-Jew, is obligated to be enslaved to their goals, their dreams, and aspirations because that's the only way in life you actually make things possible. As Marshall had to this also, and also against anything you're warned about, that by definition becomes the liability for death penalty as well for non-compliance. Number of you know, I feel shady b'Shabbos. Even should learn lest you think it's only Shabbos. And we're saying that God is not allowed to keep Shabbos, which is true by itself also. This is true even if they're not taking off Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of really relaxed, laid back. It's not what who wants for men. It's not what he wants for Jews, and it's not even what he wants for non-Jews. He wants everyone to be plugged in. He wants everyone to be enslaved. He wants everyone to be operating on this. The Chashva Gabi Zayin says, so why not include this in Shem's information? That Nochri is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. So when it says keep a Hashem, Shevi al Pasa, Kumase lo Hashem. The Shem's only include Shevi al Pasa, things you're not allowed to do. It doesn't include things that you top of Make 59A. That's not true. The obligation to establish a judicial system, that's a kumase, that's a positive obligation. So you must pick up top of Make 59A second line. Kumase b'shedi al tasmi. The truth is the obligation to go ahead and establish a positive commandment, right? It's a positive commandment, and it's also a prohibition. In other words, the halacha l'maisa, what's the prohibition? That don't allow injustice to go ahead and occur within your boundaries. Okay. Already Yochanan, Ovi Yochanan shall say, but Torah Chaynis. Non-Jew who learns Torah is Chaynis. Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe Morasha. Morasha is Morasha. Torah Moshe is commanded us Torah Morasha. It is an inheritance. The Gemara says, Lanu Morasha V'Lola. It's an inheritance for us and not for them. It doesn't belong to the nations of the world. Therefore, if they learn it the Chaynis. Why feed this? The Chashve Gabe Sheva Mitzvot. Now listen to this. So then why not include this in Sheva Mitzvot? That Ben Noach is not allowed to learn Torah. Which the Gemara says, Man Damar Morasha Nibzal Tavazim. It's interesting enough, we're going to see that there are two ways to read this one. Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe, Morasha Tziva Seach. So one of the things says Morasha, which means it's an inheritance to the Jewish people. If you hold it an inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. And theft is already included as one of the Shema Mitzvot B'nai Noach. Mandar Marasha Nigzal Kadazilei, Mandar Mi'u Rasa. The other thing he says is not Marasha, we're either Mi'u Rasa. That's like we are wed to Torah. Klal Yisrael is wed to Torah. So therefore, again, if a non-Jew goes there and learns Torah, Dino Kinara Mi'u Rasa B'Skila. It's like adultery. Like adultery, Kinara Mi'u Rasa, which again, Bnei Noach don't have it on Rasa, and therefore again they're judged according to the Yisrael standard, and therefore they get stealing. Let's say it's just And so, first of all, this is halachic, because in general, there's a lot of discussion about what does this apply to? Is this Torah Shabbat? Is this the 5 books of the Chumash? Is it Torah Shabbat? So, according to most people, this prohibition is not the Torah Shabbat. It doesn't apply to Chumash, right? For Mishnah Chumash Torah. But rather, it's more a prohibition on Torah Shabbat, Mishnah, Gemara, things like that. Now, this happens to pose a very interesting question because when people study for conversions, obviously they have to go ahead and learn Torah Shabbat as well. Okay, so we'll put this on our list for fascinating Dafyomi topics to talk about at a different time. So just to put it on your radar. But I'll also mention, which is really quite amazing, is it tells you the beautiful relationship that we probably saw have. And it's a multifaceted relationship. On one hand, it's a Yerusha. It's an inheritance. And the interesting part about an inheritance is there's nothing per se you do to get an inheritance. Right? The person has a rich parent or the parent's asset, the parent dies, I get the inheritance. So on one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because it belonged to previous generations, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't do anything. I didn't earn anything. I just received it by dint of those who came before me. But then there's also Torah is a Nu'urasa. Nu'urasa in this in marriage is a distinct and beautiful and harmonious union that is created by 2 people. So on the other hand, I have my own unique relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is Yerusha. I have it from my family before me, from generations before me, going back to Har Sinai. I didn't do anything, it's just been passed on to me. But then my job is to take the Yerusha and make it a new Yerusha. My job is to take the inheritance and make it my betrothed. Beautiful, passionate relationship with Torah. It reminds me of the beautiful Rebbe I mentioned many times on the third verse. Pasuk says it also. You just read last week. This is my God. I'll make it great. God is my Father. Those who ever says, see that there are 2 relationships with Hashem. There's Elokei Avi, the God of my Father. Unless the person thinks that they can content themselves with a relationship with God that has been passed down from previous generations, it also says, this is my God. So because the God of my Father, but now my job is also to keep my own relationship. The Torah is a Yerusha, it's passed down. But my job is to take the Yerusha, the inheritance, and to make it my Nu'urasa, to make it my betrothed. Incredible. The Gemara says, Misrei, Haida Yeremeh used to say, Minayin Shakal, they go from the Osik, but Torah, sugar coin level. How do you know that if an Ovei go from learns Torah, Akum learns Torah, he's as great as a coin level. Asher Yasa Osama Adam B'chayba. So it says, these are the words of the Torah, should live by them. It doesn't say, Kohanim will be in this room. It doesn't say Kohanim will be in this room. Adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. Halamai, so what does that teach you? Shafiru Obri Ba'osik, the Torah, and even if an Akum, a Gentile goes and learns Torah, man is like a cost. So we'll say, so this contradicts with just before point, just that I'm allowed to learn Torah, and if he does, he's liable to death, and he sees Mount Shira coming on. So which one is? Where it says, no, it's not a contradiction. Awesome, just be told. It is great for an Akum to learn Torah. When it corrects it, then you has to learn that applies to him, has to learn about this. And if he does, when he gets the depths and he understands it, develops an appreciation, and Namishi comes with a coin bundle. But he doesn't need to be learning about the estimates instead of my so both apply to him. That's not his. That's not his Yerusha. That's not his Ma'orasa. That belongs to us. Incredible. Let's remember again on the previous topic that different opinions added and source onto Hashem is very long. Gamil said, and Ben Noach also can't be blood from the living creature, from the living animal. So the Pasuk says that you're not allowed to eat basar b'nafsho. We can't eat meat when the life force is in it. That's a limb from a living. The Chanina ben Gamil where Af Hadanya. Gamil says, Chanina ben Gamil says, not only are you not allowed to eat even menachai, but you also can't eat dam menachai. You also can't eat blood from a living animal. Shemar says, my time that also the Chanina ben Gamil's logic. Holiday basar b'nafsho losochel zamo b'nafsho losochel. So the Chanina makes an interesting Josh in the Pasuk. The Torah says, basar b'nafsho zamo losochel. And the Chanina says there's 2 different prohibitions. There's basar b'nafsho. You can't eat meat from a living animal. And then there's double benefsha. You can't eat blood from a living animal. Quite amazing. Those Rabbanon will say, no, that's coming to Dasa. That pasuk, that phrase is actually coming. That double is actually coming to teach me that halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to eat a limb from shvatim. People pull off a limb, right? If you want to. But you can pull off a limb from bend off, pull off a limb from shvatim, and you can eat that. Okay. And Asa Omer, Rak Chazak Levotia Choladam. Because it says, be strong, do not eat blood. The blood is the life force of the animal. Gemara Darshan, Rak Chazak Dam Zeh Ibn Echai. Their first one says, don't eat the blood of Ibn Echai. Dam Wan Efesh Zed Dam Chai. So Gemara just quoting another place that supports the theory of Hanim Davniel. Not only is there a prohibition to eat Ibn Echai, leaving a living animal, but you also can't Rabbanon will say, "Ahu l'dam hakaza shan shama yotze." Both of them prohibits that to the life blood. They're allowed the life blood, but the other blood, right, the blood that spurts out when it was initially killed, but the blood you're allowed to use. All right, lama l'michta l'meigat, lama l'mishni, right? So it's interesting. Now, if you notice, the Gemara points out that the eating the limbs of a living animal is mentioned in Sefer Bereshis, right, by Adam Arishon, and it's also mentioned again in Chumash Devarim, after I've seen it. So why does it have to be repeated? So this is incredible. Because Rabbi Yossi Ben Chanina, this is actually very important. Rabbi Yossi Ben Chanina. Rabbi Yossi Ben Chanina said the following rule. This is how fascinating this is. Whenever you have a mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then was repeated in Har Sinai. Now, when it's repeated in Har Sinai, what it means is it was said before Matan Torah and was repeated again in the Torah after Sinaitic revelation. And you're going to go say, how incredible is it? We're learning about again Matan Torah, Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, Aseres Hadibros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, and then repeated again and repeated again after Matan Torah, the Zet Ulazenia applies both to Bnei Noach and to Jews. The Bnei Noach, although Mishnas Sinai, if something was only said before Matan Torah to Bnei Noach and wasn't repeated by Har Sinai after Har Sinai, then we still never below the Bnei Noach. It only applies to Jews, doesn't apply to Bnei Noach. But Anu ain't one of the example of this is Giranosha. Like the prohibition of Giranosha mentioned before or Sinai, right? It's by the fight between Yaakov and Yaakov. So the Malach went ahead, Sarosha Isa, right? Instead of using angel, fought with Yaakov for whole night, was unable to overtake him, but he did him in the sky. And therefore the Torah says, I'll came. Therefore, Tzal Yisrael will not be Giranosha. That prohibition is never repeated again in the Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before Matan Torah, not repeated again. Not repeated again after Matan Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and not to the Bnei. And this is in accordance to like Hanash according to Rabbi. So Rashi has a whole arichos over here. Right. So there's an interesting in general about whether or not Hanash was stated after Matan Torah. So the Yudah circles. Rabbi Yudah holds that Halacha said wasn't stated. It was only stated by Yaakov. Wasn't stated. The other opinion actually holds, interesting enough, and they say no. Gid Hanasha was actually a prohibition given to Klal Yisrael at Har Sinai. It's just that when Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah with his Rachel, so he put the prohibition of Gid Hanasha back the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given there. It was actually given later on, but when you put back retrospectively, placed in the story. So interesting machlokas. Okay, Omer Mar. So listen to this. So let's go through this principle. So now, what did Rabbi Yossi reference? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah, and it was then repeated again after Matan Torah, it applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Gemara says, why? It's just the opposite. So the fact that it was said before Har Sinai and then said again at Har Sinai, doesn't that mean that it's after for Jews, after for Jews, and not for the Noah? Which the Gemara says, no, the Asmi have all those go from the Sinai. The Ashke from the Anish, all they go from the no, so here's the difference. You find it by idolatry. Right? Idolatry is mentioned for us, you saw already, right? It was repeated again, actually, as part of our ceremony. Therefore, then you have double that about the Zara applies to Jews and non-Jews. So that gives rise to the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah had been repeated again at Matan Torah and non-Jews. Okay, let's go back there. Still analyzing the principle. Then they not the Sinai, you saw the Revelation. So again, if you have a mitzvah that was said to be before Matan Torah, but not repeated at Har Sinai, that applies to Jews not to non-Jews. Instead, I say just the opposite. Below Nishmas Sinai, the Menorach member of Alo Yisrael. Right? So again, I should just the opposite. The fact that it was given to the Menorach before Matan Torah and wasn't given again at Har Sinai, doesn't that indicate that it only applies to non-Jews and not to Jews? To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Lekka, the Gemara says, Lekka medam to be so sure that Omikol comes to. Is there any such a thing as something being mutter for Jews and also for non-Jews? It doesn't make any sense. Anything that by definition is going to be also for non-Jews, of course, for Jews as well. So the Gemara says, below, that's not true. So how are you fast Torah? Or about fast Torah? So remember, it was said before, an apple, right? Well, then is not permitted in the fast Torah. It's called guesswork. It's called theft. It's called theft. Yet a Jew is permitted in the war bride in the fast Torah. Plus, you shouldn't allow them to keep that fish in the fast Torah is a function of the contrary army. The Torah's definition of a contrary army is a clubs. It's not a bag of Noah. Incredible. I have already talked this with What about theft of less than a puja? Remembering him by Yisrael, that's not theft. By Ben Noah, it is theft, which means that again, us between the Labanese king. So that's because Jews are capable of forgiveness. And in Noah, are not. Therefore, again, it needs to be more for our purpose. But Ben Noah was explained what I was before a couple of days ago. I'm Shun, incredible Yisrael. What it needs to be a gift. What it needs to be is the ability to forgive. Whether it's forgiveness, ultimately, otherwise, without the ability to forgive, without the ability to be mochel, every single thing in life becomes extremely difficult to forge beautiful and meaningful and lasting relationships. Standing mitzvah. Now it said to be, who was repeated at Sinai, applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Other days, I have a hurry Mila. What about this Mila? What about this Mila? What about this Mila? Remember again. So Hashem says to Avraham Avinu, keep the covenant of my bris. The Mishnah is repeated by Har Sinai. What is it by Har Sinai? So it's repeated. The Sinai says, below the blade. Yeah, we know the mitzvah of Judah doesn't apply to it. So it doesn't go to the principle. The principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by Har Sinai. I'm sorry, Libnei Noach, and ultimately going to repeat it Har Sinai applies to both. But Milah was said before Har Sinai. And again, Har Sinai only applies to you. It doesn't apply to Libnei Noach. To which the Gemara says, "Ahul l'mishri Shabbos with us." And none of the repetition actually of the mitzvah of Milah Parshas Patria is to add a very important detail, namely that by Yom Afilu b'Shabbos. Teach us that when the 8th day falls out on Shabbos, we do Milah on Shabbos. It's important because I might have thought Milah requires the throwing of blood. Throwing of blood is also on Shabbos under the Afilah of Shchita. So I might have thought that you can't do Milah on Shabbos. Kamash Malon, the additional mention of Milah by Yom Hashmini, Afilu b'Shabbos, even on Shabbos. So actually the repetition is not coming to include anyone, right? It applies to you. The repetition is coming to teach you a new halakha. I've already heard of it, you know? It's be fruitful and multiply. Propagation, Shinem, I've heard Noah, right? On one hand, it says, it's B'nai Noah. That's it. La'atan, Peru or Ru, right? Remember again, Adam is given Peri Berivia. Noah is given Peri Berivia. Tradition is specific. It's said again by Har Sinai. Where was it said by Har Sinai? Link and more Lahem, Shubu Lachem La'ohaleh. He says to Moshe Rabbeinu, go tell the people to go back to the This is incredible. Remember again, all this entire and wife separated from these. After Kabbalah Torah, Moshe says to all Israel go back to your tents. And Rashi understands going back to your tent is a euphemism for resumption of an intimate relationship with one spouse. So Moshe was essentially the mitzvah that was commanded him again regarding Meridian. So it was said before Matan Torah, said again at Matan Torah. So the Gemara says, "Ribnei Yisrael na'amar v'lo ribnei Noah." So again, ultimately, again, there was such a price on that of the Noah, which the Gemara says, "Havu v'chol davar shebamim yitzrachim afanati." Right, that's actually coming from just a second. Right, the repetition there is not to go ahead and make it binding on the Noah. The repetition, interestingly enough, is there in order to teach us another principle, namely that something, how often that is legislated by one group, can only be ruled by a group of the same number, by the same by another group of the same number and wisdom, or else not for wisdom. So Moshe Rabbeinu, Reish Baruch told them, and therefore again, Reish Baruch tells them, Lechem or let go tell the people, the same for Baruch told us to separate, as the same Hashem told us to go back to our place. Okay? Yahi, Ochad Bechad Nami, Nema Mishum Nosa Isni. I'm sorry, Ochad Bechad Nema Mishum Nosa. You say that every time halacha was repeated, there is some new element which is introduced. Hakikah is what it means to say. As hara mihadar nisna ba lama. Ultimately, again, why was there a need to repeat the repercussions or punishment? The aim lanu ella git hanashah. So the aliba and ultimately, again, all we have is the piece of Gid Hanosha, and according to what we said before, the English understanding of Gid Hanosha, that it was only repeated, it was only stated once before month of Hani Nami, what is the ultimately again, but Mira and Period Olivia also weren't repeated, right? Where it says Hani is the Shemosaba. These ultimately again repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduced some new halacha. Ha Gid Hanosha. At least wasn't explicitly stated before. Anybody's another possibility. Mila, probably after we become perhaps we can say that at least by this Mila, the abolition of Mila was not given to the name of it was given to Avram. Given to Avram. We become a so some Atam is a in the Shachmin alone. Second white line. The mitzvah is given to Avram his offspring. Just to Avram's offspring, not to anyone else. Okay, well, if Avram's offspring, then the other Yishmael is so why shouldn't be Yishmael? Right? Yishmael is also Avram. Why shouldn't he marry Yishmael? The Yishmael says, Yitzchak is kind of the Chazal. Because Baruch Hu says Yitzchak is the defined offspring of Avram. If that's the case, fine. So let it be through Yitzchak. Let it be Esav then also. In other words, if you want to say fine, mitzvah to Avram. From Avram goes to Yitzchak because Yitzchak is the real Yitzchak is the inheritor of the That's fine. But like what Yitzchak's kids, Yaakov and Esav. Why not Esav? Where's the image? Big Yitzchak, the love for Yitzchak. Avram, you will be on in Yitzchak, and not in all of it. Meaning, one of Yitzchak's will perpetuate your legacy, and not all of Yitzchak's. And Yaakov and not Esav. Therefore, it's only again the thread for Avram Yitzchak is so different to us that we love Christ, but not to any of Avram or Venus other offspring. Must be the Rosh. We have to be that's what this B'nai Tura, right? At the end of Parshas Chai Sarah, so Avram Avinu marries, and right, Vaikach Yishosh Shmot Ketura. I take the laws in Ron, that's Yachan, that's Medan, they have a whole bunch of kids. So maybe the B'nai Tura should be fighting, you know? She must have Hamar Yosir, Happen, they think this Rachanina, as Brisi Hefer. The rabbis B'nai Ketura. So ultimately, again, B'nai Ketura are included. Okay, so interestingly enough, it might be only Yitzchak and one of Yitzchak's sons, but apparently there may have been other people, at least initially, part of the Abrahamic obligation of this incredible. I'm not even done with that. Was a beautiful Gemara. Adam Rishon will go to the Basrafia. Adam Rishon was not permitted to eat meat. Adam Rishon was a vegetarian. He was not permitted to go ahead and eat meat. So the pasuk says when Hashem created the vegetation, so Hashem says to Adam, I've given you all the ace, all the vegetation for you, for you, and for all of the animals. So you and the animals eat the vegetation, but you can't eat the animals. So Adam Rishon was not allowed to eat meat. So as a vegetarian, Noah, which probably, if you think about it, so the book has pieces on this, the non has pieces on this concept that in like some utopian way, man is not consuming animals for his own consumption. That man uses whatever organic grows on the earth for consumption, but it doesn't take life. It doesn't take life in order to go ahead and sustain his own. There's a purity in that that was later on corrupted. Obviously, when Noah comes along after the flood, so after the flood, meat becomes image. And Yerek Esek Nasadochem Ace Kol Eskom. Yochavoy Heirim and Achai. So I thought that once Noah is allowed to eat meat, there's no more prohibition of Abraham and Achai either. Romar Achbasher Benachos so okay. Yochel after Shrotzim. So you might have thought that again, maybe Abraham and Achai applies to Shrotzim. So Romar Ach, okay, Shrotzim, as you saw in Salam David. Shrotzim are excluded from Abraham and Achai. My Talmud, so what's the lead? You know, Damo. Nish Damo calls it Tzaro. Abraham and Achai owe to someone or to something that has a distinction between flesh and blood. Yatu Shrotzim Shin Daman will befall himself. So this is also like the sherets and the animal. The animal has like flesh, and then there's blood and other stuff behind it. The sherets is always like it's all one thing. Therefore, there's no Abraham and Achai when it comes to Shrotzim. This way, we will do with the gas hayam. So the pasuk says so again. So now the Gemara is understanding this idea that Adam Rishon was not allowed to eat meat. In the Pashtos, if Adam Rishon was not allowed to eat meat, it probably means that he wasn't allowed to eat fish or fowl either. He wasn't allowed to kill animals for his own consumption. So the Gemara says, "Meir is the kash or do with the gas hayam." So Hashem creates Adam. He says that Adam is going to rule over the fish. What does that mean to rule over the fish in the sea? My love doesn't that mean for consumption? No, the malacha means no. You can use the fish to work for you. So much of the argument in malacha, what are you going to use fish to work for? What does that mean? That means for fish to work. In Rachbo, like Rachbo said, the boy Rachbo, Hinig v'iza v'shibuta. If you pull your plow with a boat and a shibuta fish, like so you put the yoke, you have a shibuta fish over the boat on land, and you have them both pulling the plow forward. Is that called kilaya? Is that called a forbidden mitzvah? So you can put the fish to work also. So Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for service to work for him. So the Tashma, we should rule over the birds of the sky. My love, that doesn't mean to eat the birds. No, we can use the birds for work. So much for almost the name of I don't think these birds for work. In the point Dosh, but often the Kohen. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda, so it's interesting again, we're not getting into technicalities over here. So again, halacha might be threshed with geese or with chickens, according to Rabbi Yosef Yehuda, what is the halacha? So again, this has to do with what Rashi points out over here, that Rabbi Yosef Yehuda holds that there is a special permit for workers to eat while they're working the field. So shine, but in order for that to happen, they have to work as he working both with his feet and his hands at the same time. So when an animal is using all fours, so then he's also considered he's working with everything, he's allowed to do all his work. Shaila is, if let's say you thresh with geese or with chicken, so there's only 2 feet. So is that called that the whole animal is at work? Therefore, the animal should be permitted to eat, or no, the whole animal is not at work. It's like I said, the details are not as important for the discussion. What's more important for the discussion is it's illustrating how you can put geese and you can put chickens, fowl, birds to work. Okay, Tashma, like and will rule over all the animals that wander the earth. The Gemara says, "Hahu la This comes to include that man originally was supposed to have dominion over the sea. The sun was an incredible woe to man, because as a result of the sin of the tree of the Eitzadatz, the tree of knowledge of good and evil that Adam wasn't supposed to eat from, therefore Adam was punished, Chava was punished, and the Nachash was punished. Man lost out on a tremendous offendment. The snake was supposed to be the right hand of man. Right? The snake was supposed to be someone who enabled man to accomplish much, and man lost out on it as a result of the sin. The Gemara says, hello, Nachash, because had the Nachash not the best. Remember again, as I'll call it, originally the Nachash had feet, had arms, was able to speak, stood upright. Nachash was able to fall. It was supposed to be the had Adam not sinned, what would have happened? So every person, Every Jew had two snakes, two big snakes. The shagala tzava back and the shagala doro. He would send north, one would send south. The Ado san Volim told him the Avan and Tobos. And snakes are kind of digging. This is before they slither. But they knew how to dig, they knew how to find stuff. So they would mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems. Again, they send them out to their thing, and they come and they bring it back to you. Not only that, Elishamash, even you can attach something to the tail of the snake. The most offer that he doesn't force. Make it stuff. That's that you take dirt out. You take dirt out. Also, if you again to your garden or to your village. So the Gemara says, so at this point, I understand amazing that the way I first want to create the world is to create the world to serve us. And you create the world to serve man. The whole avoda of the earth, the avoda of the animal kingdom, the avoda of vegetation, everything is to serve man. Man is the crown jewel of creation. But man only merits to be served by the rest of creation when he occupies his exalted place in the, we'll call it the spectrum of creation, the ladder of creation. But when man abdicates his personalistic greatness, so he abdicates that right to be served by creation, that's when the earth turns on him. That's why the prophet, after Adam Arishon sinned, what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu tell Adam do? He says, Adam, you're going to work the land, the coats for dar it's not. You're going to plow the field, and it's going to sprout thorns and thistles. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means the world is not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I when we do what we're supposed to do, so that works in the universe. Serve man because money is his purpose, serve and therefore world is his purpose by serving man. But when we abdicate our sacred duty, not only are we shirking our own personal responsibilities, but we're disrupting the natural order. So the animals are going to do their own thing, and the earth is going to do its own thing. All of these things that were created to serve me are now again focusing on other things, and even worse, sometimes even acting in working. So they say, Gemara is the kasha. This is such a beautiful conversation. Adam was sitting in Gan Eden. And what happened? And Malach Ashar, the angels were serving, taking care of it, and they were roasting meat, and they were pouring in the sound of straining wine, pouring in beautiful wine. So can you imagine that? Can you imagine this? Adam Ashar was sitting in Gan Eden. Elishab is little drawn now. Like he's sitting there, making a barbecue from a meat board. It's an idea for a meat board. Now, so they're going and they're making the marish a meat board, they're roasting for a meat, they're pouring in delicious wine from Eretz Yisrael, pouring in delicious wine. The Nachash sees it, hits it for Nachash, the Rabbit Vodom, so the cover that is being given to Adam, and it's kind of the Nachash became jealous. The Nachash became jealous. And I will say, with that jealousy, that led to this jealousy in life. See, why did the first see her? Because the Nachash wasn't happy with what he wanted what someone else had. They will say that eventually gives us each what it is. Look at someone else who has more or less like different. We no longer have the ability to be content. Lack of contentment. It stirs all kinds of things and moves all kinds of things in our life. Nachash is just jealous of the cause of revelation. Look what happens. He's spending your life looking at what everyone else has, competing with everyone else, wanting what everyone else has. Number one, you're never happy about you. But the point of it, why does Gemara bring this up? Adoration is eating meat. He's eating meat. This is what happens with the meat. Hassan the Basa Gargan Hashanah. Different, that meat came from the heavens. I guess it's like the first impossible burger, right? That wasn't meat that came from an animal. That was meat that came from Shamayim. People were prepared the meat board. So what is that? I don't know. It's place. I don't know what it is. It's impossible burger. So it was the first. Therefore, it wasn't. Adam Rishon didn't slaughter anything to that meat. The Shparach brought it down from Shamayim. Whoa! Meat kapasa here makes a light. There's such a thing like that as meat that falls from the heavens. Does that actually happen? The other Shimon Kalaf, yeah, that does happen. What happened? One time Shimon Kalaf, I was traveling on the way. Haguba Hanaf Arisa, the Kava Kanani La'apel. Two lions, right? Two lions came and he started roaring in his face. Amar. So Rabbi Shimon Kalafta says to them, Firim Shagin Rakas, the lion comes, crying out for food. And what happened? Now, two slabs of meat fell, two sides of meat fell right in front of him. One of them, the lion ate. The other shechpa, one they left behind, they were full from the first one. I see Basra de Midrasha. Ultimately, the Shimon Kalafta brought that last piece of meat to this medrash. Brought the last piece of meat to this medrash. And he asked, Boy Allah, they asked him, sorry, Davar Tomei who's that? Or Davar Kara? So what is this? Is the meat is it kosher or is it treif? Like that? I guess the meat you want to have a little bit. Is it kosher or is it treif? Shimon Kalafta said, what are you talking about? Or like any Davar Tomei yard of Shanai. There's no such thing as a Davar Tomei that comes from Shanai. What are you talking about? Meat fell from the heavens, and you're asking what the hashkach is? Meat fell from the heavens, you're asking if it's kosher, you're asking if it's kosher or it's tamei. Nothing that is treif comes from Shanai. Everything comes from Shanai is kosher, is tamei. The Bible says that phrase is so powerful. Ein davar tamei yord. Anything that comes from Shanai, anything that comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu is never tamei. It may hurt. It may be difficult. Any circumstance that comes from the first Baruch Hu, which is every circumstance in life, is never tamei. It may be overwhelming, it may be challenging, it may be difficult, it may be painful, but some way, somehow, it's for Kedusha and it's for power. Because davar tamei yored min Hashem. Whatever circumstances that the Olam Shel Olam give us, never to bring us down, never to generate tumah, but the opposite. We need to lift us up and to engender within us a sense of Kedusha and a sense of power. Incredible. You want last 2 lines. What happens if a donkey came down from the Shema? The Baruch Hu went ahead and brought down a donkey from the heavens. Now it's a donkey. A donkey is a common animal. It's a treif animal. But it came down from Shemayim. So what? Essentially, so he asked this from Zera. Right? So Rabbi Zera asked this from Yavon. So Rabbi Yavon says to Rabbi Zera, Yahweh Noah. Essentially he says, you're a donkey. In other words, that was a I guess way of saying that is not a good thing. Right? You're a crazy donkey. Rashi says, he shows all Shishmo Tana. It's not a donkey, but rather again like a crazy bird. You're a crazy bird. In other words, what's the matter with you? What kind of question is that? How many davar tamei yored min Hashem? Doesn't have to go through the donkey. He pays for a yasan. He pays a side of blocks, a brisket. It doesn't make a difference, whatever it is. If it comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it is going to be kind of. If it comes from Hashem, even if it looks treif, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks bad, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing: Ein davar tamei yored min Hashem. If it comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's not bad. If it comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it is not unclean. It may be difficult, it may be painful, it may be challenging. Whatever comes from Hashem is only there to bring about Kedusha and power within our lives. We're saying, we have a tremendous week. We should put a good night of Shabbos.
It's funny, it's like, I can't imagine what TFK's Patreon is, but our Patreon's really lit, dude. Yeah. They got a guy talking about slavery. Yeah.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin today. That is Yom Chas. Well, before we get to that, thank this morning's sponsors. Today, that's how we tell the sponsors. For our annual Talmud Torah conference for Tav Shin Pei 5785, we told Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shin and Josh hosts as they zuchos to resource troubles for Am Yisrael. We from learning sponsors, Beryl and Rachel Balkan, information of Beryl's grandfather, Beryl Ben Chaim, whose Yosef was this past week. Our only sponsors, Belasin, Fader, Spern, and Meisel's families as a zuchos for our father for a successful surgery and complete recovery. Pinchas Ben Bluma, the open America about Talmud Torah. all the Nisham Safin Ali, the Fadisi, the Kamo, and all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kodesh Holy Yisrael. Kodesh Baruch Hu Hashem continue to bring our hostages home and should allow our soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh Yedayim. So with that, let us begin today's topic in class. We are picking up on Nun Zayin on the days. And we left off. Let's actually just pick up again with the Tanur Rabbanon. I know that we got a little bit further than that actually when we were yesterday. The Tanur Rabbanon, we see where Tosis Holaso. If you look at that Tosis there, Tosis is on the right hand column. If you just move your finger towards the left, and about 2 lines down, you'll get the Tanur Rabbanon. So Tanur Rabbanon, Ish. Why is it supposed to say Ish? But Rabbanon says Akusim. Shemishchayim Arayis to Yisrael. The teacher said Kusin, and again, remember, as I mentioned yesterday, in this context, Kusin is not being used, in the typical sense to speak about that group of people who are doubtful conversion. Thank you, doubtful believers, but rather speaking about non-Jews. So I want to say again, the Rabbi says, Kusin Shemishchayim Arayis, Kusin ultimately are subject to the prohibition of Arayos, like we saw on the Afganafka, to the Afganafka, when there's an Afghan, we learned that from the Pasuk of Adoration, Zegir Arayos, so it's interesting why it's just Husser, the Arayos to go, the Hafla Arayos to dance. So apparently there's 2 different buckets of Arayos. There's Arayos that are Ben Noach, committed in other with a Ben Noach, with a Bas Noach, and then there's Arayos that are Ben Noach, committed with a Bas Yisrael. So 2 different psukim highlighting 2 different buckets of prohibition. Tony Sefer, Bar Arayis Yisrael. So let's say for Kusi, for non-Jews, let's say for Jewish women, leaving Yisrael. Ultimately, again, we judged in accordance with halacha. The night of the sun. So what is what's the picture of this? So Nazareth said, as remember, again, we saw this in yesterday's that Havar Raisa and Eidachar, sorry, Ben Noach is judged even by itself. One judge is even a Chayah. So Halacha Raisa, if he has an active immorality to Jewish women, he's subject to the Jewish man has a basis of 23. There's an Eagles, Hasra, so on and so forth. So which is that if a PC, right, if a non-Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, right, immoral relations with a non-Jewish woman, he's judged by one set of standards, a lower set of standards. But if he has relations with a Jewish woman, he's judged by a higher set of standards, which essentially, again, most remember, if you have even Hasra, that makes it much more difficult to convict. So it sounds like there's a lower level of conviction if he has immoral relations with a Jew, and you can answer that doesn't seem to make sense. To which the Gemara says, rather know what it's meant as a Nara Amurasa. Nara Amurasa is exactly as it sounds. A Nara that's had Erusin, but it's not going to have Yisuin with her husband. So let's say the Kusi has relations with this girl. So if you go less little, So interestingly enough, the Kusi, the Noah, have no concept of Nara Hamurasa. They will say this is actually quite interesting. You see this come out a couple of times in today's daf. But in Ben Noah's law, the only way to affect marriage is for a man to live with his wife. That's what happens. It's real. It's essentially there's Nisuin, there's living together. That affects marriage. And we're going to see Yidishin means you no longer live together. That's it. It's a very simple construct. You live together in an intimate way. That's marriage. You separate from intimacy, and that is divorce. That is divorce. So there's no concept of Yidishin. So therefore, technically speaking, it's a pussy, right? If a non-Jew has relations with a Na'ara HaMe'ulasa, so technically speaking, there's no construct for that for them in B'nai Noach law. So because there's no construct for B'nai Noach law, therefore, again, in that case, he'll be judged in accordance with halacha. Fascinating. I Tanya, Palanara Murasa Idam Skila, HSH Midam Mechanic. For a second. Remember, if a pussy has relations with Na'ara Murasa, gets Skila, and by HSH, by regular married women, he gets Chanak. The Fatima Dido, Sayas food. Right, but ultimately, again, if halacha myself, if halacha that's what being is halacha, shouldn't be Sayas. Otherwise, remember this from the state that a Ben Noach is always just Sayas. First of all, I don't know how many it's called. HSH Dictoni. What's the HSH we're talking about over here? So again, I'm talking about a woman, let's say, went into the football and they did not yet have relations with her husband. Now, in that context, though, you go, less lahu, as we just mentioned before, so a woman who goes into the football but has not yet lived with her husband, in Ben Noach world, that is not marriage. That is not marriage. So because if you don't ask for adultery to happen in that way, there's no construct for that type of Noach. Therefore, again, the Noach will be judged in accordance with our law. So we'll say, so this really gives birth to a very fascinating idea. That as much as there's a system for Bnei Noach, but if a Ben Noach commits an act of immorality with a Jewish woman, and again, that there is no parallel case that is prohibited for Bnei Noach, like Na'ara HaMu'urasa, like a woman who goes into the chuppah but has not yet lived with her husband. So in that case, a Ben Noach will be judged as a Jew. Fascinating. Okay, so now goes right there. It says, we tell you everything, Bu'ulas Baal, Yishlan, Nichnas on the Chuppah, but a little line. So again, here it's explicit. So the Noach, Bu'ulas Baal, if a man lives with his wife, they're married. Right? If a Ben Noach will have relations with that woman, that's adultery. That's the construct they have. But for example, not Nichnas on the Chuppah, but a woman that goes into the Chuppah, so it's been Kedushin, but there hasn't been Nisuin, or even if there's been Nisuin, but Allah mentioned the couple has not yet lived together. In Ben Noach's world, that is not a construct of immorality that is recognized. So therefore, again, lest you think he gets off scot-free, no, he's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Quite fascinating. Any error, right, that a Beis of Israel would execute someone for, a Ben Noach is warned about. Any Beis of Israel, if a Jew wouldn't be executed for such an act of immorality, then Ben Noach Musala marriage. The Ben Noach is not liable for it either. In other words, the one thing is like this: if a Jew isn't allowed to do it, then a Ben Noach isn't allowed to do it. But the reverse is not true. But if a Jew is not allowed to do it, Noach is also not allowed to do it. So you know, come say. There are many examples of trials that Daisy will not keep for, but yet Noach is still warned about. For example, Arayos Yisrael, Nidon B'Din Yisrael. The Ben Noach has what is considered to be a halacha, an illicit act of relations with a Jewish woman. He is judged in accordance with Jewish law. Jewish law, Ba'arayos Ben Noach, however, again, halacha, again, he has relations with Ben Noach Arayos, then Nidon B'Din Ben Noach. He's judged in accordance with being on the Ella Nara Murasa Doman. And this is when we try to figure out like what's the distinction of all these cases. Really what the last week is the case of Nara Murasa, or something similar to that, where in Halakha, recognizing that a marriage has occurred, but yet in Halakhos of Bnei Noach, they only recognize marriage after it's been consummated, Okay? So in that kind of case, in a Ben Noach system of law, they would be let off without punishment. But again, how Beis Din would hold them accountable. That's why I also being the case of when we're running to the football, but did not have a relationship with the husband. High time home getting national. So again, this time the national. He holds that whenever Lisa knows some of his that he saw that Bnei Noach gets sight of Chelek. This is the opinion that says Bnei Noach get Chelek, and therefore easy Chelek. Allah provides the function for both of these infractions would be Chelek. Okay? The Sabra B'Meir, Kol Erba Shebeis Din Shal Yisrael V'Nisna Allah Ben Noach Musala. So now does Rameir really hold that for any act of immorality that a Beis Din of Yisrael, right, the Jewish Beis Din, would execute the Yisrael for, then Noach is responsible for as well. So again, which means anything that is an alliance for us, Ben Noach would be held accountable for. Is that true? What kind of a rule in the Muslim instigates top of the test? There, Shahaisa Halacha Shalom is a fascinating. It's literally translated. A convert whose conception was of, but whose birth was. What's this case? This is a case of a non-Jewish man, Jewish woman to conceive a child together. Woman becomes pregnant, right? And then, when we put the pregnancy, by the time she has the baby, she's a Jewish woman. So now, into this baby is what's called his conception in Gentile type, right? He was Shalom Kedusha, while they don't show by the time that he was born, ultimately again he's Jewish. So just understand what's the rule with this kid. What's wrong with this kid? So first is that he's Jewish. He's Jewish. The interesting part about this is he has a halakhic relationship to his mother, and no halakhic relationship to his right? Because remember again, our father, his Gentile father, time he was born, so baby is Jewish. So the Jewish baby has no relationship to his Gentile biological father. Okay, we see the manifestation of that now. Here it is. Ishno she'er ha'im, ve'ino she'er ha'av. He has relatives from his mother's side, but has no relatives from his father's side. Okay, so let's say, so for give me an example of this. So let's say 3 lines down, 58, 80, $80. Now it's not close in Yotzi. So if he married his maternal sister, he's got a divorce, or he's got, or Ben Noach is not allowed to marry his sister, and we'll see. Interestingly enough, that's a machlokes also. But for now, we're going into the approach, and that halachah makes Ben Noach can't marry his sister. So therefore, again, if he did marry his sister Yotzi, but technically speaking, if he married his paternal sister, it's fine. It's fine, right? Why? Because again, technically speaking, halachically at least, she's not his sister. Right? She's not recognized as his sister. If he goes and he marries his literally again his father's father his aunt from his mother's side. Yotzi ultimately he's got a divorce her Mina Av his father's side. Mina Av Yotzi the Chum He's part about his mother's sister on the father's side. Right? So then again, Meir says he has to divorce her, and the Chum say he's allowed to keep her as a wife. Meir says, in Yotzi Mishum She'er Ha'av Mikayim. Right? Sorry. In Yotzi Mishum She'er Mikayim. Fine. So they said not all by that particular case. But again, Allah said this is the rule. So again, baby was conceived in Gentile type. Mother converts over the course of the pregnancy. By the time she gives birth, she is a full-fledged Jewish woman. The baby is a full-fledged Jew. Full-fledged Jew. Let's say, you can feel this discussion about what is the baby is the only element of the same baby. So the assumption of the baby is a regular Jew. Not again, regular Jew. But halacha means again relationship to the mother, and halacha relationship to the father. Now, of course, what's interesting about this is generally when a person converts, right, reaction is context and therefore there's no real relationship to either parent, halachic relationship to either parent. But of course, this case is different because the mother converted with the baby in utero, right? And therefore, again, so the halachic relationship to the mother remains, but no halachic relationship to the father. Okay, fascinating. The nature of the other is permitted to this ger, baby who was born Jewish, who has relationship to his father's side, but has a relationship to his mother's side. Both of the Ashes of it, he's committed to his brother's wife, with the Ashes of the other, or to the brother of, the wife of his father's brother, who share Kolarayos, and all other what we normally be arayos on the father's side are going to be permitted to him, Lasili Ashes of it, and he's going to take even his father's wife. His father's wife. Now, obviously, in those cases, we're talking about where the people in question died. When we say, for example, it's related to his father's wife, it means his father's widow. Like, obviously, if she's married, even the Noah have a construct of marriage. But again, normally these would be alayos for us, and even after these men would die, their wives would still be prohibited, but not for this person in question. Nasa Isha Ukita. So it says now. This is not switching gears just a little bit. We're now back to Kusi. for just a second. Let's say a Kusi married a woman and her daughter, right? Woman and her daughter. Let's say Isha Bita, Konis Achos, Umotzi Achos. So it's even with Rashi. Rashi is in the medium wide lines, about 6 lines in the intermediate wide lines. Let's say Isha Bita, Ashai Girim Kari. So now Rashi just points out we're transitioning back to just a regular conversation about converts, about Girim. So what happens is very interesting. Okay, so that's going to be also inclusive. Then it's kind of so let's go with Rashi's first interpretation. See the guy, he's just a inclusive. He marries a mother and a daughter. So first of all, apparently the Gemara is telling us that whereas for a Jew, that's alliance, for a Kusi, it's not. Okay, so the Kusi goes ahead and marries as a mother and daughter, and then interestingly enough, what happens? He converts. Rashi says over here, in this Gairu Elo, they all converted along with him. Now here's what's interesting. They'll convert along with him. Now technically speaking, what's the relationship with a mother and daughter after they convert along with the Kusi? Nothing. So therefore, technically speaking, this relationship should technically be permitted. She could bring to remain married to both of them. But what's the halacha? The halacha is Koris Achos, Umotzi Achos. So halacha said, yeah, she is permitted to keep one of them and not permitted to marry the other. Well, the Chastiva lo yichnos. But ideally, ultimately, again, ideally, even the Kusi should not marry the mother and the daughter. If I see them standing the lesson, I know that the Ahanach, the Amanael, you kind of you love it. So it's ideally best marry such a situation like this. But again, halakha. So again, halakha reminds us the Kusi to remain married to one has to divorce the other, right? And ideally, of course, not to get into a situation like this altogether. So why does the Kusi have to marry one? Why? Technically, both women should be permitted to him based on the idea that Gershon is guy to publish no Dami. There's no familial relationships after conversion. Just going to so we have this kind of, the Gemara doesn't say it here explicitly, but it says it elsewhere. In general, it has to be that people can never say that non-Jews or that non-Jews that you're going to do shekala. It can't be that becoming Jewish allows you to do something that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So normally, one can't marry a mother and her daughter. Right? So it can't be that through conversion, suddenly you're allowed to go out and marry a mother and her daughter. So therefore, the halacha says, decide which one you want to stay married, and bring most of the other one. Okay, so that's the Ishto. Ultimately, again, listen to this: if his mother dies, if his wife dies, so these are all cases. Ultimately, you're going to be talking about from Mesa Ishto, Mutter Bechamasa. He's permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Okay, also, others say that's very nice. You don't know Kasha. Harabi Me'alim Elazar, Eliezer, Harabi Rabbi Akiva. Okay, so we have two different opinions as we're going to see right now. Desanya, Al Kin Yazov Ish Es Avides Imo. A man will go ahead and meet his father and his mother. So this is talking about the pasuk. This is talking about the pasuk by Avinah by now. First of all, quick look at Rashi. Mesa Ishto. Mutter Bechamasa, Gapapi Shekhaima Ishto, Yishinis Gayer, Ben Noah Misra Al Chamoso, the Nima Boim Misha, the Chamoso Mamish Lohadia, Apagat Binis Gayer, the Getting Gayer that been called as Yelazar. So we just continued the previous case, right? So our Ger, when he was a guy, was married to a mother and daughter. They all convert together, one big happy family. So step number one is, unfortunately, you're no longer one big happy family. Right? Decide who you want to be married to, and other you can't be married to anyone because you can't have a situation where someone who's Jewish is married to a mother and a daughter, even if halachically one could somehow figure this out. However, the other familial relations are really dissolved. So therefore, again, let's say Ger's wife dies, he's permitted to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law, his wife's mother. Even though normally for us, again, that would be an error. Right? Why is he allowed to do that? Because halacha makes, again, upon conversion, all of these bonds were dissolved. Others say he's not allowed to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law. If you look at that next Rashi, that would be Shekhaima L'Ishto Mishnis Gayer, Bovusha Chamoso, the Chamoso so okay, Gemara says, so two different opinions. So how do we resolve this? This is the sign of ignorance by itself. This is the type of marriage in the Torah. Therefore, a man will leave his father and his mother. He will cling to his wife, and they will be one flesh. That's the possibility. That's all, Omer. Obvious, so let's say, so when the Pasuk says a man will leave his father and his mother, so what does that mean? What does that mean? The Gemara says, the below Omer, obvious is Akos Aviv, the Imo, and Imo is Akos Imo. Aviv actually means the brother of his father. Sorry, the sister of his father, thank you. The Imo, and Imo means the sister of his mother. The sister of his mother. So the Lord is coming to say that this is actually coming to prohibit certain arayos. On the other hand, Rabbi Kiva says, no. Aviv is Ishes Aviv. Aviv refers to the wife of his father. The Imo, and Imo is Imo Manish. And Imo literally means his mother. Back, and he will cling. This is how the marriage refers to as clinging below the Zohar. So again, so it says marriage is a man to a woman, not a man to a man. Below the okay, actually, it's interesting. And actually understands that it is because the Torah uses the lesson of people by marriage. So it understands interestingly enough, she says over here that Dogat means an active release which creates pleasure. And it actually says that the Mishkan Zafar doesn't see the same type of pleasure. So it seems to have actually that the dust there, it's interesting because generally the way that the exclusions for Mishkan Zafar for homosexual behavior usually lays out, ultimately again is usually from the Hayu Basar Echad, that marriage is a union which could technically produce offspring. That's the type of just relationship that is covered under marriage. But it's interesting, a different gesture. It's like just whenever we come to a structure like this, it's incredibly, halakha is halakha. Halakha is halakha, and halakha never, halakha is immutable. And it doesn't matter what society says, what society doesn't say. The Bosham makes the rules, and we don't. And the systems of morality are determined by HaKadosh Baruch Hu and not by us. Not by us. And so marriage is defined in a certain way, and women's relationships are defined in a certain way. That's the halakhic construct. From just a v'hafkoreach perspective, and from an empathy perspective, all kinds of Jews. All kinds of Jews and all kinds of people. And the Rebbe Shalom creates people in all different kinds of ways. And just to understand, if the Torah prohibits something, it means that desire absolutely exists within people. And it's real. And it's there. And especially again in this particular image, no greater struggle than for a man or for a woman who is struggling with identity, with sexual identity, and to live a life of halakha, but is often forced between a coming to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and companionship. Struggles that those of us who don't understand it could never understand it. So that's why again, the halakha is the halakha. Halakha is the halakha. But never think that the halakha in any way impedes upon the dignity of the individual, and never think that the halakha allows us to impugn upon the dignity of the individual. We have to learn Achad and the openness and the welcomeness applies to all types of Jews, and the love and empathy applies to all types of Jews, even if we don't have the ability or any flexibility to change the rules. The rules are the rules, but the love always has to be all-encompassing. The Gemara goes like this. So this is a good drasha, right? And it's cling to your own wife and not to anyone else's wife. The Gemara says, and it will become one flesh. So this only refers to an act of relations where again there's a fusion. So again, actually says over here. Like it says over here, Mishnah says, "Shezer yotzem basar ha'im ba'adat." The word basar means again they're capable of creating offspring. So again, this comes to let's say mating and behaving with the chaya, where it can't create the basar achad. I'm a man, but another omer aviv achos aviv. Aviv refers again to a father's sister. Ema aviv Manish. Maybe it means real father. So you have this kind of the dove, but what the zachar. So ultimately again is davar. Okay. So in other words, there's no need for the pasuk to keep relations with one's father. Right? There's no need for that because that's covered under Mishnah Zachar, right? That's covered under the Davar Zachar. Ema Ashes Aviv, maybe it's referring to father's wife. I know the Ishta will have Ashes Chavera. So father's wife again is covered under the prohibition of Ashes Chavera, of your friend's wife. So this is interesting. So maybe Halacha Maisa comes to say that father's wife is prohibited even after death. And again, let's remember again, this is opening the law. So maybe it's coming to go on and say that the father's life is permitted even after the death of the father. So we have the emo. Ma'imo del ishus, aviv del ishus. Just like in the case of mother, ultimately, again, we're not talking about a prohibition that is derived as a result of marriage. So too by father, we're not talking about a situation of a prohibition derived as a result of marriage. Emo. What's emo? What's emo? Right? Ultimately, again, this refers to mother's sister. Maybe it's referring to mother herself. Because mother, ultimately, again, is your father's wife. So she's prohibited already. To which the Gemara says, it is going to include even after the death of the father. It's comparable ultimately again to father. Not all the love mamish, imo the love mamish, just like the father. It's not referring to the father himself. So to the mother, not referring to the mother herself. And here it says, Aviv Eshes Aviv. Aviv refers to the wife of the father. The imo Aviv mamish, maybe it's the father himself. So actually saying, first thing I originally with his father. Alright, that's already covered by the prohibition. But again, if that's the case, then Ashes Aviv, father's wife, is also covered. Why? Because it's the Ishto, and not for your friend's wife. That's coming to include, perhaps coming to include the father's wife even after the death of the father. Imo manish. Mother means actual mother. So this one says, that would be covered under Ishto and not Ishes Chavera. In other words, the mother is someone else's wife. So Allah reminds that again, it should be covered under that. Interesting, Imo, we could be talking about a case, where a man violated a woman, she became pregnant in the act of violation, and now again, so the child, that son, is committed to his mother. Now that woman may not be his father's wife, but ultimately again, is still his mother. Therefore, again, there's a specific prohibition to prohibit that woman. So, you don't be talking about these Gemara, right? You think your family has problems, right? I want to point out, right? Suddenly, all of your familial dysfunction seems to fade into oblivion when you begin to see the complex familial realities of the universe. So it's like what are they arguing about? Rabbi Elazar Saba, the Rabbi Elazar says that case of father, Aviv is compared to mother. The emo, junior of the Aviv. And ultimately, again, the mother case is compared to the father. To which we say, in that case, can only be found in the Shkashos, Ella Ba'akva. The only case they can compare it when it's referring to sisters, referring to the sister of the father, sister of the mother. And Rashi says over here, because I am managed a lot of them, and the Kiva says, Mutat Mu'ikne the Ashes of it, the Israel Erebas of it, Lafuke Akos of it, the She'er of it, Eviv, Erebas of it, and Kiva on the other hand disagrees, and he wrote that Lachal Mesa, it is much better to say the Pasuk is referring to it for healing the father's wife. Why? Because the father's wife is called an erva, as opposed to a sister who is not called an erva. Sister is called She'er. Now, practically speaking, they're both prohibited as She'er and Erva. But again, halacha right, they're talking about cases of ayos. Therefore, we'd rather include the father's wife than the father's sister. Okay, Tashma. So it's some interesting kudumaras over here. Tashma. Amram took Yocheved, his aunt, as a wife. Amram married his aunt. Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, right? Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, right? Aaron and Yocheved were nephew and aunt. My Rav Yogasan Minayin. So must have been. So was Yocheved Amram's maternal aunt, right? His mother's sister. No, Yogasan Minayin. No, she was a paternal sister. Right? Because you're gonna remember again, but Noah had She'er Minayin, not She'er Mina'av. Tashma. Gam Achosi Bas Avivi, Achlo Bas Imi. I have no Venus. Like Mavino again, when Sarah was taken Avimelech, so remember again that hopefully she's taken by Avimelech because Avram claims that Sarai was his sister. Avimelech takes her, and then Avimelech returns her. Avram essentially says, listen, I can apply to you because she is also my sister, the daughter of my father. So the man actually, what do you get from Avram's statements? He said she's the daughter of my father, but what? Achlo Bas Imi, not the daughter of my mother. Nechlav Bas Ha'im Asura. For the Noah, there's familial connection from the mother's side, not familial connection from the father's side. So therefore, even Avram is careful to say, I'm related to Sarah from my father's side, which means we're not really related, which is why I can marry her. But technically speaking, there's a biological relationship, but no legal relationship. So you imagine one second. Bahabi is Sarah Imenu, the daughter of Abraham. I'm sorry. Bas Abiyabi. Even the Hafi, who's Moshe Min Ab, and Moshe Min Ein Sharia. Ella touched the one second. But if Eli, if she's the daughter of his brother, then how about the nice truth is in that case they're actually getting married, whether or not this is a paternal brother or a maternal brother. Ella Hafi Kamalei. Rather, what I'm not even was trying to say was as follows. I have a relationship with her. I'm related. But just some other words, therefore, when I told you that she's my sister, I wasn't lying. I used sister a little bit of a looser form. So yes, we're related. And again, but I know relation is from the father's side and not from the mother's side. So Tashma. So the Gemara says, because remember again, at the end of the day, remember that Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avimelech's. Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avimelech's brother. Right? She was the daughter of Avimelech's brother, not Avimelech's actual sister. Right? So Tashma, if Neymar lo nasa Adam es this is interesting. Why didn't Adam marry his daughter? That's what the Gemara is asking. So what the Gemara is asking really is top. Remember, to go ahead and propagate the world. So a lot of different kinds of relationships are going to have to occur, right? Because there was a very limited human pool. So why didn't Adam marry his daughter? To Shelisa Cain as a host. So in order that Cain, right, Adam's son, should marry his sister, right? Like Adam married his daughter, then ultimately again Cain would not have been able to marry his sister, same person. So therefore again, Adam Yisham doesn't marry his daughter. Ultimately, for I have said that the world is built on chesed. The most interestingly enough, the Gemara is attributing over here that Adam didn't marry his daughter and left her for Cain and left the chesed, speaking, which is found on a variety of different levels. That this is called chesed. But again, perhaps on a certain level, if you have a quote-unquote right to something, and you're in the vacuum, you yield that right for someone or something else, that is called an act of chesed. It's also interesting to point out that, remember, the Torah uses the word chesed also to refer to immorality, right? It's fascinating, chesed, immorality. We mentioned this before, so why is the same word for kindness and charitability and for immorality? Because again, right, a person has a desire to express love to the other. What's immorality? Expressing love to too many people who you shouldn't be expressing it to. So there's this fine line sometimes between being a giving person and being too much of a giving person. So the nice is it's just fascinating that etymologically, just theoretically, the same word chesed means loving kindness is also the same word for immorality. Okay, everybody, another right there. Halav ha'kiyasira. Now, what do you see for halav? Love Yasira. For 1 second, but I understand that halacha l'maisa, what you see from here is, were it not for the fact that Cain had to marry his sister, because I'm talking about like a shitty crisis, there was no one else to marry. Like there was no one else to marry.
So the nice again, but you see, otherwise it would have been prohibited. So what do you see from there? That a Ben Noah is not permitted to marry his sister. To which the Gemara says, interesting enough, even the Ishti, but okay, he's kind of of the opinion that definitely speaking of Ben Noah could even marry his sister. And once it became permitted for tiny, it became permitted in general. Okay, I'm not who knows. Kusi, what should it be done? If he says a Kusi, all right, and now he's permitted to marry his daughter. Yomar, Nema, Lom Nasa Adam Speaker. If that's the case, then why didn't Adam? Why didn't Adam marry his daughter? Saying, what did she is a kind as a house? In order that kind should be able to have a wife and marry a sister. Gemara said, Mishum Olam Chesed Yibana. The world is built on kindness. And again, I will say that saying you so that sometimes kindness is not even necessarily what you give someone else, but kindness Chesed is more found in the ability to yield. I have a right to something. I choose not to exercise that right. That's chesed. We did the alternate version of this discussion on Rahuna. Kusi asubito. Kusi is not allowed to marry his daughter. How do we know this? Take off. Shoronasa Adam's bito. Because Adam didn't marry his daughter. And the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter indicates to us that a Kusi isn't allowed to marry his daughter. For no reason, that's actually not a good raya. Hasam Hayu Kaima Kadeshi Isa Kaima Zachosa. Ultimately, that's different. The reason Adam didn't marry his daughter is because in order to go ahead and have Cain marry his sister. Why? Mishum Olam Chesed Yibana. Incredible. So now goes like, I'm going to play stuff. When Jesus says, Eved, Mutter B'Ivo, or Mutter B'Ito. I just want to say this is a fascinating case in Eved. Now, again, we're talking about an Eved Kanani, owned by a Jew. Right, so now a Jew acquires the Eved. Now, most remember again, we've learned this many times before. This is quite fascinating. Why? Because essentially the Eved kind of transitions into quasi-Jewishness. Remember again, there's a Tvila L'Shem Avdus, there's a Mila L'Shem Avdus, there's a Milikin, there's a Mikvah, he's Chayiv and Mitzvos. In general, except for time down Mitzvos, so it's a quasi-Jewish state. So as a result of Chisda says, remember, and upon emancipation becomes a full-fledged Jew. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Eved Mutter B'Ilo, he's permitted to marry his mother, but Mutter B'Bita, he's allowed to marry his daughter. Why? Because Mechla's Kusi, that's in Mechla's Kusi, or the Mechla's Yisrael Lo Ba. So I'll say, because interestingly enough, right, he's no longer a Kusi. Like he's only a Kusi, but he's also what? Not a Jew. Because remember, again, once I brings all of these Gemaras together, right? A Kusi is not allowed to marry his mother. Just say he's not allowed to marry his mother or his sister. He's not allowed to marry his mother or his sister, or his daughter for that matter. His mother, sister, daughter. Right? If a Kusi's brother and sister, mother, son, father, brother convert, they become Jewish. Technically, can they get married? Technically, yes. Technically, the answer is yes. But remember again, Chazal said it can't be that people think that conversion is coming. You could be Shechamur, you could be Kara, right? As a Kusi, you want to go out to marry your mother, your daughter, and your sister. Now that you're a Jew, you are allowed to. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, since you have the Eved is kind of in limbo. He's not a Kusi because now he's an Eved, but he's also not a Jew because he hasn't yet been emancipated. So because of that, he really has nothing to stop him from marrying his mother, his sister, or his daughter. He also had Bini Amnabalota, Amnabatanina, Benoch, Shiyuch, Shit, Koliabdo, Ubalan Marat. So Israel Benoch, he designated a shikha for his servants. So again, you have a Benoch and Nanjim, who has an Eved. He's designated a wife for this Eved. And then again, the Kusi master had relations with her. So ultimately, again, Benoch master had relations with her. He's Chayiv. The master is Chayiv. He's liable for unto immorality. Now, Me'emos, when is that? So the Gemara says, at what point in time does the Shifcha become the wife of the Eved? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to calculate Revisa the Planya. When people say about her, that she's the wife of so-and-so. In other words, when people talk about this Shifcha as the wife of the Eved, as soon as it's commonly known that people talk about her as Mrs. Eved, she's a married woman, and therefore again, the Benach would be chayiv for relations with her. Me'imas hasrasa, at what point in time is he considered to be warned about her? I'm sorry, Me'imas hatarasa, at what point in time is she permitted? So, at what point in time is this Shikha no longer the wife of the Eved? In just Amrabuna, the Shepara Yosha the Shuk. She uncovers her hair. I think Rashi points out over here that apparently even non-Jewish women cover their hair as a sign of marriage in some of the times of the Gemara. So
once you uncover this, she's walking around. I will say, remember again, it's what we mentioned before, that halacha makes it in the better construct of marriage. So the marriage works is like this. When you marry, when you live together, when you no longer married, when you don't live together. Or again, here it was when the wife uncovers her hair. Once she uncovers her hair, and that's indicative that they are no longer married, and therefore she's no longer age So again, by the Noah, interestingly enough, there's the construct of marriage and divorce, but there's no construct of everything soon or formal relation. So all of us must have said why Benoah Shabbat Ishto Shalot Tidarko Chayiv. Okay, Benoah comes to regular relations with his wife Shalot Tidarko. Being Shalot Tidarko is going Chayiv. Shne'emar, because the pasuk says the Dobar V'lo Shalot Tidarko. So interesting, over here, this is fascinating. So the Gemara says the Dobar, which means a normative act of Biyah, and not Biyah Shalot Tidarko. So it's pretty wild. So the Gemara saying over here is that a Benoah to be hired for an act of Arios with his own wife. So the Shalot Tidarko. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense. I understand. Yisrael has Yisrael with his wife. Again, not high. It's not the Torah brings down. We see stuff in the Torah. Mishka Torah recognizes two forms of Biyah. So it's going to go ahead and become so the Benoah Shabbat Chaviro Shalot Potter. Right? Another says like this. Benoah who has a relationship with his friend's wife, right? His friend's right, with his fellow's wife, right? Shalot Tidarko. So this is fascinating, right? So be a Shalot Tidarko in an adulterous scenario for Benoah is going to be Potter. My time of the Ishto. So again, that's the prohibition of adultery, right? You can cling to your own wife, not to someone else's wife. Again, what does it mean to cling to one's wife? Dovak means normative Biyah, the Lord Shalot Tidarko, and ultimately again not Biyah Shalot Tidarko. So that's really fascinating. Now again, interestingly enough, that still may result in a Tula by Bnei Noach, because by Jews that's not the case. Right? And adultery and being Shalot Tidarko will still be an act of adultery. But it's fascinating to see that by Benoah, being Shalot Tidarko, right, may not be considered adultery. Quite fascinating. Already saying Shika Yisrael, Chayiv Yisrael. If an Ovik of a non-Jew hits a Jew, he's Chayiv Yisrael. Shneimar, Vayifen Kol V'Kol, Vayar Ki Eish, Vayar Es HaMitzri. So once again, this is quite beautiful. So then from Moshe Rabbeinu, right? The Moshe Rabbeinu again said the Egyptian taskmaster striking the Jew. He turned this way, after he saw that there was no one around, and what did he do? He killed the Egyptian. So when here the Gemara says, you see that Moshe Rabbeinu thought that the Egyptian was Chayiv Yisrael because they're striking the Jews. So Gentile strikes Jews, Chayiv Yisrael. Also, the Gemara itself over here, it says, it's so beautiful. The Gemara says, if one strikes the mouth of a youth of a Jew, it's as if he struck the mouth of a Shalom. So if you take a look at Rashi, Shne'emar Mokish Adam Yala Kodesh. If you take a look at Rashi, it's 3 on the white line. Mokish Adam Yala Kodesh. Hanokish Esa Adam Hani Yisash Kri Adam Tiksiv Ve'etnet Zoni Tzomar Si Adam Adam Yala Kodesh. Kibu Loa Esa Kodesh Kilomar Kisosa Ala'o. The one who strikes a Jew on the mouth is literally again as if he has struck the Shina itself on the mouth. So we'll say, what's the shot with that? So first of all, just understand the crowning gifts that the Rebbeinu Shalom has given us is the gift of speech. Right? When the pasuk says, "Vayipach ba'apav ruach hayim," who breathe the life into us, equally says, what's life? Ruach menavela. Speech. That's life. So again, one goes ahead and strikes a youth on the mouth. It's as if you're striking the Shekhinah on the mouth itself, which also tells us that our greatest Kedusha comes from our mouth. Our greatest Kedusha comes from the words that we say, whether it's words of Torah, whether it's words of Tefillah, whether it's words of encouragement, words of praise, words of picking up, words of everything that give to the other. The kedusha that we can go ahead and create in this world, from something we just said before, that chesed something means giving up something that you're entitled to. Maybe you're entitled to make a sarcastic comment. Maybe you're entitled to make a cynical comment, but you hold yourself from doing so. You use your mouth, the kedusha ubetara, that is managed to the highest level of divine emulation. The mouth of the Jew is kidiyaka like the mouth of the Chashma. What's that? That's what we're for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Carnival dots.
Wish you would just goof around and then they see this like, oh god, also, where I sleep on a Helix mattress, Dad. I told everybody to buy Helix, please don't be pushing it. The kids at school make fun of me. $500
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin today's daf is Run Class. Well, before we get to that, thank this morning's sponsors. Thank our sponsors for our annual Talmud Torah Class for Tafshin Tehei 5785. The Toast Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shimon Joshos as these close from Soros Tevos for Am Yisrael. Our weekly learning sponsors, Beryl and Rafael Balkin, which made up Beryl's grandfather, Beryl Ben Chaim, who starts with us this past week. Our Dafyomi sponsors, Belasin, Peter, Spern, and Maistel's families, as is the close for our father for a successful surgery and complete recovery, Pinchas Ben Luma, local American Talmud Torah. All the Nisham Safar Ali, the families in the Chama, and all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Choli. So to the continue to bring our hostages home. It should allow our soldiers to be successful b'chol ma'asei yedei. And so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Nun Chas. We are picking up on Nun Zayin on the days. Nun Zayin on the days, and we left off. Let's actually just pick up again with the Tanur Rabbanon. I know that we got a little bit further than that actually in the Gemara yesterday. Tanur Rabbanon, we see where Tosfos Horasa. You look at that Tosfos there. Tosfos is on the right hand column. You just move your finger towards the left, and about 2 lines down, you'll get the Tanur Rabbanon. So Tanur Rabbanon, Ish. Not that alone. Why is it supposed to say Ish? Ish. Rabbanon says Akusim. Shemushar Narayas Ki Yisrael. To teach us that kusim, and again, remember, as I mentioned yesterday, in this context, kusim is not being used, in the typical sense to speak about that group of people who had doubtful conversion. Thank you, doubtful heroes, but rather speaking about non-Jews. Kusim ultimately again are subject to the prohibition of arayos like these. So we learn it out from here. Laymar, we learned that out from Laymar for the passage about Ajman Zagil arayos. The first Gemara is Hasan arayos to go. So apparently there's 2 different buckets of arayos. There's arayos that are Ben Noah commits with the Ben Noah, with the Bas Noah, and then there's arayos that are Ben Noah commits with the Bas Yisrael. So 2 different psukim highlighting 2 different buckets of prohibition. It's funny, Seifa, about arayos Yisrael. So let's say if a Kusi, if a non-Jew has relations, let's say with a Jewish woman, Nidon B'din Yisrael. Ultimately, again, he's judged in accordance with halacha. In my so for what is that? What's going to be so now is also because remember from yesterday's that halacha l'maisa in Eid Echad. Sorry, Ben Noah to be judged even by a Dayan Echad. One judge, one witness, even a karo. Halacha l'maisa, if he has active immorality with a Jewish woman, he is subject to the Jewish legal system, which again then has basin of 23, regular eagle, and so forth. One second. Mikra Gara. So what you're telling me essentially is that if a Kusi, right, if a non-Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, right, he's judged by one set of standards. But if he has relations with a Jewish woman, he's judged by a higher set of standards, which essentially, again, also remember, if you have Eden has that makes it much more condemned. So it sounds like there's a lower level of conviction if he has immoral relations with Jews, and if he has that doesn't seem to make sense. Which the Gemara says, I don't know what it's meant. He's a Nara Murasa. So Nara Murasa is exactly as it sounds. A Nara who has had Irusin, but has not yet had Nisuin with her husband. So let's say the Kusi relations with this girl, to the go less little, the dynamic, sorry, to the go less little, the dynamic. So interestingly enough, the Kusim and Noach have no concept of Araham Urasa. I will say this is actually quite interesting. A couple of times in today's daf, but in Ben Noach law, the only way to affect marriage is for a man's wife. That's what happens. It's essentially, there's Nisuin, there's living together. That affects marriage. And we're going to see Gerushin means you no longer live together. That's it. It's a very simple construct. You live in an intimate way, that's married. You separate from intimacy, that is divorce. That is divorce. So there's no concept of Eris. Therefore, technically speaking, if a Pusi, like if a non-Jew, has relations with a Nara Rasa, so technically speaking, there's no construct for that for them in B'nai Noach law. So because there's no construct for B'nai Noach law, therefore, again, in that case, he'll be judged in accordance with halacha. Fascinating. I've Palan Hara Murasim Damiskila, Alisha Ish Nidam. One second. And then if a Pusi has relations with Nara Murasim Damiskila, and by Isha Ish, by regular married woman, he gets connect. The Bedina Dido, Sayif. Right, but ultimately, again, if halacha l'maisa, if halacha l'maisa is dealing with his halachas, so shouldn't it be saif? In other words, remember he was saying yesterday's stuff also. A ben noach is always judged with saif. First of all, I like. I don't know. My yitzchak, my ishis ishtikani. What's the ishis ish they were talking about? So again, we're talking about going into the football, but in the you have relations with it. Now, in that context, where we go, the dynamic of the Bida, as we just mentioned before, so a woman who goes into the football but has not yet lived with her husband, in Ben Noach world, that is not marriage. That is not marriage. So because of your don't be that way, there is no construct for that for Ben Noach. Therefore, again, Ben Noach would be judged in accordance with our law. So this really gives us a very fascinating idea that as much as there's a system for Ben Noach, but if a Ben Noach commits an act of immorality with a Jewish woman, and again, that there is no parallel case that is prohibited for Ben Noach like Na'ara Hamurasa, like when he goes into the football that is not yet lived with her husband, so that Ben Noach will be judged as a Jew. Fascinating. Okay. So Gemara goes like this. Gemara says, "The Tanya of the Chiniga, Bu'ulas Baal Yish Lahem, Nichnas Alakuba V'Lo Nivela Ein Lahem." So again, you're explicit. So B'nai Noach, Bu'ulas Baal, if a man lives with his wife, they're married. Right? And if a Ben Noach were to have relations with that woman, that's adultery. That's the construct they have. But for example, not Nichnas Alakuba V'Lo Nivela, but a woman who goes into the chuppah, so there's been kiddushin, but there hasn't been nisuin, or even if there's been nisuin, but Allah Almighty, the couple has not yet lived together. In Ben Noach world, that is not a construct of immorality that is recognized. So therefore, again, lest you think he gets off scot-free, no, he's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Quite fascinating. I just want you to be open. Right? That's to be open. Any error, right, that a Beis of Israel would execute someone for, a Ben Noach is warned about. Any Beis of Israel, on the other hand, if a Jew would be executed for such an act, then any Ben Noach Musa Allah Jibril. The Ben Noach is not for it. In other words, the one thing is like this: if a Jew isn't allowed to do it, then a Ben Noach isn't allowed to do it. But the reverse is not true. In other words, but if a Jew is not allowed to do it, a Ben Noach is also not allowed to do it. So the Gemara goes back to come say, Harbe Arayos Yesh Shein Beis Yisrael Shom Yisrael Lehem. Ben Noach Moshe Lehem. There are many examples. I'm saying many examples of misos of Arayos that Beis will not execute for, but yet a Ben Noach is still warned about. For example, Ba Arayos Yisrael. Nidon Bedini, the Ben Noach has what is considered to be in halacha, an illicit act of relations with a Jewish woman. He is judged in accordance with Jewish law. Jewish law, Ba'aras Ben Noach. However, again, if halacha nice again, he has relations with Ben Noach Arayos. Then Nidon Bedini Ben Noach. He's judged in accordance with Ben Noach. And the truth is, when we try to figure out like what's the distinction in all these cases, Really, what we're left with is the case of Nara Urasa, or something similar to that, where in halacha recognizes that a marriage has occurred, but yet in halachos of Bnei Noah, they only recognize marriage after it's been consummated, after it's been consummated. Okay? So in that kind of case, in the Noach system of law, there would be punishments. But again, how Basin would hold them accountable. The next Shavnani Nicholas of the football alone. Why not also include the case of when we went into the football, but did not have a relationship with the husband. I turned time did naturally. So again, this is how they naturally. Damar Kom Nisamur Bnei Noach Eno Ela Chanak. He holds that whenever Nisa, remember we'll say some of focus that we saw that Bnei Noach, because Bnei Noach gets Saif or Chanek. This is the opinion that says Bnei Noach get Chanek, and therefore Idi Chanek. Love the nice of the punishment for both of these infractions would be Chanek. Okay. The Sabra B'Meir, Kol Erva Shebeisin Shal Yisrael Nisna Le'er. Zohar is responsible for as well. So anything that is an arayas for us, Zohar will be held accountable for that truth. But Tanya Bolan goes is very interesting. He's top of the test. Ger Shahaisa Horata Shalom Kusha Valedasa Kusha. So this is the fascinating. It's literally translated a convert whose conception was not in Kedusha, but whose birth was. What's this case? This is a case of a non-Jewish man, non-Jewish woman who conceive a child together. Woman becomes pregnant, right? And then, over the course of the pregnancy, she converts. By the time she has the baby, she's a Jewish woman. So now, interesting enough, this baby, this was called his conception, was in Gentile tight, right? He was Shalom B'Kedusha. But they also, by the time that he was born, ultimately, again, he's Jewish. So just understand, what's the rule with this kid? What's the rule with this kid? First of all, the rule with this kid is that he's Jewish. The interesting part about this is he has a halachic relationship to his mother, but of course has no halachic relationship to his father. Right? Because remember again, his Gentile father by the time he's born, so the baby is Jewish. So the Jewish baby has no relationship to his Gentile biological father. Okay, you'll see the manifestation of that right now. Here it is. Yesh lo she'er ha'ein, ve'en lo she'er ha'av. He has relatives from his mother's side, but has no relatives from his father's side. Okay, so as I said, for example, give me an example of this. So let's say 3 lines down, $58,000. No, in Yossi, if he married his maternal sister, he's got to divorce her. Or he's got to Ben Noach is not allowed to marry his sister. But we'll see. Interestingly enough, that's a machlokas also. But for now, we're going to approach that halach when I said Ben Noach can't marry his sister. So therefore, again, if he did marry his sister, Yotzi, you're not advocating. So technically speaking, if he marries his paternal sister, it's fine. It's fine, right? Why? Because again, technically speaking, halachically at least, she's not his sister. Right? She's not recognized as his sister. If he goes and he marries his literally again, his father is his aunt, from his mother's side. You'll see ultimately he's got a divorce of Mina Avikaim, father's side is not a problem. Mina Av, and there only Yotzi, the Chum only Kaim. He's talking about his mother's sister on the father's side. Right? So then again, Meir says he has to divorce her. And the Chum say he's allowed to keep her as a wife. Meir says, Kol erva shehi shum she'er, im yotzi mishum she'er ha'av yikayim. Right? Sorry. Im yotzi mishum she'er yikayim. Fine. So it says machlokes by that particular case. But again, halacha said this is the rule. So again, baby was conceived in Gentile tight. Mother converts over the course of the pregnancy. By the time she gives birth, she is a full-fledged Jewish woman. The baby is a full-fledged Jew. We'll say, interesting, there's some interesting discussion about what is the status of the baby. Is there any element of gerus in the baby? So the assumption of the post the baby is a regular Jew, not a ger. Baby is a regular Jew. But halachic again, halachic relationship to the mother, no halachic relationship to the father. Now, of course, the thing about this is generally when a person converts, right? Gershon is guy and therefore there's no real, relationship to either parent, halachic relationship to either parent. And of course, this case is different because the mother converted with the baby in utero, right? And therefore, again, halacha. So the halakhic relationship to the mother remains, but no halakhic relationship to the father. Okay, fascinating. And he's permitted to. This is talking about the Ger, right? This baby who was born Jewish, who has no relationship to his father's side, but has a relationship to his mother's side. Most of the Ishes of it, he's committed to his brother's wife. Ubeishes of the or to the brother of, the wife of his father's brother. Ushe'er kol alayos, ushar kol alayos, and all other what would normally be alayos on the father's side are going to be permitted to him. Lasuye Ishes of it, and this comes to include even his father's wife. His father's wife. That wasn't obviously in those cases we're talking about where the people in question died. When we say, for example, he's married to his father's wife, it means his father's widow. Like obviously, if she's married, even B'nai Noah have a construct of marriage. And again, normally these would be alliance for us, and even after these men would die, their wives would still be prohibited, but not for this person in question. No such isha would be so. So now, this is not switching gears with this a little bit. We're now back to Kusi for just a second. Let's say a Kusi married a woman and her daughter, right? Woman and her daughter. Let's say Isha Pita, Kones Achas, Umotzi Achas. So let's say, look at Rashi. Rashi is into intermediate wide lines, about 6 lines in to the intermediate wide lines. Let's say Isha Pita, Ashar Gerim Kai. So now Rashi just points out we're transitioning back to just a regular conversation about context. So what happens? Very interesting. Okay, somebody else on Kusi, then a Skyro Inam Yahal. So let's go with Rashi's first interpretation. See the guy, he's just Kusi. He marries a mother and a daughter. So first of all, apparently Big Mar is telling us that whereas for a Jew that's a liars, for a Kusi it's not. Okay, so the Kusi goes ahead and marries the mother and daughter, and then interestingly enough, what happens? He converts, or they all. Rashi says over here, is Gairu Imo. They converted along with. Now here's what's interesting. They'll convert along with him. Now, technically speaking, the relationship with the mother and daughter after they convert along with him, nothing. So therefore, speaking, this relationship technically be permitted to remain married to both of them. Oh, that's the halacha. The halacha is Konis Achos Umotzi Achos. Halacha is again, it's permitted to keep one of them and not permitted to marry the other. Well, the lo yichnos. But ideally, ultimately, again, ideally, even the Kusi should not marry the mother and the daughter. The first few bombs found in the nose and the nose of the Hanach, the Amanael, the kind of the Chatila, you blow your nose. So it says, ideally, don't marry such a situation like this. But again, halacha. So again, halacha l'maisa, the Kusi could remain married to one, has to divorce the other, right? And ideally, of course, not to get into a situation like this altogether. So why does the Kusi have to marry one? Why? In other words, why? Why? Technically, both women should be permitted to him based on the idea that Gershon is like the cousin from another. There's no familial relationships after conversion. So we're supposed to. So we have this kind of. Gemara doesn't say it here explicitly, but it says it elsewhere. In general, it has to be that people can never say that non-Jews or that non-Jews that you're going to do shechamur l'kedusha. It can't be that becoming Jewish allows you to do something that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So normally, one can't marry a mother and a daughter. Right? So it can't be that through conversion, suddenly you're allowed to go out and marry a mother and her daughter. So therefore, the halacha says, decide which one you want to stay married to, and be most in the other one. Okay? Look, I feel it is. Mesa Ishto, ultimately, again, listen to this, if his mother dies, if his wife dies, so Mesa Ishto, so we'll say these are all cases, ultimately, again, we're talking about from Mesa Ishto, Mutter Bechamaso. He is permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Okay? Vikidami, also, others say he's not permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Rabbi Lokashia, Harabi Merali Eliezer, Harabi Merali Rabbi Akiva. Okay, pointing out two different opinions that we're going to see right now. Desanya, Alchin Yazov is Avidas Imo. A man will go ahead and meet his father and his mother. So Jose is talking about This is talking about the pasuk. This is talking about the pasuk by Adonai Yishlo, by marriage. First, I think look at Rashi. Noisa Ishto, Motiva Chamoso, Dachabi Shekhaima Ishto, Ishinis Gayer, the Ben Noach Musra Al Chamoso, the Nema Boim Mikdusha, the Chamoso Mamish Lo Havia, Afagav Dinis Gayer, the Gershin is Gayer, not the Vein Carvos Zelazet. So just finish the previous case, right? So our ger, our ger, when he was a guy, was married to a mother and daughter. They all convert together, one big happy family. So step number one is, unfortunately, you're no longer one big happy family. Right? Decide who you want to be married to, and the other you can't be married to anymore, because you can't have a situation where someone who's Jewish is married to a mother and a daughter, even if halachically one could somehow figure this out. However, the other familial relations are really dissolved. So therefore, again, let's say Ger's wife dies, he is permitted to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law, his wife's mother. Even though normally for us, again, that would be an erva. Right? Why is he allowed to do that? Because halacha l'maisa, again, upon conversions, all of these familial bonds were dissolved. Others say he's not allowed to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law. If you look at next Rashi, the name of Bar Mikdusha, the Chamoso Mamish Lahadia, Afagav Dineskayer, the Gershon Iskayer, Vein Krovaz Ulazah. Okay, so the Gemara says, so it's two different opinions. So how do we resolve this? This is the sign of the original Baisa. Al King Yazov, Ishus Avives, Imo, the Davak, the Ishto Bahari Basacha. I suppose that this is the pasuk of marriage in the Torah. Therefore, a man will leave his father and his mother. He will cling to him, and they will be one flesh. That's the pasuk. And the Ezra Omer, Aviv, so when the pasuk says a man will leave his father and his mother, so what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says the Beloza Omer, Aviv is Achos Aviv, Imo, and Imo is Achos Imo. Aviv actually means the brother of his father. Sorry, the sister of his father, thank you. Imo, and Imo means the sister of his mother. The sister of his mother. So for those that's coming to say that this is actually coming to prohibit certain arayos. On the other hand, Rabbi Kiva says, no. Aviv is Isha's Aviv. Aviv refers to the wife of his father. The Imo, and Imo is Imo Mamish. And Imo literally means his mother. Zikdavak, and he will cling. This is how the marriage refers to as clinging below the Zohar. So again, the Torah says marriage is a man to a woman and not a man to a man. Below the Zohar. Okay, Rashi is interesting. And Rashi understands that the way the Gemara understands it is because the Torah uses the lashon of dibuk, of connection by marriage. So Rashi understands, interestingly enough, Rashi says over here that Davak means an act of relations which creates pleasure. And whereas Rashi says that the act of Zachar doesn't create the same type of pleasure. So it's interesting how Rashi understands that Davak there. It's interesting because generally the way that the exclusion for Mishpat Zachar and the sexual behavior is usually learned out. Ultimately, again, it's usually from Bahayu Labasa Echad. That marriage isn't technically produce offspring. That's the type of just organic relationship that is covered under marriage. But it's interesting, a different Joshua site, just wherever we come across Joshua such as this, set up these, halacha is halacha. Halacha is halacha. And halacha never, halacha is immutable. And it doesn't matter what society says, what society doesn't say. The devotion makes the rules, and we don't. And the systems of morality are determined by a Baruch Hu and not by us. Not by us. And so marriage is defined in a certain way, and normative relationships are defined in a certain way. That's the halakhic construct. Halakha, from just a v'yahav l'reacha kamocha perspective, from an empathy perspective, there are all kinds of Jews. There are all kinds of Jews and all kinds of people. And the Ribono Shel Olam creates people in all different kinds of ways. And just important to understand, if the Torah prohibits something, it means that desire absolutely exists within people. And it's real. And it's there. And especially, again, in this particular opinion, no greater struggle than for a man or for a woman who is struggling with identity, or sexual identity, and wants to live a life of halacha, but is often forced between a commitment to his Baruch and companionship. Struggles that those of us who don't understand it could never understand. That's right. And the halacha is the halacha. Halacha is the halacha. But never think that the halacha in any way impugns upon the dignity of the individual, and never think that the halacha allows us to impugn upon the dignity of the individual. We have to learn and an openness and a welcomeness applies to all types of Jews, and a love and an empathy applies to all types of Jews, even if we don't have the ability, any flexibility to change the rules. The rules are the rules, but the love always has to be all-encompassing. The Gemara goes like this. The Ishto, below the Ishes Chavera. This is a good Russia, right? And the Torah, the Ishto, cling to your own wife and not to anyone else's wife. The Gemara says, and they will become one flesh. So Mishanas and Bas Echad. This only refers to an act of relations where again there's a fusion. There's a fusion. Yatsu behema b'chaya she'in nasin basar echad. So again, Rashi says over here, Mishnas shezer yotze mehem nasa basar ha'in va'abak. So basar means again you're capable of creating offspring. So again, this comes to us, let's say mating, behema with the chaya, but again can't create the basar echad. Okay, Amar Abelazar Omer Aviv Achos Aviv. Aviv refers ultimately again to a father's sister. Ema Aviv Mamish. Maybe it means real father. The Gemara says kind of Davak below Zachar. So this ultimately again is Davak and that's Zachar. Okay. So in other words, there's no need for the pasuk to prohibit relations with one's father. Right? There's no need for that because again that's covered under Mishkav Zachar, right? That's covered under Davak, and that was a Zachar. Ema, Eishes Haviv, maybe it's referring to father's wife. I know the Ishkov Eishes Haviv. So father's wife again is covered under the prohibition of Eishes Haviv, of your face. Ema La'achami. So this is interesting. So maybe Halacha Maisa comes to say that father's wife is prohibited even after the death of the father. And again, let's remember again, this is all B'nai Noach. So maybe it's to go ahead and say that the father's wife is permitted even after the death of the father. Tumia the imo. Imo the lad ishus, af ovid the lad ishus. Just like in the case of mother, ultimately again, we're not talking about a prohibition that is derived as a result of marriage. So too by father, we're not talking about a situation of a prohibition derived as a result of marriage. Imo, what's imo? Achos imo. Right? Ultimately again, this refers to mother's sister, ve'ema ima mamish, maybe it's referring to mother herself. No, because mother ultimately again is the father's wife, so she's prohibited already. To which the Gemara says, ve'ema la'achamisa, maybe it's going to include even after the death of the father. Dumya da'aviv, it's comparable ultimately again to father. Ma'aviv the lav mamish, afimo the lav mamish, just like the father. It's not referring to the father himself. So to the mother, not referring to the mother herself. The Kiva says, Aviv Eishes Aviv. Aviv refers to the wife of the father. The Ema Aviv Mamish, maybe it's the father himself. Torah actually saying, first thing in that relationship with his father, Hainu B'davak Below B'zachar, right? That's already covered by the prohibition. Ihachi Eishes Aviv Nani Hainu B'shtav Below Eishes Chavero. But again, if that's the case, then Eishes Aviv, father's wife, is also covered. Why? Because it's B'ishto, and not with your friend's wife. La'achamish, that's coming to include, perhaps coming to include the father's wife, even after the death of the father. Imo mamish. And the imo, maybe mother means actual mother. Which one says hainu beishto v'lo be'ishes chavero. That would be covered under ishto and not ishes chavero. In other words, the mother is someone else's wife. So Allah said it should be covered under that. Interesting that the most imo me anusaso. We could be talking about a case. We're talking about a case where a man violated a woman. She became pregnant from the act of violation, and now again, so the child, that son, is prohibited to his mother. Now that woman may not be his father's wife, but ultimately again is still his mother. Therefore, again, perhaps there's a specific Torah prohibition to prohibit that woman. So, you know what the good part about these Gemaras are? Right? You think your family has problems, right? I just want to point out, right? Suddenly again, all of your familial dysfunctions into oblivion when you begin to see the complex familial realities of the Gemara. So what are they arguing about? Rabbi Elazar of the Imo. Rabbi Elazar says that in the case of father, Aviv is compared to mother. The Imo, Junior, the Aviv. And ultimately, again, the mother case is compared to the father, to which the Gemara said, in that case, the only the only case where they can compare is when it's referring to sisters, referring to the sister of the father, sister of the mother. Rashi says over here, the Tadayu Mamish Lekkamani, right? In game, and without the Zapas. And the Kiva says, Mutav Ukme the Ashes of it, the Airbus of it, Lafuke Akos of it, the She'er of it, the Green Airbus of it, Lord. And Kiva, on the other hand, disagrees, and he knows that Allah Mesa is much better to set up the house referring to it, the father's wife. Why? Because the father's wife is called him, as opposed to a sister who's not called an erva. Sister is called she'er, a relative. Now, practically speaking, they're both prohibited, a she'er and an erva. But again, halakha talking about cases of ayos, therefore we'd rather include the father's wife than the father's sister. Okay, Tashma, supposed to see some interesting gemaras over here. Tashma. Amram is Yocheved Dodosel. Amram took Yocheved his aunt as a wife. Amram married his aunt. The Moshe Rabbeinu's parents. Right, Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, right, Amram and Yocheved were nephew and aunt. Ma'ila B'nai. So must have been. So was Yocheved Amram's maternal aunt, right? His mother's sister. Lo Dodasa Mina'av. No, she was a paternal sister. Right, because you remember again, Bnei Noach have she'er min ha'im, not she'er min ha'av. Tashma, v'gam omna achosi bas avihi, achlo bas imi, Avinu. Right, when Avinu again, when Sarah was taken by Avimelech, so remember again that whole story, she's taken by Avimelech because Avin claimed that Sarai was his sister. Avimelech takes her, and then when Avimelech returns her, Avinu essentially says, listen, I didn't lie to you because she is also my sister, the daughter of my father. So the Gemara Darshan, what do you see from Avinu's statement? Avinu said she's the daughter of my father, but what? Achlo bas imi, not the daughter of my mother. Nechlal the bas ha'im asuda. Why? Because again, for Bnei Noach, there is familial connection from the mother's side, not familial connection from the father's side. So therefore, even Avinu was careful to say, I'm related to Sarah from my father's side, which means we're not really related, which is why I can marry her. But technically speaking, there's a biological relationship, but no legal relationship recognized. Gemara says, 1 second. Bas Achiv Havi was Sarah Imenu, the daughter of Abraham's brother. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bas Achiv Havi. Chibam Dahachi who Lo Shna Min Ha'av, Lo Shna Min Ha'im Sharia. Ella, Gemara says, 1 second. But either way, if she's the daughter of his brother, the halacha might be in that case, it actually wouldn't matter whether or not this is a paternal brother or a maternal brother. Rather, what Avinu was trying to say was as follows: I have a relationship with her. I'm related. But just so in other words, therefore, when I told you that she's my sister, I wasn't lying. I used sister a little bit of a loose, saying that we're related. And again, and our relation is from the father's side and the mother's side. So Tashma. So the Gemara says, because remember again, at the end of the day, remember that Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avinu's. Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avinu's brother. Right? I'm sorry, she was the daughter of Avinu's brother, not Avinu's actual sister. Fine. So Gemara says, so Tashma, if Neymar lo nafsa Adam es Bito, it's interesting. Why didn't Adam marry his daughter? So what the Gemara is asking over is ourselves. Remember, to go ahead and propagate the world. So a lot of different kinds of relationships are going to have to occur, right? Because there was a very limited human form. So why didn't Adam marry his daughter? They should use something as a whole. So in order to claim, right, Adam's son should marry his sister, right? If Adam married his daughter, then ultimately Cain would not have been able to marry his sister, same person. Therefore, again, Adam doesn't marry his daughter. Gemara says, ultimately, therefore, I have said that the world built on chesed. So most of the things you might be shooting over here, the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter and left her for him as an act of chesed. So technically speaking, which is fascinating on a variety of different levels, that this is chesed. But again, perhaps at a certain level, halacha l'maaseh, quote unquote, right something. and then the fact that you yield that right to someone or something else, that is called an act of chesed. It's also interesting to point out that remember the Torah uses the word chesed also to refer to immorality, right? It's fascinating, right? Chesed, right? Immorality. So why is the same word for kindness and charitability and for immorality? Because again, right, a person has a desire to express love to the other. What's immorality? It's expressing love to too many people who you shouldn't be expressing it to. So there's this fine line sometimes between being a giving person and being too much of a giving person. So the nice is it's just fascinating that etymologically, or just Hebraically, the same word chesed, which means loving kindness, is also the same word for immorality. Okay, all right, then the mother's like that. Halav ha'yasira. Now, what do you see for halav ha'yasira? So one second, but I don't understand that halacha l'maisa, what you see from here is, were it not for the fact that Cain had to marry his sister, because you want to talk about like a shidduch crisis, there was no one else to marry, right? There was no one else to marry. So the nice again, that you see, otherwise it would have been prohibited. So what do you see from here? That a ben Noach is not permitted to marry his sister. To which the Gemara says, interesting enough, even the Ishtri, this kind of the opinion that technically speaking, a ben Noach could even marry his sister. And once it became permitted for Cain, it became permitted in general. Okay, I'm Rafuna, Kusi Mutter Bebito. Rafuna says a Kusi, all right, a non-Jew is permitted to marry his daughter. Vim Tomar, Nipnema, Lo Nasa Adam's Bito. If that's the case, then why didn't Adam marry his daughter? Singing around before Kaddish, Isak Cain Asachoso. In order that Cain should be able to have a wife and marry his sister. Gemara says, Mishum Olam Chesed Yibana. The world is built on kindness. Built on kindness. And again, I was like, the same is so that sometimes kindness is not even necessarily what you give someone else, but kindness, Chesed, is more found in the ability to yield. I have a right to something, I choose not to exercise that right. That's chesed. I mean, an alternate version of this discussion of Rahuna, Kusi Asur Bebito. Kusi is not allowed to marry his daughter. How do we know this? Take off Shalonasa Adam's Bito. Because Vaharaya, Adam didn't marry his daughter. And the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter indicates to us that a Kusi isn't allowed to marry his daughter. Although the Gemara says that's actually not a good raya. Ultimately, that's different. The reason Adam didn't marry his daughter is because in order to go ahead and have Cain marry his sister. Why? Mishum the Olam Chesed. Incredible. Remember, goes like, I'm going to Krista. But Krista says, Eved mutter b'imo or mutter b'bito. I was supposed to say, this is a fascinating case. An Eved. Now, again, we're talking about an Eved Kanani, owned by a Jew. Right? So now a Jew acquires an Eved. I must remember, we've learned this many times before. This is quite fascinating. Why? Because essentially the Eved kind of transitions into quasi-Jewishness. Remember again, there's a Tvila L'Shem Avos, there's a Mila L'Shem Avos, there's immersion, there's a mikvah, there's chayiv and mitzvos. General, except for time-bound mitzvos, which was a quasi-Jewish state. As a result of Christus says, and remember, upon emancipation, it becomes a full-fledged Jew. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Eved Mutter B'Imo, he is permitted to marry his mother, or Mutter B'Bito, and he's allowed to marry his daughter. Why? Because Mechlal Kusi, Yatsi Mechlal Kusi, Ulefal Yisrael Lo Ba. We'll say, because interestingly enough, right, he's no longer a Kusi, like he's no longer a Kusi, but he's also what? Not a Jew. Because remember again, also, let's bring all of these Gemaras together. Right? A Kusi is not allowed to marry his mother. Not allowed to marry his mother or his sister. Not allowed to marry his mother or his sister, or his daughter for that matter. His mother, sister, daughter. Right? If a Kusi brother and sister, son, father, daughter, they become Jewish. Technically, do they get married? Technically, yes. Technically, the answer is yes. But remember again, Hazal said it can't be that people think the conversion is coming. Right? As a Kusi, you weren't allowed to marry your mother, your daughter, and your sister. Now you're Yid, you are allowed to. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, the Eved is kind of in limbo. He's not a Kusi because now he's an Eved, but he's also not a Jew because he hasn't yet been emancipated. So because of that, he has nothing to stop him from marrying his mother, his sister, and his daughter. He also had the Amabalosa, Amabikanino, Ben Noach Shiyushid Shit, Kodiato, Ubal Nera. So instead, Ben Noach designated a shifta for his servant. So again, you have a ben Noach, a non-Jew, who has an eved. He designated a wife for this eved, and then again, the Kusi master had relations with her. So ultimately, again, ben Noach master had relations with her. He's chayiv. The master is chayiv. He's liable for an act of immorality. Now, me'emas, when is that? So the Gemara says, in other words, at what point in time does the shifcha become the wife of the eved? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to be karilei revisa the prima. When people say about her, oh, that she's the wife of so-and-so. In other words, when people talk about this shifcha as the wife of the eved, as soon as it's commonly known that people talk about her as Mrs. Eved, she's a married woman, and therefore again, the Ben would be chayiv for a relationship with her. At what point in time is he considered to be warned about her? I'm sorry. At what point in time is she permitted? In other words, at what point in time is this shifcha no longer the wife of the Sabbath? If she uncovers her hair. It's interesting that Rashi points out over here that apparently even non-Jewish women would cover their hair as a sign of marriage in some way. So once she uncovers her, she's no longer married. I will say, remember again, as we mentioned before, that halacha makes it a construct of marriage. So the way marriage works is like this: when are you married? When you live together. You live together. When are you no longer married? When you don't live together. Or again, when the wife uncovers her hair. Once she uncovers her, then that's indicative that they are no longer married, and therefore she's no longer sick. So again, by Bnei Noach, interestingly enough, there's this construct of marriage and divorce, but there's no construct of Erisin, Nisuin, or formal dealings. Okay, incredible. I'm going to what's the third one? Bnei Noach va'al isho shelo kidarko chayiv. Okay, Ben Noach becomes regular relations with his wife Shelo Kidarko. His Shelo Kidarko is going to be chayiv. Shene'emar, as the pasuk says, "V'dova v'lo Shelo Kidarko." So interestingly, the Gemara understands over here. This is fascinating. The Gemara says it means v'dova, clinging, which means a normative act of biyah, and not biyah Shelo Kidarko. So this is pretty wild. So the Gemara is saying over here is that a Ben Noach could be chayiv for an act of arayos with his own wife. With his own wife. For the Yishlo Gedarka. Rabbi said that doesn't make any sense. Mi'ika mi'iti Yisrael mechayev. Who's mechayev? I don't understand. If the Yisrael has Yishlo Gedarka with his wife, again, not chayev. In fact, the Torah brings down, we've seen instruction before, Mishkut Isha. Torah recognizes that there are two forms of biyah. There's biyah Gedarka, biyah Shelo Gedarka. So for Yisrael, it's recognized, but for a Kusi, it's going to go ahead and become a little bit again a form of alliance. So the I'm a rabbi, Benach Sheba, Ishis Kavero, Shelo Kidarko, Potter. The rabbi says like this, but it means like this. Ben Noah has relations with his friend's wife, right? I guess they're not friends anymore. Right, remember? Again, right, with his wife, with his fellow's wife, right? Shelo Kidarko, Potter. It's fascinating, right? So be a Shelo Kidarka in an adulterous scenario for Ben Noach is going to be Potter. My time off, the Ishto, below Be'eshes Chavero. So again, that's the prohibition of adultery, right? If you cling to your own wife, not to someone else's wife, it's Dava. Again, it's Dava. What does it mean to cling to one's wife? Dava is normative biyah, below Shelo Kidarka, and ultimately, again, not be a Shelo Kidarka. That's really fascinating. Now, again, interestingly enough, that still may result in a kula by Bnei Noach, because by Jews that's not the case. Right? An adulteress via Shelo Kidarko will still be an act of adultery. But it's fascinating by a Ben Noach via Shelo Kidarko. Right? So let's say this is quite beautiful. Where's that from Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu, right? The Moshe Rabbeinu again, he saw the Egyptian taskmaster striking this group. He turned this way, he turned that way, he saw that there was one around, and what did he do? He killed the Egyptian. So from here the Gemara says, you see that Moshe Rabbeinu felt that the Egyptian was Chayiv Misa because he was striking the Jews. So a Gentile strikes is Chayiv Misa. We'll say the Gemara in Zohar says so beautiful. If one strikes the mouth of a Yid of a Jew, it's as if he has struck the mouth of the Ribono Shel Olam. So take a look. Take a look at Rashi. Shene'emar Mokesh Adam Yama Kodesh. The Rashi, it's 2000 on the white line. Mokesh Adam Kodesh. Mokesh Asa Adam. And if you start screen Adam, Siv, Ve'etnet Sani Somar, see Adam Adam. Yama Kodesh. People lower Asa Kodesh, Korona Kisosa Ava'o. The one who strikes a Jew on out is literally again as if he has struck the Shekhinah itself on the mouth. You want to say, what's the shot with that? So first of all, just understand the crowning gift that the Ribono Shel Olam has given us is the gift of speech. Right? When the pasuk says, breathe the life into us, Ukula says, what's life? Speech. Speech. That's life. So again, one goes ahead and strikes a yid on the mouth. It's as if you're striking the Shekhinah on the mouth itself, which also tells us that our greatest kedusha comes from our mouth. Our greatest kedusha comes from the words that we say, whether it's words of Torah, whether it's words of tefillah, whether it's words of encouragement, words of praise, words of picking up, words of chizuk that we give to the other. The kedusha that we can go ahead and create in this world from our mouth. You know, sometimes we just said before that chesed sometimes means giving up something that you're entitled to. Maybe you're entitled to make a sarcastic comment. Maybe you're entitled to make a cynical comment, but you withhold yourself from doing so. You use your mouth, kedusha ubitara, that is mamish the highest level of divine emulation. The mouth of the Jew is kiviyachal like the mouth of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I will stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Incredible day. All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone.
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's as long as it's halakha nice.
It's purely like a listener just trying to understand the language.
We're out of here. And no tackling.
There's no technical.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah,
I think it's high school, and I think he's doing like my friend. He like takes off his shirt and he's got ice hot and abs. And then we're like, all right, yeah, I'll do an ice bath if it helps you. And then he's like, I get out of the ice bath and I can't walk. I walk like this. I walk like I'm stupid. That's why. Okay.
All right, Joe, I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thanks. Our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the children rushos this year as a support for the fellows for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Beryl and Rachel Goldberg, with mention of Beryl's grandfather's yard site. Beryl Ben Simon, whose yard site is on the Aleph Shvat. It was on the Aleph Shvat, the opening of the America Hashem Torah. The Shema Havariyah, the family in the summer. We should be joking with Hashem that all of our hostages should come home with Shalom and the Karav, and our holy soldiers should be successful in the full of Maaseh Yudin. Let's say that let us begin today's daf is in Zion, a very special thank you to our listeners for keeping the shiur over the last 2 days. Again, my apologies again for yesterday. It was a great physical spot Hashem to event with everyone and let us begin. So today that is Zion. We are putting the next Hashem on the bottom of the Vav on the days. So we left off with Yehuda Omer, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines of the Omer. So again, remember, our entire sugya over here is the sugya of Shalom and Self-Giving Noah. And again, the fascinating sugya is interesting that one of the fascinating things that we've seen is whereas everyone agrees that that's the Noah for the Sukkah on 7 mitzvahs, there's a fundamental focus as to what qualities of those particular 7 mitzvahs. So if you says that it is the first to come one mitzvah, I can enjoy only with one mitzvah. Hold the Zara. It wasn't a much about idolatry. Father says Hashem commanded this Adam, and again that Lashon of Vayitzav we've already seen before is a lot of Avodah Zarah. But it's actually quite to think about this. That Adam Arishan lived in the Avodah Zarah, right? What exactly was his alternatives? And exactly what you see
thing here is that there is this innate pull. There's this innate pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that man was created with. And this is incredibly important that, remember, the reason why Avodas Hashem is meaningful is because there's something, in general in life, the only reason why something is meaningful is because there's something pulling you away from it. If there's no pull away from something, then there's no schar to run to something. So the only way that Adam Arisha is going to get scarred for worshiping that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is if he has this innate pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is called the concept of Ratzon Rishon, forward and backwards. Man always has this almost like innate back and forth within himself. On one hand, a power pulling me towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and on the other hand, the power pulling me away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, it's incredible to see that Yehuda says that Adoration was Mitzuva already on Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, incredible. But Yehuda Messiah over Abba Birkas Hashem. But Yehuda Messiah says, even cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So once you see that like almost innate to the human condition is this idea that man wants to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Avodah Zarah, cursing Hashem, I mentioned this many times, but the times to 11 since Sichos Musar brings down that the psychology of hate in general, why do we sin? Why do people commit averos? So there's a lot of different explanations, but most basically, the Tantra explains that hate is the ultimate flexing of the muscles of self-autonomy. Now, when I sin, right, because it can't be about lust or desire, because if you think about it, the fallout of sin always outweighs whatever the benefit is. So I would commit that all the time. Deep down, it says the psychology of it is self-autonomy. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Even though you're God, I'm sure it's over. Don't tell me what to do. I'm the idea, right? I'm in charge. And again, it sounds so crazy when you say it, but at the end of the day, deep down, that's what all of this is. So you see, again, that man is, because man has, and again, why does man have this desire for self-autonomy? Because man is made with seven other king. The Ibn Shalom is completely autonomous. That what makes him great. That's what is powerful. So man has this incredible autonomy as well. The Yisromin, obviously that other was also commanded regarding setting up what they did, the system. So command Allah has already this is beautiful. So who's the meaning reflected over here? So what can we do this name of God? Listen to this. So we do this name of God. And so then HaKadosh Baruch Hu makes multiple statements to Allah. What are the multiple statements? Number one, Elokimani. This is what Hashem said to Adam. Number one, I'm God. Don't curse me. Number two, Elokim Ani, Lo Simruni. I am God. Do not exchange me for anyone else. And number three, Elokim Ani, Yehei Moloi Aleika. Ultimately, I am God. Let my awe and reverence be upon you. Be upon you. These are the three statements Kadosh Baruch Hu made to Adam. Kiman, whose opinion does this reflect? According to the Yisromin, they would just say, look, there's so much profundity in this particular statement, right? That the initial relationship with Adam Arisho, is codified, using these, or is created using these three statements. Adam, I am your God, do not curse me. Adam, I am your God, do not go ahead and exchange me. And Adam, I am your, let my reverence be upon you. We'll say it's interesting, by the way. What's missing from these statements? What's not here? What's not here? Your God, love me. If you notice, by the way, for a very simple reason, that I can't legislate love. Can't force someone to love you. So instead of who says this, Adam, here's what I'm asking of you, don't mistreat me. Don't mistreat me. Don't exchange me, revere me, and reverence usually manifests itself in different types of behavior. And then once we have that basic foundation, we can build love from that. Relationships, love is never the first step in a relationship. It's usually something before, especially in a relationship that comes from. Incredible. So the Gemara says, tell me very natural. If Darsh Vayitzad, Avilah Hanatami, silence in the verse like this, tell me natural say as follows. If you Darsh Vayitzad, then these others should be included as well. You will Darsh Vayitzad, Hani Minalik, and we're doing these. We all know Darsh Vayitzad, so in reality, it doesn't actually Vayitzad, Hani Kalkad, the Khad, the Anti Nafshik Siva. And in reality, all of these other prohibitions that we're giving on the Rishon, ultimately are legal on their own. So where do we know this from? So how do we know that ultimately, again, Shem is doing Noah? that they deserve to let out. So we know that top of moon sign 57a, the Sid, that Tisha Hisa Ares the Fnea Elohim. The Pasuk says, the earth corrupted itself for the spectre Hamabu, generation of Pasuk says, the Tana, the Beta Yishmael, the Homak and Shner Hashkasa. Wherever the tongue uses version of Hashkasa, destruction, Eno Elohim, Ba'avot, let's go, that refers to immorality and to idolatry. Our Erba Shnei, first love on the most like 15 days, means idolatry. Our Erba Shnei, he is Kobasar as Darko. As the Pasuk says, every living thing corrupted its way. I want us to come to this and has Kusen Vasi. So therefore, whenever you see that he's actually, these type of rules of the Gemara is quite fascinating because you can apply them throughout the Torah. So wherever you see that he is corruption always means idolatry and immorality. The other thing they say, also you can come on me. Okay, so it's just describing again the general nature of the so it's the point where it's not like that was happening over here. What's happening over here is we have two schools of thought. One school of thought is going to kind of learn out from Bayitzav, which is that, remember, and that goes back to this idea that really Rishon was Kamari Shem is doing Nora. And then there's going to be another school of thought, and this are learned out from other places in the Torah. Only on Mauritius, but nevertheless not from Bayitzav. So whenever it says Yidah refers to the other thing he learns it out from Bayitzav. What about the six shofars done ba'adam? That's why we become a guy. The other thing, Bayitzav is saying, no, that pastor teaches you that whenever they executed, they executed by beheading, by sight. Yes, all fact, the sin, Kiyarak is very respect, has saw that Nasati as call. So it says, remember again, this is right, called redness, this is gracious. So Kiyarak is in Nasati like a call. So like the vegetation of the green vegetation, I've given to you everything. What does this mean? Kiyarak 8-7 from Kiyarak Gino. The 12 is how land you can have like the vegetation of the field and not the vegetation of the garden. Now what does that mean? What is in incredible Rashi? Rashi says it's the last white line on top of Rashi. Kiyarak 8-7 Kari 8-7 Ha'iter the Chol HaGadol Me'era. But Hashem was permitting to man vegetation that grows on its own. Vegetation that grows on its own, in other words, Hafker is ownerless, belongs to everyone, so that you could have. The Chol HaGadol Me'era, She'en Bo Torah, Lachnosh V'Lizroa. So it says, ultimately, again, that means anything that grows and does not have kircha, has no effort in order to plow it and to plant it. So here Hashem is telling Adam, you can take stuff that doesn't belong to other people, right? But you can't take stuff which belongs to other people. There's a beautiful funny thing that Rashi said, what's the difference between something that is owned and something that is ownerless? Something that is owned, in order to own something, there has to be tircha. There has to be tircha. If you want something in life, there has to be effort. See, the challenge we often encounter in life is we want the ownership of accomplishment. Like we want to go ahead and I want this and I want that, and whatever the this and that is, whether it's in the material world or it's in the spiritual world. The issue is sometimes we want the ownership, but we don't want to have to expend the effort. And Rashi said that formula over here is so profound. He says, if something is ownerless, there's absolutely no art. Right? So the other is, if you want effort, there's no ownership. If you want ownership, be it in ruchnius or ashnius, is going to have to be spending of incredible amounts of effort. Incredible. So what the other thing they say, how do you switch bosses with us? No, that was in permit consumption of meat. So it's going to list of here. Even when I invite that we know I can't eat the limb off of a living animal. You can't eat, right? You can't eat the meat of an animal while the light is still inside of the wing. The other thing will say, So that comes to permit shvatzim to Bnei Noach. Right? That Bnei Noach are permitted to eat creepy, crawly things. See this? Shart Suba'aretz. So it's interesting. The fact that Hashem says that He wants the proliferation of different species, fascinatingly enough, gives rise to the prohibition of castration. Right? Because obviously, again, if you're castrating, so you're not going to have the proliferation of species. Fascinating. Other people say no, that's just for bracha. So kilayim, tichsev me'ofluminegu. So I'm sorry. So kilayim means, so where did you learn kilayim? Forbidden mixtures, right? Or interbreeding of species. Ha'ofluminegu, each bird according to its species. That's the other thing you'll say. It's beautiful. That's just a Kaddish Baruch Hu pointing out over here that it's creating companionship for all parts of creation. Whereas the Rebbe and highlighting the power of companionship. And then everyone needs companionship, even the birds need companionship. Okay, so therefore, what we have over here, there's a lot of machlokim happening over here. So first and foremost, fundamental machlokas as to where we learn out Shem Bnei Noach from. That's one machlokas. Second machlokas is what comprises Shem Bnei Noach. Remember again, that's yesterday's daf. Daf where we had the machlokas of dak right? Really just the machlokas. So everybody needs to get a 5 out of the 7. There's machlokas about 2 out of the 7. Okay. Now we come to the Shagua. I'm going to be that. I thought this is going to be regarding the violation of 3 other mitzvahs Bnei Noach. So which ones? Immorality, murder, and cursing of Hashem. Right? If a Bnei Noach violates any of these 3, there's an automatic death penalty. So let's get that up. She says, Shofet dam ha'adam. So I understand sheikhus damim because the pasuk says shofet dam ha'adam, and again damo yishapa. Hello, hanach knows, but from where do you know about the death penalty for the other 2? So you want to think gamar sheikhus damim. If you're going to learn it out ultimately again from sheikhus damim. Okay. Good. So again, if that's the situation, then why not impose the death penalty on all of them? Why not the death for the violation of only the Shem Bnei Noach? By definition, is the death penalty. Ultimately, we're not able to that same source as well. Truth is, a Ben Noach is really killed for the violation of 4 out of the 7, including Avodas Kohavim. So the verse is really Ben Noach. Is that true that a Ben Noach was killed for the violation of for the commission of Avodah Zarah? That kind of learned. Avodas Kohavim dvarim shebeizim sheisham misra alehem ben Noach mushar alehem. So this is very interesting. Yet we learned that by Avodah Zarah, things that a Jewish court would execute someone for, a Ben Noach is mushar. I will say that this is interesting. The notion of mushar really means what? Warned. So the Gemara says, "Asharahim misalo." I thought that meant that there's a warning, there's an ashara, but not dafka, that there's a penalty for it. No, by Ben Noach, warning by definition is death penalty. As I said, this is one of the distinctions. We didn't do this explicitly, but this will come up as well. We spent so much time focusing on the concept of hasra. Hasra is only a Jewish concept. Ben Noach to be executed even without hasra. So therefore, when you see ashara, that is a warning to Bnei Noach, that means death penalty. Rafuna Rabbi Yehuda Bakulu Tamid Rab Ami. Rafuna Rabbi Yehuda ultimately Mabrad said, Hashem is Bnei Noach Nerad. The really Ben Noach is executed for the violation of any one of the 7 mitzvahs. We'll say so high stakes of relatively few mitzvahs, but very high stakes. Very high stakes. So the Gemara says, so it said because once the Torah revealed, once the Torah explained that there's a death penalty for one, it makes sense to say that whatever applies to one applies to the rest as well. So the Gemara says, really? Is that true that for theft, a Ben Noach is killed? We learn Al Hagezel. When it comes to theft, so Ganav does all the thing you fast to our. So whether a Ben Noach stole, remember Yeva is surreptitious, secretive stealing, right? Xela is outright theft. Yifas Torah, interestingly enough, is also from a theft, because how polite you take the idea of Yifas you take a one ride. Doesn't matter again if she's single, if she's married, it makes no difference. So Yifas Torah also be a form of theft. But in Kiyotzeba, and in all of these cases, Kusi, and listen, I want to point that's a very interesting over here. The Gemara over here uses notion of Kusi, but Kusi in this context means a non-Jew. Right? In other words, it's not often when we use so Kusi refers to the people resettled from Kusa, which was done under Shalmaneser. Shalmaneser exiled the 10 tribes, and one of his incredible strategies was he took, it's understood that the best way to ensure that there's no rebellion is take indigenous people out of their land. That way they won't rebel. So that's why he exiled the 10 tribes. And he resettled people from Kusa in Israel. They were called the Kusim, right? So the whole mind of the Kusim, the Lions, they converted. Was the conversion a good conversion, not a conversion? But here in this context, actually Kusi actually means a non-Jew. Doesn't mean the typical Kusi like we saw. So when it says Kusi to Kusi be Israel. So any of these cases of theft. So if it's Kusi, if it's Kusi or Kusi theft, right, or Kusi be Yisrael Aser. Yisrael Kusi Mutter. So once say interesting enough, Kusi against Kusi Aser, Kusi against Yisrael Aser. But yet Yisrael against Kusi going to be Mutter. Once say now Mutter doesn't mean that it's encouraged. Mutter just means that it's not, you can't prosecute it in a court. That's what it means. The Yisrael, and that's the case, the Misting Chayiv. So like Chayiv. Let's say, if you're talking about the death penalty for anyone in Shem is going off, then the proper lotion is not there. That's not proper lotion. The proper lotion is Chayiv. So the Gemara says, "Mishum because Mr. Says, but Yisrael Kusi mutter." Because since we need to write that Yisrael Kusi is mutter, again, right? If it is mutter, therefore Kana Reisha Aser. Okay, we just needed linguistic symmetry. And the Hakol Eifad the Ikal. Is actually a reproduction of Chayiv. Chayiv always means a death penalty. When it comes to bloodshed, when it comes to murder, so Kusi against Kusi, or Kusi is very Chayiv. Yisrael Kusi, Potter. So the Gemara says, Hasan Kepi listening. How else should we write it? Listening Aser Mutter. If you want to write it as Aser Mutter, Vatani, we learn Kosi Beroy Behema. So it's interesting. When it comes to a Kusi and Roy Behema Daka, so this requires a little bit of explanation, or a lot of bit of explanation. If you take a look at Rashi, it's in the wide lines, probably about 12 lines up from the bottom. Hakusi became Roy Behema Daka Yisrael. Shestaman Gazlaner. Let's come down there between a Kusi and a person who shepherds small animals. They're both thieves. Remember, you've seen this Gemara before. If you're not allowed to raise Behema Daka Yisrael. Right? Why not? Because they graze everywhere. They graze everywhere, and people aren't careful about having them graze on other people's lands. So Kusi and Roe Behema Daka Yisrael. Now again, this is Jews. So non-Jews, right? So Kusi, and again, Jews who raise small animals are thieves. Rashi says over Shestaman Gazlon. Shemarim Hentam the son of Achiles. Some of they're thieves because they allow their animals ultimately again to shepherd on other people. So what's that? How many actually? Lomalvin the Lorigans. Lomalvin also Minavar. That's it on Minhandi. So if you fall into a pit, there's no obligation to go ahead and get them out. Significant thing, but you can't throw them into the pit. Which is another way of saying they're not liable to a death penalty,
But if they find themselves in compromised circumstances, you are not obligated to hoist them out. Which is, I would say, such a profound idea. Why? Like, what do these guys do so wrong? They're hurting other people. And when you hurt other people, even just financially, you are considered to be a menace to greater society. How careful we have to be, both with the feet of others, with the emotions and feelings of others, just in general, how careful we have to be with other people. That literally, the Gemara says over here, that if you're one of those people who's not careful about your animals going ahead and grazing on someone else's field, and therefore you are taking something from someone else on a consistent basis and you don't care, if you fall into a pit, you don't have an obligation to help you get out. It's like mind-blowing. Why? Because you're not a nice person. Because you're not considerate of other people. And if you're not considerate of other people, to be honest, society doesn't need you. And maybe if you're not considerate of other people, it could very well be that society is actually better off without you. It's an overwhelming and shocking statement, but nevertheless incredibly true. So right there. So Kiyoti Bobigezo, Mai, what is the compatible case when it comes to theft? So the comparable case would be a worker in a vineyard. So the Gemara says, okay, Paul Bekarim Amos. So when exactly is the worker in the field? So remember, says halacha. What's the halacha? That if somebody's working in a field at the time of the harvest, then what's the halacha? They're allowed to eat. They're allowed to eat while they're harvesting. And if it's not at the time of the completion of work, then it's just straight out theft. So what's this is fascinating. We're talking about a case of theft less than a pruta. Less than a pruta. Okay, what does that mean? So here it's interesting. But if we're talking about theft of less than a pruta, if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew is what I will say in general. The halacha is less than a pruta from someone. Right? There's no liability. Now, why is there no liability? Why not? Because you say that people are mochel or less than a pruta. I don't care. So it says, this is fascinating. So the Gemara says, let's listen to this Gemara. Kusi b'Yisrael, aser. So the Gemara says, I understand. So if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew, why should it be chayim? Generally, we're mochel on less than a pruta. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Nihi the basar haki mochel, even though the Jew is mochel, Sarah b'shaite milesle. So does he not have tsar at the time of the theft? In other words, while it's true that the Jew will be mochel, it's absolutely true. But Lamaisa, there's still pain and difficulty caused at the time of the theft itself, which I will say is such a profound idea. So listen to this concept just in the realm of relationships. Sometimes in life it's very important to remember that if you wrong someone, you may gain forgiveness. But just because you gain forgiveness, don't think that the pain is gone. So there can be mechila, but the pain of the personalistic infraction is absolutely still there and can very often remain for a very long time afterwards. People sometimes we don't understand this in relationships where we do something legitimately wrong, we apologize, and you think, okay, I apologize, like we're good, right? We're good, or like let's just move forward, and then somehow, sometime later on, the infraction, right, comes up again. Like, I don't understand what happened. You forgave me. So we'll say it's important to understand. People could forgive. Godel in human beings is we forgive and we never forget. We never forget. That's the way it works. So when you hurt someone, just understand they will remember that infraction forever. That's human nature. I can still forgive, but I never forget. And even if there is forgiveness, it's important to understand that sometimes of what was done will still remain for some time afterwards. So the Gemara is like, so kusi the supposed to listen to this. So this is profound. Wherein lies the distinction between the Jew and kusi? So the Jew is more called. The Jew is more called ultimately again on less than a Shanaputa. The Kusi is not Mocha unless therefore, if you're stealing even less than a Shanaputa, ultimately, again, it's going to be Gezama, it's going to be Grid Geza. Also, I just pointed something amazing. Lashon over here, so many sodos in these Gemaras. Look at this Lashon. Siksin, Arlat B'nei Chila. Right? So, they're not given Chila. What happens when you are an unforgiving person? What happens when you're an unforgiving person? Every single slight is a major. When you are not, and also we know this in Nachman, the best one of the better Nachman writes, that it is told Vatron. It is good to be a free person. It's to let things go. What's the alternative? The alternative, if you don't let things go, is you're lav b'nei mechila. Pretty much, if you're not a mavater, I hate to say this, if you're not a yielding or forgiving person, you know what you are? You're a kusi. You're a kusi. Kusim are not b'nei mechila. So if you're not b'nei mechila, you're not the forgiving person, then every single thing is a slight. And there are people who go like this, right? There are people who go through life and they're always offended. This one said this, and this one did this, and this one did this. Right? People are jerks. That's just the way that it is, right? In life, people are jerks, right? So Lamaisa, people are going to say stuff that's offensive. They're going to do stuff that's offensive. They're ungrateful. They don't say thank you. They're unappreciated. They're not nice. They're demanding. They'll take you for everything. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice. The choice is you could be lav b'nei mechila, right? You could be an unforgiving person, and therefore everything is an infraction. And you walk around life perpetually wounded. Or you could be a b'nei mechila. You could be the kind of person, like Rabbi Nachman says, totally vatrin. And if you're mavater, if you're forgiving, and if you're yielding, you recognize, okay, people are the way that they are. But I am not going to allow it to hold me back from living the life I want to live and doing the things I need to do. And the Gemara says over here, that's the chilek between the Yid and the Kusi. The Kusi Allah b'nei mechila minhu. The power of the Yid is that we are b'nei mechila. And once you have that power, nothing and no one holds you back. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Ika. But let's have like a lot pent up from not being in a couple of days. So something I saw that I finished that. I say that I think I recorded in like 30 minutes. I'm not sure exactly how I did that, but okay. I'm Rabbi Ika. But let's soccer. To make it very that came up is interesting. Holding back wages. So the Gemara says, Kusi, the Kusi needs to also. So Kusi gets so it's going to be also. You saw the Kusi more, but you saw the Kusi is what the Rabbos remember again. And you see this in Mutar. Mutar doesn't mean encouraged. Mutar means that you can't do it in a base. You don't say the fast Torah, mighty. So what you should parallel case by fast Torah. You also have being your own Torah. This is very interesting. Ben Noach shift kolab do ba'al naradala. If a Ben Noach for his eved, if Ben Noach has an eved, he set aside a shift for his eved, and then he had relations with that shifcha. He would be killed for active immorality with her. Kiyotzi, both the shliach was done in low time. Like that, the Gemara doesn't discuss a parallel case by bloodshed. Rabbi, even Shtak was Yisanya of Yosef and Shalom. Yisanya of Yosef and Shalom. Rotiv Achaz is very good. Rotiv Achaz Haveo. So what happens? If someone Reuben was running after Shimon, is pursuing Shimon to kill him, and Shimon obviously has the right to defend himself. But let's say Shimon had the ability to defend himself by injuring Reuben in the leg. Right? And what happens? The Lord hits you on the base. And instead of injuring Reuben in the leg, he shoots Shimon in the head. Right? So in other words, he delivers a mortal wound. So we had this by the Gemaras of Yoav, Adol, Amasa, or Abner Ben Ner. So there is culpability to that, which is very interesting. So there's culpability. Sometimes we'll say if somebody is pursuing me, I have the right, not just the right, but the halachic mandate to go ahead and defend them. But if I could defend myself, call it in a non-lethal way, but instead I use lethal force, halacha finds me responsible and culpable for that. Ashkaf, right, take a look at Rashi, top Rashi in Zayodis, Henukiyotse was the Shvikos coming, the Habikarov Mahatir, Mino Mutter the Kusi Bisa, Kai, the King Sabisa, Baisa, the Kusi Potter. Fine. Simon says follows Ashka, Yakob Baracha, Tabikasa the Seka Gata the day of love. So that they're writing the Seka Gata, the day love, Benoit, Nera, Dying Effort. אחד שלא בהסרעה, מפי איש ולא מפי אישה, ואפילו חרף. So what's very interesting, so a lot of halachas over here about a ben noach. Number one, a ben noach could be executed by a basin of one judge. Next, one witness. Number three, without hasra. Number four, it has to be a man, right? A male witness and not a female. But the male witness can even be related. I feel the cutoff. So the Gemara says, "Vafilu karav yishmol amru af al ha'ofer." What is the meaning of the sugya? A ben noach is responsible even for aborting a fetus. There's capital liability even for performing an abortion. In the big sugya over here, af al ha'ofer. Again, we'll see where that comes from. Rashi says here, the first short Rashi, af al ha'ofer, hika es ha'isha v'yatzu yiladel. If a man struck a woman and as a result she miscarries her pregnancy, Nerad Aleh, and there's dual rights, in other words, he'd be liable for injuring the woman and also for aborting it, for causing the death of the fetus. So actually, it's the Avira Olam. So once this is an interesting discussion of that, Rashi's understanding over here is there is no liability for killing a fetus up until it comes into the world. Only once it comes into the world is it considered to be alive for capital purposes. Capital purposes, a ben noach is responsible even for aborting a fetus. Again, we'll see this a little bit more behind you. So where do you know all this from? All of these halachas. So that was a lot of information just thrown our way. Where do we know all of this from? I'm going to read them. Here we go. So the pasuk says over here. So the Achas being from the natural say, Edrosh miyad kol chaya edshenu, miyad ha'adam, miyad ish akid edrosh esmech edshenu. So get back to Sefer Revelation. So listen to this. Your blood, Achas being from the Sefer Edrosh. Literally again, I will seek out the translated. I will seek out blood for your life. I will seek out from you. You need the diet effort. So you see from here that capital cases by a ben noach can be adjudicated by even one judge. Now, where do they get that one judge? Edrosh. I will seek out, and that's singular. So from here you see that a ben noach could even be adjudicated by one judge. Miyad kol chaya, from every animal, afilu shelo basra. Just like an animal doesn't get hasra. So too again with ben noach doesn't require hasra as well. Edroshen umiyad ha'adam. I will seek it out, and even again, miyad ha'adam, from the hand of a person singular, afilu be'edachad, even 1/8. Miyad ish, like from the hands of a man, below miyad isha. So unless it could be one witness, it has to be a male witness, not a woman. Achiv, or do call it, even if that one witness is related to him. So we should be strong on it. I found it open. Later, Kelly said that ben noach is liable even for causing the death of a fetus. My time to be Shmuel. What's the Shmuel's logic? This is Shofet Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam Damaru Shafat. So what's this is very interesting. The Lashon over here is one who spills the blood of man in man. That's how the passage is literally translated. Shofet Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam. Spill the blood of man in man, Damaru Shafat. Whose blood will be spilled. So what is Eizahu Adam? Shehu Ba'adam. What's the case of a man in a man? Havi Omer Zeubar Shemay. That refers to a fetus in its mother. So you see here that there's culpability, that there's liability for a ben noach who causes the death of a fetus. The Tanakh can't get into the Amar, Komisamur, the ben noach, and the Charak. You see what it says. So again, interestingly enough, Targum Rashi say, or Tanakh, was telling Menashe, what does he use this passage for? He uses this passage to teach me that any man's death is mentioned for Noah. It's always strangulation. So it's what we said before. Up until now, we've always operating with the principle that the death for Bnei Noah is saif, is beheading. So there is apparently another school of thought, and the other school of thought says, no, the death for Bnei Noah, excuse me, is chenek, is strangulation. Now, where does he get that from? It's very interesting. Shadi le'hayt ba'adam asif azikra. And he puts that ba'adam at the end of the passage, and he's like this, the yarish be'ha'is ba'adam damo yishafach. So let's say, ultimately, again, when there is punishment for a ben Noah, for a violation of any one of these infractions, so how is he killed? Ba'adam damo yishafach. So literally, again, in man, his blood will be spilled. How is it ever a case of execution where the blood of the person remains inside of the person? Where do you ever have a case like that? So how the Omer said, that's strangulation. As opposed to other forms of death where the blood comes out, strangulation is the blood remains inside of the person. So what's the type of death where blood remains in the person? That's going to be strangulation. Master Rafa, what this is, by the way, as you're keeping your tally on going machlokes, interestingly enough, we've brought one piece that everyone agreed on, is that a ben Noach was always executed with chenek. Outside with sayif, with beheading. Now it turns out that that's a machlokes also. Now the interesting part, what everyone does agree with is ben Noach is going to have one uniform death penalty, as opposed to Yisrael, who ultimately again with 4 different types of capital punishments. A ben Noach is only going to have one. Whether that one is chenek or whether that one is sayif, that's an argument quote. That's okay. To Rav Hamina, these shows, because I was saying that, interestingly enough, is that true that a woman needs to be part of the basin for Bnei Noach? Obviously, but we learned Kiyadativ L'mana She'it Tzaveh. Right, so let's say, so the Pasuk says, right, Kiyadativ L'mana She'it Tzaveh. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, so Beso, so the Torah's version of Beso when it comes to the concept ultimately again of creating legal systems, and Beso includes living. So that's going on over here. Who most of them are firing blood. It's very interesting. Banav Lidin, ultimately Hashem was saying was right? Banav Lidin, it's passing up this is positive Admavinu, but yet amazingly enough it's also it's using it for Bnei Noach, which makes sense because Avinu is not only the father of the Jews, he's the father of a number of different nations. Many remember again the end of Parashat Sarah, right? And that Avinu remarries after the death of Sarim. He has all of these other kids, right? All of these other nations. So those are all being Noach nations. So this passage, so the Pasuk says over here, Kiyadativ, right? Kiyadativ L'mana sheyitzada es banav ves beisa acharav v'shamu derech Hashem lasos tzedakah u'mishpat. I know that Abram will command his children, his offspring, lasos tzedakah u'mishpat. So now the Gemara is something amazing. Banav l'din. The sons, men, those are the ones who are in charge of the judicial system. Beisa, the daughters, the women, Mitzvah. Ultimately, again, Mitzvah are for the kindness, for the tzedakah piece, for the charitable pieces. So it's so interestingly enough, the differentiated role in the offspring of Avinu by Bnei Noach. Of course, it's also quite profound because he was also giving us fascinating insight also into the distinction between the nature of men and women, right? How often, in general, and I don't know why this is, but it would appear that women are often much more forgiving than men. Certainly again in the paternal and maternal realms. Like it's often the father who did, right, and the mother who is the rachamim. Just a fascinating idea that Banach within. So often again it's the father who is within the base, so the mother who is with stuff. Beautiful. So that's the case. Maybe you can say that we're not excluded from the judicial system in totality. So maybe halacha may say again a pas Noach is not executed. Did she kill someone? Or maybe it's not just that she's not a judge, but maybe she's just not included in the judicial system at all. Miyad ish, v'lo miyad isha ksiv. The Pasuk says, sorry.
מיד איש ולא מיד אישה, אבל הלכה רבי יהודה, שותק דם האדם מכל מקום. No. Anyone who kills is liable. It doesn't make a difference if it's a man, if it's a woman. There's always going to be liability for that. Ema, that's not shouldn't that's not who commits adultery. Sure, I had all those shouldn't be killed. It's because the pasuk says, "Akim yazo ish." Hello, Isha. What's interesting? The Torah phrases marriage as a man will leave his mother and father and cling to his wife. Maybe only the man is obligated in the clinging, but the woman is not. So the because the pasuk says they'll become one flesh. The Torah comes and equates man and woman, just as the man is not permitted to stray, so too the woman is not permitted to stray as well. Someone was like ish. Why does the pasuk say ish? The Gemara says ish v'rabos as hakusim shenis hard ala harayos jisrael. To teach us ultimately again ish comes to teach us. What's that? This pasuk is more explaining over here is ish al share v'sharon lo sikrevu legalos erva. So it's how you do the double action of ish. So he said even kissing that even in Noah are obligated regarding harayos. The also nafka lemor. Also, it goes back to our drasha beforehand. The pasuk lemor, like Adlan Rishon, Zek Gidanayos, Hasam Ba'arayos Bidon, Bahava Ba'arayos Bidon. Sharosha, this is very interesting. There, by Adlan Rishon, it's talking about Arayos of Ben Noach with a Ben Noach. Here, it's talking about Ben Noach with a Jew. Both systems, right? Both forms of alliance are going to be good. Unless you know to stop over here, we'll pick up in Hashem with this section tomorrow. What an incredible and incredible. And we'll point out that tomorrow, the next day, we'll get to the halakha so what actually comprises Shemus is B'nai and what is liability. Shtat, we'll say. All right, so let's have a great day, everyone.
Because upstairs, well, drilling inside. I'm maybe like a hand drill. Yeah. Someone's working on another floor. It's Wilbur's new Airwolf helicopter upstairs. Better audio than my mom's first movie. Charlie Z.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurban Drushos this year as is supposed to be so Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Beryl Rachel Golkin, information of Beryl's grandfather's yard site, Beryl Ben Chaim, his yard site is on the Aleph Shvat. It was on the Aleph Shvat Yochanan in America, about Talmud Torah. In the Shabbat having Aliyah, the family in the Chama, which is Zochem Hashem, all of our hostages to come home with Shalom and the Karav. And our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole of the unstable region. We'll say with that, let us begin today's battle and design a very special thank you to Richter for keeping the shield over the last 2 days. Again, my apologies again for yesterday. But it is a great people's Baruch Hashem to be back with everyone, and let us begin. Today's battle is in Zion. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Nun Vav Amud Beis. So we left off with Yehuda Omer, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yehuda Omer. So again, remember, our entire sugya over here is the sugya of Shema Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Again, the fascinating sugya, it's interesting that one of the fascinating things that we've seen is whereas everybody's that B'nai Noach or Mitzvah on 7 mitzvahs, there's a fundamental focus as to what comprises those particular 7 mitzvahs. So Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda is the first who comes along and says, no, Adam Rishon is only mitzvah on 1 mitzvah, Avodah Zarah. It wasn't a torch of idolatry, as it says, Hashem commanded Adam. And again, that lashon of Vayitzav we've already seen before is a lashon of Avodah Zarah. Let's say it's actually quite dramatic to think about this. That Adam Rishon living with Tzivah and Avodah Zarah. Right? Not exactly what his alternatives. Not exactly what's going on. But what you see from here is that there is this innate pull. There's this innate pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that man was created with. And this is incredibly important that, remember, the only reason why Avodas Hashem is meaningful is because there's something, in general in life, the only reason why something is meaningful is because there's something pulling you away from it. If there's no pull away from something, then there's no scar to run to something. So the only way that Adam Arishon is going to get scarred for worshiping HaKadosh Baruch Hu is if he has this innate pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is called the concept of Ratzon V'Shov, forward and backwards. Man always has this almost like innate back and forth within himself. On one hand, a power pulling me towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and on the other hand, a power pulling me away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, it's incredible to see that Yehuda says that Adoration was mitzvah already on Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, it's incredible that Yehuda Msira Omer Aval Birkas Hashem. Yehuda Msira says, even cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So once again, you see that like almost innate to the human condition is this idea that man wants to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Avodah Zarah, cursing Hashem, I mentioned this many times, but the times for Levitt and Simchot brings down that the psychology of faith in general, why do we sin? Why do people commit averos? So there's a lot of different explanations, but almost basically, the French Novus explains that faith is the ultimate flexing of the muscles of self-autonomy. Now, when I sin, right, because it can't be about lust or desire, because if you think about it, the fallout of sin always outweighs whatever the benefit is. So I don't commit averos all the time. Deep down, the French Novus says the psychology of it is self-autonomy. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Even though you're God, I'm still Savior. Don't tell me what to do. I'm the agenda, right? I'm in charge. And again, it sounds so crazy when you say it, but at the end of the day, deep down, that's what all of this is. So you see, again, that man is, because man has, and again, why does man have this desire for self-autonomy? Because man is another king. Ribono Shel Olam is completely autonomous. That's what makes him great. That's what makes him HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So man has this incredible desire for self-autonomy as well. Others say that Adam was also commanded regarding setting up Batigim, the legal system. So Kiman Azlah Rabbi Yehuda Orah, this is beautiful. So who's the meaning reflected over here in what Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Rab? Listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Rab, and so that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made multiple statements to Adam. What were the multiple statements? Number one, Elokim Ani Lo Sikalolu. This is what Adam, number one, I am God. Don't curse me. Number two, Elokim Ani Lo Simi. I am God. Exchange me for anyone else. And number three, Elokim Ani Yehi Morai Alech. Ultimately, again, I am God. Let my awe and reverence be upon you. These are the three statements that Baruch Hu made to others. The man who's attained is this reflect. Yesh Omer. According to the Yesh Omer, that we just said before, I said there's so much profundity in this particular statement, right? That the initial relationship with Adam Arishon, is codified, using these, or created using these three statements. Adam, I am your God. Do not curse me. Adam, I am your God. Do not go ahead and exchange me. And Adam, I am your God. Let my reverence be upon you. It's interesting, by the way. What's missing from these statements? What's not here? I am your God. Love me. And if you notice, by the way, for a very simple reason, that you can't legislate love. You can't force someone to love you. So instead of what Baruch Hu says is, Adam, here's what I'm asking of you. Don't mistreat me. Don't mistreat me. Don't curse me. Don't exchange me. Revere me. And reverence usually manifests itself in different types of behavior. And then once we have that basic foundation, we can build love from that. Relationships, love is never the first step in a relationship. There's usually something before, especially in a relationship that's just part of incredible. So Gemara says, "Come on, Shishon, come there, tell me the Nasha. Eat Darish Daitzad, Abdullah Hanahan." Sounds like Gemara like this. Some Nasha says, "If you eat Darish Daitzad, then these others should be included as well." Eat low Darish Daitzad, honey minalik. And where do you know these? The old one Darish Daitzad. In reality, it doesn't actually Daitzad. Honey called Chad, the Chad, the Anke, naturally Ksiva. And in reality, all of these other prohibitions that are given to the nation ultimately are written on their own. So the verse is really on the So how do we know that ultimately, again, Shemesh Noah, that they include Avodah Zarah in Gilarayas? And where do we know that? Top of Nun Zion, 57a. The Pasuk says the earth corrupted itself before God. This is like Torah Hamabel, generation of the flood. So it says, V'tano Gedei Rabbi Yishmael b'chol makom shnemar hashchasa. Wherever the Torah uses lashon of hashchasa, of destruction, eino ela dvar erva ba'avodas kochav. That refers ultimately to immorality and to idolatry. Dvar erva shnemar, first wide line of Osai 57a, in Zion Galef. Dvar erva shnemar, Yishis kol basar as darko. As the pasuk says, every living thing corrupted its way. Avodas kocham disim pen tashchison v'asis. So therefore, also whenever you see, but this actually, these type of rules of the Gemara are always quite fascinating because you can apply them throughout the Torah. So wherever you see batisha case, corruption always means idolatry and immorality. The other opinion will say, Torah is just describing again the general nature of their behavior. Okay, so it's the point of very small point out what's happening over here. What's happening over here is we're going to have two schools of thought. One school of thought is going to kind of learn out all the Shemisas B'nai Noach from Vayitzav, which is that, remember, and that goes back to this idea that really Adam Arishon was commanded regarding Shemisas B'nai Noach. And then there's going to be another school of thought that Shemisas B'nai Noach are learned out from other places in the Torah. Early on in Bereshis, but nevertheless not from Vayitzav. So whenever it says the Idach refers to the other opinion who learns it out from Vayitzav. Shichus Damin, what about bloodshed? The Siv, Shofet Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam. Good. So the Idach, Katlai Hu Kamagami. And the other opinion learns out from Vayitzav will say, no, that passage teaches you that whenever B'nai Noach are executed, they're executed by beheading, by Sayif. Gezon, theft, the Siv, Kiyarak is very interesting. Kiyarak has saw that Nasati Lachan as called. So remember again, this is so the pasuk over here, right? Kol remes. This is gracious. So kol yerek. Sorry, yerek esim nasat lachem kol. So like the vegetation of the like the green vegetation, I've given to you everything. Bamar Levi, what does this mean? Yerek esim velo yerek gino. The first one is telling man you can have like the vegetation of the field and that's vegetation of the garden. Now, what does that mean? It was an incredible Rashi. Rashi says it's the last white line on top of Rashi. Kieres Asef Kari Asef Ha'efer B'chal Hagadol Me'elav. So Hashem was permitting to man when vegetation that grows on its own. Vegetation that grows on its own. In other words, after ownerless belongs to everyone. So that you can have. B'chal Hagadol Me'elav She'im Bo Torah Lachrosh V'Lizroah. So it's like ultimately again, that means anything that grows and does not have tircha, has no effort in order to plow it and to plant it. So here Hashem is telling Adam, you could take stuff that doesn't belong to other people, right? But you can take stuff which belongs to other people. What there is a profound, this is a real profound thing that Rashi says, what's there should be something that is ownerless, something that is owned. In order to own something, there has to be tircha. If you want something in life, there has to be effort. See, the challenge we often encounter in life is we want the ownership of a company. Like we want to go ahead and I want this and I want that, and whatever the this and that is, whether it's or it's in the spiritual world. The issue is sometimes we want the ownership, but we don't want to have to expend the effort. And Rashi says that formula over here is so profound. He says, if something is ownerless, there's absolutely no effort. Right? So the Klal Gadol is, if there's no effort, there's no ownership. If you want ownership, be it in ruchnius or gashmius, is going to have to be the expending of incredible amounts of effort. So goes like the other thing will say, Hahula Mishrik Basar Rudas. No, that puzzle is permission of meat. Aaron and Achai, saying a responsive list of Aaron and Achai, right there, but they know I can't eat the limb off of a little sip. Achsar Kinafsho Gamo Losapedu. You can't eat, right? You can't eat the meat of an animal, of a life is still inside of the womb. The Izak, the other thing will say, mystery shvatzim udas, and that comes to permit shvatzim to b'nei noach. Like that b'nei noach are permitted to do 12 things. Sirus, castration, that said, shartsu ba'aretz. So it's interesting. The fact that Hashem says that He wants proliferation of different species, fascinatingly enough, gives rise to the prohibited castration. Like the obviously, again, if you're castrating, so you're not going to have species. Fascinating. The bracha. Other people will say no. That's just for bracha. So kilayim, ksiv me'aof l'minegel. Me'aof l'minegel. The idach, so kilayim means, so where did he learn kilayim, forbidden mixtures, right, or interbreeding of species? Ha'of l'minegel, each bird according to its species. The idach, the other opinion will say, ha'hu l'tzav saba alma. It's beautiful. That's just like Hamish Baruch Hu pointing out over here. It is creating companionship for all parts of creation. We're highlighting the power of companionship. And that everyone needs companionship. Even the birds need companionship. Okay, so once I see, therefore, what we have over here, so there's a lot of machlokas in that here. So first and foremost, fundamental machlokas as to where we learn out Shem Noach from. That's one machlokas. Second machlokas is what comprises Shem Noach. Remember again, that's yesterday's daf where we had the machlokas of dach-sach. Right? Really just the machlokas. Everybody agrees that a 5 out of the 7 is machlokas about 2 out of the 7. Okay. So now we come to another sugya. I'm going to go see. I'm going to be Rab. Ashosh was going to know Nerab. Noah are killed regarding over the violation of 3 of the mitzvos in Noah. So which ones? Immorality, murder, and cursing of Hashem. Right? If a Ben Noach violates any of these 3, there's an automatic death penalty. And again, double yishapach. Ella hanalu. But from where do you about the death penalty for the other 2? So it says ikamar Shlifas Damin. If you're going to learn it ultimately again from Shlifas Damin. Okay. Sorry. Good. Good. So again, if that's considered Shlifas Damin, then halacha l'maisa, why not impose the death penalty on all of them? Why not say that for the violation of any of the Shemis B'nei Noach? By definition, there's a death penalty. Imishum de'is raboi mi-ish ish avodas kochav, not mishar mi-ish ish. And if you can learn it out, ultimately again from ish ish, to learn out avodas are from that same source as well. Ela amrav sheishes amid be'rab al arba mitzvos ben noach ne'arag. You're right. The truth is, on a ben noach is to be killed for the violation out of 4 out of the 7, including avodas kochav. So Gemara says, really, al avodas kochav ben noach ne'arag. Is that true that a ben noach is killed for the violation or for the commission of avodah zarah? That time we learned avodas kochavim zvarim shedizin sheisama misan alein ben noach mushar alein. This is very interesting. Yes, we learned that by avodah zarah, things that a Jewish court would execute someone for, a ben noach is mushar. I will say now, this is interesting because the lashon of mushar literally means what? Warned. So the Gemara says, ashara in misalo. I thought that meant that there's a warning. There's an ashara, that there's a death penalty for it. Or a nachar yitzchak ashara shalohen zoki misas. No, by Ben Noach, warning by definition is death penalty. We said this distinction. We didn't say this explicitly. This will come up as well. We spent so much time focusing on the concept of hasra. Hasra is only a Jewish concept. Ben Noach to be executed even without law. So therefore, when you see ashara, that is a warning to Ben Noach, that means death penalty. Hashem is a that really a Ben Noach is executed for the violation of any one of the Shem mitzvos. So high stakes, so relatively few mitzvos, but very high stakes. So the Gemara says, Gali Rachmana Bahada Bechada. So I said because once the Torah revealed, once the Torah explained that there's a death penalty for one, makes sense to say that whatever applies to one applies to the rest as well. So the Gemara says, really? Ba'ala Gezel ben Noach nerag. It's actually that the death of Ben Noach is killed. But Tanya, we learn Al HaGezel. When it comes to theft, so Ganav, the Gazal, the thing Yifas Toar. So again, whether a Ben Noach stole. Remember again, Neva is surreptitious, secretive stealing, right? Zela is outright theft. Yifas Toar, interestingly enough, is also a form of theft because halacha rights you're taking. Again, remember the idea of Yifas Toar is you can take a war bride. Doesn't matter again if she's single, if she's married, it makes no difference. So Yifas Toar also be a form of theft. The and in all of these cases, Kusi bikusi, and I want to point out something very interesting over here. The Gemara over here is using the notion of Kusi, but Kusi in this context means a non-Jew. Right? In other words, it's not often when we use Kusi. So Kusi refers to the people resettled from Kusa, which was done under Shalmaneser. Shalmaneser exiled 10 tribes, and one of his incredible strategies was he took. It's understood that the best way to ensure that there's no rebellion is take indigenous people out of their land. That way they won't rebel. That's why he exiled the 10 tribes. And he resettled people from Kusa in Eretz Yisrael. They were called the Kusim, right? So it's the whole Kusim. There's an outbreak of lions. They converted. Was the conversion a good conversion? Not a conversion. Here in this context, actually, Kusi actually means a non-Jew. Doesn't mean a typical Kusi. So the Gemara says Kusi, the Kusi Yisrael. So any cases of theft. So if it's Kusi, if it's a act Kusi on Kusi theft, right, or Kusi be Aser. Yisrael but Kusi motor. So what's interestingly enough, Kusi against Kusi Aser. Kusi against Yisrael Aser, but yet Yisrael against Kusi is going to be mutter. We'll say now mutter doesn't that it's encouraged. Mutter just means that it's not, you can't prosecute it in a court. That's what it means. And Esau, and if that's the case, Nistin Chayiv. So right Chayiv, I was supposed to say, he's talking about that there's a death penalty for anyone who's been Noah, then the proper Lashon Aser. That's not the proper Lashon. The proper Lashon is Chayiv. So the Gemara says, Mishum Kabbalah Nistin Seifa, Yisrael B'Kusi Mutter. But since we need to write that Yisrael B'Kusi is Mutter, right? It is Mutter. Fartzana Reisha Aser. We just needed linguistic symmetry. But is that basically Lashon Chayiv? Chayiv owns a death penalty. Tani Reisha. Because Daman Kusi be Yisrael Chayiv. Kusi against Kusi or Kusi against Yisrael is going to be Chayiv. Yisrael Basan Hechi listening. How else should we write it? Listening Aser Mutter. If you want to write it as Aser Mutter, by the time you learn Kosi V'Roi Behema Daka Lo Ma'alin V'Lo Maridin. So this is interesting. When it comes to a Kusi and Roy Behema Daka Lo Ma'alin V'Lo Maridin. So this requires a little bit of explanation. Or a lot of bit of explanation. If you take a look at Rashi, it's in the wide lines, probably about 12 lines up from the bottom. Hakusi dechen roy behema daka Yisrael. Shestaman gazlanim. Let's come down there to the Kusi and a person who shepherds small animals. They're both thieves. Remember, you've seen this command before that you're not allowed to raise behema daka in Eretz Yisrael. Right? Why not? Because they graze everywhere. They graze everywhere, and people aren't careful about having them graze on other people's lands. So Kusi and Roe behema daka Yisrael. Now again, these Jews. So non-Jews, right? So Kusi, and again, Jews who raise small animals are thieves. Rashi says, "Shestaman gazlonin, shemarin behemtam b'sados achirim." They're thieves because they allow their animals ultimately again to shepherd on other people's lands. What's talach? I'm reading Rashi again. Lo ma'alin v'lo moridin, lo ma'alin osam min avar, la'tzilam min hamisa, lo moridin osam. If they fall into a pit, there's no obligation to go ahead and get them out. Which is a pretty significant thing. But you can't throw them into the pit. Which is another way of saying they're not liable to a death penalty, but if they find themselves in compromised circumstances, you are not obligated to hoist them out. Which will say why? Like, what did these guys do wrong? They're hurting other people. And when you hurt other people, even just financially, you are considered to be a menace to greater society. How careful we have to be, both with the property of others, with the emotions and feelings of others, just in general, how careful we have to be with other people. That literally, the Gemara says over here that if you're one of those people who's not careful about your animal going ahead and grazing on someone else's field and doing something from someone else on a consistent basis and you don't care, if you fall into a pit, we don't have an obligation to help you get out. It's like mind blowing. Why? Because you're not a nice person. Because you're not considerate of other people. And if you're not considerate of other people, to be honest, society doesn't need you. And maybe if you're not considerate of other people, it could very well be that society is actually better off without you. It's an overwhelming and shocking statement, but nevertheless incredibly true. So the Merlo Viter. So Kiyotzi Bobegezel. So Kiyotzi Bobegezel life. What is the comparable case when it comes to theft? So the comparable case would be a worker in a vineyard. So the Gemara says, okay, so when exactly is the worker in the field? So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? That if somebody's working in a field at the time of the harvest, then what's the halacha? They're allowed to eat. They're allowed to eat while they're harvesting. And if it's not at the time of the completion of work, then it's just straight out theft. So listen, this is fascinating. What are you talking about? A case of theft less than a pruta. Less than a pruta. Okay, what does that mean? We'll say so. But here's what's interesting. But if we're talking about theft of less than a pruta, if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew love that. We'll say in general, if you steal less than a pruta from someone, right? There's no liability. Now, why is there no liability? Why not? Because the assumption is that people are mochel on less than a pruta. I don't care. So we'll say, so this is fascinating. So the Gemara says, listen to this Gemara. How can kusi be Yisrael? Aser. So the Gemara says, I understand. So if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew, why generally we're mochel on less than a pruta? To which the Gemara says, you're right. Nihi de basar hachi mochel, even though the Jew is mochel, Sarah b'shaite mi leslie. So does he not have sar at the time of the theft? In other words, while it's true that the Jew will be mochel, it's absolutely true, but there's still pain and difficulty caused at the time of the theft itself, which I will say is such a profound idea. So listen to this concept just in the realm of relationships. Sometimes in life it's very important to remember if you wrong someone, you gain forgiveness. But just because you gain forgiveness, don't think that the pain is gone. So there could be nefila, but the pain of the personalistic infraction is absolutely still there and can very often remain for a very long time afterwards. And people sometimes we don't understand this in relationships where we do something legitimately wrong, we apologize, and we think, okay, I apologize, like we're good, right? We're good, and like let's just move forward. And then somehow, sometime later on, the infraction, right, comes up again. Like, I don't understand what happened. You forgave me. So it's important to people could cloud God in human beings is we forgive and we never forget. That's the way it works. So when you hurt someone, just understand they will remember that action forever. That's human. I can still forgive, but I never forget. And even if there is forgiveness, it's important to understand that sometimes what was will still remain for some time afterwards. So the Gemara goes later. Shekusi bahem the lakim and the lakim and they know gazal nagim. Supposed to listen to this. So this is profound. Wherein lies the distinction between the Jew and the kusi? So the Jew is mochel. The Jew is mochel ultimately again on less than a shava pruta. The kusi is not mochel on less than a shava pruta. Kusi the lav the name that he lenu. So goes to this. Is lashon of it. Kusi, they're not b'nei mechila. They're not b'nei mechila. Therefore, again, gezel na'ali. Therefore, again, stealing even less than a shana pruta ultimately, again, it's going to be Gezana, it's going to be complete Gezel. Also, I just put something amazing. Lashon over here is so many profound yisodos in these Gemaras. Let's look at this Lashon. Sikusin are lav b'nei mechila. Right? So they're not capable of mechila. We'll say, what happens when you are an unforgiving person? What happens when you're not a forgiving person? Every single slight is a major infraction. When you are not, and most of you know this in life, there are people, Rabbi Nachman, one of the best things Rabbi Nachman writes is such a simple statement, is Tov liyos vatra. It is good to be a forgiving person. It's good to let things go. Because what's the alternative? The alternative, if you don't let things go, is you're a lav b'nei mechila. Pretty much, if you're not a mevater, I hate to say this, if you're not a yielding, a forgiving person, you know what you are? You're a kusi. You're a kusi. Kusim are not b'nei mechila. So if you're not b'nei mechila, you're not a forgiving person, then every single thing is a slight. And there are people who go like this, right? There are people who go through life and they're always offended. They're always offended. This one said this, and this one did this, and this one did this. Right? People are jerks. That's just the way that it is, right? How little in life, people are jerks, right? So Lamaisa, people are going to say stuff that's offensive. They're going to do stuff that's offensive. They're ungrateful. They don't say thank you. They're unappreciative. They're not nice. They're demanding. They'll take you for everything. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice. The choice is you could be lav b'nei mechila. Right? You could be an unforgiving person, and therefore everything is an infraction. And you walk around life perpetually wounded. Or you could be a b'nei mechila. You could be b'nei mechila. You could be the kind of person, like Rabbi Nachman says, tov liyos vatra. And if you're mevater, if you're forgiving, and if you're yielding, you recognize, okay, people are the way that they are. But I am not going to allow it to hold me back from living the life I want to live and doing the things I need to do. And the Gemara says over here, that's the chiluk between the Yid and the Kusi. The Kusi alav b'nei mechila. The power of the Yid is that we are b'nei mechila. And once you have that power, nothing and no one holds you back. Incredible. El Amar Yaakov, Raid Ego. I have like a lot pent up from not being in a couple of days. I'm sorry. So El Amar Raid Ego. Something I saw that I finished that yesterday. That I did that recorded in like 32 minutes. I'm sure exactly how I did that, but okay. I suppose this word is it come up is interesting. Holding back wages. So the Gemara says, kusi b'kusi b'Yisrael aser. So kusi against the kusi against Yisrael is going to be aser. Yisrael b'kusi mutter, but Yisrael b'kusi is mutter. I can also remember again when we see this mutter doesn't mean encourage. Mutter just means that you can't prosecute it in a beis din. Kiyotze be fastar ma'hi. So what would be the parallel case by fastar? This is very interesting. If a Ben Noach set aside a shivcha for his Eved, Ben Noach has an Eved, he set aside a shivcha for his Eved, and then he had relations with that shivcha. He would be killed for acting immorality with her. But again, the Gemara doesn't discuss a parallel case by bloodshed. Yosem ben Shaul. Rabbi Yonasan ben Shaul Omer. Rodif achar, this is very interesting. Rodif achar chavero. So what happens? So if somebody, Reuben was running after Shimon, he's pursuing Shimon to kill him, and Shimon obviously has the right to defend him. But let's say Shimon had the ability to defend himself by injuring Reuben in the leg, right? And what happens? Below it, so on the base, and instead of injuring Reuben, he shoots Shimon in the head. Right? So in other words, he delivers a mortal wound. We had this Gemara just go out. Or Avner ben Neragala. So there is culpability for that. It's very interesting. So there's culpability. So I will say, if somebody's pursuing me, I have the right, not just the right, but the halakhic command to go ahead and defend myself. But if I defend myself, I guess we'll call it in a non-lethal way. But instead, I use lethal force. Halacha finds me responsible and culpable for it. Ashkaf, Now, take a look at Rashi. Capital of that, not Rashi in days. Tagalog, Henuk Yotse Shlichostamim, Tahavi Katir, Zaino Motavici, because if Israel Chai, if Israel by Israel, but Kushi, fine. Simon says, follows. Ashka, Tabiako, Tabikasim, safe like the day Rav. So Yaakov Barach, so that they're writing the Sefer Agada. They Rav, Benoah, Nerag, the Dain, who be'ed, Shalom Bahasrael, Yish, Isha, Bafilu, Karif. So this is very interesting. So a lot of halachas over here about a Ben Noah. Number one, a Ben Noah should be executed by a basin of one judge. Next, one witness. Number three, without hasra. Number four, it has to be a man, right? A male witness and not a female. But the male witness could even be related. Afilu b'karov. So the Gemara says, Afilu b'karov. Yishmael Amru, half al ha'oper, because there's going to be an example. But Ben Noah is responsible even for aborting a fetus. There's capital liability even for performing an abortion. In the big city over here. Half al ha'oper. Again, we'll see where that comes from. Rashi says over here, the first short line in Rashi, half al ha'oper, because as Aisha b'yatzu yiladel, if a man struck a woman and as a result she miscarried her pregnancy. Nerag Aleya, there's dual rights. In other words, he'd be liable for injuring the woman and also for causing the death of the fetus. So actually, it's the Avira Olam. So what says this is in discussion of Rashi's understanding over here is that there is no liability for killing a fetus up until it comes into the world. Only once it comes into the world is it considered to be alive for capital purposes. Capital purposes, we have a Ben Noah is responsible even for aborting a fetus. Again, we'll see this a little bit more behind me. So where do you know all of this from? All of these halachas. So we'll see that was a lot of information just thrown our way. Where do we know all of this from? Here we go. As Binchem in our stage. So what says the pasuk says here we go. So the Achas taken Edrosh Miyad Kokaya Edrosh Miyad Ha'adam Ish Achid Edrosh. So again, back to Sefer Gracious. I will seek out the I will seek out the blood for your life. I will seek out the life. He was a dinosaur at heart. So you see from here that capital cases by a Ben Noah could be adjudicated by even one judge. Now, where do they get that one judge? Edrosh. I will seek out. That's singular. So from here you see that Ben Noah can be adjudicated by one judge. Miyad kol chayov, from every animal. Just like an animal doesn't get hasra. So too again the Ben Noah doesn't require hasra as well. Edrosh miyad ha'adam. I will seek it out from the hand of a singular. Even one age. Miyash, right, from the hands of a man, or one miyash. So much it can be one witness, that's to be a male witness, not a woman. Achif, brother, Asilu Karo, even if that one witness is related. We should be strong on rule. I follow open. We already said that Ben Noah is liable even for causing the death of a fetus. Nighttime in the Bishmo. What's the Bishmo's logic? It said, Shofe dam ha'adam ba'adam kama yishapa. So this is very interesting. The Russian is clear is one who spills the blood of man in man. That's how the concept is translated. Shofe dam ha'adam ba'adam. Spill the blood of man in man, kama yishapa. His blood will be spilled. The word is Ezehu Adam Shehu Ba'adam. What's the case of a man in a man? Avi Omer Zeubar Shemai. That refers to a fetus in its mother. So you see from that there's culpability or liability that Ben Noah causes the death of a fetus. Tanakama. The national Omar Komisa Nur Ha'amur Ben Noah Eno Elot L'Shalek. This Gemara says, so again, interestingly, that's not been Nasha said, or Tanakama, was not been Nasha says, what does he use this passage for? He uses this passage to teach me that any time death is mentioned for Bnei Noah, it's always strangulation. Also, we've always said before, up until now, we've always operated the principle that death for Bnei Noah is silent, is heaven. So there's apparently another school of thought. Another school of thought says, no, the death for Bnei Noah is is strangulation. Now, where does he get that from? It's very interesting. Shadi lein hai ba'adam asif adikah. And he puts that ba'adam at the end of the passage. He's like this. Darish be'hafi. Ba'adam damo yishafa. So let's say, ultimately, again, when there is punishment for a banoah, for violation of any one of these infractions, how is he killed? Ba'adam damo yishafa. So literally, again, in man, his blood will be spilled. How is there acts of execution where the blood of the person remains inside of the person? Do you ever have a case like that? So have you almost that kind of what the Lord says. One death is the blood comes out. Strangulation is the blood remains inside of the person. What's the type of remains in the person? That's going to be strangulation. That's what I'm supposed to say. Just by the way, as you're keeping the tally of ongoing mashlokim, interestingly enough, we thought like the one piece that everyone agreed on is that a benach is always executed with I'm sorry, with Saif, with the heading. Now it turns out that that's not focus also. Now the interest that what everyone does agree is benach is going to have one uniform definition, as opposed to Yisrael, there's four different capital punishments, but benach is only going to have one. Whether that one is chenek or whether that one is saif, that's an ongoing matter. Okay, Rashi Zakamina, we should have looked up. Interestingly enough, is that that a woman is not permitted to be truthful for Bnei Noah. Obviously, but we learned he adopted the Manashe Yitzhada. So the Pasuk says, he adopted the Manashe Yitzhada. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, so based on, and I'm taught you this notion of based on when it comes to the concept ultimately again of creating legal systems. What's going on over here? The most important thing was starting from, very interesting. One of the ultimately what Hashem was saying was like one of the things, so say it's kind of trying to point out fascinating enough, it's talking about Admavinu, but yet amazingly enough it's also using for Bnei Noah, which makes sense because Admavinu is not only the father of the Jews, he's also the father of a number of different nations. Many remember again the end of Parashas Chayesara, right? That Admavinu remarried after the death of Sari Minu. And he has all of these other kids, right? All of these other nations. So those are all Bnei Noah nations. So it's fascinating. The Pasuk says that we are Piedate, right? Piedate, Lamana Sheyitzava es Banav, Ves Besa Aharav, Vishami Derech Hashem Vasos, Tzedakah U'Mishpat. I know that Adam will command his children, his offspring, Vasos Tzedakah U'Mishpat. So now the Gemara says something amazing. Banav, Ladin. The sons, men, those are the ones who are in charge of the judicial system. Beso, the daughters, the women, the tzedakah. Ultimately, again, tzedakah are for the charities, for the charitable pieces. So interestingly enough, there's the shaded roles in the offspring of Avinu by Bnei Noah. It's also quite profound, also giving us a vast insight also into the nature of men and women, right? How often in general, I don't know why this is, but I really hear that women are often more forgiving than men. Certainly again, in the paternal and maternal realms, right? It's often the father who did, and the mother who is the just a fascinating idea that one of within, so often again it's the father who's within the base cell, the mother who is with stuff. Beautiful. So if that's the case, maybe you're going to say that women are excluded from the judicial system in totality. So maybe halacha may say again, Noah is not executed if she kills someone, or maybe it's not just that she's not a judge, but maybe she's just not included in the judicial system at all. Miyad ish, lo miyad isha ksif. As it says, Amar Yehuda, Shofet Kama Adam, sorry. Miyad ish lo miyad isha ksif. Amar Yehuda, Shofet Dam Adam Yikoma. Anyone who kills is liable. It doesn't make a difference if it's a man, if it's a woman. There's always going to be liability for that. Ima, Basnach, who commits adultery, shouldn't go engage in his nose. It's simply that it's asking Yazov Ish, below Isha. It's interesting. The Torah phrases which says, a man will leave his mother and father, and maybe only man is obligated in linging, but the woman is not. Because the Apostle says they will become flesh. The Torah comes and takes man and woman, just as the man is not permitted to stray, so too the woman is not permitted to stray as well. So that was like ish, not Talmud. Why does the Apostle say ish? The Gemara says not Talmud. Ish rabos esakusim. So Miskorin ala harayos kiso. Teach us ultimately again. Ish comes to teach us. So what's it? Passing the Gemara's 20 years. Ish el share bisaros will sit the roof megalos erva. So the Torah uses the double option of ish to teach us that even kusim, even Noah, are obligated regarding arayos. We learn out from here. Lemar. We'll say this goes back to our drasha beforehand. Lemar, right by Advan Zeg Gilarayos Hasam Ba'arayos Bidahu Bahafa Ba'arayos Bidahu. So we'll say this is very interesting. There, by Advan Rishon, is talking about Arayos of Ben Noah with a Ben Noah. Here is talking about Ben Noah with a Jew. Both systems, right? Both forms of arayos are going to be there. Unless you know to some of it, we'll pick up the Meretz Hashem with this section tomorrow. What an incredible journey! And I will point out that tomorrow, the next day, we'll get to the halacha l'maisa, what actually complies Hashem is going on, and what is liability. All right, Shem Zoom, have a great day, everyone. Good to see everyone.
So funny, Giovanni the best was women and just using alcohol and he's watching something. He's like,
yeah, and then so yeah, just put up the sign that says, yeah, perfect. That's great. Just behind, right? That's good. And where's the projector? On my table. Perfect. Yeah, and let's just put a sign that says transfer. Yeah, I think that's it right there.
Jelly Cat, Roll Rock.
I guess the Twitter that people always know my apologies for the lack of live share this morning. But it is his partial deal fitting until thank you for all of our sponsors. We notice Hashem all of the sponsors. We just say Notes Hashem in the description of the podcast, as well as in the notes on the YouTube channel. And respect to everyone for the incredible generosity all of the Hashem is having all your families in the come up. So it's total society for the return of our hostages, the success of our Holy Spirit. The mission says this from Samagadi. We are beginning on Nun Bab days after Nun Bab. We are coming up with the mission on Nun Hamid days 55 of the Hamagadi Inu Chayv Achi Farish Hashem. So we're talking about now a transition to discussion about one who has shown curses the Gon Shalom. So a person is only Chayv for cursing. And the English word that's usually blasphemy. This person until he actually uses the name of Hashem. And Rashi points out over here, Yakish as Hashem. Rashi says, she Yiskar as Hashem, אבל לא הוציא שם מפיו, אלא שם השם יוצא מפיו ברוך הוא. In other words, in order for a person to be a person like HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they have to articulate the name themselves. When I was showing the Prophet says, top of the log. This is very interesting. How the Yeshua Prophet describes the way that he a blasphemy case in David. So the Chol Yisrael ben Akiva, Yaki Yossi. So when the case was being adjudicated, right? Remember again. How do you see a case like this? A case like this is adjudicated based on testimony. So what's going to happen? Witness is going to come in and they're going to say, we saw, Ruvain curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, testimony generally requires the actual retelling of actual things that occurred. We don't want the actual telling of events over here. We don't want the witnesses articulating the cursing or the blasphemy of Hashem's name. So instead, what we do is we employ a keynote. A keynote is like a nickname. So in other words, instead of saying that Ruvain said Hashem should curse Hashem, we use it a keynote, a nickname. Yaki Yossi, S Yossi, which again, when Rashad points out, Yossi is used
because it's 4 letters. Right, like the God blasphemy is that which was this theory to develop, but it just says curses on Hashem. That driveway blasphemy form is Hashem should curse Hashem. That's why that's the lashon over here. So again, so throughout the entire leadership proceeding, you don't actually articulate the curse that we can utter. Instead, we use euphemism or nickname. Something like that. Nigma hadin. Well, arguing between the elements. So here's the issue. One basin has reached is that Reuben is indeed guilty. You can't convict someone if the witnesses were never explicit in their testimonies. As much as we wanted to, of explicitity up until this point, if you're going to convict him and find him guilty, we need to actually hear from the witnesses what Reuben explicitly said. So how do we do this? We tell everybody to leave the courtroom except for the Dayanim and the witnesses. Show them as Haggadah Shavinayim. Yes, the most senior of the two witnesses. And more Master Shamash. Tell them explicitly what did you do. So who he tells us that Allah now if this witness actually shares the explicit curse uttered by the name, and then when we hear this, only Allah not the covering, if they tear their clothing, Allah do not go ahead and mend the tail. Shini Omer Ani Kamel, like the second witness said, I agree with what the first one said. Shlishi Omer Ab Ani. The third witness also agrees as well. It's interesting enough, you can get away with the nicknames of these things up until the point of the verdict. But if he wants to actually pass the verdict, we require explicit testimony from this. Clear the court have seen the witness say it explicitly as well, which is to confirm that they indeed heard the same thing. So, kind of actually is by the shame of the shame of the anyway. So, interestingly enough, the way that this blasphemy, the way that this cursing of Hashem takes place is one curses the name of Hashem with Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. So, where do you know that from? I don't know if that's the line. That was Shmuel. Shmuel says, don't worry about it. No gauge shame, do not go shame no one. So it's interesting because the passage the most funny over here is no gauge shame Hashem, most you must. Now the one is making it no gauge means to curse. When you curse the name of Hashem, well done. And come you remove go call it, they should be stoned. To get Azrak, do not go shame you must. And it says again, when you curse the name of Hashem, you will be to death. So there's two expressions of cursing. So again, the Gemara says, that means you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. So how do you know that no case means to curse? It's not a cold, so this is actually very good on that. Then the trying to curse the spell. So again, no matter how much money Bala gives, how many resources Bala gives him, in a sense, believe me, God doesn't want people to be cursed, they're not going to be cursed. That's what I and the law itself comes from here. I will keep most Chicago. The Ima Nivraz, who maybe the no keep doesn't mean to curse, but rather again, the no keep actually means pierce. Right? To go ahead and let it take a knife and pierce it into the name of Hashem written in the Sefer. That's how I say we must say Kov Carbidalto. I was thinking Lashon Vayikov means to make a hole. That's how I was thinking of the application here. Darsen Shema, and Sansu Kimashma gave him. Christian says, no, but the shame of the laka. Here's the difference. Remember again, that our classic is it says the no cave shame, the nakvo shame. There are two mentions of the name of Hashem. So somehow this act of blasphemy must include two names of Hashem. And that's missing over here in the case of the knife, when it's piercing the name of Hashem, there's only one name of Hashem that's being impacted. So maybe you're placing two names of God, one on top of the other, and piercing in both different knives simultaneously. That's just one two names of Hashem. First, the Gemara says that's how you know the opposite of that's one act of piercing followed by another act of piercing. There's no simultaneity there. The Chai Shema Kuma the Sakina Ubazava. So maybe he wrote the name of Hashem on the tip of the knife. then took that tip of the knife and plunged it into another name of Hashem. So he's erasing the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. To which one says, no, he's not erasing the name of Hashem. Ahu Farfar Disakino Hu de Kabasa. It's not the name of Hashem it's not the name of Hashem on the knife that's erasing the name of Hashem in print. Rather, again, it's the knife that's destroying the name of Hashem. Ema Perushi Shmegna. Maybe the no cave means articulation of the name. So Rashi says over here, Perushay, Osiaseh Perusha. Maybe the position over here is to actually pronounce the name of Hashem. For example, when we say the name of Hashem, when we see Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, never articulate as the letters are written. So maybe the prohibition over here is to go ahead and to actually articulate the name. To say that he can't Moshe Aaron Zayna Shema Hashem Nikvu B'Shemos. Because again, the Lashon of Nikvu is the Lashon of identify their names. Moshe Aaron took the identified by their names. To which the Gemara says, and we'll have a beef in here. As Hashem L'Gafatira. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Chada Devayin Hashem Shem Blackout. First of all, remember, we're kind of married to this model because the actual pasuk that discusses the last person in the name of Hashem has this double lashon of the no give shame, the nakvo shame, which means that whatever the last thing means, it's going to mean utilization of two names of Hashem. So articulation of the name doesn't satisfy that criteria. The old Hagi they ask Haras Asay, as Haras Asay Lishma as Har. Furthermore, you're learning out the law from a positive statement that as Hashem.
What up? How are you?
And any law, any prohibition on a positive statement is not really a prohibition. Okay, even so that possibility is Amartra, Bayikov, Bayikalo.
Josh, how can I help you?
We know that ultimately, and we're talking about over here, is that Bayikov, no
Josh.
and enough means to first. Because you know the pasuk says.
Did you finish your link tree?
Like the pasuk over here is talking about. Says as follows.
No, man, I can't hear you. Can you go to a place where you get better connectivity?
Also, the shame marker. So I was talking about over here, according to the actual story in the Torah of Makalo. There was a man who actually got up and cursed by Kadosh Baruch Hu. So the lashon in this pasuk is both Vayikol and Makalo. What do you see from here? Remember, the no cave club. So you see from here that these two words are synonymous. The no cave means to curse. I says, remember, Duma, I've got the Tabayim. Maybe not. Maybe there's two separate things. And maybe Halach Lama is saying you're only 5 if you do well. So remember, like we said before, maybe no cave means to articulate the name. And the color obviously is to curse. Maybe you have to do both. Which says, no, well, it's not like you said, yes, I'm a color local. It's interesting because by the execution of the color, remember again, in the Jewish, when they're using the judgment, there are two dramatic acts of the mission of halacha. One was the Koshesh, the guy who gathered the on Shabbos, called Shabbos, the special of Shabbos. And then was the Kalal, individual who went ahead and blessed the first Kadosh Baruch Hu. So when they execute the Kalal, it says, take out the Kalal. It doesn't say take out the no case and the Kalal. Right? So you see from here the fact that it is close to the Kalal indicates to us that no case and the Kalal mean the same thing, which both mean ultimately person of the introduction. Shmanina, Chadaru. You see that they're both really one. So therefore, what comes out of there is as follows. So therefore, now we have the model of Megdad based on Zakadosh Baruch Hu. He uses the name of Hashem to curse the name of Hashem. Interesting connotations, but nevertheless, that's the biblical prohibition, really based on the idea that the that talks about us uses the lashon of the nokev shem Hashem and the nakvo shem Yonis. It's two lashonos. Uses the expression of curse twice and shame twice. So here we see that in order to be highest biblically a person in the name of Hashem, one must curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Okay, so Tarabanon, Ish Matal Omar, what does the pasuk mean when it says Ish? So you remember again, this is the El Bnei Yisrael to that earlier, or Ish. Ki Kalal El Kaven Asafat O. This is every person who curse Hashem will bear his sin. Who's the Ish? Matal Omar. The Gemara is very interesting. Ish, the Rabbi says, "I'll take Ochal." Shemot Shemot Berachashem. So now, the Gemara is going to take an interesting turn here. And the interesting turn is going to go. Really, is a fascinating figure. And I think that's fascinating. But fascinating sugya. I'm sorry. Thanks for the last few days of tremendous shkach. Essentially, not such easy sugyas. So the Gemara says as follows: you're transitioning to the topic of seven Noachide laws. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when it says ish ish? Like, why does it say ish twice? So the Gemara says ish, not only says only Israel, to teach us that Gentiles are liable to the person being elected the same way that Jews are. Fascinating. The Ingan Nehera again beside. Furthermore, whenever Gentiles are executed by the violation of one of the seven Noachides, so they're only executed side. Somewhere the Nehera and in beside. Because any execution in Noach is always the sword. Is only his side. So Rashi says over here, so we'll actually discuss this a little bit later on. At the end time that an execution mentioned, not in the context is back issues when the Torah speaks about the ability for one to take his life. And it says, Lashon on the pasuk is Ba'adam Damo Yishavach, right? Person takes life, his blood will be spilled. And interesting, we're not thinking about this guys that mean sign. A sword beheading. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Here's one second. We learned in our country. Enough from here. First word line. Hashem Zuber Chatzon. We'll see here. It's possibly actually really interesting drasha. This is by Adam Rishon. Get ready for this. The Adam Rishon. So the part more quoting is Baitzad Hashem Elokim Al Ha'adam Leimar Mikol Yitzagan Achol Tofal. So Hashem says to Adam, you can eat from any tree of the garden that you want. Now, subsequently, Hashem says to Adam that you can't eat of the eight Das Tobara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life. Okay, so now the Gemara brings down this pasuk. Hashem, when it says the word Hashem, what does that mean? The Gemara says that this pasuk is the blueprint for the seven Noachide laws, which is interesting because essentially the first command that Hashem gives to man, right? Adam, remember again, Adam have the law humanity. So the first command that Hashem gives to Adam, the Gemara understands, is the blueprint for the seven Noachide laws. So the Gemara says, Yitzchak Nafcha, well, Mitzvah Chaswas Hashem. Hashem is Birchas Hashem. Hashem tells us that one is not allowed to blaspheme first beginning of Hashem. Amar Yitzchak Nafcha, Lo Nitzcha Elorados Hakimi Bali Yochid. This is going to include Hashem is going to even nicknames of Hashem. Because it's not explicit in the Hashem, but Hashem is known by Ish Kavalo Kavana Sakata. As if a man will curse Hashem, he will bear his sin. Not telling him, what is Hashem to feed us? Hello, no pasuk says if you curse Hashem, you will die. If you shame most, you must look Allah Hashem. You might have felt the only time if you curse the actual name of Hashem. You might say, I know it applies even to other nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which are descriptive names of Hashem. For example, Elohim is a good example of this, right? Ado and then Noi is Hashem. How do I know this? I don't know, right? Ishki Kalavaka. We come up with right there. So this is show there. There holds out left on our side. What is not only Chayiv for blessing for Hashem. The primary names of Hashem, but even Chayiv for the secondary names of Hashem.
Yes, sir.
From the same goal. Hashem, I'm you, but I'm sure you can also like me about sorry. The Chum disagree. And this actually we have to come with it. What is only Chayiv?
Okay. It's really hard to hear you. So let me see what you're saying. Just bear with me. Okay, what'd you say?
Okay, sir.
Okay, now I can hear you. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said, sorry for disturbing you. I just want to learn from the best.
You're wonderful. Oh, you're not disturbing me at all. Not at all. Okay. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, Josh, we're going to teach you everything we know. We're going to make you into an all-star person. All right. You're not disturbing me. I thought it was really nice. I apologies. I had to sleep. I would have at least tried to teach you some more. Okay, so Josh, did you complete your link tree yet?
Yeah, yes, sir. I've created all the accounts you asked me to create, apart from the link tree, because there was a subscription right there, and which I didn't know have the money to do the subscription. But I've created every other app apart from link tree, and also the link deal. There
Like
was a problem kind of going. I kind of used different accounts kind of to create it, but they were kind of showing me like the security stuff for it to finish, and then all of a sudden they will tell me that I'm not qualified.
that's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll figure that one out. Okay, so did you download the Linktree app?
Yes, sir, I've downloaded it.
Okay, so I'll walk you through this. Um, Open up the Linktree app and get to the page where it tells you have to pay something.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay, so read me the different options.
Sir?
Read to me what it says. What does it say?
Okay, I can see annual and monthly. And then in the annual, please say free, unlimited link, and a customizable link tree. And then starter, 9,458 Naira. Pro for 7 days, 227,000. Premium, 47,000 for a month. For okay, this one is annually for a year. Why monthly? I'm seeing 12,500 per month. 7 days, 23,500. Premium, 55,500.
Okay, scroll down. There should be a free one.
Yeah, I've seen the free one.
Okay, you want the free one.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it already. I've just seen it now.
Okay, so you hadn't seen it in the past, but now you see it, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you click the free one, and then you have all the links to your different social media. You connect them to your link tree, and then when you're done, send it to me. Let me know. We'll look it over, and then we're gonna start making videos for you. You're gonna be moving pretty quickly through this.
Okay, sir. Let me do that really quick.
You take your time. I'm here. Um, I I have three devices that I'm gonna restream. I'm gonna say some prayers, and then I'm all yours. Okay?
Yeah, yes, sir. So you know the funny thing. The
What's
funny thing is, in your side now is just morning, but in my side now is currently 8:29 p.m.
Yeah, I was up really late, and that happens. If people need my help or I'm on a roll, I just stay up later. And yesterday, I had over 100 people follow me on Twitter, which is really good. It's really good for anybody, but it's really good for me as well. And no one like retweeted my stuff. Anybody, it was just me going in and grinding it out and shilling myself. So um, I went from like 980 people to 1,100 people, and at the end of the day, I was tired and I went to sleep, and now I just awoke, and it's like 11:30 in the morning. So you get that link. I'm gonna fix these other devices and say my prayers, and then I'm all yours. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're
Let me
welcome, my
let me
friend.
finish that.
Absolutely. We're gonna make you an all-star, Josh.
explicit name of
You're
Hashem,
welcome.
the unique name Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. But if you curse any of the other names of Hashem, that is a law, that is a prohibition, but not punishable by death. And I will say that is indeed how he passed it. Upliga de Rav Mesha, and he's argues Rav Mesha, because Rav Mesha said, Rav Mesha, Ben Noach Shebeirach Es Hashem. If Ben Noach goes ahead and curses the name of Hashem, Bikinuyim, and he does so again with nicknames. So the Rabbanon Chayiv, he's Chayiv according to the Rabbanon. So my time, what's the reason? It seems to all we just said, because the Chum just said before that Allah Lamaisi, you only Chayiv if you do the actual name. Rav Mesha seems to be machmir, ultimately again on a Ben Noach. He says it's only a Jew who's only chayiv for cursing the actual name of Allah, but a Ben Noach will be chayiv cursing even one of the nicknames of Hashem. My time, what's the reason? We're called Kager Ka'ezrach. Ger ve'ezrach will do it's only a Ger and Ezrach. In other words, right about it's only a Jew, right, and a convert who are chayiv if they curse the explicit name of Hashem. But Ovekov can be chayiv for blasphemy, even if he uses one of the descriptive or nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. So it's a fundamental machlokes. So on one hand, it is machlokes in general about Jews. Chayiv if they curse a nickname or a secondary name of Hashem. So that Rabbi Meir says yes. And then interesting enough, Rav Mesha comes along, and Rav Mesha says a Jew will only be chayiv if he curses the primary name of Hashem. Ben Noach will be chayiv even if he curses one of these secondary names of Hashem. Interesting, Rabbi Meir. Hi, Kager Ka'ezrach, my other. What does Rabbi Meir do with this phrase Kager Ka'ezrach? Says my other like Ger Ezrach the skila. The teacher said Ger Ezrach skila. Aval Oli Kochavim B'Sayif. Kocham will be executed ultimately again by a sword. I would have thought that since maybe Oli Kochavim or Bnei Noach are included in the prohibition of blasphemy, that they should get the same death penalty as a Jew, i.e. skila. Kamash Malon know that whenever a Ben Noach is executed for some transgression, always receives sayif. What does Rabbi Yitzchak going to tell us he do with this phrase? So it says, shame b'shame. It's only a ger Jew who is chayiv in this most framework of blasphemy that we is for namely, which only if you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. About Obi Kochavim, lo ba'inan shame b'shame. But again, if an Obi Kochavim, even if he just comes with Hashem, doesn't do shame, doesn't use the name to curse the name, he's going to be chayiv as well. Incredible. Ish, normally, what is it? Why the phrase ish? Dibra Torah kalashon b'nei adam. Ultimately, again, the Torah is just espousing the halacha. Incredible. So we'll say there are three takeaways from that are important to take with us. Number one, the construct of biblical blasphemy for which there is a death penalty for Jews is going to be only if you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. We're going to say that we pass in halacha, namely it's only the actual name of Hashem. Yud Hey and Vav Hey. No kinui, no descriptions, nothing else. Just the actual of the Ribbon Shalom. Bnei Noach will be chayiv again for blasphemy as well. But interestingly enough, Bnei Noach will be chayiv even if they curse any of the other nicknames or descriptive names, even if they don't use the explicit name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Furthermore, a Jew, when he's chayiv for blasphemy, will get, and a Ben Noach ultimately will get sayif, will get beheading with the sword. Now again,